Chapter 1. The 3 loud slaps of the female housekeeper. Tang Xiaomin. What time is it? Why haven't you started cooking yet? The sharp, piercing voice of a woman jolted Tang Xiaomin awake. Upon opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she was taken aback. Hadn't she died? Forced by her family to donate a kidney to her adoptive sister, Tang Yi, she had succumbed to her deteriorating condition after the surgery went unattended, perishing on the cold hospital bed at the tender age of 23. Yet, hell could not provide a match for her. She was left to excavate the kidneys of countless spirits in futile attempts. In the midst of extracting a male ghost's kidney, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she was reborn. Oh dear, this is Miss Yi's designer shirt. The housekeeper, Aunt Shui, pulled away the wrinkled shirt that had been crushed beneath Tang Xiaomin, her face contorted with displeasure. Tang Xiaomin, what on earth are you doing? You can't even iron a shirt properly. How dare you hide here, lazing about while mealtime approaches and you haven't prepared a thing? What else can you possibly do? Tang Xiaomin remained dazed, still grappling with the shock of her circumstances. Seeing her in such a stupor, Aunt Shui wore an expression of disdain. If you can't handle this minor task, what use are you? I even had Auntie resign to give you a chance to prove yourself. How can you not cherish this opportunity? Aunt Shui was merely a servant of the Tang family, yet she dared to assert her authority over Tang Xiaomin, the actual mistress of the house. Reflecting on her prior self, it struck her how pitiful she had been. She had joyfully taken on all household chores, wishing to mend the familial bonds she had neglected over the years. But what was the outcome? Her brothers had uniformly declared that they would forever acknowledge only Tang Yi as their sister. Her biological parents had always regarded her as an unworthy country bumpkin, too ashamed to even mention her in front of outsiders. In the end, when Tang Yi suddenly fell ill and required a kidney transplant, even if she had protested, they would have unhesitatingly sent her to the operating room to have her kidney forcibly extracted. At the thought of this, a shadow flickered in Tang Xiaomin's eyes. She ripped off her apron and tossed it aside. In the living room, her mother Zhang Meiyu elegantly admired her freshly done nails, casting a cold glance at Tang Xiaomin that lacked any warmth. You have no sense of time. Remember to cook on time next time. By the way, Yi wants sashimi and lobster for dinner tonight. In the hearts of her family, there was only room for Tang Yi, an outsider with no blood relation, while Tang Xiaomin was utterly disregarded. They were all murderers in their own right. Stop right there, came Zhang Mei's frosty voice from behind. Ah, this was her biological mother, who treated her as nothing more than a servant. Perhaps even the servants had better pay. What did she have? Such a family still expected her to cook for them? The demons of hell were not as malevolent as her family. Tang Xiaomin let out a bitter laugh. Who are you to think you deserve to eat my cooking? Zhang Mei's brows furrowed in anger, losing her previous air of elegance. What is your attitude? You've been cooking for the past 6 months. If you don't do it, who will? Hurry up and get to the kitchen. Aunt Shui seized the opportunity to shove the apron into Tang Xiaomin's hands. Glaring at the apron, Tang Xiaomin clenched her jaw and without hesitation, flung it at Zhang Mei's head. Zhang Meiyu gasped. Oh my, Tang Xiaomin, have you lost your mind? How dare you throw such a dirty apron at me? Do you even regard me as your mother? Zhang Meiyu tossed the apron to the floor, scrubbing her hands with a wet wipe in disgust. Seeing this, Tang Xiaomin took a few deep breaths. After serving your family for months, you think I owe you something, don't you? From this moment on, I quit. With that, Tang Xiaomin declared, turning to stride toward the door. Tang Xiaomin, dare to walk out of here. Zhang Meiyu shouted furiously from behind. Tang Xiaomin feigned deafness and continued on her way. Aunt Shui quickly positioned herself in front of Tang Xiaomin, rolling her eyes dramatically. Tang Xiaomin coldly regarded the audacious Aunt Shui who dared to obstruct her, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Just a dog raised by the Tang family, how dare you block my path? Aunt Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. The usually submissive Tang Xiaomin was now hurling insults at her. Aunt Shui narrowed her eyes and declared loudly, Madam, this Tang Xiaomin is utterly disrespectful. She must be properly disciplined, or she will surely tarnish the Tang family's reputation. Slap. A resounding smack landed on Aunt Shui's face, leaving a vivid red imprint. The sound of the slap echoed, freezing time in its wake. Aunt Shui clutched her stinging cheek. Incredulity etched across her features as she gazed at Tang Xiaomin. At that moment, Tang Xiaomin lowered her head, examining her hand, shaking her head in disbelief. How could it be? The once mighty queen of kidney extraction and hell, whom ghosts begged for mercy, could not even deliver a single fatal blow to a mere housekeeper in her reborn form. Madam, even if she strikes me it's one thing, but she doesn't heed your words at all. She clearly has no respect for you, Aunt Shui exclaimed, exasperated. Slap. Tang Xiaomin retaliated with another swift slap to Aunt Shui's face. Madam. Slap. Without hesitation, another blow followed suit. In the blink of an eye, Aunt Shui had received 3 resounding slaps. Clutching her face, she glared at Tang Xiaomin with venomous eyes. A twisted smile played on Tang Xiaomin's lips. Go on, scream. Keep screaming. Tang Xiaomin raised her hand, ready to deliver another blow should Aunt Shui dare to continue her incessant chatter. After all, Aunt Shui is merely executing mother's orders. Sister, by striking Aunt Shui, aren't you also striking mother's face? A sweet voice chimed in. Tang Yi, adorned like a delicate doll, gracefully descended the staircase in her high-end shoes, soon reaching the living room where she affectionately linked arms with her mother. Mom, it's quite unbecoming for my sister, as the daughter of the Tang family, to strike a servant. Such coarse behavior will surely lead to rumors of a flawed upbringing on your part. Aunt Shui looks so pitiful after being hit. Her face is all swollen. Aunt Shui lowered her hands from her face, revealing her swollen cheek, and spoke in a tone laced with grievance. Madam, I am but a servant. Even if I am struck, it matters not. What's important is your reputation, madam. Chapter 2. The proposal from the Yi family. Why is it that Tang Xiaomin's name is mentioned? Zhang Meiyu glared fiercely at Tang Xiaomin, her patience worn thin. With determined strides, she approached Tang Xiaomin and raised her hand to strike. However, Tang Xiaomin deftly caught Zhang Meiyu's hand, gritting her teeth in silence. This was her mother, who, swayed by the slanders of petty individuals, resorted to violence against her without a shred of consideration for their blood ties. In the next moment, Tang Xiaomin pushed forcefully, causing Zhang Meiyu to stagger back, colliding with a teacup on the table, which shattered on the floor with a series of crisp sounds. Zhang Meiyu herself struck her forehead, instantly developing a bruise. Tang Yi, who had previously worn a look of schadenfreude, gasped in shock upon witnessing the scene. Mom! She rushed forward to assist Zhang Meiyu, simultaneously fanning the flames of discord. Sister, how could you lay hands on Mom? This is truly unfilial of you. Look at how you've hurt her. Aunt Shui chimed in. Tang Xiaomin, it's one thing to strike me, but how could you harm your own mother? Your mother must be lamenting the day she bore you. Oh dear, how unfortunate you are, madam, to have such a daughter. Tang Xiaomin's expression remained icy as she lowered her gaze and turned to leave. Xiaomin, what are you doing? A deep male voice resonated from the door as a vibrant middle-aged man entered. His commanding presence exuded an air of inscrutability. Tang Zhongqing had just witnessed Tang Xiaomin push Zhang Meiyu and could scarcely believe that she would treat her mother in such a manner. Seeing this, Aunt Shui hurriedly stepped forward to stand before Tang Zhongqing, anxious that he might notice the handprint on her face. Sir, Madam asked Tang Xiaomin to prepare dinner, but she refused and insisted on leaving. When I tried to stop her, she struck me. Her voice quivered as she wiped away a few tears. Madam was so incensed that she attempted to discipline Tang Xiaomin, and yet Tang Xiaomin dared to lay hands on her as well, injuring Madam's forehead. Tang Zhongqing approached to examine Zhang Meiyu's injury, confirming the bruise on her forehead. His expression darkened progressively, fury flashing in his eyes as he regarded Tang Xiaomin, disappointment etched across his face. Tang Yi stifled a laugh, seizing the moment to add insult to injury. Sister, even if you are angry, you could have struck me instead. Why must you target Mom? It's all my fault for not intervening sooner. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't have been hurt. Mom, does it still hurt? With Tang Yi's apparent innocence and understanding, Tang Xiaomin's actions stood in stark contrast. Tang Zhongqing strode towards Tang Xiaomin, his voice rising in anger. You wretched child. Do you not respect the family rules? Do you have any regard for your parents? Huh? Parents? How laughable. Parents who heed the whispers of the wicked, who abandon their own child, who treat their flesh and blood as mere servants, who would send their daughter to her doom. Are they worthy of being called parents? In my past life, they brought me into existence and bestowed upon me a life. I have repaid that debt with my very existence. In this life we stand as equals, with no obligations between us. The sudden clarity washed over Tang Xiaomin, devoid of any anger or elation. She spoke each word with conviction. If you are dissatisfied with me, then I no longer wish to have such parents. Let us sever our ties. Tang Xiaomin, how dare you? Tang Zhongqing roared, his face contorted with rage. A smile played at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips as she turned and walked away. In response, Tang Zhongqing issued an ultimatum. Tang Xiaomin, if you dare to step out of this house, you shall no longer be a member of the Tang family. Zhang Meiyu interjected, husband, let her go. It would be better to be rid of this calamity. Even if she leaves we still have Yi, and this household will not suffer any loss. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xiaomin felt a surge of internal conflict, sighed deeply, and ceased any attempts at retention. Over the past 6 months Tang Xiaomin had diligently performed household chores, and he had regarded her with a newfound respect. Yet now her true nature had been revealed. Why should they keep her? The leading young man was tall and handsome, appearing to be in his early 20s, exuding an air of nobility and a formidable presence that imparted a palpable sense of pressure. Beside him stood a middle-aged butler, seemingly of no ordinary stature, who respectfully remained with his head bowed. Observing the esteemed guests, Zhang Meiyu instinctively directed Tang Xiaomin, hurry and prepare tea for young Master Yi and butler Yi. Even without Zhang Meiyu's command, Tang Xiaomin would have taken the initiative to brew the tea. She skillfully prepared 2 cups of fine Longjing tea, delivering them to Yi Fengxing and butler Yi. The butler, standing to the side, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Tang. Yi Fengxing, seated, cast a fleeting glance at Tang Xiaomin, experiencing an inexplicable sensation towards her. Unable to articulate what it was, gazing at the cup of tea, he mused that she was indeed a docile fool. After sipping the tea, Yi Fengxing casually remarked, I have come today to present the betrothal certificate and gifts. Butler Yi produced 2 red books from his pocket. The Tang family, upon witnessing this, displayed smiles all around, particularly Tang Yi, whose grin was brighter than a blooming flower. Zhang Meiyu beamed widely, quickly instructing Tang Xiaomin, go and prepare a meal, make it a good one. Tang Xiaomin scoffed, plopping down onto the sofa. Who do you think you are? Why should I follow your orders? She appeared quite defiant. You. The entire family shot Tang Xiaomin a stern glare, yet, in deference to Yi Fengxing's presence, they refrained from speaking. Zhang Meiyu forced a smile. Tang Xiaomin is being unreasonable, please forgive her, young Master Yi. I underestimated the situation. I will have something sent over from Xiangmanlu immediately. She exchanged glances with Aunt Xue nearby. Yi Fengxing glanced at Tang Xiaomin. Never mind, I have matters to attend to. There's no need for trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, butler Yi promptly handed the betrothal certificate and gifts to Tang Xiaomin. Miss Tang, please take a look at the betrothal certificate and gifts. Due to the abundance of gifts, the young master had specifically purchased a villa to store them, which you may visit at your convenience. The Tang family was left in shock. Butler Yi seemed utterly oblivious. Tang Zhongqing stated, Butler Yi, you are mistaken. She is Tang Xiaomin, not Tang Yi, who is right here. He cast a glance at the obedient Tang Yi. Tang Yi's expression shifted slightly as she forced a smile. Aunt Xue spoke up in reprimand, Tang Xiaomin, hurry and hand over the betrothal certificate and gifts to Miss Yi. You are being exceedingly thoughtless. Tang Xiaomin shook her head, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth, remaining silent as she passed the betrothal certificate over. Tang Yi eagerly accepted it, her eyes widening in astonishment after glancing at it. The names Yi Fengxing and Tang Xiaomin were prominently inscribed on the certificate, and no matter how many times she looked, it remained the same. Tang Yi's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, Brother Yi, you must be mistaken, my name is Tang Yi. Why does it say Tang Xiaomin on this document? Chapter 3. Even in despair, one cannot afford to be cheap. The entire Tang family gathered to inspect the engagement certificate, and indeed it bore the name Tang Xiaomin. Young Master Yi, I have but one daughter, and that is Tang Yi. There must be some error in the name. Tang Zhongqing insisted at such a critical moment. The Tang family still managed to deceive themselves, believing that the Yi family had made a mistake. It was both laughable and tragic. Yi Fengxing smirked slightly. Years ago, his grandfather had arranged a marriage, so the person he was to wed must surely be the one born to Madame Tang afterward. The Yi family would not be mistaken. It seemed that the Yi family had thoroughly investigated Tang Xiaomin's background, indicating that they were not easily fooled. Tang Zhongqing glanced at the generous betrothal gifts, feeling tempted regardless of the situation. It was wise to accept the gifts first and later find a way for Tang Xiaomin to relinquish her marriage to Tang Yi. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaomin observed every move of Tang Zhongqing, fully aware of his intentions. Young Master Yi, to whom should this betrothal gift be entrusted? Tang Xiaomin inquired. Yi Fengxing was taken aback. According to custom, it should be given to your parents. Tang Xiaomin nodded, then surprised him with her next statement, I only recognize my adoptive parents, who are not present here. It would be better to deliver the betrothal gift to them in person. Listening to Tang Xiaomin, Yi Fengxing felt astonished. He wondered how she differed so greatly from the rumors. Had she suddenly gained insight? Very well, let us proceed to your home, he replied. Tang Xiaomin rose alongside Yi Fengxing and they walked towards the door. At that moment, the butler Yi unceremoniously took the engagement certificate from Tang Yi's hands. The Tang family was left in shock, and Tang Zhongqing could hardly believe the unfolding events. Young Master Yi. Please do not leave. The Tang family scrambled to follow them outside. Gathered outside were dozens of bodyguards, preventing the Tang family from approaching as Tang Xiaomin and Yi Fengxing entered the car, leaving them helplessly watching their departure. Tang Yi glared resentfully at the retreating vehicle, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi, do not be disheartened. You still have your mother Zhang Mei, you comforted, embracing the sobbing Tang Yi. The unexpected turn of the marriage had left her at a loss. Husband, you must think of a way. We cannot allow that girl, Tang Xiaomin, to steal Yi's marriage. Tang Zhongqing had not anticipated the Yi family's sudden arrival with the betrothal gifts, and now the situation had turned dire, leaving him with a headache. Do not worry, trust your father. The one who marries into the Yi family will surely be Yuda. In the back seat of the extended Rolls-Royce, Tang Xiaomin felt an intense warmth radiating from Yi Fengxing, which made her quite uncomfortable. She instinctively distanced herself, even rolling down the window for fresh air. Yet the discomfort lingered. In the old city of Haicheng, Tang Xiaomin led Yi Fengxing through several dimly lit streets, twisting and turning multiple times before arriving at her adoptive parents' home, a shabby two-bedroom apartment not exceeding 50 square meters. She wished to embrace Tang Xiaomin, but the latter's designer attire made her hesitate, her eyes misting with emotion as she felt overwhelmed. Mother. Tang Xiaomin choked with emotion as she embraced her adoptive mother. No. She acknowledged only this one mother as her own. Zhou Xiaolan, ever observant, noticed the distinguished man behind her and grew somewhat wary. Xiaomin, who are these gentlemen? Mother, let us discuss this inside, Tang Xiaomin suggested, guiding Yi Fengxing and the steward Yi to two chairs in the cramped living room. After settling down, Yi Fengxing articulated his intentions and presented the engagement letter and dowry for the scrutiny of Tang Xiaomin's adoptive parents. Upon witnessing the generous dowry and the man himself, her parents were initially taken aback, but after a moment of surprise, they nodded in agreement to his words. Once the meeting concluded, Tang Xiaomin personally escorted them out of the alley. Strangely, after Yi Fengxing departed, the uncomfortable sensation that had lingered seemed to dissipate. Perhaps it was a matter of incompatible fates. The Tang family had gone to great lengths to pressure her into breaking off the engagement. Yet Yi Fengxing stubbornly refused to withdraw, leaving her persistently besieged by the Tang family. In her previous life, her tragic demise was inextricably linked to this very marriage. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to abandon this engagement. She would not allow that vile Tang Yi to benefit from it. Thank you, father. What is there to thank? It is only natural for a father to care for his daughter. It dawned on her that she had always had loving family members. In her previous life, she had foolishly prioritized the bonds of blood over her adoptive parents, which was a grave oversight. Tang Xiaomin resolved to honor them properly from that day forward. The family home was an old, decades-old structure, dark and damp, rarely touched by sunlight. It was time to seek a larger abode. As she lay in her small room, a sense of comfort enveloped her. Once darkness fell completely, Tang Xiaomin felt an invigorating surge of energy. Devoid of any drowsiness, unable to sleep, she decided to take a stroll. Turning a corner, she stumbled upon the scene of an accident. A small car had crashed into the guardrail, emitting smoke, while an ambulance was loading an injured person to whisk them away. Beside the wreckage, a somewhat ethereal figure stood, bewildered by the unfolding scene, shouting in distress. As the ambulance drove off, it became evident that the man was struggling to accept the reality of his death and transformation into a spirit. Paralyzed by panic, unsure of what to do next. Another spirit in denial of their demise. Tang Xiaomin had encountered many such souls in the underworld. Some spirits, reluctant to report to the afterlife, wandered the mortal realm. And it would not be long before the enforcers of the afterlife, the emissaries of yin and yang, would intervene. An idea struck Tang Xiaomin, prompting her to approach the spirit. Hey, you are dead. The male spirit looked up, captivated by the sight of a beautiful young girl before him, momentarily stunned. Why, you can see me? You can hear me? In the underworld, Tang Xiaomin would have ignored him entirely, opting instead to extract his kidneys for her own matching purposes. Isn't it obvious? You are dead. Face the reality. The male spirit knelt, clutching his head in anguish, unwilling to accept such a grim truth. What? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. If you didn't want to die, why were you driving so recklessly? The wailing and lamentations were excruciatingly unpleasant to hear, causing Tang Xiaomin a headache and a fit of rage. She delivered a fierce kick to the male ghost. The mere sight of a ghost ignited her desire to bully. Stop crying. With that, the male ghost was sent flying several meters away, tumbling to the ground, instinctively sensing that the young girl before him was not to be trifled with and wishing to flee. The man appeared tall and imposing, yet Tang Xiaomin dragged his body as if she were carrying a mere chick. Let me go. What do you intend to do with me? Please just let me go. The plaintive wails of the male ghost fell on deaf ears for Tang Xiaomin. At that moment, She was acutely aware that she had been revived, yet a portion of her abilities as a ghost still lingered. She brought the male ghost into her room and locked him away. "Stay put, or I shall shatter your skull." After witnessing the girl's formidable prowess, the male ghost cowered in the corner, trembling. "I understand. I understand, please don't kill me." "Humph. What use is there in killing a mere ghost like you?" 3 days passed in succession as Tang Xiaomin remained sequestered within her home, indulging in leisurely slumber. On the third night, a chilling wind swept through her room, and a man clad in a pristine white suit with short white hair suddenly materialized, accompanied by an office desk and computer to conduct his business. With the passage of time, the underworld had adopted a commercial model, transforming into the Underworld Corporation. The figure of Bai Wuchang before her was merely a salesman within this organization. Tang Xiaomin greeted him with familiarity. "Brother Bai, it's been a while." Bai Wuchang, upon seeing Tang Xiaomin, instinctively felt trepidation. "Your Majesty," however, as he noticed Tang Xiaomin's unusual demeanor, curiosity took hold. "I heard you found a compatible kidney for reincarnation. Why haven't you been reborn? Ending up like this?" Tang Xiaomin was at a loss for words. "Aren't you aware of the Underworld Corporation's affairs? I'm merely a guide. The true overseer of the Underworld Corporation is Director Yan, as you well know. Yanju, that unreliable male ghost. Tell me, what is my current predicament?" Bai Wuchang pondered for a moment. "It might be that the reincarnation system of the Underworld Corporation has encountered a bug. Ever since that slothful Yanju took office, he was easily misled by you and sought out programmers to create a reincarnation system. Now the Underworld is termed the Underworld Corporation, adopting a commercial model with a comprehensive range of services. I did mention there were flaws in the program." Seeing Tang Xiaomin's anger rising, Bai Wuchang elaborated, "Your Majesty, your situation was inherently unique, compounded by your eagerness to be reincarnated. Nevertheless, you are alive now. Simply be patient and make the best of this life." "What?" Tang Xiaomin erupted in fury. No, we have a specialized BUA compensation strategy. With this, I assure you that your next venture in the mortal realm will be a resounding success." A beam of dark light enveloped Tang Xiaomin, merging with her being. "Intelligence, increased by 50. Combat prowess, increased by 1000%. Is that it?" Bai Wuchang hastily seized the trembling male ghost in the corner and fled. "Your Majesty, you may now continue your reign of terror in the mortal realm. I have work to attend to, so I shan't disturb you further. Farewell." "Hey, stop." A system bug had granted her a second chance at life. 5 Tang Xiaomin. Zhang Meiyu's face contorted with rage as she bellowed. Tang Xiaomin, with an air of nonchalance, lifted her leg to leave. Alas. Tang Zhongqing sighed helplessly. Unmoved, Tang Xiaomin remained as stubborn as a mule with no other choice. Tang Zhongqing lowered his stance, placing a hand on her shoulder to coax her into sitting down. To onlookers, Tang Zhongqing appeared as a beleaguered father, thoroughly subjugated by his rebellious daughter. Once seated, Zhang Meiyu wasted no time, stating bluntly, "Tang Xiaomin, you are to annul the marriage between the Tang family and the Yi family, returning the engagement to it." Tang Xiaomin chuckled coldly. Within her previous life, the Tang family had resorted to unspeakable acts to secure this marriage. They publicly declared her to be unwell, barren, and of dubious morals, tarnishing her reputation. As if that wasn't enough, they even resorted to kidnapping her adoptive parents to threaten her. With no other option, she was compelled to call off the engagement. Yet Yi Fengxing, as if deranged, obstinately refused to annul it. A year before the wedding, Tang Yi suddenly fell ill, requiring her kidney, and she was ultimately betrayed by her entire family, perishing in the hospital. Reflecting on these memories, Tang Xiaomin would rather die 1,000 times than allow Tang Yi to benefit from her plight. "I will not withdraw. What can you do to me? If you dare, murder your biological daughter to fulfill your adopted one." This was increasingly absurd and horrifying. How dare they discuss morality with her? It was utterly ludicrous. Attempting to morally manipulate her was a grave miscalculation. Amused by the absurdity, Tang Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh. "To hell with your morality. You!" Zhang Meiyu's face turned green with fury. "Tang Xiaomin, you are utterly vulgar. Look at yourself, nothing but a rogue." No sooner had Zhang Meiyu spoken than Tang Xiaomin hurled a cushion at her. "Next time, I will certainly strike you with a brick." This was excessively violent. Onlookers were left dumbfounded by this sudden shift in Tang Xiaomin's demeanor. Surely, she had lost her mind. Tang Zhongqing admonished, "Xiaomin, why resort to violence over mere words? This is unacceptable." Tang Xiaomin crossed her legs, swinging her foot with an air of entitlement, a stark contrast to her previously demure self. She resembled a complete ruffian. "I declare this. Should I resort to force in the future, I will not waste my breath on you." As the queen of the underworld group, she intended to assert her dominance in the mortal realm. Anyone who dared to cross her would face the consequences. Seeing that intimidation had failed, Tang Xiaomin opted for persuasion as the head of the Tang family. His intellect was not to be underestimated, and he took it upon himself to intervene. Xiaomin, if you relinquish the marriage to Yi, once she marries, she will reside with the Yi family, leaving you as the sole daughter in our household. Your father, mother, and brother will all cherish you. Does that not make sense? One cannot deny that Tang Xiaomin, the cunning old fox, was adept at weighing advantages and disadvantages. In her past life, Tang Xiaomin had been swayed by his manipulative reasoning into annulling the engagement. Noticing Tang Xiaomin's hesitation, Tang Yi fanned the flames from the sidelines. Sister, I was wrong before. I monopolized our parents' affection. It was all my fault, and I apologize. Once I marry, everything in the Tang family will rightfully belong to you. Listening to these words was utterly revolting. Tang Xiaomin, enraged, erupted in a torrent of curses. What do you mean by your things? Everything you possess in the Tang family originally belonged to me. You have usurped it for nearly 2 decades. How has it become yours? Tang Xiaomin was relentless. Tang Yi, feeling wronged, could only shed tears, too intimidated to speak. Zhang Meiyu, witnessing this, reprimanded Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, everything Yi possesses in the Tang family was given to her by her father and me. It is rightfully hers, and there is no notion of usurpation involved. It is you who has encroached upon Yi's marriage. You should promptly take the initiative to annul the engagement and return it to her. Chapter 6. Brazen robbery. What a tumult it was, shattering everything. Now she comprehended that she had been driven to the brink by this family. She transformed the sorrow of her past life into the fury of the present, which in turn morphed into a desire for revenge. A defiant smile curled at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips. Very well, the money is yours to give as you please. I am unconcerned. The marriage between the Tang and Yi families is something I earned from the moment I was conceived. It is none of your business. Zhang Meiyu furrowed her brows tightly. Tang Xiaomin, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to forego the annulment? Such audacity! How could they expect to be treated with such disdain when seeking assistance? Tang Xiaomin retorted, indeed, I shall not annul it. What can you do to me? The members of the Tang family were nearly driven to madness by Tang Xiaomin's attitude. No amount of persuasion seemed to penetrate her resolve. Tang Xiaomin interjected, Xiaomin, we are all family here. Let's maintain harmony and resolve this amicably. Recognizing that Tang Xiaomin was no mere pushover but rather a formidable opponent, they understood the need for negotiation. People can be so petty. The more one is pressed, the less one should yield. Lest they become overly presumptuous, Tang Xiaomin scoffed. Now you are the ones beseeching me to relinquish the marriage for Tang Yi. When one seeks a favor, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Don't you agree, Mr. Tang? In that moment, Tang Xiaomin realized that the Tang Xiaomin before him was no longer the innocent little lamb but a cunning wolf with grand ambitions. She had raised her demands. Yet, no matter what she proposed, it paled in comparison to the significance of the marriage with the Yi family. Thus, in order to expedite the resolution of the matter, Tang Xiaomin softened his stance. Very well, state your demands. As long as they are within the Tang family's capacity, we shall certainly accommodate you. Beside them, Tang Yi and Zhang Meiyu exchanged hopeful glances. But soon their smiles faded. From this day forth, I will claim everything that belongs to Tang Yi in this household. Whatever she possesses, I shall have as well. Upon the utterance of these words, the members of the Tang family were rendered speechless with indignation. Aunt Xue fanned the flames, saying, Madam, this Tang Xiaomin is utterly excessive. She clearly intends to seize everything from Missy. Tang Xiaomin rose, her tone unyielding as she coldly declared, if you disagree, so be it. What right do you have to bargain with me? How presumptuous of you! With that, Tang Xiaomin turned on her heel and departed, as though the negotiation had been a mere act of charity on her part. However, for the sake of marriage, in order to become the young mistress of the Yi family, she swallowed her pride. Sister, please don't be in such a hurry to leave, Tang Yi said, her eyes brimming with tears. Her sister was right. It was indeed her who had usurped what belonged to her. Everything she possessed now was originally her sister's, and returning it was only justifiable. Tang Yi looked at Tang Xiaomin earnestly and said, Sister, I agree to your demands. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin slowly turned around, clearing her throat amidst the resentful gazes of Tang Xiaomin and Zhang Meiyu, and commanded Aunt Xue. Aunt Xue, remove everything from Tang Yi's room. I do not wish to use items that have been previously owned by others. By tonight, I expect to see a completely new room. Zhang Meiyu, infuriated, stood up and began to berate her. Tang Xiaomin, do not go too far. Indeed, I have gone too far. That if you cannot accept this, I shall take my leave immediately. As Tang Xiaomin sensed that matters were about to escalate, he instructed Aunt Xue beside him to comply with Tang Xiaomin's orders. Reluctantly, Aunt Xue replied, Sir, Miss Yi has quite a few belongings, and the other vacant rooms in the house are not sufficiently spacious. It may be impossible to accommodate everything. Furthermore, acquiring new furniture at this hour may not allow for proper arrangements by tonight. This Aunt Shui was quite the troublemaker. If she wasn't dealt with, she would surely grow bolder. Tang Xiaomin shot her a fierce glare. A mere servant dares to show me such disrespect. Your lack of professionalism makes me question the authenticity of your qualifications as a housekeeper. Tang Xiaomin's eyes glinted with fury. Clearly enraged, seeing her in such a formidable mood sent shivers down Aunt Shui's spine, prompting her to lower her head. I will attend to it immediately, right away. Tang Xiaomin had merely intended to mock her, but who would have thought she would react this way? Could it be that her qualifications were indeed fabricated? It seemed prudent to investigate Aunt Shui thoroughly. She had clearly overstayed her welcome in the Tang household. Tang Xiaomin settled herself in the living room, overseeing the chaos as Aunt Shui directed the other two servants in a frenzy, turning the Tang residence into a scene of disarray. Zhang Meiyu, unable to endure Tang Xiaomin's opportunistic demeanor, confronted her in the living room. Tang Xiaomin, even if you have taken everything from me, so what? In my heart there will always be only one daughter. It was true in the past, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. A person like you will never be recognized as my daughter. That will never change. Such words made it seem as if Tang Xiaomin held Zhang Meiyu in high regard, which was far from the truth. To have such a venomous mother was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Having endured enough humiliation in her past life, she resolved to settle any grievances in this one without hesitation. I have no desire for you as a mother. Do not claim to be my mother when you go out in the future. You and remember to prepare some decent designer items for me, in accordance with the standards of the previous Tang Yi. Should I discover that you dare to deceive me, I will reconsider this marriage. Zhang Meiyu had been provoked multiple times within a single day, causing her blood pressure to soar and her head to throb painfully as she leaned back on the sofa, her face contorted in agony. Tang Xiaomin, my head hurts. Quickly, bring me a glass of water. Zhang Meiyu instinctively commanded Tang Xiaomin. Chapter 7. Petulance and Provocation. Tang Xiaomin poured herself a glass of water and delivered it to Zhang Meiyu. Extending her hand with a certain flair, she tilted her head back, consumed the entire glass, and placed the empty vessel before Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in fury. Tang Xiaomin, what are you doing? A mischievous smile danced upon Tang Xiaomin's lips, laced with a hint of malice. Pouring a glass of water is hardly a great feat, but why should I serve you? Who are you to me? Zhang Meiyu bellowed in indignation. I am your mother. Ha ha. Tang Xiaomin's laughter grew more audacious. Wasn't it you who declared you would never acknowledge me as your daughter? Surely, Ms. Zhang, you haven't forgotten so soon. Zhang Meiyu appeared as if struck by lightning, glaring fiercely at Tang Xiaomin. She had initially believed that Tang Xiaomin merely sought to seize Tang Yi's possessions, but it now seemed that her intentions ran far deeper. Tang Xiaomin, what exactly do you intend to do? What is your true motive? Regarding her ambitions, Tang Xiaomin felt no need for subterfuge. Reflecting on the miseries of her previous life, she spoke with an unsettling calmness. Nothing much, merely collecting a debt. Collecting a debt? Zhang Meiyu's complexion turned a shade of iron, and as she gazed at Tang Xiaomin, an inkling of fear crept into her heart. It appeared that as long as Tang Xiaomin remained, the Tang family would know no peace. With 4 sons and 1 daughter, the Tang household boasted a spacious villa, yet the rooms were plentiful, and the desirable accommodations were already occupied. Tang Xiaomin insisted on claiming Tang Yi's room, and after much deliberation, Aunt Shui could only offer a room reduced to a third of its original size for Tang Yi. Once the bed and clothes were crammed in, the space felt unbearably confined. Aunt Shui, with a heart full of sympathy, remarked, Miss Yi, this room is so small. It truly is a great injustice to you. Injustice? Tang Yi had never before endured such indignity. She was on the verge of losing her sanity. As long as Mom and Dad still stand by me, I am not truly wronged. Aunt Shui, does it still hurt from when my sister hit you last time? Thank you for your concern. Missy, I have long since recovered. I am but a servant, so a little injustice is to be expected. What matters most is that you, Missy, have been so bullied by Tang Xiaomin. Even I, as a servant, cannot bear to witness it. Tang Xiaomin's excessive behavior had thoroughly incensed the entire family, a fact that Tang Yi was acutely aware of. Aunt Shui, as long as my sister agrees to cancel the engagement, all the grievances I endure today will be worth it. Aunt Shui replied, Rest assured, Miss Yi, I shall certainly speak to Madam about ensuring that Tang Xiaomin withdraws from the engagement promptly, so you need not suffer for much longer. Aunt Shui, you are truly good to me. Miss Yi, I have watched you grow, and it pains me to see you bullied by Tang Xiaomin. As dusk approached, Aunt Shui entered the living room and addressed Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, your room has been prepared. Tang Xiaomin nodded, nonchalantly settling into the sofa to play on her computer. In the presence of Madam and Sir, Aunt Shui resolved to assert her authority over Tang Xiaomin. It's getting late. You shall prepare dinner tonight, madam, and sir have grown accustomed to your cooking. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin cast a cold glance at Aunt Shui, noticing a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. At such a time, one would think it unwise to treat her as a mere servant. This snow aunt truly seems to incessantly test her limits. Moreover, one cannot ignore the demeanor of Tang Xiongqing and Zhang Meiyu, who appear utterly unconcerned at it. Seems that without a stern lesson, their bad habits will persist. Tang Xiaomin rose, taking 2 steps towards Snow Aunt, and without uttering a word, delivered a resounding slap to her face. Ah! Snow Aunt let out a wail, soaring several meters through the air before crashing to the ground, her face rapidly swelling to an alarming degree, and she spewed a mouthful of blood, indicating a serious injury. Snow Aunt! Tang Yi rushed down from upstairs, hurrying to Snow Aunt's side, while Zhang Meiyu and Tang Xiongqing, startled, rushed over to assess her injuries. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified. The force exerted was astonishing for a mere 19-year-old girl. At that moment, the family regarded Tang Xiaomin as though she were a specter, their expressions rife with shock. Even Tang Xiaomin herself was taken aback, recalling the compensation mentioned by Wu Chang, which had amplified her strength by a staggering 1,000%. She had merely intended to establish her authority without exerting her full power. Otherwise, Snow Aunt could have very well met her demise with that single strike. The fleeting thrill of taking a life would surely be overshadowed by the torment of hellfire and the tears that would inevitably follow. The thought of such horrific suffering was enough to instill fear within her. Seizing upon their bewildered gazes, Tang Xiaomin declared, "Listen well, anyone in this household who dares to command me shall face a fate akin to that of Snow Aunt." Tang Yi, witnessing Snow Aunt spitting blood, was frightened to tears. "Mother, Snow Aunt is gravely injured. We must hurry her to the hospital." Tang Xiongqing replied, "I will arrange for a vehicle. You all help Snow Aunt out carefully." The family busied themselves, transporting Snow Aunt to the hospital, with everyone accompanying her. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaomin leisurely pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. After the Tang family had departed, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare a meal of lobster and sea cucumber. Finishing her meal and leaving the dishes unattended, she then retreated to her room for a bath, indulging in a comfortable slumber. At the hospital, a doctor in a white coat spoke gravely. The patient has sustained minor fractures to the facial bones, a concussion and slight intracranial bleeding. For now, we will observe her condition. If it improves, surgery may not be necessary. The faces of the 3 members of the Tang family darkened. None had anticipated that Tang Xiaomin could inflict such severe harm with a single blow. Tang Xiongqing inquired, "Doctor, is it truly possible for one slap to cause such damage?" The doctor replied, "As long as the force is sufficient, theoretically, it is possible. However, individuals with such strength are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in tens of thousands. A 19-year-old girl with such strength is simply unbelievable," Zhang Meiyu said, a hint of fear in her voice. "Darling, Tang Xiaomin seems to have transformed. Has she gone mad? She strikes without hesitation. How are we to live like this?" "Indeed, father," Tang Yi added, her face etched with dread. "Sister is so fierce. I am terrified. What if I say something wrong one day and she strikes me?" The Tang Xiaomin of the past was gentle and yielding, always submissive. She seemed to have undergone a complete transformation overnight, descending into a state of mental turmoil. Tang Xiongqing pondered deeply, yet could not discern the reason behind it. "Henceforth, it would be prudent for you all to avoid conflicts with her at home. Her emotional state has been precarious of late. Tomorrow I shall take her to consult a doctor to ascertain the situation." Tang Yi suddenly gasped in shock. "Father, are you implying that my sister has lost her mind?" Chapter 8. Surrender the car keys. How does one explain such a drastic change in temperament, leading to such violent behavior? Tang Xiongqing replied, "Regardless of the examination results, refrain from uttering such words in her presence to prevent unnecessary disturbances. After all, her emotions are unstable. It is best to maintain distance and exercise patience. Such a madwoman is not to be trifled with. Better to keep our distance." The family was in dire straits. Having dismissed the cook 6 months prior, and with Aunt Shui now hospitalized, Zhang Meiyu had no choice but to take to the kitchen herself. Upon seeing the remnants of a meal laid out on the dining table, she erupted in furious curses. "That wretched girl, even after cooking for herself, can't be bothered to tidy up the dishes. Does she intend to leave them here for me to clean up? Truly, a misfortune upon this household." In a bid to demonstrate her filial piety, Tang Yi rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to assist. "Mother, there is quite a bit of grease here. Allow me to handle it." Having never engaged in household chores before, Yi carelessly tossed a plate into the trash, shattering it into pieces. Tang Xiongqing, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Zhang Meiyu prepared a plate of frozen dumplings, and the 3 of them managed to make do with that. She despised the grease of the kitchen and had little desire to enter it, with Tang Xiaomin behaving as if she has lost her senses. I dare not issue any further commands. With Aunt Shui once again in the hospital, who will prepare our meals? Considering Aunt Shui's fate, who would dare to order Tang Xiaomin around? It could easily lead to dire consequences. Sighing, Tang Zhongqing lamented, perhaps we should hire a chef. It seems relying on Tang Xiaomin is futile. In a hushed tone, Tang Yi murmured, Father, do you think my sister will truly take the initiative to cancel her engagement with the Yi family? If she does not, we will be left powerless. What shall we do? What Yi expressed was also Tang Zhongqing's concern. Tang Xiaomin was a tough nut to crack. The prospect of her willingly annulling the engagement seemed bleak. Fear not, Yi. Even if Tang Xiaomin does not take the initiative, I shall devise a means to ensure the Yi family relinquishes their interest in her as long as she remains under our watchful gaze. I have no doubt we can manage her. Zhang Meiyu added, Humph, with Tang Xiaomin's blatant disregard for kinship and her disruptive behavior at home, how could the Yi family possibly want her? They will likely dismiss her before she even has the chance to annul her engagement. At this, Tang Yi's anxious heart found solace at last. The following morning, Tang Zhongqing stood outside Tang Xiaomin's room, knocking on the door. Xiaomin, rise and shine. After a considerable delay, Tang Xiaomin finally groggily approached the door. What is it? There is something. Today I need to go to the hospital for a checkup, and you shall accompany me. In the past, when Tang Xiaomin toiled diligently at home, Tang Zhongqing would never have shown such kindness as to take her for a medical examination. Now, his sudden benevolence felt suspicious. That in essence, it all boils down to tarnishing her reputation. Such a self-destructive endeavor, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 1,500 in return, was something that Tang Xiaomin would undoubtedly facilitate. Collaborating to bring down the illustrious Tang family that they prided themselves on. A faint smile graced Tang Xiaomin's lips. Very well, I shall change into something more suitable and accompany you. She adorned herself in designer attire, complete with a necklace, watch, and luxurious handbag. It is often said that one's appearance speaks volumes. This transformation elevated her aura to a new echelon, presenting her as the quintessential socialite. Tang Yi, observing from the sidelines, exhibited a glint of jealousy. Though her own garments and jewelry were equally opulent, she could not abide the thought of Tang Xiaomin possessing similar finery. Tang Xiaomin, catching sight of the expression on Tang Yi's face, discerned her thoughts. She relished in the fact that Tang Yi could not tolerate her yet dared not confront her. Suddenly Tang Xiaomin declared, hand over the keys to that pink Mercedes in the garage. Tang Yi, feeling wronged, replied, that was a gift from my brother for my 18th birthday. I haven't even had the chance to drive it yet. Tang Xiaomin was unconcerned about whether Tang Yi had driven it or not. Her intention was to gradually seize all those possessions. With a nonchalant smile, she responded, if you refuse, I shall inform the Yi family that I am about to register my marriage. Tang Yi was on the verge of tears. If Tang Xiaomin were to register her marriage with Yi Fengxing, what hope would she have left? Reluctantly, Tang Yi surrendered the car keys, her tone implying a sense of superiority, as if to flaunt that whatever she desired would be bestowed upon her. Tang Xiaomin took the keys, wiped them with a wet napkin, and turned to leave. Sometimes silence serves as the most potent form of retaliation. Unlike Tang Yi, who relied on others, she would take matters into her own hands, thriving through her own diligence, for she was indeed a young woman of tenacity. And the garage Tang Zhongqing, wearing a grim expression, cautioned her, Xiaomin, you do not possess a driver's license. You cannot drive on the road. If you are caught, it will be troublesome. It would be wiser to share a ride with me. Sharing a ride with him? That was simply not an option for Tang Xiaomin. Do not worry. I assure you, I will not allow anyone to capture the license plate number, and I won't cause you any trouble. Disregarding Tang Zhongqing's concerns, she entered the vehicle, ignited the engine, and pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine echoing as the car swiftly exited the garage, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. The seasoned driver, who had previously raced professionally, widened his eyes in astonishment at Tang Xiaomin's reckless driving. Mr. Tang, Miss Tang drives far too fast. It is perilously easy to have an accident. As for accidents, Tang Zhongqing was indifferent. If Tang Xiaomin were to crash, it would be her own doing. She would bear the consequences alone. On the contrary, should she find herself in such a predicament, it would resolve all his worries. This was precisely why he did not impede her when she demanded the car keys. When fate seeks to bring about a person's downfall, it first drives them to madness. On the city's thoroughfare, a pink sports car boldly navigated the streets, overtaking every vehicle in sight without the slightest hint of braking or easing off the gas. Reaching speeds exceeding 260 miles per hour, numerous drivers, incensed by the audacity of the car, could be heard cursing vehemently. This is utterly absurd. It is not that the speed is excessive, but rather that they are flying too low, rushing to be reborn. Alas, such reckless drivers are bound to meet with misfortune, ending their lives on the streets. Originally, a journey that would take half an hour. Tang Xiaomin reached the hospital in merely 10 minutes. Soon, she discerned something amiss. A peculiar black mist enveloped the hospital, an aura Tang Xiaomin recognized all too well, as it was a common sight in the underworld. Logically, this phenomenon belonged to the realm of the dead. How could it linger in the mortal world? Chapter 9. The examination results. She is a high-functioning insane individual. Could it be, as Bai Wuchang suggested, that a glitch in the underworld system was responsible? After observing the black mist for several minutes, she noted no abnormalities. Tang Zhongqing arrived fashionably late, having anticipated witnessing Tang Xiaomin's car accident, yet to no avail. According to their prearranged plan, Tang Zhongqing escorted Tang Xiaomin for a thorough psychiatric evaluation, which included a brain scan that revealed anomalies. Upon conducting an intelligence test, the results were astonishing. Tang Xiaomin's IQ reached an impressive 160, placing her at the pinnacle of human intellect. This compelled Tang Zhongqing to take notice, prompting him to discreetly consult with the doctor. Doctor, is it truly possible that Tang Xiaomin possesses such a high IQ? There must be some mistake, surely? The doctor adjusted his glasses, excitement evident in his countenance. Mr. Tang, rest assured, this IQ test is infallible. Her cranial capacity indeed surpasses that of the average individual. Thus, her intelligence is entirely plausible. However, her recent emotional state is rather peculiar, and her behavior has markedly changed, as if she has lost her sanity. Tang Zhongqing interjected. What could explain this? The doctor provided insight. Mr. Tang, there is but a fine line separating genius from madness. When one's intelligence exceeds that of the ordinary, it is only natural that their thoughts and actions may elude the comprehension of the average person. If you remain concerned, we can conduct further tests to assess the likelihood of her insanity. Having come this far, they had no choice but to proceed. The subsequent tests were straightforward. The doctor presented Tang Xiaomin with a multiple-choice questionnaire, asking her to select answers based on the questions posed. Although the nature of the test was not explicitly stated, Tang Xiaomin sensed its true purpose. Her father, indeed, possessed a cunning mind. Taking up the pen, Tang Xiaomin followed her instincts and marked her choices. In the office, after reviewing her answers, the doctor's expression turned somber as he shook his head in resignation. Mr. Tang, the results are in, and unfortunately, they indicate that Tang Xiaomin's psychological distortion level has reached 98%, with an 80% propensity for violence. She is scarcely distinguishable from a madwoman. Tang Zhongqing could hardly accept this. How could a madwoman threaten to seize Tang Yi's possessions and manipulate them with marriage? It seemed implausible, but doctor, she appears completely normal in her daily life. There are no signs of insanity, the doctor replied. Sanity cannot solely be judged by one's outward behavior. From a psychological perspective, her inner self is indeed fractured. This condition bears resemblance to dissociative identity disorder. It is advisable not to provoke her lightly, lest she act irrationally and cause harm to her family. Tang Zhongqing pressed further. What could have led to such a condition? The doctor remarked, one is congenital while the other is provoked. During the arduous birth of Tang Xiaomin, Zhang Meiyu nearly lost her life. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Meiyu has not refrained from berating Tang Xiaomin at home. Could it be that the prolonged depression Tang Xiaomin experienced in the Tang household has led her to become the person she is today? Family disgrace must not be aired publicly. After Tang Zhongqing discreetly compensated the doctor, he took Tang Xiaomin away from the hospital test. He watched Tang Xiaomin speed away in her car. Tang Zhongqing found himself deep in thought. Since she has already lost her sanity, perhaps it would be best to spread the news, allowing him to send this madwoman, Tang Xiaomin, to an asylum once the Yi family calls off the engagement, thus safeguarding his own reputation. Upon returning home, Tang Xiaomin showed little interest in anyone and retreated into her room to engage in her own pursuits. After 2 days of diligent work, she completed a plan for the commercial district. The Yi family was currently holding a design competition, and Tang Xiaomin chose to participate. Meanwhile, within the Yi group, Yi Fengxing perused the design submissions for the competition, finding none to his satisfaction. You spent 3 days filtering through these designs and this is what you present to me? Trash Yi Butler shot a disdainful glance at the manager beside him and stated, Young master, these have already been meticulously selected. They are, by all accounts, exceptional. Your expectations are simply too high. I do not wish to hear such excuses. I demand to see a design that meets my approval. Yi Butler appeared troubled. The young master's standards were exceedingly lofty, making the task arduous. At that moment, a manager rushed in, cradling a laptop. President Yi, we have received a new design and it is truly stunning. You must take a look. It is sure to meet your expectations. Initially, Yi Fengxing held little hope for this new design. However, upon reviewing it, he was genuinely astonished at it closely aligned with his vision, the only drawback being that the design included the old city area, which contradicted the project's prior planning. Yet, when he noticed the contestant's name, Tang Xiaomin, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, she was merely an inexperienced young girl with overly transparent intentions. Noticing the young master's reaction, Yi Butler inquired, "Young master, are you satisfied with this design?" "Quite so. Contact the designer for modifications, it can be utilized," Yi Fengxing replied. With the president's directive issued, his subordinates wasted no time in executing the order. As Tang Xiaomin prepared to rest, she received a phone call. "Miss Tang, we have reviewed your drawings and would like you to remove the section pertaining to the old city. Would you be able to make this modification?" "What modifications?" "Alter their faces instead. Either you fully adopt my design, or we shall not engage further. I refuse to make any changes. Modifying the drawings would jeopardize the relocation plans for her adoptive parents' home. They were particularly stubborn, refusing any financial incentive, insisting instead on living there in peace, which left Tang Xiaomin quite exasperated. "Miss Tang, the old city is not included in our project plan. Simply remove that portion." "I will not delete it." "Miss Tang, President Yi, she insists on not making changes. Negotiations are at an impasse." This stubbornness piqued Yi Fengxing's curiosity. "Let it be for now." That understood in the Tang household, Tang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "Father, is it true that my sister has truly lost her mind?" Tang Zhongqing nodded slightly. The doctor mentioned that she could have an episode at any moment and advised not to provoke her under any circumstances. "Oh, I understand," Zhang Meiyu muttered nearby. "She is insane. Isn't this a disgrace to the family? We should hasten to the hospital. Her presence turns our home into a chaotic mess. I feel utterly uncomfortable in her company." Who could argue with that? Zhang Meiyu continued. "But how can we make everyone aware of her madness?" Chapter 10. A raucous banquet, 1 against 3, a complete victory. Tang Zhongqing declared, "Leave this matter to me." 3 days later, he suddenly announced his intention to take Tang Xiaomin and Tang Yi to a banquet. Tang Yi, having meticulously adorned herself, looked exquisite, akin to a porcelain doll. As for Tang Xiaomin, her choice of flat shoes paired with a long-sleeved gown was difficult to describe. The members of the Tang family were well aware that Tang Xiaomin's attire would draw ridicule at the banquet, yet each of them secretly hoped her reputation would be tarnished, and none offered her a word of caution before she attended. "Yes, father, I understand," Tang Yi replied obediently, observing the affectionate dynamic between her father and sister, which made Tang Xiaomin feel utterly repulsed, leaving her silent. Once they alighted from the vehicle, Tang Zhongqing led them into the banquet and promptly vanished from sight. Tang Yi engaged in lively conversation with the other heiresses. "Indeed, this is my sister," Tang Yi remarked with a smile. "Sister, allow me to introduce you to my friends. This is Qian Lili, and this is Shuya." The host of today's banquet. Shuya scrutinized Tang Xiaomin with disdain, noting her defiant gaze and her incongruous attire. Given Tang Xiaomin's unpopularity within the Tang family, Shuya felt compelled to mock her. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. It's evident she has never attended a banquet. How embarrassing for Yi. Anyone else would have distanced themselves to avoid sharing in her shame. Look at that expression. She certainly seems defiant, Shuya chuckled. Tang Yi, amused, replied, "Sister, this is her first banquet. I should have been more considerate, so please refrain from criticizing her." While her words appeared to defend Tang Xiaomin, they effectively buried her further in humiliation. "Everyone can see how out of place she is. Must we remain silent?" Qian Lili asserted. "Lili, please do not speak ill of my sister," Tang Yi pleaded. "Why not? This is my family's banquet. Her attire is inappropriate. I would be remiss if I didn't expel her," Qian Lili retorted. "Lili," Shuya approached Tang Xiaomin, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Tang Xiaomin, I presume you've borrowed that gown from me. Dressing like this is utterly ridiculous. Allow me to help you remove it." As she reached for Tang Xiaomin's dress, the latter swiftly seized her hand and shoved her toward a nearby table laden with drinks. The sound of shattering glass echoed as a wine glass tumbled to the floor, scattering shards everywhere. Shuya fell into the midst of the broken glass, drenched in wine and looking thoroughly disheveled. "Alas!" Tang Yi exclaimed loudly, "Sister, you certainly have a knack for pushing people." With that cry, all eyes turned to Tang Xiaomin, revealing her as the one who had pushed Shuya. A myriad of glances descended upon the scene, ranging from reproachful to disdainful, and even those of onlookers relishing the unfolding drama. Tang Yi hastily approached to assist Shuya in rising from the ground. Upon seeing her own disheveled state, Shuya, overwhelmed by a sense of indignity, began to weep uncontrollably. Qian Lili, witnessing this, shot a fierce glare at Tang Xiaomin, demanding an apology. "Tang Xiaomin, you have reduced Shuya to this state. You must apologize." "Apologize? Perhaps you are still in a state of slumber," retorted Tang Xiaomin. "I in her previous life, Tang Yi had relished utilizing Qian Lili and Shuya to torment and belittle her, wielding them as instruments of humiliation. Shuya and Qian Lili had often bullied her, seizing every opportunity to belittle her, and even creating scenarios to ensure she remained beneath their heel, unable to hold her head high. Tang Xiaomin had anticipated a scene of chaos upon her arrival, with numerous eyes upon her at the banquet. Tang Xiaomin cleared her throat and declared, "It was she who intended to undress me. Do you expect me to stand idly by while she does so?" "Tang Xiaomin, you speak nonsense. Whether I speak the truth or not is clear to all present," she countered. At that moment, Tang Yi interjected. "Sister, Shuya was merely joking with you. She is known for her playful nature. A jest, you say?" "Huh. Then I too was merely engaging in jest," Tang Xiaomin retorted, inciting whispers among the onlookers. How could Tang Xiaomin behave in such a manner? "She has taken things too far," they murmured. "The Qian family is not to be trifled with. Causing such a commotion at a banquet will surely bring her trouble." Unable to contain her fury, Qian Lili seized a glass of wine and advanced, intent on avenging Shuya. A sly smile curled at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips as she shook the bottle vigorously. "Allow me to demonstrate the meaning of an eye for an eye," she proclaimed. Qian Lili, recognizing the precariousness of the situation, paled. "What do you intend to do?" "Do not act recklessly." However, Tang Xiaomin paid no heed, striding purposefully towards her as Qian Lili sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. It was too late. Tang Xiaomin had already seized her arm, her grip like iron, seemingly intent on crushing her bones. In an instant, Tang Xiaomin uncorked the champagne with her teeth, pouring its effervescent contents directly over Qian Lili's head. The fuchsia liquid cascaded down, soaking her completely. Qian Lili emitted a blood-curdling scream that reverberated painfully in the ears of those nearby. The spectators, having witnessed the spectacle, gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. In that moment, Tang Xiaomin had effortlessly reduced two affluent young ladies to such a state of disarray. Her actions could not be deemed excessive. They were bold and fierce. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the drenched Qian Lili and Shuya, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "How does it feel to be doused in public?" "Quite invigorating, I dare say." Qian Lili, now consumed by rage, spat curses. "Tang Xiaomin, you have reduced me to this state. I will not let this go." In a frenzy, she lunged at Tang Xiaomin, intent on retaliating. Tang Xiaomin, witnessing her utter lack of self-awareness, delivered a resounding slap across Qian Lili's face. The impact sent Qian Lili tumbling to the ground, her cheek ablaze with pain. Clutching her face in agony, she succumbed to tears. "Lili, what has happened?" A middle-aged man in a suit rushed to Qian Lili's side, concern etched across his features as he helped his daughter to her feet. This man was none other than Qian Xingde, the head of the Qian family and the host of the banquet. Qian Lili threw herself into Qian Xingde's embrace, lamenting Tang Xiaomin's offenses. "Woo-woo, daddy. Not only did Tang Xiaomin douse me with wine, but she also struck me. You must teach her a severe lesson." Woo-woo. Chapter 11. Kneel down and apologize. Upon hearing this, Qian Xingde rose, his eyes aflame with fury. "Whose daughter are you to create such a ruckus at my family's banquet?" Tang Yi, supporting Shuya, stood behind Qian Xingde in silence, secretly wishing for Qian Xingde to unleash his wrath upon Tang Xiaomin, thus relieving her own pent-up frustrations. Faced with the imposing figure of a man, Tang Xiaomin's delicate stature appeared almost fragile. However, this did not diminish the unyielding poise she exuded in the face of adversity. With her chin held high, she radiated an air of imperiousness and defiance. Tang Xiaomin glanced at Tang Yi, who had just addressed her as sister but was now feigning unfamiliarity, since she remained silent. Tang Xiaomin felt compelled to lend her a hand and assist the Tang family. "I do not change my name or alter my surname. I am Tang Xiaomin of the Tang family." He had long heard of Tang Xiaomin's unpopularity within her own household, and even though she bore the Tang surname, Qian Xingde regarded her with disdain. "Young and ignorant of your own limitations, you dare to disrupt my family's banquet and strike my daughter. You shall not leave here without providing an explanation." "Explanation, my foot. If you feel wronged and humiliated, then come and strike me." Whining and complaining. "You'll be healed in no time," Tang Xiaomin retorted. "What sort of explanation do you desire?" "You will kneel and apologize to my daughter and then slap yourself a few times," Qian Xingde commanded. "Such audacity." Tang Xiaomin let out a derisive laugh. "Why don't you inquire why I struck her and doused her with champagne? Every action has its cause and consequence. You demand an apology without even asking for the facts. What are you thinking?" At this moment, whisper circulated among the guests at the banquet. It was true that Qian Lili had initiated the wine throwing, and she had been the first to resort to violence. Indeed, she didn't even manage to douse her properly. Nor could she win a fight. Qian Xingde's demand for an apology without any inquiry is a clear case of injustice. Exactly, Tang Xiaomin hadn't done anything at first. Why should she endure such bullying? If one cannot match another's skill, they should refrain from provoking them. Exactly, just because Qian Xingde dotes on her, she assumes the world revolves around her father. She deserves that slap. As Qian Xingde listened to these murmurs, his expression grew increasingly strained. Coldly, he stated, even if my daughter is at fault, your actions in striking her are far worse. If you do not apologize today, you shall not leave. It was evident that he had lost sight of reason, unable to discern right from wrong. So, are you implying that your daughter bears no blame whatsoever? Even if my daughter is at fault, your transgressions are far greater. You must apologize today. Not even Tang Xiaomin could save you. The situation has escalated to such a degree, and Tang Xiaomin has yet to make an appearance, which suggests he has no intention of aiding Tang Xiaomin. He has always held her in disdain, never mentioning her in front of outsiders, and today, his unusual decision to bring her to the banquet indicates ulterior motives from the very start. Tang Xiaomin is not naive enough to rely on Tang Xiaomin for salvation. Therefore, I shall speak plainly. Even if Tang Xiaomin were here today, I would not apologize, seeing that the opponent was indeed a formidable adversary. Qian Xingde was infuriated. Do you not think that because you are young and a woman, I would hesitate to confront you? If Tang Xiaomin has failed to teach you properly, I shall take it upon myself to do so. The guests at the banquet could not help but urge Tang Xiaomin, young lady, you have already struck him, just apologize. Indeed, this is his territory. A wise person does not suffer loss in front of others. Everyone assumed that Tang Xiaomin would soon find herself in a precarious position, casting sympathetic glances in her direction. Alas, this stubbornness can often lead to trouble. Upon hearing Tang Xiaomin's defiance, Qian Xingde stormed towards her, raising his hand to strike. The onlookers gasped in shock, some closing their eyes. Unwilling to witness the impending violence, however, the anticipated sharp crack of a slap never resonated. The girl's slender wrist had firmly grasped Qian Xingde's descending hand. A cold smile curled at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips, and in the next moment she retaliated with a swift slap that sent Qian Xingde sprawling several meters away. Qian Xingde slowly pushed himself off the ground, spitting out a bloodied tooth, the vivid imprint of a handprint stark against his face. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the girl who had knocked out his tooth. The room fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixed on the astonishingly powerful young woman. Mouths agape, scarcely daring to breathe. Incredible! This was truly remarkable. Previously, one could argue that it was a mere squabble between women, where the more pitiful one held the moral high ground, but now Qian Xingde, a burly man, had been so thoroughly bested, there was no blame to be placed anywhere. Father! Qian Lili cried out, rushing to her father's side to assess his injuries. The crowd, jolted by her voice, turned their attention to Tang Xiaomin. At that moment, she was casually inspecting her hand, having used less than 20% of her strength to dislodge a man's tooth. Not too shabby. Indeed. As the situation escalated, Tang Yi finally emerged to offer her commentary. Sister, you are quite the fighter. You've caused trouble and father will be furious. It would please me greatly if Tang Xiaomin were enraged. What are you doing, Xiaomin? Tang Xiaomin's voice resonated from the back of the crowd. The situation had reached a boiling point, prompting his appearance. Tang Xiaomin surveyed the handprint on Qian Xingde's face, the disheveled state of Qian Lili, and the equally disarrayed Shuya, utterly astonished. According to his plan with Tang Yi, Tang Xiaomin was meant to cause a stir at the banquet. However, he had not anticipated that she would inflict such damage. Her sheer violence instilled a sense of trepidation in Tang Xiaomin regarding Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, what are you doing? What are you doing? As long as you are not blind, it is evident, yet you feign ignorance. What nonsense! Tang Xiaomin scoffed. Can't you see for yourself? Ting hurriedly reported. Daddy, Lili had a minor conflict with my sister and she started hitting her. Uncle Qian told my sister to apologize to Lili, but she even hit Uncle Qian. I couldn't persuade her. Boo. Tang Yi's eyes widened as she spoke blatant lies, utterly disgusting. Just moments ago, she said nothing, merely watching as Qian Lili bullied Tang Xiaomin, calling her sister with such feigned innocence. She stood by as Qian Xingde approached to strike Tang Xiaomin, showing no sign of concern, and now she shamelessly claimed she couldn't persuade her. Chapter 12. Cracking the bodyguard's bones. Those familiar and unfamiliar with Tang Yi could hardly tolerate her brazen lies at this moment. Qian Xingde stood up and addressed Tang Zhongchang. Mr. Tang, your daughter assaulted mine today and has now knocked out my tooth. As her father, you must provide an explanation. With so many witnesses present, a firm attitude is required. Tang Zhongchang turned to Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, you have injured someone. Hurry over and apologize. Apologize? What a delusion! With such prowess, does she still need to apologize? Arrogance dripped from her words. An extraordinary boldness for a girl not yet 20. While audacity is one thing, her strength is genuinely formidable, giving her the right to utter such declarations. Tang Zhongchang felt a profound headache. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he hastily apologized to Qian Xingde. Mr. Qian, I apologize. The losses today are on me. and I will provide additional compensation. It is my failure in raising my daughter. Let us consider this matter settled? How can one resolve being beaten by a little girl? Qian Xingde replied coldly. No sooner had Qian Xingde finished speaking than 4 or 5 burly bodyguards in suits surrounded Tang Xiaomin. The onlookers witnessing this scene chose to withdraw and watch the unfolding drama from a distance. Qian Xingde's command. Take Tang Xiaomin down and make her kneel on the ground to apologize. Tang Zhongcheng also felt that Tang Xiaomin had been acting excessively of late, and perhaps it would do her good to be put in her place. Thus, he merely feigned concern, saying, Mr. Qian, children are thoughtless. A little discipline will suffice. Listen to this so-called father. Look at Tang Zhongcheng, watching her being surrounded by bodyguards, utterly indifferent. It is quite laughable when you think about it. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the approaching bodyguards with a fierce glint in her eyes, sensing their ill intentions since no one stood by her side, no one to protect her in this life. She must rely on herself. Grasping the long-sleeved gown she wore, she tugged gently, the fabric tearing to reveal the jeans, white t-shirt and flat shoes beneath. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers realized that Tang Xiaomin had evidently come prepared. The bodyguards grew cautious. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tang Xiaomin leaped up, delivering a flying kick that sent one bodyguard sprawling, and with a swift motion, she slapped another to the ground. Another bodyguard lunged at her from behind. Without even glancing back, she retaliated with a kick that sent him flying. One more, attempting to be clever, brandished a stun baton and charged at her. Tang Xiaomin deftly sidestepped, seizing the hand of the bodyguard in a swift motion, applying force. The sound of crunching bones echoed, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. The bodyguard let out a pained wail. In response to such a cacophony of anguish, Tang Xiaomin appeared unfazed, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips as she cast a disdainful glance at Qian Xingde and his companions. In the next moment, the bodyguard was hurled away by Tang Xiaomin, landing at the feet of Qian Xingde and his entourage. In the blink of an eye, she had dispatched several bodyguards, leaving them sprawled in agony, unable to rise again. Once she had completed this, Tang Xiaomin brushed the dust off her hands and remarked coolly, if there are more thugs, summon them quickly. Otherwise, I may take my leave. Upon witnessing Tang Xiaomin effortlessly subdue the bodyguards, Tang Zhongcheng realized that this situation could not be allowed to escalate further, or it would truly spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Qian Xingde stood in stunned silence, prompting Tang Zhongcheng to urge him gently. Mr. Qian, Xiaomin has undergone training. She is merely a child lacking understanding. As her father, I apologize for her behavior. Let us consider this matter concluded for to date. I will ensure she receives proper guidance at home and will personally bring her to visit you to apologize on another occasion. At this moment, Tang Xiaomin strode confidently out of the banquet hall. Observing this, Tang Zhongcheng called out to Tang Yi. Hey, wait for me, Dad. In the car, Tang Yi dared not approach Tang Xiaomin, squeezing herself against the window. Tang Zhongcheng's expression darkened. Tang Xiaomin, however, gazed out the window, intermittently smirking, seemingly amused by whatever lay beyond. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Zhongcheng stopped Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, I need to speak with you. Tang Xiaomin settled onto the sofa, and the atmosphere in the living room became tense. Tang Zhongcheng began. Xiaomin, why did you resort to violence and leave someone in such a state? This incident will spread throughout high society by tomorrow. Do you comprehend how people will perceive us? Tang Xiaomin replied coldly, if you had taken me earlier, I wouldn't have clashed with anyone, and none of this would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? In that moment, Tang Zhongcheng felt as though Tang Xiaomin had seen through him, yet he quickly dismissed that notion. She was merely a girl not yet 20, how could she possibly grasp his thoughts? Regardless, you did indeed inflict harm today. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Qian household, and you must apologize sincerely, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Apologize? After how many times I've said it, she refuses to apologize. Why would she even entertain the thought? Tang Xiaomin retorted coldly, let me be clear. I will not apologize, nor will I accompany you to the Qian household. You? Tang Zhongcheng felt a surge of anger. Our family has business dealings with the Qian family. If you do not apologize, they may sever ties with us. What will become of our business? An apology is trivial, but the loss to the company is significant. Tang Zhongcheng as a businessman was adept at weighing pros and cons. A perspective that was not without merit. However, Tang Xiaomin remained indifferent to his business concerns. The collapse of the Tang enterprise would be preferable in her eyes. Mr. Tang, you are mistaken. I am now the fiancé of Yi Fengxing. If you insist on sending me to apologize to the Qian family, how will the Yi family perceive you? Tang Zhongcheng's complexion turned pale. Xiaomin, as previously agreed, everything belonging to Yi is now yours. You must go to the Tang family to annul the engagement. Now, Yi's room and car have all been transferred to you, so it is time for you to fulfill your promise to withdraw from the engagement. Is it not? Does she think she is a fool? She has gone to call off the engagement. What leverage does she have left to torment this family? Chapter 13. Tang Xiaomin went mad. Annulment, Mr. Tang, I have barely enjoyed a few days of peace, and you can hardly wait for me to act? Tang Zhongqing shot Tang Xiaomin a fierce glare. With a smile, Tang Xiaomin replied, How could that be? I do not apologize to anyone, hence I do not feel wronged. The air was thick with tension among the Tang family's children. Only Tang Xiaomin dared to stand up to Tang Zhongqing in such a manner. Good, very good, Tang Zhongqing repeated twice. Remember what you said. Even if you feel wronged in the future, do not utter a word. Endure it silently. Wronged? Has Tang Xiaomin not endured enough grievances in the Tang family? In her previous life, she suffered for several years, to the point of risking her very life. Did anyone ever show her a shred of compassion? Did anyone ever spare her? The incident of Tang Xiaomin causing a scene at the banquet quickly spread throughout high society. Qian Lily, increasingly agitated, called Tang. It has been 2 days. When will your father bring Tang Xiaomin to my house to apologize? Tang Yi replied pitifully, Lily, my father has been trying to persuade my sister. But she refuses to go. My father is powerless against her. I'm sorry, Lily. I apologize on behalf of my sister. If Tang Xiaomin does not apologize, this matter is far from over. Slap. Qian Lily angrily hung up the phone. She was merely venting her frustration for Tang Yi, but it had incited the wrath of that crazy Tang Xiaomin, leading to such disgrace at the banquet. Qian Xingda's face was ashen as he said, Why did you provoke that madwoman? Now she refuses to apologize and we have lost all face. How am I supposed to hold my head high in the industry after this? Qian Lily's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Dad, I just couldn't stand Tang Xiaomin taking ease things that I merely spoke a few words to her. Who knew she was so formidable? Qian Xingda, infuriated by her words, found himself at a loss for words. What business is it of yours to defend Tang Yi? When you were bullied by Tang Xiaomin, where was Tang Yi to stand up for you? Are you out of your mind? Qian Xingda's words struck home, awakening Tang Yi to the harsh reality, but it was already too late. Dad, if the Tang family does not apologize, we cannot let this matter rest. Indeed, it cannot be so easily dismissed. For those in business, reputation is as vital as money. Humph. If Tang Zhongqing does not come to apologize, I will make him regret it. Qian Xingda immediately ceased all business dealings with the Tang family. When Tang Zhongqing received such news, he was both furious and vexed. Yet, Tang Xiaomin stubbornly refused to apologize, leaving Tang Zhongqing's anger unresolved. With nothing to lose, Tang Zhongqing openly declared that Tang Xiaomin was mentally unstable. Claiming she had gone embodied in the tight-knit circle of high society, news spread like wildfire, and the Yi family naturally caught wind of the quaint and antiquated Yi family residence. An elderly gentleman with a streaked beard sat comfortably in an imposing armchair. However, the individual capable of producing a design blueprint that would satisfy him had suddenly gone mad. A notion that Yi Fengxing found utterly unbelievable. Grandfather, allow me to first ascertain the situation, he said. At that moment, a servant entered to announce, Old Master, Tang Zhongqing has arrived with his daughter and wife. Wishing to see you. As soon as this was conveyed, they appeared, leaving no reason to refuse them entry. Let them in, he instructed. Before long, Tang Zhongqing entered the Yi family's parlor, accompanied by Tang Yi and Zhang Meiyu. After exchanging pleasantries, they all took their seats. Once seated, Tang Zhongqing wore a troubled expression. Hesitating to speak, the elder Yi inquired, What brings you here today? With a heavy sigh, Tang Zhongqing revealed his distress. 6 months ago, we unexpectedly discovered our daughter's whereabouts and brought Xiaomin back home. Initially, we noticed she was struggling with her mental state, which led us to keep her out of public view, allowing her to rest and recuperate at home. Recently, her condition had indeed improved significantly. Yet, just a few days after discontinuing her medication, her mental state deteriorated, and the doctor has declared her insane. As he spoke, he produced the psychiatric evaluation report from the doctor, presenting it to the elder Yi and the others. This is the test I had conducted on her the day I took her to the hospital. After much contemplation, I felt it was imperative to no longer conceal the truth. Butler Yi presented the report to the elder Yi, who then handed it over to Yi Fengxing. At this juncture, Zhang Meiyu interjected. In the past, the elder Yi favored my family and arranged a betrothal for Xiaomin. However, given her mental instability, she is no longer fit to become a granddaughter-in-law of the Yi family. To marry such a person into the Yi family would only bring disgrace. After a lengthy discourse, it became clear that they had come to annul the engagement with Tang Xiaomin. With her mental issues, she could not possibly assume the role of a granddaughter-in-law in the Yi family, especially as she would be required to collaborate with Yi Fengxing in managing the Yi Corporation. Even in a commonplace family, no one would desire to welcome such a bride. The elder Yi pondered for a moment before asking, So, are you suggesting that the engagement be annulled? Zhang Meiyu unabashedly replied, Old Master Yi, it is unfortunate that my Xiaomin has proven to be a disappointment. However, we have another daughter. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the poised Tang Yi. He has always been well-behaved and charming, excelling in various aspects. Hence, I propose that we arrange for her to marry into your family instead. Ah, what audacity! Yet, it would require the Yi family to find Tang Yi appealing. The original betrothal had been arranged due to a master's foresight, indicating that Zhang Meiyu's heavy yin energy needed to be balanced by Yi Fengxing's abundant yang energy. But what of Tang Xiaomin's pronounced yin energy? And what of Tang Yi? She was merely ordinary, easily found in any circle. A woman with such inherently insufficient qualities would need to be meticulously selected to marry into the Tang family, and Tang Yi was still far from this standard. The elder Yi, weary with age, found such matters tiresome and thus passed the responsibility to Yi Fengxing. Fengxing, what do you have to say about this? Yi Fengxing thoroughly discerned Tang Zhongqing's intentions. Naturally, he did not believe, based solely on their words, that Tang Xiaomin had lost her sanity. Grandfather, I happen to have some work-related matters to discuss with Tang Xiaomin. Why not summon her for a face-to-face conversation now? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhongqing and Zhang Meiyu were all thrown into a state of panic. Tang Zhongqing hurriedly interjected, Young Master Yi, Xiaomin is not in her right mind and may act out of line. Just a few days ago, I took her to a banquet, and she ended up striking Qian Xingda and his daughter, causing quite a stir. He continued, Xiaomin is currently at home taking medication, so it would be best not to call her. Zhang Meiyu added, indeed, if she were to come and cause a scene at the Yi residence, it would be quite embarrassing. Let us spare the old master and young master Yi from such disgrace. Yi Fengxing cast an inquiring glance at the housekeeper, who replied, Young master, a few days ago, Tang Xiaomin caused quite the uproar at the Qian family's banquet, even injuring several bodyguards. Those present at the event witnessed it and remarked that she exhibited the demeanor of a mad heroine, though it was merely the madness of a lunatic. The fact that she could overpower bodyguards only piqued Yi Fengxing's interest further. Disregarding the others, Yi Fengxing took out his personal mobile phone and dialed Tang Xiaomin. Hello. A languid female voice resonated from the other end, as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. This was indeed the case. Tang Xiaomin had been indulging in a leisurely nap. Abruptly disturbed by the phone call, I am Yi Fengxing. I have reviewed your design sketches and find them quite impressive. Would it be convenient for you to come to my residence to discuss them? Instantly, Tang Xiaomin's drowsiness vanished. While she was indifferent to many matters, the designs were crucial for the potential redevelopment of her adoptive parents' old neighborhood. Sure, give me 10 minutes. With a decisive click, the call ended. It was evident that she was an impulsive young woman. At that moment, the expressions of the three members of the Tang family turned exceedingly grim, even bordering on panic. However, it was clear that Tang Xiaomin could be provoked into anger with little effort, a point that could be strategically utilized once she arrived. The sound of a roaring sports car approached, culminating in a sharp screech of brakes. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xiaomin appeared in the Yi family's living room. Her steps light and brisk. Yi Fengxing could not help but glance at the wall clock. Indeed, in just 10 minutes, Tang Xiaomin had made her way from the Tang residence to the Yi residence, a journey that typically required 20 to 30 minutes at a normal pace. Tang Xiaomin surveyed the living room and the members of the Tang family, fully aware of their intentions for being at the Yi household. Though she had remained indoors for the past few days, she was well aware of the rumor circulating about her supposed madness. In her previous life, Tang Zhongqing had used this as an excuse to come and assist her in calling off her engagement. However, for reasons unknown to Yi Fengxing, he adamantly refused to do so, a fact that she only discovered later. Upon seeing the elderly Mr. Yi, Tang Xiaomin respectfully greeted him. Hello, Grandfather White at Yi observed Tang Xiaomin and noted that her demeanor and conduct appeared entirely normal. How could she possibly be mad? Just now, Fengxing mentioned that you have matters to discuss. Please feel free to sit and converse without concern for me. Tang Xiaomin took a seat beside Yi Fengxing. After a brief silence, Yi Fengxing remained reticent, prompting her to initiate the conversation. Have you given any thought to the design plans? She inquired. Yi Fengxing replied nonchalantly, the old city area is not included in our plans. There are numerous residents there, and if we factor it in, the project costs will exceed the budget. Tang Xiaomin pressed, is it truly impossible to consider the old city area? It might prove somewhat challenging. He responded. So, is it feasible or not? You offer no definitive answer. Tang Zhongqing had also been keeping an eye on the Yi family's commercial street project and was well aware that the old city area had not been included. That project had even hosted a competition. Could it be that Tang Xiaomin intended to participate as well? Most likely. Tang Xiaomin's foster parents resided in the old city, and her desire to incorporate it was undoubtedly driven by personal motives. Upon realizing this, Tang Zhongqing swiftly exposed Tang Xiaomin's scheme. Tang Xiaomin, Surely you are not insisting on this solely to facilitate the demolition of your foster parents' home. Zhang Meiyu added, in matters of business, how can you allow personal factors to interfere? You are clearly making things difficult for young Master Yi. You are utterly inconsiderate. Apologize to young Master Yi at once. Here we go again. Could they not simply keep their mouths shut? Tang Xiaomin retorted coldly, my professional dealings with young Master Yi have nothing to do with you. The Tang family had initially believed that Tang Xiaomin might exhibit some restraint in the Yi household. To their surprise, she remained unchanged. Now, it seemed that she could effortlessly showcase her lack of upbringing to the Yi family. In this verbal dispute, Tang Zhongqing wisely ceded the floor to Zhang Meiyu, who immediately condemned Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, it may be one thing to defy your parents at home, but before old Master Yi you still lack decorum. Just look at yourself. Your parents merely taught you not to allow personal grievances to complicate work matters. Yet you insist on making things difficult for young Master Yi. We are only looking out for your best interests, and yet you are so incapable of discernment that I shudder to think how your foster parents raised you. Zhang Meiyu's words clearly insinuated that Tang Xiaomin's insistence on including the old city area in the design was a lesson from her foster parents. This was intolerable. Since they dared to gossip in the Yi household, Tang Xiaomin would not grant them any leniency. Ms. Zhang, you gave birth but did not raise me. What right do you have to speak of my foster parents? Even animals strive to nurture their young. What of you? You cast me aside at birth. Had it not been for the kindness of my foster parents, I might have perished long ago. The mere mention of Ms. Zhang subtly confirmed the strained relationship between Tang Xiaomin and the Tang family. As she approached the age for marriage discussions, old Master Yi finally learned of the circumstances surrounding Tang Zhongqing and his wife. Upon witnessing Tang Xiaomin resurrecting old grievances, Zhang Meiyu retorted, Tang Xiaomin, what nonsense are you spouting? You were stolen away at birth. Do not slander me with your baseless accusations. Whether or not it was slander could be proven, and it was not particularly difficult. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Xiaomin's eyes as she coldly replied. All right, you claim that you did not abandon me when I was merely an infant swaddled in blankets, utterly oblivious to my surroundings. Since you assert that you have not cast me aside, do you dare to make a solemn vow before old Master Yi? Declare that if you, Zhang Meiyu, were to abandon Tang Xiaomin after her birth, you would be afflicted with cancer and your life would be forfeit. Do you have the courage to do so? Chapter 15. Returning the filth. Cancer signifies death. Zhang Meiyu, being a believer in such notions, naturally hesitated to utter such a self-cursing oath. Faced with the inability to counter Tang Xiaomin's arguments, Zhang Meiyu shifted her stance. Tang Xiaomin, your behavior at home has been disrespectful, and your defiance towards our parents is one matter. But now, in the presence of old Master Yi and young Master Yi, you continue to act without restraint. What do you intend to achieve? Are you here to wreak havoc in the Yi household? And if I am, I have come to the Yi family to create a scene. What of you? What brings you here? They labeled her as insane, slandering her, all while they eagerly approached the Yi family to dissolve their engagement. Such behavior could only be deemed disgraceful. Just as tensions threatened to escalate, the previously silent Tang Yi spoke up. Mom, my sister is not in her right mind. Please don't argue with her anymore. With a casual remark of her sister's mental instability, Tang Yi implied that Tang Xiaomin's defiance was akin to insanity. Zhang Meiyu seized upon Tang Yi's words, lamenting, Indeed, her mental state is questionable. I am driven to the brink of madness by her antics daily. It was truly embarrassing for old Master Yi and young Master Yi to witness such a spectacle. In this exchange, Tang Xiaomin found herself ensnared by their words. Nothing stings more than being scorned and maligned by one's own parents. Even though Tang Xiaomin's heart felt numb, a subtle ache persisted within her. She nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yi butler, I find myself rather parched. May I trouble you for a glass of water? The Yi butler replied respectfully, of course, my apologies for the oversight. Please wait a moment, Miss Tang. Soon a servant presented Tang Xiaomin with a cup of tea, heated to a perfect 7-10. As she lifted the cup, she abruptly rose and approached Tang Yi, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, swallowing hard. Sister, what is the matter? With a chilling smile, Tang Xiaomin brought the tea to her lips for a moment, confirming its warmth. In the next instant, she splashed the tea directly onto Tang Yi's face. Tang Yi screamed in shock from the scalding liquid. Zhang Meiyu rushed forward, forcefully shoving Tang Xiaomin aside, her concern for Tang Yi palpable. Are you alright? Did you get burned? Tang Zhongqing stood up, angrily reprimanding Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, what are you doing? What wrong has Yi committed to deserve such treatment from you? While your antics may be tolerated at home, how can you behave so erratically in front of old Master Yi and young Master Yi? A look of helplessness and shame clouded Tang Zhongqing's face. Tears streamed down Tang Yi's cheeks, her distress evident. Struggling to contain her emotions, she weakly implored, "Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Please don't blame my sister, let's not argue with her anymore. I truly don't mind," sobbed in this family. The roles were clearly delineated. Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing conspired to slander her as mad, while Tang Yi played the role of the understanding and accommodating one. What a delightful family drama it is. Astonishingly, they all proclaimed her insane. Thus she decided to indulge in madness for their amusement. "Yi Butler, could you bring me a few more cups of hot tea?" Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Butler found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether Tang Xiaomin had truly lost her mind, when he suddenly caught a glance from young Master Yi. Consequently, Yi Butler instructed the servants to bring 2 cups of tea to Tang Xiaomin. Seeing this, Zhang Meiyu looked at Tang Xiaomin in disbelief. "Tang Xiaomin, what are you attempting to do?" Tang Xiaomin's expression remained cold, her eyes seemingly devoid of focus and emotion. "I am a madwoman. What do you think I would do?" In the next moment, a cup of tea was splashed directly onto Zhang Meiyu's face. Tang Zhongqing, witnessing this, angrily reprimanded Tang Xiaomin. "Tang Xiaomin, cease your nonsense." Before he could finish his sentence, a cup of tea was hurled at Tang Zhongqing's face. The world fell silent. Tang Xiaomin coldly stated, "Alone, I cannot outtalk all of you. This is what it means to assert dominance. If I do not strike hard, do you truly believe others can be easily bullied?" Zhang Meiyu let out a wail, bursting into tears. "Old Master Yi, Tang Xiaomin has gone mad. She behaves this way towards her parents at home. She has truly lost her mind." Tang Zhongqing added, "Old Master Yi, young Master Yi, it is our failure in raising our daughter that has led to this spectacle." Tang Yi, meanwhile, bowed her head and wept silently. Old Master Yi had not seen a girl like Tang Xiaomin, so utterly unrecognizing of kinship. With a formidable spirit, in many years that he was not so blind as to overlook the evident favoritism shown by Tang Zhongqing and his wife towards their adopted daughter, neglecting their biological daughter. It seemed that a girl not yet 20, driven by emotion, could act in such a manner only when pushed to her limits. Old Master Yi, observing Tang Xiaomin's demeanor, felt disappointment wash over him. The trio, soaked by Tang Xiaomin's outburst, found it untenable to remain any longer. Tang Zhongqing remarked, "We have embarrassed Old Master Yi and young Master Yi. Let us take our leave." After taking a few steps, he noticed Tang Xiaomin had not followed and impatiently called out to her, "Tang Xiaomin, what are you dawdling for?" At that moment, the previously silent Yi Fengxing suddenly spoke. "Our discussion has yet to conclude. Let us continue." Tang Xiaomin had gone mad, yet the conversation persisted. Did Yi Fengxing truly not believe Tang Xiaomin had lost her sanity? Tang Xiaomin nodded, choosing to stay. Very well, after all, she had not come to quarrel with the Tang family. She was there to discuss matters concerning the old city. Zhang Meiyu chimed in. "Indeed, it seems she forgot to take her medication today. Alas, it is our fault for not keeping her contained, allowing her to create such a disturbance at the Yi residence. We sincerely apologize." "Tang Xiaomin, come along with us." These individuals were utterly engrossed in their performance, truly believing others to be fools incapable of discerning their schemes. Such words grated on the ears like a persistent itch. Just as Tang Xiaomin prepared to unleash her ire upon them, Yi Fengxing interjected, "Her driving was indeed too reckless. It is unsafe." They were not mistaken in this regard. In chapter 16, she is but a somewhat naive young girl. Now it was the Tang family's turn to be taken aback with matters having progressed to this point. Continuing to insist that Tang Xiaomin accompany them would appear overly contrived. Reluctantly, Tang Zhongqing and the others had no choice but to depart from the Yi residence. In the car, Tang Yi, feeling uneasy, remarked, "Father, Yi Xiao has left my sister behind. Could it be that he does not believe she has lost her sanity?" Zhang Meiyu replied, "Tang Xiaomin's recent erratic behavior hardly distinguishes her from a lunatic. Perhaps Yi Xiao has chosen to keep her so that he may annul their engagement." Tang Zhongqing added, "Old Master Yi would never permit a madwoman to enter his household, so rest assured." Upon hearing this, Tang Yi could not help but smile with satisfaction. Once Tang Xiaomin is cast off by the Yi family, she is determined to thoroughly torment her, ultimately consigning her to an asylum for life. For daring to seize what belongs to her, she shall certainly pay the price. At the Yi residence, after the Tang family had departed, Old Master Yi suddenly erupted in laughter. "Haha, such audacity at such a young age. Quite impressive indeed." This remark left Tang Xiaomin feeling a bit embarrassed. The spectacle of a family quarrel escalating to physical confrontation was truly a source of amusement. "I have minor disagreements with my parents, and now Old Master Yi has witnessed it. How embarrassing that I have noticed your parents' preference for raising a daughter. If you do not summon the courage to assert yourself, you will indeed appear spineless. You are doing splendidly. The Yi family requires a daughter-in-law with your resourcefulness to effectively manage the conglomerate alongside Fengxing in the future." Tang Xiaomin felt a bit flabbergasted in the eyes of her family. Her actions were seen as rebellious, yet in the presence of old Master Yi, they had transformed into signs of tenacity and capability. You flatter me, truly, she stammered, feeling somewhat bashful. Old Master Yi continued, I admire your character. With more experience, you will undoubtedly be able to manage the group alongside Fengxing, which will put my mind at ease. You may continue your discussions about work. I shall retire for now. After old Master Yi departed, Tang Xiaomin was invited into another elegantly appointed room. On a low table, exquisite refreshments were laid out, and a single tulip graced a vase, filling the air with a subtle floral fragrance, for reasons unknown. Whenever Tang Xiaomin found herself in the presence of Yi Fengxing, she felt a sense of oppressive heat, even wishing to distance herself slightly from him. Tang Xiaomin took the initiative to speak. What are your thoughts on the design draft? Yi Fengxing, with an unhurried demeanor and graceful poise, sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, let us indulge in some refreshments before we discuss. There is no rush. Tang Xiaomin sensed that Yi Fengxing was deliberately stalling for time, however. Reflecting on her own selfish motives in insisting on including the old town in the design plans, she realized it was indeed unreasonable. Yi Fengxing personally served a piece of dessert onto a plate and placed it before Tang Xiaomin. That, if I am not mistaken, you must be feeling hungry as well. Having been roused from her sleep by a phone call, Tang Xiaomin had hurried over without the chance to eat, and indeed she was quite famished. But wait. Why were the refreshments already prepared? Did he, from the moment he called her, intuit that she was hungry, and therefore prepared these provisions to satiate her hunger? Even during that incident when her adoptive parents were abducted by the Tang family, she had resorted to desperate measures, forcing him into a most embarrassing position. Yet he never faltered. Now, upon reflection, why was Yi Fengxing so insistent? Tang Xiaomin dared not indulge in wild speculation. If she were to misinterpret the situation, it could lead to great embarrassment. How generous of him to allow her to stay at the Yi residence. It was indeed generous, yet Tang Xiaomin politely declined. Although we have a betrothal, I have not formally married you, and it would be inappropriate to reside at the Yi household at this juncture. Let us wait until after the wedding. The primary concern was that residing at the Yi house would distance her from the Tang family, making it difficult to deal with them. Yi Fengxing had never anticipated that one day, he would be rejected by a girl barely 20 years of age. It appeared she still did not fully grasp the significance of the Yi family. Indeed, she was merely a young girl, still somewhat naive and impulsive. How intriguing. A faint smile graced Yi Fengxing's lips, exuding a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Tang Xiaomin remarked regarding the design proposal, should you choose to implement it, I shall not require any payment from you. If it burdens you, there is no need to force it. As she spoke, she began to take her leave. Observing this, Yi Fengxing stated, your design is exceptional. I have decided to replan the project to include the old district as well. Really? Thank you so much. I am truly grateful, Tang Xiaomin expressed, her fondness for Yi Fengxing elevating several notches. Now can you sit down with me for a while? Yi Fengxing suddenly inquired. Such a request was hard to resist. Although Tang Xiaomin found being with Yi Fengxing somewhat stifling, she nonetheless spent the evening with him in the private room, dining together. Surely, he did not expect her to escort him home. That would be quite the hassle. Just as Tang Xiaomin's thoughts settled, a stretched Rolls-Royce emerged from the Yi residence. Yi Fengxing remarked, no worries, I will have my driver take my car. Tang Xiaomin responded, so what? What is the purpose of this trip? Is he truly resorting to such antics, like those love-struck couples who traverse the roads just to spend a few extra moments together? Her suspicions were soon validated. With Tang Xiaomin's driving skills, she could easily push the vehicle to over 200 miles per hour, yet Yi Fengxing drove at a mere 20 miles per hour. Such a sluggish pace that even elderly joggers overtook them. Tang Xiaomin rolled down the window, letting in the breeze to alleviate her sense of discomfort. This car does not suit you. Allow me to gift you a new one, Yi Fengxing suddenly declared. I suggest this for your safety. Please do not refuse me. They had only met a handful of times, and now he was altering the project. What splendid treatment. In a previous life, had he treated her with such kindness, perhaps she would have considered him. Meanwhile, within the Tang family, upon hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle, Zhang Meiyu and Tang Yi could hardly contain their eagerness to witness Tang Xiaomin's humiliation post-breakup. However, when they saw Yi Fengxing exiting the driver's seat, their expressions froze in disbelief. Chapter 17. The attempt fails only to suffer loss. After disembarking, Yi Fengxing turned to Tang Xiaomin and said, will you not invite me in for a moment? Sit. They have already consumed an entire day. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi hastily remarked, Yi Xiao, please do visit my home. Her home? It appears that Tang Yi truly does not regard herself as an outsider. Yi Fengxing is acutely aware of Tang Yi's intentions, but he chose to ignore her, instead engaging in conversation with Tang Xiaomin. Observing her unwilling demeanor, he jested, "I'm merely teasing you, and I shall take my leave now." Do rest early before departing. Yi Fengxing affectionately ruffled Tang Xiaomin's hair, an act that seemed both natural and intimate. Soon after, Yi Fengxing's vehicle disappeared from sight, and Tang Xiaomin turned to enter the villa. "Halt!" Zhang Meiyu shouted furiously from behind. Initially, she assumed that Yi Fengxing would disdain Tang Xiaomin, perhaps even call off the engagement. Yet, merely a few hours had passed, and their relationship appeared remarkably harmonious. "Tang Xiaomin, you have already acquired everything that Yi possesses. You once vowed to personally annul the engagement with the Yi family. Why have you yet to do so?" Annul the engagement. Tang Xiaomin would never divulge that she had no intention of relinquishing the marriage. Even if it meant disregarding the matter entirely, she would ensure that Tang Yi received nothing. With a smile she replied, "As you can see, Yi Xiao does not believe your words. Rather, he treats me exceptionally well." The more she spoke, the broader her smile became. "Thus, the only way for you to achieve this marriage's dissolution rests solely upon my own words." "Tang Xiaomin, you are being deliberately obstinate," Zhang Meiyu exclaimed in exasperation. Tang Xiaomin dismissed them and ascended to her bedroom on the second floor. The Tang family's self-scripted drama failed to achieve its desired outcome of having Tang Xiaomin annul the engagement. However, matters were far from resolved. Qian Xingde, frustrated by the Tang family's prolonged silence and their expectation for a deranged Tang Xiaomin to suffice as an excuse, could not swallow his indignation and severed business ties with the Tang family. Consequently, the Tang family's company faced significant issues. Would Tang Xiaomin truly take the initiative to annul the engagement with the Yi family? The situation increasingly appeared precarious, leaving him uneasy. "Darling, you must think of a solution for Yi." Tang Zhongqing was overwhelmed with the demands of managing the company while also fretting over Tang Yi's engagement, leading to his growing frustration. "Qian Xingde has terminated our orders. Our company is in dire straits. And yet all you seem to care about is the engagement." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiyu was instantly alarmed. "What? How could this happen? Qian Xingde has cut off our business ties. What advantage does this bring him? Our two families have collaborated for so long. How could he simply sever ties?" As Tang Zhongqing contemplated this, regret washed over him. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have allowed Tang Xiaomin to attend the Qian family's banquet. Now that the situation had escalated, it hardly affected Tang Xiaomin at all. We rushed to the Yi family claiming Tang Xiaomin had lost her sanity. Yet the Yi family shows no intention of annulling the engagement. They may very well be speculating about our family's motives, that if they perceive that we have mistreated Tang Xiaomin, we could be in serious trouble. Zhang Meiyu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her face turning pale. "Darling, what shall we do?" Tang Zhongqing sighed, his head aching. "And what about Yi's engagement?" "We shall address that after the company crisis is resolved. When the company faces difficulties, none of us can expect to enjoy better days. Logically speaking, Yi is approaching her 20th year. However, she has proven to be of no assistance to the family business. It is quite perplexing what she engages in while socializing with those affluent young ladies." Tang Zhongqing has inquired and discovered that Tang Xiaomin's designs are remarkably stunning, showcasing her genuine talent, which has caught Yi Fengxing's attention, leading him to invite her for discussions at the Yi family estate. Originally, she intended to persuade her parents to exert more effort in hastening Tang Xiaomin's withdrawal from the engagement with the Yi family. Yet, with the company now facing difficulties, her father is unable to lend her any support. Moreover, he has expressed his disdain for her inability to contribute to the family business. The more Tang Yi reflects on this, the more infuriated she becomes, resolutely deciding to demonstrate her capabilities to her father. Tang Yi called Qian Lily. "Lily, regarding the previous incident, my sister was entirely in the wrong. Could we possibly find a place to discuss this?" On the other end, Qian Lily, having been sternly reprimanded by her father, has realized that she was merely a pawn in Tang Yi's scheme. "Lily, we sincerely apologize. How about this? I will bring my sister along to apologize to you in person. What do you think?" After all, it is an opportunity for Tang Xiaomin to apologize face to face, something Qian Lily is more than willing to entertain. "All right, have Tang Xiaomin come to my house tomorrow. I will be waiting for you both. Rest assured, Lily, I will ensure my sister apologizes to you." With the arrangement settled, the next step is to persuade Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yi proactively approached Tang Zhongqing, saying, "Dad, I have spoken with Lily, and I will bring my sister to the Qian residence to apologize tomorrow. Lily has agreed that as long as my sister sincerely apologizes, she will speak to Uncle Qian about restoring our company's orders. However, the challenge lies in convincing her sister, who may be reluctant to go." Tang Zhongqing, upon realizing that there is hope for a resolution, feels a sense of relief. "You have put in great effort. Since we have secured this opportunity, I will speak to Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yi replied, Father, I am a part of this family and have enjoyed all it has to offer. Contributing to the company is simply my responsibility. Indeed, Tang Zhongqing nodded approvingly, reassured by Tang's maturity. He then knocked on Tang Xiaomin's door. Xiaomin, come out, I need to discuss something with you. Tang Xiaomin emerged into the living room, languidly leaning against the sofa. What is it? Tang Zhongqing began, your previous disruption at the Qian family's banquet, coupled with your refusal to apologize, has led to the termination of several of our orders from the Qian family, which has significantly impacted the company. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin could not suppress a laugh. Mr. Tang, after so many years in business, do you truly believe in such fortunate occurrences? Tang Yi interjected confidently, Sister, I have already spoken to Lily. As long as you apologize, she will persuade her father to reinstate our orders. Her words seemed as naive as a child's game in front of Tang Zhongqing. Tang Xiaomin refrained from outright declining the apology to the Qian family. Instead, she offered her perspective that if I were in Qian Xingda's position, apologizing may indeed lead to a resumption of our collaboration. Especially since we have worked together for so many years, however, I am resolute in seizing this opportunity to redistribute the benefits that I would like to inquire of Mr. Tang. When Qian Xingda proposes a collaborative plan that offers you negligible or even no benefits, would you be amenable to it? Tang Zhongqing had indeed not contemplated this aspect. After considerable reflection, it seems highly probable that Qian Xingda may take this opportunity to demand exorbitant terms. What do you propose we do? The company has lost a significant number of orders, and the production workshop is at a standstill, incurring substantial daily losses. At this juncture, Tang Xiaomin offered a faint smile. Let us not forget that the Tang family has a marriage alliance with the Yi family. As long as you circulate the news, numerous parties will eagerly seek collaboration with you. What is Qian Xingda in comparison? Indeed, as long as the marriage between the Tang and Yi families is publicized, what is there to worry about? Tang Zhongqing weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Tang Yi, however, was taken aback and shot Tang Xiaomin a resentful glare in the living room. Tang Yi spoke with a tone of grievance. Father, are you truly going to announce the marriage between the Tang and Yi families? The Tang family is currently facing difficulties. Apologizing to Qian Xingda is not a viable solution, as Tang Xiaomin suggested. If we reveal the marriage alliance, the Tang family will no longer have to fret about orders. This information must be disseminated. It is merely a matter of announcing the marriage. Who will be wed can be left unsaid for the time being, as it does not affect the matter at hand. The company's affairs take precedence, and we must proceed accordingly. Given the circumstances, Tang Yi dared not oppose her father's decision regardless. She would not disclose whose engagement it was. She intended to make the most of this opportunity. With no one around, Tang Xiaomin forcefully pulled Tang Yi closer, fixing her with a piercing gaze. Tang Yi panicked and struggled, but Tang Xiaomin's grip was as unyielding as iron. Despite her best efforts, she could not break free. What do you intend to do? If you dare to harm me, my parents will not spare you. Tang Xiaomin instinctively placed her hand on Tang Yi's waist, precisely where the kidneys are located. Coldly, she remarked, do you know what it feels like to lose a kidney? The words were chilling, causing Tang Yi's face to turn pale. Feeling Tang Xiaomin's hand upon her, she sensed that in the next moment it could pierce through her abdomen to extract her kidney. A shudder ran through her, and her legs felt weak. Mom! Tang Yi cried out in fear, calling for Zhang Meiyu. Tang Xiaomin smirked, leaning close to whisper in Tang Yi's ear, my biological parents have treated me poorly. Truth be told, I have no desire for them. Yet, you insist on monopolizing them and flaunting your affection towards them, incessantly provoking me. I detest having my possessions taken from me. Even if my parents have abandoned me, I refuse to let you benefit from their neglect. Tang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Tang Xiaomin harbored such sentiments. Just then Zhang Meiyu descended the stairs. Upon seeing Tang Xiaomin gripping Tang Yi, she furrowed her brow and scolded, Tang Xiaomin, what are you doing to Yi? Release her at once if you dare to harm her. I will not let this go. To her words, Tang Yi's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. Her gaze seemed to convey a message. Listen, your mother cherishes me dearly. She will forever recognize me as her daughter. And in her eyes you do not exist. You cannot take my place. Halt! Zhang Meiyu called out to Tang Xiaomin, issuing a stern warning. Tang Xiaomin, your reckless behavior is one thing, but if you dare to lay a hand on Yi, I will not hesitate to report you and have you incarcerated. At that point, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Listen, this is her biological mother. To protect a daughter without any blood ties. She would not think twice about sending her to prison. This is the epitome of cold-heartedness. Tang Xiaomin turned her back to Zhang Meiyu, her tone tinged with bitterness as she inquired, if you despise me so much, Why did you not simply terminate my existence back then? Why not suffocate me at birth? Zhang Meiyu responded, Tang Xiaomin, I am not as malevolent as you presumed. Ha. Tang Xiaomin offered a bitter smile. Perhaps she had not yet descended to the depths of personally ending another's life. She pressed on, if one day you could save only one me or Tang Yi, would you stand idly by and watch me perish? Tang Xiaomin, you have truly become intolerable of late. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Meiyu's evasion clearly indicated the answer. Tang Xiaomin mocked herself inwardly. What exactly was she expecting? Once back in her bedroom, Tang Xiaomin called Yi Fengxing. Hello. What brings you to call at this late hour? I would like to reach Butler Yi. Could you provide me with his number? Certainly, I will have him call you. In a matter of minutes, Butler Yi returned her call. Miss Tang, how may I assist you? Tang Xiaomin articulated her purpose. Butler Yi, I understand you are an honorary director at the Hongyuan Butler Academy. I wish to inquire about a certain Li Shui who previously studied there. Very well, I will compile the information and send it to you tomorrow. Thank you. It is my duty. Tang Xiaomin held grave doubts regarding Aunt Shui's capabilities. A graduate of a professional butler academy should be more adept at managing household affairs than she had demonstrated over the past 6 months. Consequently, she resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 19. Investigating Aunt Shui. She instructed the chef to prepare a restorative soup for Aunt Shui and personally delivered it to her room once it was ready. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaomin and Zhang Meiyu sat in the living room. Noticing the situation, Tang Xiaomin remarked coldly, Look at your beloved daughter now serving the butler. When you were suffering from a severe cold, she did not bother to bring you a glass of water. Zhang Meiyu immediately countered, What nonsense are you spouting? When I was ill, Yi stayed by my side throughout the night, even personally tending to me with a towel. Aunt Shui had been part of the Tang household for over a decade, and her fondness for Yi was well known. Now that she had been discharged, it was only natural for Yi to show her some kindness. Tang Xiaomin had no chance of sowing discord between us. Previously, when Zhang Meiyu had been seriously ill, it was Tang Xiaomin who had stayed by her side, concerned for her well-being. When her fever had spiked in the middle of the night, it was Tang Xiaomin who had fetched water to help cool her down. How had the narrative shifted to Yi in the present moment? Tang Xiaomin stated that it turns out that Tang Yi has been exceptionally kind to you. She is someone who has never dipped her fingers in the spring waters, and I can hardly believe she would go to such lengths for you. Zhang Meiyu cast a sharp glare at Tang Xiaomin. Yi has always been understanding and filial. Why wouldn't she do these things for me? Aunt Shui witnessed it firsthand. There can be no doubt about it. As for you, I bore you. Yet what have you done for me? It appears that Aunt Shui is once again meddling, attributing her own deeds to Tang Yi, effortlessly overshadowing her contributions. Tang Xiaomin couldn't comprehend this. After coming to the Tang household, she had never done anything to provoke Aunt Shui, always being cautious and diligently performing household chores. Why would Aunt Shui claim even such trivial matters as Tang Yi's doing? Why does she continually favor Tang Yi? If it were merely a matter of master-servant affection, it wouldn't warrant such blatant falsehoods and efforts to curry favor with Tang Yi. Tang Xiaomin felt no inclination to disclose her actions to Zhang Meiyu, knowing that even if she did, she would not be believed. Just then, Tang Xiaomin received a message from Butler Yi. Through her keen investigation, she indeed uncovered some clues. There was no sign of Aunt Shui in the graduation photos of her contemporaries. This was puzzling. What could possibly prevent Aunt Shui from participating in the group photograph? Wasn't it rather regrettable? This line of inquiry seemed fruitless. It appeared she would need to consult someone from her cohort. After a thorough search, she found a man named Li Xiangming, who currently works as a butler for the Wang family. Being from the same circle, they would inevitably cross paths. Darling, is there some joyous news? Tang Zhongqing said, beaming with pride. Little did Qian Xingda expect that just 3 days after severing our business ties, numerous companies would approach us for collaboration. Now, even if he seeks my favor, I shall not grant him a glance. After feeling stifled for these past days, Tang Zhongqing finally felt a sense of relief. Zhang Meiyu was equally pleased, remarking, Darling, had we known it would turn out this way, we should have announced our engagement with the Yi family sooner. Yet, it is not too late now. The Yi group is a vast entity, not easily courted by just anyone. Upon hearing of the Tang family's engagement to the Yi family, those who initially sought to ingratiate themselves with the Yi family would now have to reconsider their alliances and turn their attention toward the Tang family. Reflecting on it, Tang Xiaomin's strategy was indeed brilliant, effortlessly reversing the situation. Compared to Tang Yi's approach of merely apologizing and feeling wronged, this was far more effective. Following this incident, Tang Zhongqing began to view Tang Xiaomin in a new light. Though her recent behavior had been excessive, when faced with genuine issues concerning the family business, her methods proved to be quite effective. Yes, Wang Wenqiang just called me. He plans to visit us tonight. Please arrange for the chef to prepare a lavish feast. We shall attend to that immediately. That evening, Wang Wenqiang arrived at the Tang residence, accompanied by his daughter Wang Na and the butler. The butler, Li Xiangming, appeared somewhat restrained, seemingly in his 50s, standing respectfully behind Wang Wenqiang, exuding an air of professionalism that in stark contrast. Shui seemed rather out of place while the master spoke. She dared to interject and gossip. Unlike her schoolmate Li Xiangming, Tang Xiaomin addressed Li Xiangming saying, "Butler Li, the dining table is quite large. There is no need to be so reserved. Please take a seat and join us for dinner." As she spoke, she graciously pulled out a chair for him, inviting him to sit. Observing this, Wang Na chuckled softly, her tone laced with sarcasm. According to etiquette, Butler Li is not permitted to dine with the master. Surely you are aware of this. Tang Xiaomin, upon hearing this, was not angered but rather taken aback. Is that so? Yet Shui often joins us at the table. I was unaware of such a rule. Suddenly, Tang Zhongqing interjected, "Indeed, several of my sons are away on their excursions, leaving us with fewer guests. Thus we have allowed Shui to dine with us for a livelier atmosphere. Butler Li, please take a seat." Zhang Meiyu added, "Yes, Butler Li, please sit down. It is only fitting to have you here as a guest." As the host family remained silent, Wang Na spoke again, "Butler Li, do sit down." Her tone clearly indicated her dissatisfaction with the arrangement, revealing the extent of Li Xiangming's meticulousness while serving the Wang family. Tang Xiaomin turned to Tang Yi and remarked, "Aren't you worried about Shui? Now that Butler Li has joined us for dinner, why not call her down as well?" Her tone suggested she was ordering Tang Yi about. Tang Yi replied, "Even if you hadn't suggested it, I would still go to fetch Shui. After all, she has always been very kind to me." Her words seemed to flaunt how much affection and care she received from others. Before long, Tang Yi returned with Shui, who joined them at the table. Tang Zhongqing and Wang Wenqiang engaged in a lively discussion about business matters, having progressed to the topic of contracts. Suddenly, Tang Xiaomin posed a question to Li Xiangming, "Butler Li, I have a query I would like to discuss with you." Li Xiangming responded with utmost respect, "Miss Tang, what question do you have?" Tang Xiaomin cleared her throat and spoke in a manner loud enough for all to hear. "Butler Li, I greatly admire your professionalism as a butler. May I ask where you studied butler management?" Chapter 20, Estrangement and Betrayal. Wang Na, brimming with pride, interjected, "Butler Li is a graduate of the prestigious Hongyuan Butler Academy, renowned for its excellence in the field." "Oh," Tang Xiaomin replied, looking as if she had never encountered such prestige before. "Shui also graduated from Hongyuan Butler Academy, and she was in the same class as you, Butler Li. You must be acquainted with one another." With a sudden clatter, Shui's chopsticks fell from her hands, her face paling. This drew everyone's attention, prompting Tang Zhongqing to scold her. "You have just been discharged from the hospital and are still unwell. You should leave." "Yes, sir," Shui replied quickly, standing up with her head bowed and hastily exiting the room. Tang Xiaomin felt that Tang Zhongqing's reaction was rather excessive, as if he had intentionally wished for Shui to leave. Tang Xiaomin, however, refrained from probing further and quietly enjoyed her meal. After finishing, Tang Yi, accompanied by Zhang Meiyu, engaged in conversation with Wang Na. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Tang Xiaomin discreetly summoned Butler Li aside to inquire. Butler Li was not the type to meddle. He understood well what should be said and what should remain unspoken with utmost respect. He replied, "Miss Tang, if you harbor suspicions, it would be prudent for you to conduct a thorough investigation yourself. There are always traces to uncover." Though he said little, his words conveyed much. Tang Xiaomin decided not to press him further. "Thank you for the reminder," she said. Butler Li continued, "Today marks the first time in my years of service that I have had the honor of dining at the same table as my employer. I am deeply grateful for your consideration, Miss Tang, and I hope you find clarity soon. It was merely a matter of inviting him to share a meal, yet he expressed gratitude towards her." Reflecting on her own family, who she toiled daily to prepare meals for, she felt a pang of disappointment. As they offered her no semblance of appreciation, her family seemed to regard her with less warmth than a mere outsider. Once the Wang family departed, Aunt Shui hurriedly sought out Tang Zhongqing in the study, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. "Sir," Tang Xiaomin's sudden inquiry towards Butler Li today, "could she be investigating me? What should we do?" Tang Zhongqing appeared relatively calm. "Tang Xiaomin is astute. Your best course of action is to speak as little as possible in her presence. I understand, but what if she truly investigates me? I am genuinely frightened. What could a mere girl of under 20 uncover?" He reassured her that in the future, conduct yourself with more decorum. Avoid drawing her attention. Despite his reassurances, Aunt Shui felt a persistent unease. Yet, there was little she could do. The Tang and Wang families had formed an alliance. When Qian Xingde received the news, he was utterly taken aback, and he directed his ire towards Qian Lili. "You claim to be good friends with Tang Yi?" Yet she never mentioned her engagement to the Yi family to you. Look at the situation now, so many are eager to partner with the Tang family, and we have squandered this opportunity. And you, who sought to discipline Tang Xiaomin, have only brought trouble upon yourself. What about her? Did she ever treat you as a sister? Qian Lili had intended to assist Tang Yi in reprimanding Tang Xiaomin, only to find herself bullied by Tang Xiaomin at her own gathering. In the aftermath, Tang Yi repeatedly professed her willingness to personally apologize to Tang Xiaomin for the sake of familial orders, yet she failed to do so. Now, with her engagement to the Yi family, she deliberately concealed it from Qian Lili. At that moment, Qian Lili felt utterly used by Tang Yi, cast aside once her purpose was served. Qian Lili personally called Tang Yi. Congratulations on your engagement to the Yi family. Why did you not inform me? Tang Yi replied apologetically over the phone. Lily, I'm sorry. My father instructed me to keep the marriage under wraps to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. Tang Yi, I considered you a close friend, standing up for you while being made a fool of by Tang Xiaomin. And how about you? Do you regard me as a friend? Now that you've climbed the ranks with the Yi family, you look down on my family and no longer wish to collaborate with my company, do you? Tang Yi, I truly misjudged you. Tang Yi explained. Lily, the situation is not as you perceived. My father makes the decisions regarding the company. Let me speak with him and encourage him to reconsider a partnership with your firm. Tang Yi, do you truly believe that, at this juncture, I would still place my faith in your fabrications? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Eventually, one must reckon with the consequences of their actions. My misjudgment in friendships has already exacted its toll upon me, and now I eagerly await the day you too shall face your reckoning. With a sharp click, Qian Lili severed the call, thus ending her association with Tang Yi. Tang Yi let out a derisive laugh at the phone. Humph! What is one less friend to me? Do you truly think you hold any significance in my life? There are countless heiresses yearning to befriend me. What do you represent? Little does Tang Yi realize the phenomenon of estrangement and betrayal, once initiated, tends to proliferate inexorably. Ever since she was struck by Tang Xiaomin, Shui has avoided any encounter with her, taking great care to circumvent her path. Tang Xiaomin enlisted the assistance of Butler Yi to investigate Shui, but as time passed, the process proved to be rather protracted. In the blink of an eye, the school season arrived. Tang Yi commenced her university studies, yet after attending the orientation day, Tang Xiaomin chose not to return, having already covered the curriculum previously and unwilling to squander her time on it again. Tang Zhongqing and Zhang Meiyu displayed no inclination to intervene, allowing her to forego school without objection. Tang Xiaomin volunteered to pick up someone from the airport. Tang Yu, the eldest son of the Tang family, aged 27, stands at 6 feet tall, exuding a handsome demeanor coupled with an air of composure. After graduation, he joined the family business and was recently dispatched abroad by his father for a month-long business trip. At the airport, Tang Yu instantly recognized the sports car he had gifted to Tang Yi. Upon seeing Tang Xiaomin behind the wheel, his expression darkened in an instant. Why are you driving this? What gives you the right to operate Yi's car? This was my gift for her 18th birthday. Do you comprehend the significance of that? As her brother, the gift of $1 million sports car marked her coming of age. And what did he offer her? He told her that no matter how much she accomplished, it could never replace Tang Yi, urging her not to waste her efforts. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaomin coldly stated, "Get in the car. You haven't yet explained why you're driving Yi's vehicle." Tang Yu was adamant in his inquiry. The more resolute he became, the more Tang Xiaomin responded with an enigmatic smile. "Get in, and I shall reveal everything." Reluctantly, Tang Yu took his place in the passenger seat, his tone icy as he remarked, "Now you may enlighten me as to why you are driving Yi's car." Chapter 21. When played out, cast aside like rubbish, a cold smirk graced Tang Xiaomin's lips as she pressed the accelerator forcefully, propelling the car forward like an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh! The scenery along the roadside blurred past in a rapid succession, each turn executed with a drift, leaving the passengers in a state of utter disarray, as if they might be flung from their seats at any moment. Tang Yu, typically a composed individual who adhered to the rules of the road, had never driven in such a reckless manner and let out a startled scream. The more he cried out, the broader Tang Xiaomin's smile became. The journey from the airport to the Tang residence took a mere 10 minutes as the vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of Tang's family home. An unfortunate incident unfolded. Smoke began to emanate from the hood, the door was crumpled, and the windshield lay shattered. Indeed, Tang Xiaomin had just deliberately collided with a roadside garbage bin with a forceful kick. She sent the car door tumbling to the ground, leaving it pitifully detached from the vehicle. Once alighting, Tang Xiaomin tossed the sports car key to Tang Yi. Observing the nauseated Tang Yu nearby, she chuckled and remarked, "Your car is wrecked beyond repair. Here, take it back." Tang Xiaomin found a peculiar sense of amusement in the notion of returning broken items to Tang Yi, as if they were mere playthings. A newfound thrill surged through her, one that involved seizing everything Tang Yi cherished, ruining it, and then discarding it as one would refuse. Tang Yi glared at Tang Xiaomin with venomous eyes, then hurried to her elder brother's side, concerned. "Brother, are you all right? Do you feel any better?" Tang Yi was in a state of utter disarray, his stomach churning painfully. Has she lost her mind? Why was she driving so recklessly and crashing into things? "Brother, allow me to explain everything in due time." The essence of Tang Yi's sentiment was clear. Tang Xiaomin had usurped her engagement with the Yi family, reveling in her triumph and revealing her true nature. Moreover, she was intent on seizing all that belonged to Tang Yi within the Tang household. That as Tang Yi regained his composure, he coolly remarked, "I always suspected she was a restless spirit. Here I am, away for just a few days, and her true colors have already surfaced." He cast a glance at the damaged vehicle and offered Tang Yi some comfort. "The car is wrecked. I shall procure a new one for you another day." Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's expression brightened. "Thank you, brother. This time I will be sure to safeguard the keys and prevent any further mishaps with my sister." Back in the living room, Tang Yi retrieved a box and presented it to Tang Yi. As she opened it in front of Tang Xiaomin, she beheld a necklace and began to admire it from every angle, exclaiming, "Brother, thank you for this beautiful necklace. I absolutely adore it." "That's splendid to hear." Tang Yi suddenly interjected, "I have heard that you have taken over Yi's room, Tang Xiaomin. Return it to her at once." His tone left no room for defiance. Tang Xiaomin shot back, "Do you believe I wouldn't dare set that room ablaze right now, ensuring no one can reside there?" Tang Yi was momentarily taken aback by Tang Xiaomin's transformation, his brow furrowing in disbelief, yet he had no choice but to accept the reality. "Tang Xiaomin, have you truly lost your senses? While others may mock my madness, I find amusement in their inability to see through it. This world is rather accommodating to the insane. Even acts of murder can be rationalized as a result of mental instability. Treated with leniency indeed. What of it if the elite circles are aware of my insanity?" "You?" Tang Yi realized he was at a loss on how to deal with such an obstinate Tang Xiaomin. Furthermore, her acerbic demeanor belied any semblance of madness. It was evident she was acting with intent given her audacity to crash a car. He pondered whether she might indeed be capable of something as extreme as arson. After some reflection, he concluded that it was unnecessary to escalate matters over a mere room. Once Tang Xiaomin departed, he turned to Tang Yi and offered, "If you find your room too small, I shall gladly swap with you." Tang Yi shook her head and said with understanding, "Elder brother, I am perfectly fine. The room being a bit smaller is of no consequence. There is no need to make such a fuss. Moreover, it was I who voluntarily gave my place to my sister at that time. If she wishes to stay, let her stay." Observing the sensible Tang Yi felt a sense of relief yet increasingly believed that Tang Xiaomin was being excessively unreasonable. After suffering from motion sickness and vomiting, Tang Yi felt quite unwell in his stomach and suddenly found himself yearning for the pig's trotter soup that Tang Xiaomin used to make. "Aunt Shui, please summon Tang Xiaomin to come down and prepare pig's trotter soup for me." Aunt Shui's expression immediately turned complicated. She certainly did not dare to provoke Tang Xiaomin and had maintained her distance. "Young master, Tang Xiaomin no longer cooks. No one can command her." Tang Yi was truly unconvinced. "Go and fetch her as you wish." After Aunt Shui called Tang Xiaomin down, Tang Yi instructed, "Prepare soup for me, just like before." Tang Xiaomin responded with a sigh, another dreamer who hasn't he woken up. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. "Who do you think you are? Why should I make soup for you?" Tang Yi frowned and said, "Weren't you fond of cooking before? Why can't you do it now?" "Why?" She truly wished she could slap him to death. "Tang Yu, do you know how I used to make the pig's trotter soup that you love?" Of course, Tang Yu had no idea and could not respond. "I see you don't know. Let me enlighten you. I painstakingly plucked every single hair from the pig with tweezers, marinated it with spices, and massaged it for over an hour before it could even go into the pot. I had to control the heat meticulously, fearing that the flavor would be off. For 3 hours of simmering, I dared not leave the kitchen. You have a weak stomach, yet you dislike the taste of traditional Chinese medicine, so I adjusted the seasoning over and over, to the point of wanting to vomit myself, just to create a delicious pot of pig's trotter soup for you. After all this effort, what did I gain?" This question stumped Tang Yu as well, for he had never treated Tang Xiaomin with kindness. Tang Xiaomin continued, "What I received was your cold sarcasm. You said that no matter what I did, you would always have only Tang Yi as your sister and that I should not waste my efforts. Tang Yu, with your attitude, what makes you think I would want to make soup for you? Even if I were to feed a dog, the dog would still wag its tail at me." Though her words were harsh, her reasoning was sound. Tang Yu, though reluctant to admit it, had indeed said such things to Tang Xiaomin. She had truly changed. "Tang Xiaomin, it's just a pot of soup. Why are you rambling so much? Look at him, her own brother. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an ungrateful wolf. Tang Xiaomin scoffed. What, do you want to drink the soup I make? If I'm not going to make soup, why else would I come down? Tang Yu retorted. Chapter 22. A vicious mother. What does it mean to be shameless? This is what it looks like. Tang Xiaomin nodded. Just when Tang Yu thought that Tang Xiaomin would obediently go and make the soup, a chilling smile crept across her lips. Get some sleep. There's everything in dreams. With that, Tang Xiaomin left, leaving Tang Yu in a state of shock. He truly did not believe it. It was just a pot of soup. After all, that a chef could make it. Shui instructed the chef to prepare a pig's trotter soup. Yet it emerged as a bland and insipid concoction. Tang Yu frowned, taking a sip that conveyed his utter dissatisfaction. Is this truly the extent of the chef's capabilities? Is it so challenging to replicate the same flavor in a simple pig's trotter soup? Realizing she could not afford to offend this young master, Shui wisely summoned the chef to defend the dish. The chef, a woman in her 50s with over 20 years of experience, was undoubtedly skilled in her craft. Young master, she began, the preparation method for this soup varies, and thus the flavor will differ accordingly. Therefore, I must ascertain the specific preparation style that you prefer. Tang Yu echoed Tang Xiaomin's earlier words. Listen, you start by rising at 4 in the morning to select fresh pig trotters from the slaughterhouse, then meticulously pluck each hair with tweezers, followed by marinating with spices while massaging for over an hour. After that, you simmer it for 3 hours and mind the heat, as you must attend to it constantly. Before he could finish, the chef interjected angrily, Young master, are these demands even reasonable? In my 20+ years of experience, I've never encountered such outrageous expectations. I earn my living from your family, but I am no slave. I refuse to endure this. With that, the chef ripped off her hat and apron, casting them to the floor in indignation. Do you truly think a handful of money makes you superior? Bah! The chef stormed out, leaving Shui hastily pursuing her. In the living room, Tang Yu found himself alone, astonished that a mere soup could drive away a chef with 2 decades of experience. Reflecting on the matter, he realized the arduousness of rising at 4, plucking pig hairs, and massaging trotters for an hour was indeed a laborious task. Previously, he had only relished the soup's delightful taste and the comfort it brought to his stomach, never considering the intricate processes behind its creation, and now, after enjoying the soup, he had the audacity to speak to Tang Xiaomin in such a manner. If he were in her position, laboring tirelessly to please others' palates only to be met with cold words, how would he feel? With the chef's departure, the family's dinner plans were left in disarray. Tang Yu suggested dining at a hotel and began to prepare to leave. He recalled that Tang Xiaomin had yet to arrive. Shui, please call Xiaomin. Upon hearing this, Shui turned to Zhang Meiyu, who replied, leave her be. If we take her out and she is seen, it would be quite embarrassing. Besides, she can cook for herself. She has no need to join us. Let us hurry along. Everyone seemed to tacitly agree with Zhang Meiyu's words as they proceeded toward the exit. Are you coming with us to the hotel for dinner? Tang Yu asked, and Tang Xiaomin, slightly taken aback, followed him downstairs. At that moment, Zhang Meiyu suddenly pulled out 1,000 yuan from her wallet and thrust it into Tang Xiaomin's hand. You go eat on your own. Don't join us. Tang Yu, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, Mom, it's just a meal. What difference does it make to have one more pair of chopsticks? Zhang Meiyu replied coldly, you may not mind, but I do. She has always been a burden to me. You all know that. When Zhang Meiyu gave birth to Tang Xiaomin, she nearly lost her life, an event that had become an insurmountable obstacle in her heart, known to the entire family. Tang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Enveloped in silence, Tang Xiaomin gazed at the 1,000 yuan in her hand, then cast a glance at Zhang Meiyu and her companions. Deep down, Zhang Meiyu harbored a profound disdain for Tang Xiaomin, while Tang Zhongqing remained utterly speechless, and Tang Yi reveled in the misfortune. The money felt scorching in her grasp. Ms. Zhang, you truly are kind to me. Tang Xiaomin said with a hint of indifference. In her recollection, this was the first instance, aside from purchasing groceries, where Zhang Meiyu had bestowed money upon her, merely to ensure she kept her distance during mealtime. At that moment, Tang Xiaomin felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. The very next second, she forcefully slapped the 1,000 yuan against Zhang Meiyu's face. The impact left Zhang Meiyu's cheeks stinging, and she erupted in furious curses. You wretched girl, how dare you lay a hand on me? A sharp sound of a slap echoed as Tang Xiaomin's strike caused Zhang Meiyu to tilt her head slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Xiaomin, you dare to hit me? Tang Zhongqing, witnessing the scene, hastily shoved Tang Xiaomin away, glaring at her with rage. Mom, your face is flushed, Tang Yi remarked with feigned concern. Tang Yu added, Xiaomin, you have gone too far. Tang Xiaomin shot a cold glare at Tang Yu, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback by her gaze. involuntarily succumbing to a feeling of trepidation. Tang Xiaomin, disinterested in their antics, departed alone under the night sky. Her silhouette appeared solitary and desolate, her dark hair fluttering slightly, imparting an eerie sensation, reminiscent of a ghost. Her foster parents were just enjoying their meal. The modest dining table adorned with 4 simple dishes. Zhou Xiaolan beamed, her crow's feet crinkling with delight. Xiaomin, do sit down. I will prepare a few more of your favorite dishes. As Tang Xiaomin took her seat, her foster father promptly served her a bowl of rice. Her foster parents possessed an uncanny knack for managing their household, always calculating the perfect amount of rice to prepare. It seemed they had consistently reserved her share. She had known all along that their tough exterior belied their tender hearts. A warmth enveloped Tang Xiaomin as she dined with her foster parents, indulging in casual conversation, nestled in her small room. She experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort and security. In the middle of the night, however, she was jolted awake by a phone call from Zhang Meiyu. Tang Xiaomin, your father is unwell. Where have you placed his medication? Tang Zhongqing suffered from chest pains that could flare up unexpectedly, requiring immediate medication to avert a crisis. Reflecting on Tang Zhongqing's treatment of her, as well as that of Zhang Meiyu and the rest of the Tang family, she understood that as the head of the household, his demise would inevitably plunge the Tang family into chaos, transitioning from prosperity to decline. Tang Xiaomin needed only to hang up the phone. The gravity of Tang Zhongqing's situation weighed heavily on her mind. Chapter 23. Tang Xiaomin, will you turn a blind eye to his plight? At the Tang household, Tang Zhongqing was currently grappling with excruciating chest pain. His face contorted in agony as he struggled to breathe. The entire family was in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot skillet, yet they were oblivious to the whereabouts of the emergency medication. Tang Xiaomin remained silent, inciting Zhang Meiyu's fury. Tang Xiaomin, where is your father's medicine? Speak up, have you gone deaf? The phone line carried Tang Xiaomin's voice, devoid of any warmth. Apologize. Zhang Meiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Xiaomin, your father is in distress. You must tell me where the medication is. If anything happens to him, I will not let you off easily. Apologize. Zhang Meiyu never anticipated that at such a critical moment, Tang Xiaomin would dare to speak to her in this manner. Tang Xiaomin, are you really going to stand by and watch as he suffers? That is your father. The fact that Tang Xiaomin did not hang up the phone was already a testament to her patience. Zhang Meiyu, is it truly so difficult for you to utter an apology? Or do you believe that your vanity holds more weight than your husband's life? Tang Xiaomin, in a tone laced with urgency, implored, you must tell me. Once again, that commanding tone grated on Tang Xiaomin's nerves. She found Zhang Meiyu's attempts to manipulate her exceedingly irksome, reducing her to the status of a mere servant. With a steely resolve, Tang Xiaomin thought, apologize or watch your husband perish, let him die. The world is teeming with life and death is inevitable. Having faced death herself, she held a rather nonchalant view of it. After all, if one were to die, they would simply venture to the underworld, where existence persists in a different form. However, those still living were not as carefree as she. Zhang Meiyu seethed with rage, her teeth clenched, her blood pressure soaring. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Tang Xiaomin. The thought of apologizing was utterly inconceivable. Yet, upon observing Tang Zhongqing's deteriorating state, she recognized her lack of options. Tang Xiaomin, I am sorry. Now, could you please inform me where the medicine is? Tang Xiaomin was not one to renege on her word. Despite Zhang Meiyu's less than sincere apology, she provided the information. The medicine is in the drawer of his study, in a brown bottle. Take 2 at a time. With the speakerphone activated, Tang Yi eagerly volunteered to rush upstairs to retrieve the medicine. Moments later, she dashed back down, flustered, and shouted, Mom! There's nothing in the drawer. No medicine at all. Zhang Meiyu's face turned ashen. She felt as though she had been deceived by Tang Xiaomin. How dare she trick me? This calamity is truly deceiving me. Tears streamed down her face as frustration bubbled within her. On the other end of the line, Tang Xiaomin's voice dripped with impatience. I've already stated that the medicine is in the studies drawer, in a brown bottle. Why do you continue to pester me? You never cared where your husband's medicine was until now that you're desperate. Tang Yu, having received a tongue lashing from Tang Xiaomin, reflected on her words and realized their truth. No one in the family knew where the medicine was, highlighting their negligence. Xiaomin, it's me. He says there's no medicine in the drawer. Think carefully, where did you put it? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin had an epiphany. She always kept Tang Zhongqing's medicine in the study, a place of importance that was seldom disturbed, to ensure its safety. That if Tang Yi could not find it, there was only one plausible explanation. That I recall there being a personal medicine pouch in the pocket of his blue suit. Tang Yu, if you genuinely wish to save him, you must go and retrieve the medicine yourself. Without a moment to lose, Tang Yu hurried to Tang Zhongqing's bedroom, located his blue suit, and indeed found a small box containing the medicine. Tang Xiaomin had not lied that he returned to the living room and administered the medicine to Tang Xiongqing, who immediately showed signs of relief. The sudden crisis, though alarming, had been averted without lasting harm. The entire family stood vigil around Tang Xiongqing, anxiously observing him, fearful of even the slightest lapse in attention. After several tense minutes, Tang Xiongqing gradually regained his composure, his body drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Meiyu, both startled and relieved, remarked, "Darling, you terrified me. You have no idea how perilous the situation was just now." Once he had collected himself, Tang Xiongqing cast a gaze upon those present, his eyes imbued with an unprecedented chill. "None of you knew where the medicine was. What have you all been preoccupied with lately?" His words left the attendees feeling a profound sense of shame. Shui murmured softly, "Sir, it is all Tang Xiaomin's fault for hiding the medicine and not informing anyone. She even deliberately withheld information from Madame, almost putting you in grave danger." The recollection of the recent events filled Zhang Meiyu with indignation. Tang Xiaomin has gone too far in such a critical moment. She had the audacity to demand an apology from me, threatening not to reveal the medicine's whereabouts if I refused. And what did you do? Tang Xiongqing's voice was icy, clearly indicating his anger. Zhang Meiyu felt utterly wronged. "Darling, given the urgency of the situation, I complied with Tang Xiaomin's demands, but she deceived me. I searched the drawer in the study as she suggested, but the medicine was nowhere to be found. She lied to me." Husband. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door of the Tang residence was kicked open, revealing Tang Xiaomin, disheveled and breathless. Without uttering a word, she dashed upstairs to the study. After a cacophony of rummaging, she returned, holding a brown bottle of medicine, the very emergency medication Tang Xiongqing required. Tang Xiaomin placed the medicine before everyone and then seated herself on the sofa, her frigid gaze fixed on Tang Yi. "Do you see this? This is the emergency medication you all risked your lives to find just moments ago." As she spoke, Tang Xiaomin first glanced at Zhang Meiyu, then shifted her gaze to Tang Yi. Zhang Meiyu found herself momentarily speechless, turning her attention to Tang Yi with a pallid complexion. Tang Yi awkwardly admitted, "I might have been too frantic just now, which is why I couldn't locate the medicine. It was my sister who put it away, and she found it so swiftly that in light of the recent crisis, Tang Yi's inability to locate the medicine was wholly unacceptable." Tang Xiongqing looked at her, disappointment flickering in his eyes like never before. While Tang Yi typically led a sheltered life, her incompetence in such a critical situation was utterly disheartening. Zhang Meiyu could no longer restrain herself and reproached Tang Yi, saying, "You need to pay more attention to your father's medication from now on. The same goes for everyone else. We cannot afford another incident like today where the medicine cannot be found." Tang Xiaomin smirked, pressing further, "The medicine was in the drawer. There are only 2 drawers in the study. Pray tell, why couldn't you find it?" Chapter 24. The consequences of attempted filicide. Confronted by Tang Xiaomin's relentless interrogation, Tang Yi panicked. She continued to feign ignorance, repeatedly apologizing. "Father, I am truly sorry," she choked out. "It is all my fault. I have neglected your health and overlooked your medication. I was simply too flustered earlier to find it. Father, it is entirely my mistake. Punish me as you see fit. I deserve it." Having acknowledged the error, Tang Xiongqing let out a faint sigh, remaining silent, his visage still etched with disappointment. Tang Xiaomin smiled, and before everyone present, she resolved to unveil Tang Yi's hidden malice, allowing her to experience the taste of irrevocable consequences. "Tang Yi, since you refuse to speak the truth, allow me to articulate it for you. This medicine was originally placed in the drawer, yet I discovered it in the trash bin just moments ago. That I find myself puzzled as to who could be so careless as to discard emergency medication into the refuse." Tang Yi's complexion turned ashen. Upon witnessing Tang Xiaomin retrieve the medicine, she realized the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, what could she do? Without evidence, no one would dare accuse her of disposing of it. Conversely, she intended to slander Tang Xiaomin fiercely. Summoning her courage, Tang Yi remarked, "That explains why I couldn't locate the medicine after rummaging through the drawer. It seems someone discarded it in the trash. I wonder who that could be." Aunt Shui suddenly recalled, stating, "Sir, madam, I saw Tang Xiaomin enter the study a few days ago. I wouldn't dare accuse her. Nor do I know if she was the one who threw the medicine away." Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yi added, "Sister has been quite discontent with our parents lately, often speaking harshly to them. Sister, while conflicts may arise, you cannot simply discard our father's medication. He was in a perilous state not long ago, and thankfully, he is now fine." Tang Yi's insinuation was clear. She was suggesting that Tang Xiaomin, in a fit of anger towards their parents, had thrown away the medicine with motive established. The narrative seemed plausible. Zhang Meiyu unleashed a barrage of accusations towards Tang Xiaomin. "Tang Xiaomin, you eat from the Tang family, reside within it. Everything you possess is earned by your father. How could you so malevolently dispose of your father's medication? Are you attempting to commit patricide? Patricide, what a claim, Tang Yu interjected, unable to remain silent. Mother, you lack evidence. Such statements are unfounded that if Xiaomin truly wished to harm Dad, why would she have informed me that there was an emergency medication in his coat? He continued, furthermore, she distinctly remembered finding it in the pocket of the blue suit the moment I arrived. Tang Yu remained clear-headed, addressing the matter rationally, unlike Zhang Meiyu, whose anger clouded her judgment with a hint of mockery. Tang Xiaomin smiled, her lips curving into a sardonic arc. May I inquire, Ms. Zhang, if I were indeed guilty of patricide, how would you choose to punish me? Zhang Meiyu responded without hesitation. Naturally, I would have you taken to the police station, imprisoned. Furthermore, you would be expelled from the Tang family, never to set foot in this household again. Clapping her hands, Tang Xiaomin applauded Zhang Meiyu's proposed course of action, finding it remarkably commendable. Tang Xiaomin, do not presume that your strength grants you the liberty to act without consequence. There will always be those capable of restraining you, Zhang Meiyu retorted coldly, her animosity towards Tang Xiaomin reaching unprecedented heights. Tang Xiaomin rose to her feet, gazing at Zhang Meiyu with a playful glint in her eyes. Remember your words, do not feign amnesia. Later, with a casual flick, she opened a video, revealing the interior of Tang Zhongqing's study. At this moment, Tang Yi's complexion was ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, she deliberately slammed into Tang Xiaomin's computer. However, Tang Xiaomin was not one to be trifled with. She forcefully shoved Tang Yi aside and unflinchingly brought forth the recent events that had transpired in the study. All eyes were now fixated on Tang Xiaomin's laptop. Completely disregarding Tang Yi, who had been pushed to the ground in the video, Tang Yi frantically burst into the study, rifling through the drawer until she discovered the medication. After casting a few glances at it, she discarded the medicine into a nearby trash bin. Moreover, she deliberately flipped a few sheets of scrap paper to conceal the bottle thoroughly before departing from the study. The evidence was irrefutable. As a result, the members of the Tang family regarded Tang Yi with an increasing sense of indifference and disdain. Aunt Shui suddenly interjected, Tang Xiaomin, when did you install surveillance in the study? What exactly is your intention? At this juncture, the family was less concerned about Tang Xiaomin's unilateral decision to install cameras than they were about Tang Yi. Why had she resorted to such actions? Ignoring Aunt Shui's inquiry, Tang Xiaomin closed her laptop and cast a cold, haughty smile at Tang Yi. Meanwhile, Tang Yi remained in a crumpled heap on the floor, or perhaps she was simply too weak to rise. Trembling tears streamed down her face like pearls breaking free from a string. Typically, her family showered her with love and affection. Whenever she cried, they would comfort her, fearing she might endure any slight grievance. Yet now, as they observed Tang Yi's tears, they were unmistakably those of a crocodile, fraught with peril. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe that the ever-docile, understanding Tang Yi could commit such a heinous act as attempting to harm her father. Zhang Meiyu's expression was one of sheer disbelief, her countenance a spectacle. After a prolonged silence, she weakly uttered, Why would you do this? Your father loves you dearly. How could you throw away his medication and hide it when his life is in jeopardy? This question left the Tang family utterly perplexed. Under the piercing gazes of those around her, Tang Yi broke down, weeping uncontrollably, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Daddy, but I realized my mistake. Daddy, I was temporarily blinded by folly. Please forgive me. Tang Yi knelt before Tang Zhongqing, grasping his knee, relentlessly apologizing and yearning for his understanding. Daddy, I truly know I was wrong. Sob. Daddy, punish me as you will. I will accept any punishment that I genuinely understand my mistake, Daddy. This time, however, Tang Zhongqing did not forgive Tang Yi as he had in the past. His gaze towards her was colder than ever before. Humans are peculiar creatures. The more perfect an individual, the more magnified their errors appear. Witnessing Tang Zhongqing's frigid demeanor, Tang Yi, in a moment of desperation, raised her hand and began to slap her own face, one strike after another. Slap? Daddy, I understand my mistake. Slap? Daddy, I was wrong. Chapter 25. Tang Yi, struck by her father's hand, Tang Zhongqing's emergency medicine, which he had seen just the previous night while working in his study, lay hidden within the drawer. Moreover, there existed undeniable evidence in the form of surveillance footage captured by Tang Xiaomin. The medicine was intentionally discarded by Tang Yi into the trash, concealed from discovery. Just moments ago, Tang Zhongqing had suffered a severe episode, nearly losing his life. It was abundantly clear that Tang Yi's actions were aimed at his demise. As for the motive, it was evident to any discerning mind that Tang Yi's intent was to shift the blame onto Tang Xiaomin. Such malice could hardly be deemed anything less than vicious. With a resounding crack, Tang Zhongqing delivered a sharp slap across Tang Yi's face, the sound echoing loudly in the charged atmosphere. This act of violence was a testament to the depth of his fury. A fury so profound that he would resort to such measures against his own daughter. Stunned and incredulous, Tang Yi found it hard to believe that her father had succumbed to anger. Even to the point of striking her, though bitterness coursed through her, she recognized the necessity of humbling herself, seeking forgiveness, kneeling in place after the blow. She murmured, "It is all my fault. I deserve this." Tang Xiaomin roared in rage, "I have not been unkind to you. I have provided for you, given you everything good. Why have you treated me thus?" Tang Yi, still on her knees, incessantly apologized. "Father, I was wrong. Father, I truly understand my mistake. Father." Disappointment etched across his face. Tang Xiaomin turned away, refusing to look at her. Zhang Meiyu, equally devastated, regarded Tang Yi with a gaze full of disillusionment. Having committed such an act, you shall remain here to reflect upon your wrongs. Is that all? How naive! Tang Xiaomin interjected with a mocking laugh. Zhang Meiyu, momentarily forgetting her previous words, felt compelled to remind her, "Madame Zhang, I recall you saying that anyone who would attempt to harm their father should be sent to prison for reformation. Surely you do not intend to forget that? Not only should they be imprisoned, but they must also be cast out from the family." Indeed, those were her own words. At that moment, Zhang Meiyu grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet she harbored suspicions regarding Tang Xiaomin's clandestine installation of surveillance in the kitchen. While Yi was undeniably at fault, what of you, Tang Xiaomin? What was your purpose in secretly setting up cameras in the study? This is the very definition of self-deception, Tang Xiaomin replied coldly as she rose. According to your reasoning, if my surveillance recorded Tang Yi's transgressions, then that too would be my fault? Or do you believe that my cameras have harmed Tang Yi? I have never encountered someone as foolish as you. Your husband is on the brink of death due to your adopted daughter's actions, and yet you strive to defend her, though you hold your adopted daughter in higher regard than your husband? Tang Xiaomin's piercing question struck deep into Zhang Meiyu's conscience. That was not my intention. Yet you still seek to protect her despite her heinous actions. What is your true meaning? Cornered by Tang Xiaomin's relentless confrontation, Zhang Meiyu found herself at a loss for words, her face pale with frustration. After a prolonged silence, she turned her gaze towards Tang Yi, disappointment heavy in her voice. Alas, why must you engage in such actions? You have truly disappointed me. Can a mere expression of disappointment suffice to resolve this matter? Zhang Meiyu, you just declared that you would send the wicked to prison and expel them from our home. Why do you not act upon your words now? Zhang Meiyu, under the relentless pressure from Tang Xiaomin, found herself utterly at a loss. Oh dear. Suddenly Zhang Meiyu rose to her feet. Husband, Yi has wronged you. How do you propose to address this? She tossed the ball of responsibility to Tang Xiaomin, feeling overwhelmed. Father, I am sorry. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall accept. Please do not cast me away. Father, I cannot bear to be without you. Woo-woo. Tang Yi cried, her face a mess of tears and snot. Tang Xiaomin stood, his gaze colder than ever. You shall kneel and reflect on your misdeeds. With that, he left, disappointment etched across his face. Zhang Meiyu sighed heavily and followed suit, while Tang Yi remained silent, departing as well. Aunt Shui, her heart aching, hesitated to speak and silently withdrew. With everyone gone, only Tang Yi and Tang Xiaomin remained. Tang Yi knelt while Tang Xiaomin Saturday. Tang Yi shot a venomous glare at Tang Xiaomin. Fully aware that she had been deftly outmaneuvered today, Tang Xiaomin, with a slight smile that could charm yet deceive, looked down at the kneeling Tang Yi now. The living room felt as though it had abandoned her entirely. The predicament she found herself in was solely orchestrated by Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yi knelt in the living room for an entire night, her legs numb, her knees crimson, teetering on the brink of collapse. When morning came, Tang Xiaomin, upon seeing Tang Yi's despondent state, merely cast a fleeting glance and said nothing, proceeding to work as usual. Tang Yi remained equally silent. Zhang Meiyu, who typically cherished her beauty sleep, arose unusually early. Approaching Tang Yi, she remarked, You have knelt all night. Rise now. Tang Yi did not stand but, with a pitiful tone, asked, Mother, have you forgiven me? This incident had lodged a thorn deep within Zhang Meiyu's heart. The sight of Tang Yi would invariably evoke the memories of her misdeeds. Alas, you have disappointed us profoundly, especially your father. Your actions must have caused him great sorrow. With her head bowed, Tang Yi's tears flowed incessantly, surpassing any previous bout of crying. Her eyes were red and swollen, rendering her particularly unattractive. Very well, take heed of your future conduct, Zhang Meiyu said, leaving Tang Yi to her own devices as she departed for breakfast. When Tang Xiaomin awoke and saw Tang Yi still kneeling, she casually brought her breakfast over, eating before Tang Yi, proclaiming, This is delicious. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Shui arrived, her face etched with concern. Miss Yi, you have knelt for an entire night. Please rise, the master has already forgiven you. Tang Yi shook her head and dejectedly said, No, father has yet to call me to rise. He has not forgiven me, and thus I cannot stand. Her display was evidently a calculated act of self-pity. At this juncture, it was apparent that the Tang family would not genuinely cast Tang Yi into confinement. If they had intended to do so, they would have acted long ago. Tang Xiaomin smiled, remarking, without having received forgiveness, one must indeed kneel properly. Otherwise you risk being cast out of the household. It is best to remain kneeling. Chapter 26. A day and night of kneeling. Aunt Shui, unable to endure the sight any longer, glared with bloodshot eyes and declared, Tang Xiaomin, do not go too far. Even if Miss Yi has erred, she has already faced her punishment. The master has forgiven her, and it is utterly improbable that she would be expelled from the home. Whom are you trying to frighten with your alarmist rhetoric? Aunt Shui was fiercely protective of Tang Yi. Despite the family's neglect towards her, Aunt Shui remained steadfast in her support. Tang Xiaomin scrutinized Tang Yi, then cast a glance at Aunt Shui. What relation are you to Tang Yi that you treat her with such kindness? Moreover, how can you be so certain that she will not be cast out of the house? Aunt Shui's expression faltered, and she hastily explained, Miss Yi has already suffered greatly. Her family has turned their backs on her. I have watched her grow up. Is it wrong to feel compassion for her? Furthermore, her actions have not caused any severe repercussions for the master, so it stands to reason she will not be expelled from the family. This explanation, while reasonable, did not entirely assuage doubts. Tang Xiaomin chuckled softly and said, well, Aunt Shui seems to have a profound understanding of the Tang family. You should heed her advice and rise. However, should Aunt Shui's assurances prove unfounded, and you rise on your own accord, incurring Tang Zhongqing's ire, you may indeed find yourself cast out. This, Tang Yi was even less inclined to stand. She was acutely aware that she held no blood ties to the Tang family, and having committed an error, if she failed to earn their forgiveness, she might truly be shown the door. With a weary voice, Tang Yi said, Aunt Shui, I know you care for me, but there is no need to persuade me further. Until father forgives me, I shall not rise. She was determined to cling to the Tang family, to secure her place among them. Leaving the Tang household would mean losing everything, her identity and her future. Missy, why must you suffer so? Aunt Shui's eyes brimmed with concern. Ultimately, Tang Yi remained kneeling, resolutely stationed in the living room, untouched by sustenance. Tang Xiaomin did not depart, remaining in the living room, watching Tang Yi kneel on the ground. In her previous life, Tang Zhongqing had nearly perished, blaming her for all misfortunes, and sought to expel her from the family. That time, Tang Xiaomin, too, had knelt in the living room, enduring the night and the day. Ignored by all, with everyone regarding her coldly until she could no longer bear it and fainted. Yet, this was merely the beginning of the debts between her and Tang Yi, between her and the Tang family. Thud! Tang Yi finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Miss Yi! Miss Yi! Aunt Shui rushed over, anxiously calling out to Tang Yi, Driver! Quickly, take Miss Yi to the hospital. Aunt Shui, together with the driver, lifted Tang Yi into the car and headed to the hospital. Tang Xiaomin sat in the living room, observing coldly, unmoved by the scene in the car. Aunt Shui made a phone call to Tang Zhongqing. Sir, Miss Yi has collapsed in the living room, kneeling. This morning I intended to wake her, but without your command, she dared not rise, sir. Tang Zhongqing, in a fit of anger, merely instructed Aunt Shui, take her to the hospital and take good care of her. After uttering those words, he hung up. Sir. Aunt Shui glared at the disconnected call, gritting her teeth and raged. It was all Tang Xiaomin's doing. She would not let her off the hook. At the hospital, the doctor administered intravenous nutrition to Tang Yi, and before long she regained consciousness. She glanced around and saw only Aunt Shui. Weakly she spoke, Aunt Shui. Where are Dad, Mom and my brother? Mentioning them made Aunt Shui furious. They all claimed to be busy and could not come. They couldn't come. Even now that you're hospitalized, not a single one of them has shown up. Tang Yi had never endured such indignity and neglect. In despair, she lamented, Aunt Shui, do they not want me anymore? Is that why they don't come to see me? Indeed, no one came. Everyone was indifferent towards Tang Yi. Aunt Shui had already called each person, but they merely instructed her to take good care of Tang Yi before hanging up. Each member of the Tang family was so cold-hearted with such treatment, how could she not think further? Aunt Shui. Tang Yi cried out, clutching Aunt Shui. What should I do? They all don't want me. What should I do? What should I do? Aunt Shui embraced Tang Yi, gently patting her back to console her. Miss Yi, do not worry. Tang Xiaomin is a reincarnation of a calamity. The madam and sir will not favor her. Your mistakes have angered them, but it is only temporary. Trust me, sir will surely stand by you in the future. Really? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Aunt Shui, right now you are the only one who treats me well. Miss Yi, I have watched you grow up. I have long regarded you as my own daughter, so naturally, I will treat you with kindness. Meanwhile, several members of the Tang family, including Tang Xiaomin, were gathered around the dining table, having their meal. Aunt Shui supported Tang Yi and staggered over, kneeling beside Tang Zhongqing. Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me. One must admit, Tang Yi's act of self-pity was executed flawlessly. She could barely stand yet still knelt. Even the hardest heart was softened. Seeing Tang Yi's sincere attitude in admitting her fault, Tang Zhongqing could not bear to continue the punishment. All right, sit down and eat. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi was overwhelmed with joy. Her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Dad. She slowly stood up, her brow furrowed, appearing quite uncomfortable, and sat down to eat in silence, her throat constricted. That expression was truly pitiful. Zhang Meiyu handed her a wet wipe. As long as you know your mistake. That's enough. Just eat well, Yi. Thank you, Mom. Tang Yu added, Yi, do not make such foolish mistakes again. Brother, I can no longer endure this. Tang Yi has committed such a grievous error and yet is granted forgiveness so easily. Tang Xiaomin had foreseen this outcome from the very beginning, but witnessing their absolution of Tang Yi still left her feeling profoundly, overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Bang! Tang Xiaomin forcefully placed the bowl in her hand onto the dining table. A clear expression of her discontent. Zhang Meiyu, observing the scene, reprimanded, Tang Xiaomin, what do you intend to do? It is merely a meal. Can we not enjoy it in peace? As the matter had not befallen Zhang Meiyu. She was indeed able to have a pleasant meal, but Tang Xiaomin could not. Absolutely not. Chapter 27. The young miss upsets the table. Tang Xiaomin coldly declared, you may be able to eat. But I cannot. Die in a fit of rage. Tang Xiaomin suddenly overturned the table, the surface lifting effortlessly beneath her hands. Crash! The entire spread of dishes and food cascaded to the ground, shattering into pieces, with broth and sauces spilling everywhere. Tang Xiaomin coldly stated, well then, no one shall eat now. Tang Xiaomin, have you lost your mind? Zhang Meiyu exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment. The family regarded Tang Xiaomin with expressions of bewilderment. Yet, Tang Xiaomin, undeterred, retorted, yes, my family claims I am insane, so allow me to demonstrate my madness to you. Are you satisfied now that I have descended into such folly? As she observed Tang Xiaomin's reckless defiance, Tang Zhongqing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, yet he clearly understood that her actions were a direct response to their previous insinuations about her insanity. In the past, he had wished for Tang Xiaomin to meet with an accident that would end her life. However, when he fell ill and there was no one at home to retrieve his medication, he had no choice but to beseech Tang Xiaomin for help. Had she chosen not to disclose the location of the medicine, he would have faced a life-threatening situation. Yet, Tang Xiaomin did not abandon him. She informed them where the medication was. While Tang Yi had deliberately hidden the medicine, Tang Xiaomin accurately indicated that it was in his blue suit's pocket. Tang Xiaomin had not left him to his fate. Tang Zhongqing was acutely aware of how the family treated Tang Xiaomin. Zhang Meiyu, muttering curses, exclaimed, she is truly mad, utterly mad. Enough. Henceforth, refrain from uttering such words as madness in reference to her. Tang Zhongqing admonished Zhang Meiyu. He then personally approached Tang Xiaomin's room and knocked on the door, saying, Xiaomin, I shall clarify the rumors of your insanity tomorrow. Please be mindful of your behavior and refrain from flipping tables in the future. Tang Xiaomin heard Tang Zhongqing's words clearly from within, to which he responded with a singular word. Scram. Tang Zhongqing, met with Tang Xiaomin's indifference, felt a mixture of helplessness and understanding. He chose not to disturb her further. The next day, as Tang Yu was about to leave, he spotted a truck delivering a Koenigsegg supercar, adorned with a pink bow, exuding a romantic charm. It was evident that it was a gift intended for a girl. The truck driver inquired, is this the residence of Miss Tang? Young Master Yi has sent a gift for her. Could you please fetch her? Tang Yu nodded, yes, I will call her out at once. Tang Yi believed that the gift was bestowed upon her by Tang Yu, and she beamed with joy, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. Thank you, brother, for the gift. I adore it. Tang Yu replied. Since Tang Yi had previously mentioned the engagement between the Tang family and the Yi family, he presumptively concluded that this was a gift from Yi Fengxing to Tang Yi. This is not a gift from me. It is from young Master Yi. Please take the keys. So it was sent by Yi Fengxing. Could it be? Tang Yi approached the truck driver and said, the gift from young Master Yi, please hand me the keys. The truck driver sensed something was amiss, rummaging through his bag for his phone, yet he could not find it. Impatient, Tang Yi insisted, stop dawdling. Just hand it over. She snatched the keys from the driver's hand, feeling triumphant. Tang Yi then passed the car keys to Tang Yu. Brother, I don't have a driver's license. Could you please drive the car down for me? Tang Yu, without a second thought, agreed. At that moment, the truck driver finally located his phone and, upon examining the photo, realized something was wrong. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, he approached Tang Yi and compared the images closely. The next second the driver coldly asserted, "You are mistaken, it's not you, return the keys." Without hesitation the driver reclaimed the keys from Tang Yu. Confused, Tang Yu wondered how this car, intended for Tang Yi, could possibly be in error. The driver, irritated, stated, "What, Tang Yi? The steward, you said this car was a gift for young Master Yi's fiancé, Miss Tang Xiaomin. The photo is right here. How could I possibly be mistaken? You have called the wrong person. Kindly fetch Miss Tang Xiaomin." The driver's words revealed an abundance of information. Tang Yu's gaze towards Tang Yi shifted, now filled with suspicion. Thus, he began to believe Tang Yi's tale. However, now that Yi Fengxing had explicitly designated the gift for Tang Xiaomin, it was evident that the Yi family was not so confused as to mistake whom they intended to marry. Tang Yu realized he had been deceived by Tang Yi, and disappointment clouded his eyes once more. She actually intended to impersonate another and accept a gift meant for Tang Xiaomin. Such behavior was truly despicable. Once the driver confirmed it was indeed Tang Xiaomin, he respectfully handed the car keys to her. "Miss Tang, young Master Yi asked me to convey that the car has undergone some modifications, which caused a slight delay. That I hope you enjoy the gift he has sent." Tang Xiaomin gazed at the beautifully wrapped car and smiled faintly. Click. The truck driver captured the moment of her smile. "Miss Tang, this is a request from young Master Yi. I was instructed to take a photo of your expression at this moment for him. I hope you don't mind. Yi Fengxing certainly had a flair for charm. Oh, it's quite alright." After the pink Koenigsegg hypercar was unloaded, Tang Xiaomin stepped in to test it, flooring the accelerator. Why was there no exhilarating roar or thrilling speed as she had anticipated? Assuming she hadn't pressed hard enough, she pressed down forcefully again, only to find the car sluggishly moving, glancing at the dashboard to see a maximum speed of merely 30 kilometers per hour. Is the vehicle broken? Why is it moving so slowly? The truck driver remarked. Yi Shao instructed that, for your safety, this vehicle has been speed limited. Speechless, particularly exasperated at a supercar restricted in speed. Now that is quite absurd. Chapter 28. Gone for good, don't come back. However, Tang Xiaomin was too apathetic to dwell on such matters. Fine, if it's a speed limit, so be it. Moving slowly is not a significant issue. Yet, deep down, she felt a pang of discomfort, for she was inherently impatient. Meanwhile, Yi Fengxing smiled faintly upon receiving the photo just sent by the driver. He found Tang Xiaomin's smile rather charming. As Tang Xiaomin parked the car in the garage, she paid no heed to Tang Yi's sullen expression. Tang Yu looked at Tang Yi, questioning her. Why did you deliberately say that Xiaomin snatched your engagement? Yi Fengxing is a man of conviction. Once he commits to an engagement, it is final. How could Tang Xiaomin possibly take that from you? Tang Yi, on the verge of tears, choked on her sobs. Just then Tang Xiaomin emerged from the garage. Witnessing this scene, she had experienced similar episodes of running away from home in both her past life and this one. Now, it was time for Tang Yi to taste that same bitterness. "Xiaomin, don't go too far," Tang Yu admonished. "What, are you reluctant?" Tang Yu shot a glance of disdain at Tang Xiaomin. While Tang Yi was indeed at fault, Tang Xiaomin's actions were undeniably excessive. As he spoke, he made to pursue Tang Yi. Suddenly Tang Xiaomin grasped Tang Yu's arm firmly, preventing him from going. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" he protested. Tang Xiaomin, unwilling to hide her intentions, retorted, "When I left on my own, you didn't chase after me, nor did you try to stop me. Did I allow you to look for her?" Tang Yu attempted to free himself from her grip, only to discover that Tang Xiaomin's delicate wrist was as unyielding as iron, not budging in the slightest. Intrigued, he pondered how a girl barely 20 could possess such strength. "Xiaomin, he is at fault, but don't take it too far. Just let me go. Stop this nonsense." Tang Xiaomin was resolute. Determined not to let Tang Yu seek out Tang Yi, she would not relent. The two remained locked in a standoff. Despite all his might, Tang Yu could not break free from Tang Xiaomin's grasp. With Tang Yi already out of sight, Tang Yu, now furious, exclaimed, "Yi is missing. She is out there alone. What if something happens to her? Let me go, I need to find her." Suddenly Tang Xiaomin released her hold on Tang Yu. Just as he turned to leave, she remarked, "Tang Yi is 19, an adult. You're worried about her being alone outside. What about me? When I was abandoned by my family, I was merely a newborn. Who cared whether I lived or died?" Tang Yu's heart was struck by a profound realization. He halted in his tracks. As the eldest son of the family, he was aware of the events following Tang Xiaomin's birth. Their parents had deemed her a harbinger of misfortune, a calamity to the family's fortune. Their mother, plagued by postpartum complications, had harbored resentment and heartlessly abandoned Tang Xiaomin. A mere infant, cast aside. Surviving was indeed a stroke of luck. Such words felt deceptively light. In their eyes, the life of Tang Xiaomin is as light as a feather, easily discarded at will. Indeed, to you the life of Tang Yi holds value, but what is my life worth? What significance is there in a person who can only be retained through sheer force? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the family anxiously sat on the sofa, restless and uneasy. Zhang Meiyu remarked, "Husband, shall we report to the police? I am genuinely worried that E might be in some sort of trouble." Tang Xiaomin coldly replied, "It hasn't even been 24 hours, the police won't take action." Tang Xiaomin, how can your thoughts be so malicious? You've always had an aversion to E, and you must be wishing for her to come to harm, aren't you? Zhang Meiyu scolded. Tang Xiaomin let out a derisive laugh. And what about you? Don't you secretly wish for misfortune to befall me? These words were thought-provoking. Once spoken, words can deceive others, but they cannot deceive oneself. Especially for Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongcheng. Ever since the Yi family presented a betrothal gift to Tang Xiaomin, they have been secretly hoping for her downfall, so that the marriage could proceed for Tang Yi. Tang Zhongcheng, feeling helpless, said, "E is no longer a child. It is inherently wrong for her to throw a tantrum and run away from home. She has plenty of good friends. She should be fine." It was already troublesome enough to deal with the rebellious Tang Xiaomin, and now Tang Yi had to cause a scene as well, which was truly exhausting for Tang Zhongcheng. Coupled with the previous incident regarding the hidden medicine, he decided to simply ignore the matter. Once Tang Zhongcheng had spoken, Zhang Meiyu naturally dared not say more. As for Tang Yu, he had searched all day and was now wearied, and the family, no one mentioned Tang Yi any further. In truth, Tang Yi had not strayed far. She had merely hidden in the greenery near the villa, evading Tang Yu's search. She wished to observe whether her parents and brother would frantically search for her after she ran away. By 11 o'clock, she noticed the lights in her parents' and brother's rooms extinguishing one by one. Her departure had not stirred any ripples. It felt as though she had suddenly become an inconsequential being, or perhaps a forsaken soul. Tang Yi wept, despairing. Although she was reluctant to accept such a reality, it was laid bare before her, leaving no room for disbelief. No. Everything that was rightfully hers was not to be snatched away by Tang Xiaomin. She would never allow it. She pushed the door with all her might, but it had already been securely locked. Tang Yi pressed the doorbell, but despite her persistent attempts, no one came to answer. In desperation, she resorted to shouting from downstairs, "Dad, Mom, please open the door for me. Dad, Mom. Aunt Shui. Elder brother." At that moment, Tang Xiaomin sat by the window, swinging her legs and sipping red wine, leisurely listening to Tang Yi's pleas from below, a smirk playing on her lips. In the night, a shroud of darkness enveloped the Tang family villa, muffling the cries of Tang Yi. Chapter 29. The taste of being cast out. No matter how much Tang Yi shouted until her throat was hoarse, no one would open the door for her that night. It was time for her to experience the sensation of being cast out. The next morning, when Aunt Shui opened the door, she found Tang Yi asleep against the front door. Upon waking, Tang Yi was overjoyed that the door to the Tang household had finally opened, only to be met with a surge of anger as she confronted Aunt Shui. "Last night, why did you not come to open the door for me? Did no one hear me incessantly ringing the doorbell?" With a face full of regret, Auntie said, "The gentleman mentioned that you often have many friends, perhaps you went to visit one of them, which is why everyone has gone to sleep." I truly did not hear the doorbell at all. "Miss Tang Yi, I sincerely apologize. Please do come in quickly. Did you not hear?" Tang Yi was infuriated. At that moment, she was compelled to accept that she held little significance in the Tang family. Otherwise, how could they sleep so soundly while she had been missing for an entire night? "Miss Yi, it's really not like that. Please allow me to explain." Regardless of Auntie Shui's attempts at justification, Tang Yi was deaf to her words. She wandered dejectedly into the living room, where the family, including Tang Xiaomin, was seated at the dining table enjoying breakfast. Tang Xiaomin was fully aware of Tang Yi's little ruse. Tang Zhongcheng shot a cold glance at Tang Yi, choosing not to elaborate. At their age, not informing the family of their whereabouts, leaving everyone to worry for an entire night. How irresponsible! The notion that the family had been worried all night was laced with irony. She had rung the doorbell for hours, calling out again and again until her throat felt raw. Yet no one had come to let her in. They had obviously been sleeping soundly at home. Utterly unconcerned for her well-being, holding back her simmering anger, Tang Yi feigned remorse and said, "Father, Mother, I apologize for causing you concern last night by going to a friend's house. It shall not happen again." Even though she had been locked outside for an entire night, Tang Yi stubbornly refused to let Tang Xiaomin know of her humiliation. She wanted Tang Xiaomin to believe that the only person her parents cared for was her, Tang Yi alone. Listening to Tang Yi's self-deceptive words, Tang Xiaomin could not suppress a laugh. Deep down, she felt that Tang Yi resembled a clown. Unable to contain herself, Tang Xiaomin remarked, "Last night, I think I heard someone ringing the doorbell for over an hour from my room, followed by calls for you to come down and open the door. It turns out it wasn't you, Tang Yi." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhongcheng, Zhang Meiyu, and Tang Yi were instantly intrigued. Tang Xiaomin continued, I thought you all had eventually opened the door for Tang Yi. So I went to sleep, perhaps I misheard that as she spoke. Tang Xiaomin discreetly monitored Tang Yi's expression from the corner of her eye in the cramped room. Tang Yi could no longer contain herself. In a fit of rage, she began to hurl objects around, feeling unsatisfied. She seized a pair of scissors and violently shredded her clothes. Tang Xiaomin had indeed heard her ringing the doorbell, yet none of them had heard it. They were all sleeping soundly. What did she mean to this family? Was there anyone left who, as before, thought of her in every circumstance and cherished her? No, everything had changed. Tang Yi let out a mournful scream, frantically wreaking havoc in the room to vent her frustration. Bang! 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 Just as Tang Yi was unleashing her fury, someone knocked on the door from outside. Come down and eat something, came Zhang Meiyu's voice. Tang Yi hurriedly tidied up her disheveled room, fearful of being seen by Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu, upon hearing a commotion from within, could not resist the urge to open the door and take a glance inside. She was met with a chaotic scattering of clothes strewn across the floor, some of which bore large holes, while others had been reduced to tattered strips of fabric. Faced with such a disarray, Zhang Meiyu could hardly believe that Tang Yi would engage in such activities within her room, her brows furrowing in disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Tang Yi stood frozen in place, her complexion pale, desperately conjuring excuses to mask her actions. Mom, I am just organizing my clothes that I have too many, and there's no room left in the room, so I was about to throw some away. Throwing them away? Zhang Meiyu replied, surveying the garments on the floor, all of which were this year's latest styles, some of which she had never even seen Tang Yi wear. Though our family is well off, that does not justify such wastefulness. Unable to hold back, Zhang Meiyu remarked, if you find your clothes excessive, then perhaps you should buy fewer in the future. Tang Yi conceded, you're right, Mom. My room is small, and I can't fit so many clothes. If only she still had her previous room, complete with a dedicated walk-in closet, which could accommodate a great many garments. Now, it had been usurped by Tang Xiaomin. Everything she once had been taken away by Tang Xiaomin, who consistently donned her denim jeans and white t-shirts, possessing an entire wardrobe of designer labels, yet never once wearing them. Tang Xiaomin, you have taken Yi's room and her clothes, why do you not wear them? Zhang Meiyu suddenly inquired. Tang Xiaomin shot her a cold glance, because I find them unappealing. Is that reason not sufficient? You. Tang Xiaomin dismissed Zhang Meiyu's concerns. Upon returning to her room, she received a document sent by Butler Yi on her computer. It contained detailed information about Aunt Shue's background at the Hongyuan Butler Academy. As she had suspected, Aunt Shue had not graduated from a reputable Butler Academy. Her credentials had been procured through connections. To her astonishment, the individual responsible for fabricating Aunt Shue's qualifications was none other than Tang Zhongqing. A terrifying possibility dawned upon Tang Xiaomin. Aunt Shue was younger than Zhang Meiyu by a few years. Over a decade ago, Tang Zhongqing had made Aunt Shue's acquaintance and even assisted her in forging her credentials, enabling her to become the housekeeper for the Tang family. What hidden truths lay behind this revelation? Did Zhang Meiyu possess any knowledge of this matter? Regardless, Tang Xiaomin harbored a strong disdain for Aunt Shue. Now armed with evidence, she was determined to expel her from the Tang household. Chapter 30. The Master. Zhang Meiyu firmly believes. In the following morning, Zhang Meiyu suddenly announced her intention to visit Xiangshan to pray for blessings. Naturally, Aunt Shue was to accompany her. With nothing to occupy her time at home, Tang Xiaomin decided to follow them after they departed in the car. Aunt Shue whispered to Zhang Meiyu, Madam, Tang Xiaomin's behavior has been peculiar. Perhaps we should consult a master during our visit to pray today. I have heard that sudden changes in a person's temperament may be due to being entangled with unclean entities. Zhang Meiyu believed in such notions and concurred that Tang Xiaomin had indeed been acting strangely of late. Indeed, let us find a master to have a look. At the summit of Xiangshan, an ancient temple rose majestically, bustling with visitors seeking blessings and divination, the atmosphere lively and crowded. As a distinguished guest, Zhang Meiyu was personally escorted by the temple's master to offer incense and pray for blessings. Zhang Meiyu has also offered a lamp for blessings, fueled by the finest fragrant oil, which is said to cost around 100,000 in a month, amounting to 1 million over the course of a year. After the rituals, there is a designated elegant room arranged for rest. A master with a long beard, clad in a Taoist robe, observed Zhang Meiyu's complexion and remarked, Madam, your complexion appears quite poor. Zhang Meiyu replied, I have been troubled by numerous worries lately, and I wish to ask the master for a divination. The master produced 3 copper coins, muttering incantations, before casting them onto the table for careful inspection. Suddenly, the master glanced at the coins, then at Zhang Meiyu, his eyes betraying a look of terror. Noticing the master's expression, Zhang Meiyu hastily inquired, Master, is there a problem? The master's face grew grave, his brow furrowed. I could tell at a glance that your complexion was not well, and this divination confirms that there is indeed a grave issue, madam. What do you mean by that, master? She asked. Madam, your poor complexion stems from the calamity star you gave birth to many years ago. Originally, being distanced from it would spare you its influence. However, this calamity star has returned with deep-seated resentment, and this time it may pose a threat to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiyu recalled Tang Xiaomin's recent actions, which indeed reeked of profound bitterness. If things continued this way, it could spell trouble for her. Terrified, she pleaded, Master, what should I do? The master replied solemnly, Madam, your destiny is in conflict with that of the calamity star. Thus, she nearly brought about your demise at birth. Over the years, being apart has kept you safe. Yet now, as your paths converge again, her malevolent energy will gradually weaken your constitution, leading you towards an irretrievable doom. Ultimately, it is a matter of either her demise or yours. Zhang Meiyu, horrified by these words, turned pale, her heart gripped by fear. Snow Ant, concerned, asked, Madam, are you all right? All right? Zhang Meiyu thought the situation grave. She had felt unusually fatigued and devoid of energy lately, realizing it was the calamity star's influence affecting her health. Yet, Tang Xiaomin lingered at the Tang residence, a constant presence she could not escape. Before departing, the master personally handed Zhang Meiyu a talisman, instructing her to burn it to ash and dissolve it in water for Tang Xiaomin to drink, which would alleviate some of her malevolence. Zhang Meiyu offered additional money in gratitude, but the master, embodying an ethereal grace, showed no interest in accepting it. After Zhang Meiyu left, Tang Xiaomin entered the temple. A chilling wind swept through, causing the oil lamps within the temple to flicker ominously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Tang Xiaomin approached the master and asked, Master, may I offer a substantial sum for you to read my palm? Upon hearing the mention of a large sum, the master's heart leaped with joy. Of course, young lady. What would you like to inquire about? Tang Xiaomin replied, I wish to know how long I shall live. The master thought to himself, this money is practically a windfall. The master invited Tang Xiaomin into a refined chamber, where he proceeded to examine her palm. After flipping it over multiple times, a sudden cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tang Xiaomin merely responded with a cold smirk, Master, you must have discerned something. The master, feeling a chill run down his spine, stuttered, This young lady. It is evident that she possesses a destiny of wealth and nobility, destined for longevity, 100 years of life. Is that so? Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Tang Xiaomin replied, tossing down a stack of 10 billion ghostly coins before turning to leave. The master, gazing at the pile of coins, felt his legs weaken in terror. Though not particularly skilled, his long tenure in the temple had afforded him some understanding of such matters. As he had examined that girl's palm moments ago, an air of strangeness permeated the encounter. Moreover, the girl had actually offered him ghostly coins. Such an act was beyond the realm of ordinary humans. It was the work of spirits. At that moment, he was nearly struck dumb with fear. Only then did Tang Xiaomin finally comprehend the extent to which Zhang Meiyu had been deceived and manipulated by various charlatans all along. At 8 in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. The master changed into ordinary attire and departed in a Volkswagen. Tang Xiaomin followed closely. The car was the one Yi Fengxing had lent her, and with its speed limited, she nearly lost him. She trailed the master to his residence, noting the address only after witnessing him enter the Tang household. Zhang Meiyu wore a troubled expression before retiring for the night. She recounted to Tang Xiaomin the events of the day and the master's ominous predictions. The master had claimed that Tang Xiaomin harbored deep resentment and sought to have a reckoning. What shall we do? Years ago, after Tang Xiaomin's birth, Zhang Meiyu had suffered severe hemorrhaging and nearly did not survive. Furthermore, the Tang family business faced a significant crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The renowned master Xiangshan, reputed for his effectiveness, was consulted. It was then revealed that the source of their troubles lay with Tang Xiaomin, whom they deemed a calamity, a harbinger of misfortune for her relatives and family lineage. The couple, filled with trepidation, heeded the master's advice and abandoned Tang Xiaomin. For the ensuing decades, the Tang family enjoyed a string of prosperity. Thus, Tang Xiaomin and Zhang Meiyu remained convinced of Tang Xiaomin's malevolent nature, harboring both disdain and caution towards her. Tang Xiaomin's expression turned grave. What did the master say? The master warned that I cannot coexist with Tang Xiaomin, lest my health deteriorate day by day. Perhaps we should invest in a separate residence for Tang Xiaomin, allowing her to live independently, Zhang Meiyu suggested. Chapter 31. Poisoned medical emergency notification. Tang Xiaomin pondered, realizing that this was the only option left. Purchasing a home was not a significant undertaking. The challenge lay in how to broach the subject with her. Given her temperament, should she discover their intentions, chaos would surely ensue. Zhang Meiyu continued, this is simple. Each of our 4 sons can purchase a unit, ensuring everyone has their own place. That way, Tang Xiaomin will have no grounds for complaint. But what if she refuses to move out and insists on staying here? Tang Zhongqing countered. Moreover, she is currently betrothed to the Yi family. Last time we approached them claiming she was insane, they must be pondering our motives. This plan is unfeasible. For now it cannot be executed. Zhang Meiyu's distress was palpable. She felt trapped, unable to hasten Tang Xiaomin's departure, as the latter stubbornly refused to take the initiative. The following day, Zhang Meiyu instructed the chef to prepare a cup of coffee for Tang Xiaomin. She incinerated the talisman bestowed upon her by the master and added the ashes to the coffee. Shui, this is a rare coffee gifted by a client. Please deliver a cup to Tang Xiaomin. Yes, madam. Shui carried the coffee to Tang Xiaomin's room and knocked on the door. Madam has acquired a rare coffee and wishes for you to taste it as well. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the cup of coffee, then at Shui, pondering why Zhang Meiyu was thinking of her. Shouldn't her thoughts be directed towards Tang Yi instead? Accepting the cup from Shui, Tang Xiaomin had a matter to discuss with Zhang Meiyu, so she took her laptop and headed downstairs. She intended to inform Zhang Meiyu about Tang Zhongqing's involvement in helping Shui fabricate her qualifications, thereby stirring the waters of the Tang family. Upon reaching the living room, she found Zhang Meiyu indeed savoring her coffee, and upon inspection, the color was indeed identical to that in Tang Xiaomin's hand. Could it be that Zhang Meiyu had genuinely had a change of heart and was now considering her? Setting down the coffee and laptop, Tang Xiaomin addressed Zhang Meiyu. I have something to discuss with you. I hope it won't come as too much of a surprise. Zhang Meiyu maintained her composure, casting a fleeting glance at the coffee that if the coffee cools, it will lose its flavor. Let us finish our beverages before delving into conversation. Realizing the wisdom in this, Tang Xiaomin took a sip. Finding the taste exquisite, as expected from a rare brew, she opened her laptop and discreetly dismissed Shui. I wish to speak with Ms. Zhang privately, without the presence of others. Understanding Tang Xiaomin's intent to avoid her, Shui silently departed. Noticing Tang Xiaomin's caution, Zhang Meiyu remarked coldly, Tang Xiaomin, speak your mind. Tang Xiaomin pivoted her laptop screen towards Zhang Meiyu to show her the contents. Shui, as the housekeeper of the Tang family, graduated from Hongyuan Housekeeper Academy. However, her capabilities leave much to be desired, and I find myself more knowledgeable about household matters than she is. Thus, I conducted an investigation and uncovered something intriguing. Shui's qualifications were fabricated through monetary means. She has never attended any housekeeper academy, and you would never guess who was behind this deception. Zhang Meiyu, a veritable high achiever who once thrived in the professional realm, had transitioned to the role of a wealthy matron after marrying Tang Zhongqing. Tang Xiaomin, I recognize your disdain for Shui, however you need not harbor such feelings towards her. She merely follows my directives. The one you should truly find distasteful is me. Not only did Tang Xiaomin disapprove of Zhang Meiyu, but she found fault with every member of the Tang family. Yet, she refrained from voicing these sentiments at present. You ought to take a look. Otherwise, I fear you might be deceived like a fool. Living in a state of perpetual confusion. Tang Xiaomin, what are you implying? Are you suggesting I cannot discern this for myself? Zhang Meiyu begrudgingly glanced at Tang Xiaomin's laptop. The more she observed, the darker her expression grew. Eventually, disbelief washed over her features. Tang Xiaomin, where did you uncover this information? Tang Xiaomin was aware that Zhang Meiyu harbored suspicions regarding the authenticity of her evidence. Steward Yi, a board member of the Hongyuan Butler Academy, was enlisted to assist in the investigation at her request. Should you doubt this, feel free to conduct your own inquiry. It is implausible that Steward Yi would conspire with Tang Xiaomin to deceive her, especially given the meticulous nature of the documents, which even included records of Tang Zhongqing transferring funds to others. Later, he mentioned that Aunt Shui was a graduate of the Hongyuan Butler Academy, highly professional and being a woman could assist in caring for the children. Considering the numerous offspring in the household at that time, she perceived Aunt Shui as youthful and capable, a prestigious school alumna, and thus she harbored no suspicions. However, in hindsight, Aunt Shui's capabilities were indeed inferior to those of the previous steward, and despite her several attempts to dismiss Aunt Shui, Tang Zhongqing always provided various excuses to retain her. Eventually, she grew accustomed to it. Now, suddenly being informed that Tang Zhongqing had deliberately aided Aunt Shui in fabricating her credentials, even allowing her to serve as the house steward, how could one not be plagued by troubling thoughts? Observing Zhang Meiyu's astonished expression, Tang Xiaomin's lips curled into a cold smirk. Just as she reached the staircase, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and her mind buzzed as she collapsed to the ground, unaware of anything. Thud! Zhang Meiyu was startled awake by the dull sound, and upon looking over, she discovered Tang Xiaomin had suddenly fallen to the floor. Tang Xiaomin, what is wrong with you? After calling her name several times without response, Zhang Meiyu stepped forward, recalling the coffee from earlier. Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui seemed to have vanished, and despite her calls there was no sign of her. Zhang Meiyu's mind raced back to the words of the master, indicating that her fate was in conflict with Tang Xiaomin's. It was either her demise or that of Tang Xiaomin. Should she save her or not? What if the Yi family inquired? Would they suspect that it was a deliberate act to harm Tang Xiaomin for the sake of marriage? Zhang Meiyu's thoughts became a chaotic mess, and ultimately she sighed that, "Oh, you truly are vexing me." She held a strong dislike for Tang Xiaomin, yet she had not reached the point of wanting to see her dead. Driver! Driver, come quickly. Tang Xiaomin has fainted. Rush her to the hospital. The driver, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly arrived, lifting Tang Xiaomin into the vehicle and speeding off to the hospital, with Zhang Meiyu accompanying them to the hospital. The doctors conducted examinations and confirmed that Tang Xiaomin had been poisoned with arsenic, immediately initiating urgent life-saving measures. Gastric lavage, electric shocks, and various tubes were inserted into Tang Xiaomin's body as they raced against time to sustain her vital signs. Outside the emergency room, Zhang Meiyu received the critical condition notice. "Madam Tang, your daughter has been poisoned with arsenic. We will do our utmost to save her, but the situation is dire. She is on a ventilator. You must prepare yourself mentally." Chapter 32. Who poisoned her? Arsenic. How could she have been poisoned with arsenic? Zhang Meiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was merely the ashes of a talisman. How could Tang Xiaomin have been poisoned? She only intended to dispel some of Tang Xiaomin's malevolent energy, never intending to poison her with arsenic. The doctor, his expression grave, spoke earnestly. "Madam Tang, our sole duty is to save lives. As for how she became poisoned, that is beyond our knowledge." He handed the critical condition notice to Zhang Meiyu, who was now utterly panicked. The thought of anything happening to Tang Xiaomin filled her with dread, for she knew she could not escape the consequences. "Doctor, please, whatever means you have at your disposal, you must save her," she implored. The doctor replied, "Madam Tang, we are indeed committed to doing everything within our power. However, we are not deities." Just then, a scream erupted from the emergency room. "This is dire. The patient's heart rate has plummeted. Hurry!" Zhang Meiyu was left in shock, completely dazed. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone and called Tang Zhongqing. "Darling. Xiaomin, she has been admitted to the hospital. You must come quickly. The doctor has issued a critical condition notice." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, overwhelmed by panic and fear. On the other end, Tang Zhongqing was in a meeting. Upon hearing this news, he immediately rose. Zhang Meiyu refrained from mentioning that she had added something to Tang Xiaomin's coffee. "Please hurry, I just heard the doctor say her heart rate is dangerously low." Sob. With a sudden jolt, Tang Zhongqing, upon receiving such alarming news, could barely steady his phone, wordlessly exiting the conference room, leaving the attendees behind. When Tang Yu and Tang Zhongqing arrived at the hospital, the doctor announced that Tang Xiaomin's condition had stabilized temporarily. Yet she remained in grave danger and needed to stay in the intensive care unit for further observation. They could do nothing but wait, helplessly staring into the void. After extracting information from Zhang Meiyu, Tang Zhongqing turned to the doctor for answers. Upon learning that Tang Xiaomin had been poisoned with arsenic, his first suspicion fell upon Zhang Meiyu. "Did you poison her?" he demanded, faced with his accusation. Zhang Meiyu could only reveal the truth. I had no knowledge of this. How could I possibly intend to harm her?" "Whether you intended it or not, you know in your heart," Tang Zhongqing retorted. "Her personality has changed dramatically. She has been defiant towards you, and you even considered expelling her from the house last night. Who else besides you could have done such a thing?" Zhang Meiyu felt wronged. She had never wished for Tang Xiaomin's demise. What hurt her most was Tang Zhongqing's lack of trust. After years of marriage, they should have shared understanding and faith. Yet today, she realized that she had never truly known the man before her. Especially concerning Sui, Tang Zhongqing had gone to great lengths to bring her into the Tang family. What secrets lay beneath that decision remained unknown. Unwilling to back down, Zhang Meiyu replied, "I despise Tang Xiaomin. But you are no different, and I suspect you too, for you harbor a deep resentment towards her." "You." The tension between Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing nearly erupted into a quarrel in the hospital. When Tang Yu arrived, he intervened. "Dad, Mom, please let us refrain from arguing. Regardless of our feelings, Xiaomin is still our blood relative. How could we possibly wish her harm? It might simply be a case of accidental ingestion." He continued, "The pressing matter is the Yi family. They will likely hear the news. When they inquire, we must provide a plausible explanation." Tang Zhongqing contemplated for a moment and decided to take a decisive course of action. He stated that she had a congenital heart condition, which had suddenly flared up, necessitating a trip to the hospital. This would serve as their explanation. He instructed everyone to remember this narrative. as he would handle matters with the hospital. The family motto of the Tang clan dictated that all actions should prioritize the family's interests, hence they would not allow outsiders to learn of Tang Xiaomin's predicament involving poison. After the doctor's intervention, Tang Xiaomin regained consciousness and, demonstrating remarkable resilience, was discharged from the hospital the following day. Zhang Meiyu, feeling a pang of guilt, personally poured her a glass of water. Xiaomin, please have a glass of water. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the glass, recalling the cup of coffee. Although the doctor attributed her hospitalization to a heart attack, she was acutely aware of her own robust health. Her sudden fainting spell that day was a direct consequence of the coffee she had consumed, coinciding with Zhang Meiyu's unexpected kindness and her reminder that the coffee had gone cold. Observing the glass of water, Tang Xiaomin sneered, "It wouldn't be poisoned, would it?" Zhang Meiyu turned pale at Tang Xiaomin's accusation, her heart racing as she hastily denied it. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever poison you? I am, after all, your mother. I would never stoop so low. Wouldn't you?" Tang Xiaomin retorted coldly. "Then what was the reason for my hospitalization?" She continued, "Zhang Meiyu, I have taken note of this debt, and I will repay you in kind." "Tang Xiaomin, I truly did not intend to harm you," Zhang Meiyu fervently protested. Tang Xiaomin merely chuckled coldly, choosing not to engage further. There was nothing left to discuss with her. Zhang Meiyu experienced an indescribable sense of frustration, for despite her innocence, Tang Xiaomin had firmly placed the blame upon her. And even Tang Zhongqing seemed to concur. Shui, standing beside Zhang Meiyu, interjected, "Madam, it would be wise to let Tang Xiaomin's lack of gratitude go. Why persist in seeking her approval?" Zhang Meiyu scrutinized Shui, taking in her attire and skincare, and suddenly realized that Shui was in no way inferior to her as a wealthy matron in terms of appearance. While Shui had not been as striking upon her arrival at the Tang household, she was still quite presentable. Ever since Zhang Meiyu discovered that Tang Zhongqing had fabricated Shui's qualifications in her early years, she could not bear to look at her without discomfort. "My affairs with her are not subject to your judgment as a mere housekeeper. Remember your place. You are but a servant of the Tang family and have no right to comment on the affairs of your superiors." Shui was taken aback by this sudden reprimand. Her heart filled with astonishment at it was my folly to speak out of turn, madam. Zhang Meiyu shot Shui a severe glare. "Though you have served the Tang family for over a decade, if you ever commit such a grave error again, do not expect me to show you any leniency." "Yes, madam, I understand my mistake. Truly leave." Shui complied meekly, but once she reached the second floor, her expression was laced with disdain. "So what if I misspoke? Who do you think you are to threaten me?" Chapter 33. The meal prepared by Tang Yi made me vomit. Zhang Meiyu began discreetly investigating Shui's educational background. She was determined to uncover the truth behind it all. Tang Yi has recently become more subdued. After being neglected by her family, she has taken the same path as Tang Xiaomin, learning to cook and do household chores in an attempt to win their favor. At the dining table, Tang Xiaomin looked at the dishes prepared by Tang Yi with evident disdain. Without even tasting them, she exaggeratedly remarked, "This meal is so unappetizing that even a dog wouldn't eat it." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhongqing furrowed his brow. Although the dishes may not have been appealing, such a comment was excessively harsh. "Xiaomin, it's one thing not to eat, but there's no need to disparage you like that," he retorted. Tang Xiaomin scoffed, "Of course I wouldn't dare to eat it. What if someone poisoned it and I ended up dead? That would only serve to benefit someone else." Her insinuation was clear, suggesting that Tang Yi intended to harm her with arsenic. Tang Yi, feeling wronged, replied, "Sister, I know you don't like me, but you can't slander me without any evidence." Tang Zhongqing added, "Exactly, such baseless accusations make it seem as if he truly wishes you harm." Tang Xiaomin laughed derisively. "Oh, come now, Mr. Tang, you haven't forgotten that when you fell ill, she threw away your medication and left you to suffer, have you? It's easy to forgive her now that you're alive. I wonder if you'll still feel the same once you're gone." Her words starkly exposed Tang Yi's past mistakes. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Yi began to weep, lamenting, "I already know I was wrong. Father has reprimanded me. Why must this incident be brought up again? I only wish to atone for my mistakes. Is that so wrong?" Zhang Meiyu silently observed Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi, uttering not a word, and did not admonish Tang Xiaomin either. Tang Yu, sensing the tension in the air, attempted to diffuse the situation. "Let us not quarrel. It's merely a meal. There are no grand conspiracies at play. Let us all eat in peace." He took a bite of the dish, only to be met with a peculiar flavor that spread across his palate. Not wanting to hurt Tang Yi's feelings, he swallowed hard against his better judgment. Despite his stomach churning, he poured himself a bowl of soup, hoping it would soothe his discomfort, but the taste of the soup was even more overwhelming, his stomach roiling. Tang Yu could no longer contain himself and rushed to the restroom to vomit. Seeing this, Tang Xiaomin chuckled. I told you not even a dog would eat it, yet you still dared to try. She then made her way to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of fried sauce noodles. The fragrant sauce sizzling atop the noodles filled the air with an enticing aroma, stirring appetites within the Tang household. This flavor was deeply nostalgic for everyone, reminiscent of the meals Tang Xiaomin had occasionally prepared for them over the past 6 months. Reflecting on it, it had been far too long since they had enjoyed such a taste. Tang Xiaomin made only one serving of fried sauce noodles and a bowl of clear soup garnished with scallions. She brought her meal to the table, relishing it alone, slurping and occasionally exclaiming in delight as she savored each bite. Tang Zhongqing and Zhang Meiyu glanced at Tang Xiaomin's Jiangmian, then looked at the dishes prepared by Tang Yi, and found them utterly lacking. Tang Yu felt somewhat embarrassed to inquire whether there was any more noodles left. Stealthily, he peeked into the pot in the kitchen and discovered that there was still some soup remaining, which he poured into a bowl and drank. Although the flavor was not comparable to that of pig's trotter soup, it was nonetheless soothing to the palate, and after swallowing, his stomach felt quite content. While Tang Xiaomin was washing the dishes, Tang Yu suddenly spoke up, Xiaomin, I've been experiencing some discomfort in my stomach lately. Could you teach me how to make pig's trotter soup? Tang Xiaomin shook her head. You are not cut out for it. Tang Yu replied, I can learn. As long as you teach me, I'm sure I can master it. Tang Xiaomin looked at him, determined to challenge him. Very well. You must wake up at 4 tomorrow morning and go to the slaughterhouse to buy fresh pig's trotters. Once I'm up, I will teach you. Tang Xiaomin presumed that Tang Yu would back down in the face of such a daunting task, but contrary to her expectations, he responded, no problem, I don't need to go to the office tomorrow. Tang Xiaomin chose to ignore him. The next morning, Tang Yu was awakened by his alarm at 4 o'clock and drove to the slaughterhouse. It was his first time in such a place. As he approached, he was met with the anguished cries of pigs. The ground was slick, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. While blood flowed in the ditch beside him in the early hours, while others were lost in slumber, the slaughterhouse witnessed scenes of brutality. The horrific sounds of the pigs evoked a sense of terror. It was hard to imagine what emotions Tang Xiaomin, a girl, must have felt coming to such a place alone at 4 in the morning. What drove her to return here time and again just to procure pig's trotters for the sake of making a pot of soup? It seemed unnecessary. Only after experiencing it himself did Tang Yu truly appreciate the hardships Tang Xiaomin had endured. Upon returning home at 5 o'clock, he found the family still asleep, alone in the living room. He pondered. The family would rise at 6, which meant she needed to start preparing breakfast by 5. With 7 people in the household, each with their own preferences, she had to consider everyone's tastes, resulting in a diverse array of breakfast options. Would an hour truly suffice? What if she failed to prepare it properly? How would they react? First and foremost, his mother would surely chastise her for being incapable of managing even a trivial task. He feared he might be no different as the chef began to rise and bustle about in the kitchen. The aroma of cooking filled the air. Listening to those sounds, Tang Yu envisioned a petite figure in an apron flitting about the kitchen. At 6 o'clock, the family began to awaken one by one. Tang Yi had meticulously prepared herself and, after breakfast, was driven to school by the family's chauffeur. His father had left early for work, while his mother continued to indulge in her beauty sleep. Everything seemed to mirror the past yet felt subtly different. Tang Xiaomin finally arose, preparing to grab a bite before heading out, and spotted Tang Yu seated in the living room. Seeing his eager expression, she reluctantly agreed to teach him Chapter 34. Zhang Meiyu's unwavering belief that the master is a fraud. With that, Tang Xiaomin tossed off her remark and left. Tang Yu thought to himself that her willingness to teach him suggested she had merely been annoyed with him earlier. Following her instructions, Tang Yu began plucking the pig's hair one by one at home. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaomin drove straight to the vicinity of the aforementioned master's residence to gain insight into an individual. The intelligence center is undoubtedly the most accessible source of information. After parking her car, Tang Xiaomin approached a nearby gathering of elderly ladies, seeking to inquire about her subject of interest. Excuse me, ladies, do you happen to know where Master Xiangshan resides? I have heard that he possesses remarkable skills in fortune-telling, and I am here to seek his guidance. Upon hearing her intention to consult Master Xiangshan, the elderly women regarded Tang Xiaomin with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Young lady, one of them remarked, if you have money to pay the master for divination, it would be wiser to spend it on something delightful to eat and drink. Take my advice and refrain from placing your faith in such things. But I have heard he is truly gifted. Tang Xiaomin protested. Bah! What master are you speaking of? That man is nothing but a charlatan, preying upon the gullible. Everyone in our vicinity knows him as a fraud and never places their trust in him. Another elder chimed in. Listen closely, dear girl, do not seek him out again. We call that swindler Li Bapi. For he deceives anyone who approaches him for fortune-telling indeed. His proclamations are nothing but nonsensical ramblings, devoid of any genuine insight. A third lady added that he thrives on deceit to fill his coffers, neglecting his ailing wife at home while flaunting a mistress, even fathering a child with her. Precisely. By day, he masquerades as a master in Xiangshan, and by night, he indulges in vice. We are all well aware of his duplicity, they continued, their voices brimming with indignation. As Tang Xiaomin listened, the narrative surrounding the so-called master grew increasingly outrageous. Engaging in conversation with the elderly women for over an hour, she gleaned details even about the mistress's name and residence. What a revelation! It was astonishing how effortlessly she acquired this information. This intelligence hub was indeed no exaggeration. A mere con artist had led her to be cast aside by her family, a thought that stirred feelings of frustration within her. This bitter pill was one Tang Xiaomin could not swallow. Xiaomin, I am almost finished, Tang Yu called out. Tang Xiaomin glanced over, satisfied with the progress, and decided against further pressuring Tang Yu. In this age of advanced technology, the most expedient way to dismantle someone's reputation is through exposure. Tang Xiaomin invested in trending topics, propelling the hashtag #MasterShangshan to the forefront of public discourse. Before long, numerous individuals with first-hand knowledge, including neighbors, began to come forward with corroborating evidence against the master. First floor. This fellow claimed my child was not mine. After undergoing a paternity test, it was confirmed that the child is indeed mine. And now my wife has divorced me. Second floor. This man is a gambling addict. I see him frequently at the mahjong table. Third floor. I often spot him at the foot massage parlor. Fourth floor. His fortune-telling has never proved accurate, and I have paid him handsomely. I've long suspected him to be a fraud. Fifth floor. One day, he told me that lighting a prayer lamp would cost 10,000 in incense money per month. Yet when my relative walked, he claimed it would only be 100, a scam meant for the wealthy. Sixth floor. I heard that he was involved in the case of the missing girl from Xiangshan years ago, who was tragically raped and murdered. Could this so-called Master Xiangshan be implicated? Seventh floor. This is terrifying. I have reported him to the authorities and hope they conduct a thorough investigation into this beast masquerading as a gentleman. Watching the comment section explode with fervor, Tang Xiaomin couldn't help but smile. This master dared to harm her, and now she would let him experience the taste of betrayal. With her spirits lifted, she found herself more patient even while teaching Tang Yu how to prepare soup. After an exhausting day, Tang Yu's long-cherished desire for pig's trotter soup finally materialized once again in the afternoon. He consumed several large bowls in succession, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. Rising before dawn to toil, he could only relish the delicious broth now, and at this moment Tang Yu was filled with deep reflection. He regretted the cold words he had previously uttered. Xiaomin, I never realized how arduous it was for you to prepare the pig's trotter soup for me. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. I apologize, dear sister. An apology? If this were in a past life, Tang Xiaomin would have felt her efforts were worthwhile upon hearing such words. Unfortunately, that was not the case, not even in death. There is no need for an apology. After all, I will never forgive you. I harbor no forgiveness for anyone. Xiaomin, are you still holding a grudge against my past attitude towards you? Tang Xiaomin replied with a frosty smile. Should I forgive you? Forgive you for repeatedly reminding me that no matter what I do, I will never be regarded as your sister. Tang Yu, from now on, do not tell others that you are my brother. I do not want a brother like you. Tang Yu felt a sharp pang from her icy words. Xiaomin, I admit I was excessively indifferent towards you in the past. However, life must move forward. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive me? You have already taught me how to make pig's trotter soup. Surely that merits some forgiveness. Haha. That is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. Sometimes I cannot fathom the logic of the Tang family. Do you know why I taught you how to make pig's trotter soup? Why? Because I will never make it for you again. With that, Tang Xiaomin departed. Tang Yu mulled over her words. She had taught him how to prepare the soup, which meant she would no longer do it for him. She still refused to forgive his previous indifference. A wave of unprecedented annoyance washed over Tang Yu. Stemming from Tang Xiaomin the following day, news regarding Master Xiangshan erupted into a frenzy, with various netizens taking action, even alerting the authorities. The situation escalated, causing detrimental effects on society, prompting the police to summon Li Jia, known as Li the Skinner. Although no concrete evidence had yet surfaced, the story had already made it to television, serving as an indirect confirmation. Tang Xiaomin deliberately turned on the television, tuning into the channel to show Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to believe her eyes as several uniformed officers apprehended the master and placed him in a police vehicle. In her mind, something that had been unshakable for years shattered with a resounding bang. How could the master she had believed in for so long be nothing more than a charlatan? Tang Xiaomin observed Zhang Meiyu's face turning pale and flushed, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips. Zhang Meiyu, a wealthy matron, was well versed in the world, yet she had been duped by such a lowly trick. What era is this? Surely no one is foolish enough to believe in such primitive scams, Tang Xiaomin remarked coldly. Those who had been deceived were indeed foolish. Believing in such nonsense indicated a mind filled with nonsense. Tang Xiaomin subtly chastised Zhang Meiyu, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. However, Zhang Meiyu remained engulfed in a profound sense of shock, unable to regain her composure for the time being. The overwhelming blow had caused her blood pressure to soar, inducing a splitting headache, as she pressed her hands against her temples in agony. Tang Xiaomin observed Zhang Meiyu's distress with a detached demeanor. Zhang Meiyu implored, "Quickly, fetch me a glass of water." Tang Xiaomin complied, bringing forth a glass of ice water and placing it before her. "Drinking some cold water may help you regain your clarity," she suggested. Subsequently, Tang Xiaomin departed, leaving Zhang Meiyu in a state of disarray. She found it incredibly difficult to accept that the master she had steadfastly believed in for many years was, in fact, a fraud. Unwilling to acknowledge that she had been deceived, Zhang Meiyu even clung to a sliver of hope, convinced that it was merely a case of slander against the master. Another day passed, and the temple in Xiangshan was sealed off. Various opinions regarding the master circulated widely. Even affluent ladies from high society, who had once been staunch believers, now claimed they had been foolish to trust a charlatan and sought to reclaim their lost fortunes. Zhang Meiyu fell ill and was admitted to the hospital. Aunt Shui accompanied her, whispering at her bedside, "Madam, it seems that the master has been wronged by someone, yet what he spoke holds a grain of truth. Previously, he said that Tang Xiaomin was the cause of your deteriorating health. And look, just a few days later, you find yourself hospitalized." Alas! Now no one believed the master's words any longer. He had been fully exposed as a quack, and even the police were involved. Despite the turmoil, Aunt Shui continued to cling to the master's assertions, incessantly persuading Zhang Meiyu she was not a fool. When the time came for clarity, she would no longer deceive herself, especially given her knowledge of Tang Zhongqing fabricating qualifications for Aunt Shui. She harbored lingering resentment towards her. Zhang Meiyu dismissed Aunt Shui's words, her trust utterly shattered. "Indeed, madam," Aunt Shui mused, sensing the growing distance between herself and Zhang Meiyu but refraining from voicing her concerns as she left the hospital. "Miss Tang, your mother is hospitalized. Please bring her dinner." Tang Xiaomin glanced at the assortment of dishes in the thermal container, choosing to remain silent. Tang Yi, understanding the situation, took the thermal container and had the driver take her to the hospital. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xiaomin followed suit in the luxurious hospital room. Tang Yi arranged the dinner she had brought on the table, gently guiding Zhang Meiyu to sit down. "Mother, let me feed you some soup." Zhang Meiyu looked at the considerate Tang Yi, her heart swelling with gratitude. Once Tang Yi departed, Zhang Meiyu intended to rest, but at that moment Tang Xiaomin entered. Upon seeing her, Zhang Meiyu was overcome by an indescribable feeling. She had mistakenly placed her trust in the master's words, believing Tang Xiaomin to be a harbinger of misfortune. Having been abandoned at birth with the truth laid bare before her, Zhang Meiyu could not escape the guilt she felt towards Tang Xiaomin for her previous actions. She averted her gaze, unable to meet the cold, piercing eyes of Tang Xiaomin, which seemed to carry a heavy burden of resentment, constantly reminding her of the abandonment. Her conscience, inevitably, ached. What brings you here?" Zhang Meiyu's voice emerged. Stripped of its former conviction. It is as if a person who has erred becomes somewhat timid in their speech. Tang Xiaomin casually settled herself onto Zhang Meiyu's hospital bed, exuding an air of leisure. "Let me take a guess at what you had for dinner today. You feasted on cuttlefish, pig liver, and salted duck meat, did you not?" Zhang Meiyu, somewhat perplexed, wondered why Tang Xiaomin was broaching the subject of dinner. "Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" Tang Xiaomin smiled and replied, "I merely wish to inform you that, despite your hypertension, you continue to consume foods that aggravate your condition. Ever since I ceased to cook, the dining table of the Tang family has been laden with high cholesterol dishes. The chef employs not cooking wine but rather liquor. In essence, the very foods you consume daily are gradually exacerbating your hypertension." She gazed at Tang Xiaomin in astonishment, questioning, "How have you come to notice all of this?" Tang Xiaomin had devoted considerable effort to pleasing her family in the culinary realm, fully aware of each person's preferences and dietary restrictions. "Now you should comprehend the reason behind your hospitalization," she stated. Alone in her hospital room, Zhang Meiyu reflected on numerous matters she had previously overlooked, as well as recent events. Since Tang Xiaomin stopped cooking, what they ate daily was orchestrated by Aunt Shui, with the chef merely following orders. If it were mere coincidence, it would be implausible that the recent meals she had consumed were consistently high in cholesterol. The only explanation was that Aunt Xue had intentionally arranged this. Yet, why would she wish to harm her in such a manner? Zhang Meiyu's mind was in disarray as she pondered extensively. Now in her 50s, she did not wish for the family to fragment over Aunt Xue's actions. After much contemplation, Zhang Meiyu resolved to find a reason to expel Aunt Xue from the Tang household. Gazing at the hairy crabs before her, she forcefully set down her chopsticks. Aunt Xue, how could you conduct yourself in such a manner? As the housekeeper of the Tang family, are you truly unaware that I have hypertension and cannot consume crabs? Zhang Meiyu suddenly erupted in fury, startling the entire family. Aunt Xue bowed her head, apologizing meekly. Madam, I sincerely apologize. These hairy crabs were prepared at the request of Miss Yi and the Sir. I will ensure the chef does not prepare them again. Recalling the high cholesterol food she had been consuming daily, Zhang Meiyu's face flushed with anger. Aunt Xue, as the housekeeper of the Tang family, your lack of professionalism is glaring. You consistently allow the chef to prepare high cholesterol dishes for me, resulting in my hospitalization. What are your true intentions? Upon hearing this, Aunt Xue fell to her knees, repeatedly apologizing. Madam, it was my oversight, but I truly was unaware. The phrase unaware allowed her to absolve herself of blame. Zhang Meiyu was not inclined to let her off so easily. As the housekeeper, your duty is to ensure the health of every family member. Given your evident lack of professionalism, what value do you hold? Pack your belongings and leave. The Tang family will not support someone so inept. Chapter 36. Tang Zhongqing's affair with Aunt Xue. Zhang Meiyu's sudden outburst threatened to cast Aunt Xue out. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Yi hastily interjected, Mother, Aunt Xue has merely made a trivial oversight. There is no need to dismiss her. She has been a part of our household for so many years. And she is like family to us. Please, grant her this one act of forgiveness. The mention of like family struck Zhang Meiyu like a thunderbolt. She is but a servant. How could she ever be considered one of us? If she cannot even manage minor tasks, what purpose does her continued presence serve? She urged the immediate gathering of her belongings and departure from the Tang residence. Mother. Tang Yi attempted to persuade her further, but was met with Zhang Meiyu's sharp reprimand. You always defend her. Do you no longer see me as your mother? In this household, do I lack the authority to remove someone? Tang Zhongqing sighed and counseled. Let it be, it is merely a minor incident. She shall be more attentive in the future. Aunt Xue, you may leave, he commanded. Yes, yes, Aunt Xue acquiesced, hastily retreating and vanishing from Zhang Meiyu's sight. It seemed Tang Zhongqing intended to prevent Zhang Meiyu from expelling Aunt Xue. With his head bowed, he resumed his meal, and the others followed suit, collectively disregarding the interruption. Zhang Meiyu, however, seethed internally, forcefully placing her chopsticks on the table, causing a significant clatter. Tang Zhongqing, what do you mean by this? For years, Zhang Meiyu had never directly addressed Tang Zhongqing by name, yet now, her anger was palpable. Tang Zhongqing glanced at her and replied, She is merely a servant who has been with us for over a decade. While she may not have achieved anything noteworthy, she has endured hardships that no one is infallible. She will simply need to be more careful in the future. Why must you be so aggressive? The phrase so aggressive emerged from Tang Zhongqing's lips as a critique of Zhang Meiyu. Realization dawned upon her. No matter her actions in the past, he had never spoken of her in such a manner. What is the meaning of this, Tang Zhongqing? For the sake of an incompetent servant, you dare to speak to me like this? Tang Zhongqing found Zhang Meiyu's behavior utterly unreasonable. Her demeanor extinguished his appetite. You are in a foul mood today. Perhaps we should discuss this after today. I fail to comprehend how a mere servant could provoke such a conflict between us. Tang Zhongqing, what is truly troubling you? With a sharp motion, Tang Zhongqing set down his chopsticks and rose, casting an impatient glare at Zhang Meiyu. I believe you have lost your senses. Unaware of the words you are uttering, Zhang Meiyu sat down, silent and breathing heavily. In a fit of rage, she flung the evidence she had gathered regarding Tang Zhongqing's assistance to Aunt Xue and falsifying her credentials onto the table before him. Tang Zhongqing, I afforded you some discretion before the children. Staring at the irrefutable evidence, Tang Zhongqing was left speechless, shock written across his face. Yet, Zhang Meiyu was far from finished. When I married you, you were nothing more than my father's secretary. Were it not for me, you would never have achieved the comfortable life you lead now. You think highly of yourself, bringing women into our home behind my back. My friends warned me to keep a close watch on you during my pregnancy. I trusted you and bore you 5 children. What about you? Do you truly feel worthy of my sacrifices? Tang Zhongqing scrutinized the evidence before him, raising doubts. Where did you acquire these items? Could it be from Tang Xiaomin? Zhang Meiyu let out a cold laugh. Humph. Tang Xiaomin is far more perceptive than I. It is only I who have been kept in the dark by you all along. Tang Zhongqing, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act upon it. The evidence lies before us. Will you still not admit to it? The proof is as solid as a mountain. Tang Xiaomin was taken aback that Zhang Meiyu had conducted such an investigation and unearthed these truths. He was unaware of the extent of Zhang Meiyu's inquiries and feared what further revelation she might uncover. After a moment of contemplation, he helplessly nodded in acknowledgement that my dear, that I am truly sorry. I merely made the mistakes that many men do. My heart has always been devoted to our family. Ha ha ha. Zhang Meiyu laughed, tears mingling with her mirth, her expression a blend of madness and desolation. Regardless of her usual demeanor in this moment, she was merely a foolish woman, betrayed and deceived by her husband. Tang Xiaomin, you truly are something else. You betray me, yet bring other women into our home, flaunting them before my eyes. I have been deceived for a decade, feeling like a fool. In a lifetime, how many decades can one truly experience? Zhang Meiyu's laughter was laced with despair as her laughter transformed into anguished sobs. She cried out, Tang Xiaomin, you have squandered my youth. You owe me for my lost years. Oh? How could one repay such a debt? Zhang Meiyu furiously struck Tang Xiaomin, yet the one suffering in heartache was herself. My love, I have come to realize my mistakes. I truly understand my wrongs, that I only had a few encounters with her during your pregnancy. After that there was nothing. I slept in our room every night. As you well know. What significance do these words hold now? Zhang Meiyu expelled Tang Xiaomin from the room. Tang Xiaomin was relegated to the study for the night. In the absence of others, Aunt Xue hurriedly sought him out. Sir, Madam suddenly wants to send me away. What should I do? Tang Xiaomin gazed at Aunt Xue. Truth be told, he wished to avoid such turmoil, attributing it to his youthful indiscretions. However, the trouble had arisen and he had to confront it. Sigh. Tang Xiaomin exhaled deeply. She is already aware of our affair. What? Aunt Xue's face turned ashen. Sir, what shall we do? Madam is proud and will not allow me to have an easy time. Please, think of a solution. At this juncture, what more could Tang Xiaomin devise? Sigh, pack your belongings and leave. Go far away so that she cannot find you. Aunt Xue was taken aback. Tang Xiaomin's proposed solution was to have her depart. She had devoted over a decade of her life to the Tang household, and now he was sending her away. Chapter 37. She is unruly. It is inherited. Sir, do you truly intend to expel me? I can manage on my own, but what will happen to Miss Yi if I leave? Aunt Xue's concerns were not lost on Tang Xiaomin, who understood her plight all too well. Tang Yi harbored resentment, which is quite understandable. After all, she is merely a girl not yet 20. It is inevitable that one might occasionally err. Recognizing her mistakes and striving to atone for them is commendable in itself. This matter has been settled. You must hastily gather your belongings and depart from the Tang household. That I shall arrange for your flight. Do hurry. If this escalates, my sons and my wife will not spare you, and your departure is the wisest choice for all parties involved. Aunt Xue's exit has become a foregone conclusion. What of Miss Yi? As long as I am here, Tang Xiaomin cannot lay a finger on her. You need not worry. I shall ensure her safety. Now please gather your things and leave. With that, Aunt Xue, despite any lingering reluctance, had no choice but to comply with Tang Xiaomin's orders and vacate the Tang residence. Aunt Xue possessed quite a few belongings, and her packing extended into the early hours of the morning. The Tang household was eerily quiet. Aunt Xue's departure went unnoticed by anyone. Tang Xiaomin sat by her window, observing Aunt Xue's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet, it seemed almost too lenient for her to leave just like that. In her previous life, Aunt Xue had always manipulated Zhang Meiyu. Now Zhang Meiyu realized she had been deceived. With her proud disposition, it was unlikely she would forgive Aunt Xue so easily. How Zhang Meiyu would respond was no longer a concern for Tang Xiaomin. The following day, everyone in the Tang family was aware of Aunt Xue's departure. Most reluctant was Tang Yi, who remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, believing that Zhang Meiyu had acted excessively. Mother, how could you dismiss Aunt Xue like this? Who will manage our household affairs now? Zhang Meiyu's noble demeanor turned noticeably colder, a palpable aura of animosity enveloping her. It seemed she harbored a grievance that she could not swallow. Quietly competing in a battle of wills, with enough financial means, one can find any type of housekeeper. I will reach out to a professional today to ensure our affairs are managed flawlessly. Zhang Meiyu was resolute. Although Tang Yi felt a pang of loss for Aunt Xue, she refrained from provoking her mother further, wary of inciting her displeasure. Meanwhile, in the company, Tang Xiaomin was engaged in a significant meeting. Suddenly, Zhang Meiyu burst into the conference room, exercising her authority as a major shareholder of the Tang family, and unilaterally vetoed Tang Xiaomin's work plan. Zhang Meiyu was indeed a true heiress. Upon marrying Tang Xiaomin, her father had bequeathed all his shares to her, insisting that she maintain firm control over them without dilution. In the meeting room, Tang Xiaomin could not afford to confront her openly. After the meeting adjourned, he could no longer contain his frustration and confronted Zhang Meiyu. What was the meaning of your abrupt intrusion? Are you trying to undermine me? Zhang Meiyu retorted defiantly, Tang Xiaomin. For years you have basked in the advantages of my connections, perhaps forgetting that it was I who facilitated your current prosperity. Regrettably, I have been sincere with you, yet you treat me like a fool at your whim. You have unsettled me, and I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. When Zhang Meiyu's temper flared, there was no stopping her. Tang Xiaomin finally comprehended why Tang Xiaomin had suddenly become reckless and unruly. It was undoubtedly a trait inherited from Zhang Meiyu. Like mother, like daughter. Tang Xiaomin acknowledged his own faults and did not wish for their marital issues to adversely impact the company's progress. With great wisdom, he decided to relinquish his authority. It was time for him to retire. In a month, he would announce that Tang Yu would take over the company. After all, everyone's prosperous lives were reliant on the Tang family, and Zhang Meiyu's ire was solely directed at him. With Tang Yu at the helm, she would likely cease her tumultuous behavior. Tang Xiaomin, ever cunning, adopted a strategy of retreat as a means of advancement. Zhang Meiyu discovered that her forceful strikes seemed to land upon a sponge, inflicting no real damage whatsoever. In the interest of maintaining the facade of peace within the Tang family, she refrained from revealing Tang Xiaomin's infidelity and the arrangement of his mistress as the housekeeper to their sons. Some matters, once brought into the light, become irretrievably chaotic. Zhang Meiyu swallowed her bitterness, enduring the pain alone. The new housekeeper, a man named Wang Su in his 30s, was a distinguished graduate of a prestigious housekeeping academy. Under his meticulous management, the Tang household underwent a remarkable transformation, vastly different from its former state. However, there was one matter that the housekeeper felt compelled to address. Sir, Madam, Miss Xiaomin has not attended school. If this continues, it will adversely affect her education and future. She should be encouraged to pursue her studies diligently. Recently, the uproar surrounding Master Xiangshan had shaken Tang Xiaomin's perception of Tang Xiaomin, who he now viewed as a calamity. As circumstances shifted, he began to feel a sense of guilt towards her. It was indeed time for her to attend school. Idling away her days at home was not a viable option. Xiaomin, starting tomorrow you shall go to school regularly alongside E. Tang Xiaomin shook her head defiantly. I want to go. What, Xiaomin? If you do not study diligently, what will become of your future? Future? She had already mapped out her own future. After all, working hard was merely a means to live well. She felt quite content lounging at home, and had no intention of striving for anything more. My future is none of your concern. You should focus on yourself. You. Tang Xiaomin's words dripped with sarcasm, showing no regard for her father, Tang Xiaomin. Infuriated, he resolved to disengage. Fine, do as you please. It matters not if you lack ambition. After all, you will eventually marry off. They would not be living together forever. He could endure her antics for a few more years. With that thought, Tang Xiaomin began to worry about the possibility of a marriage between Tang Xiaomin and the Yi family. Yi Fengxing had gifted Tang Xiaomin a supercar, indicating his fondness for her. Consequently, if Tang Yi wished to marry Yi Fengxing, it seemed that it would require Tang Xiaomin to take the initiative to call off the engagement. This thought left Tang Xiaomin feeling quite uncertain. He even began to doubt whether Tang Xiaomin would ever take the step to end the engagement. Perhaps she was merely toying with them. Chapter 38. The malicious mother regrets it. Given Tang Xiaomin's temperament, it was entirely plausible. Yet even if she deliberately toys with them, what can they truly do to her beyond voicing a few criticisms? Tang Xiaomin was troubled. Observing Tang Yi's earnest attempts to win his favor, his heart softened under the chef's tutelage. Tang Yi's culinary skills had improved significantly. Although her creations were merely passable in flavor, they were still edible. She placed her homemade fried sauce noodles on the dining table, accompanied by a bowl of clear soup. Father, this is the fried sauce noodles I learned to make from the chef. Please give it a try. Tang Xiaomin sampled it, finding the taste acceptable, nodding in approval. Not bad, your cooking has improved remarkably. Tang Yi responded, I'm glad you like it, Father. I will cook for you every day from now on. Tang Xiaomin looked at her and replied, we have a chef in our household, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with such trivial matters. You need not waste your time on these tasks. Tang Yi's eyes widened. Father, does this mean you do not wish to eat my cooking? Or perhaps you still refuse to forgive me? Father, I truly understand my mistakes, please. Tang Yi appeared genuinely frightened, and indeed, her fears were warranted. Aunt Xue had been dismissed for her wrongdoings, and now she lived in constant anxiety, terrified that she too might face a similar fate. Tang Xiaomin, witnessing Tang Yi's timid demeanor, could no longer hold on to his anger. You have recognized your errors, and in truth, I have already forgiven you. My intention in not allowing you to cook is to prevent you from squandering your time on such trivialities. You are the treasured daughter of the Tang family, not a servant. You understand what you should focus on moving forward. After enduring such apprehension for days, diligently preparing meals, Tang Yi finally garnered Tang Xiaomin's forgiveness. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded, her heart finally at ease. Father, I understand. Thank you. You are my daughter. What father would not forgive his own child? Father Tang Yi wept tears of joy. In that moment their bond was restored, a testament to paternal love and filial piety. Tang Xiaomin watched in disbelief as Tang Xiaomin so easily forgave Tang Yi, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. She could not comprehend it in a previous life. When Tang Xiaomin fell ill and could not find medicine, he nearly perished from that moment onward. He had treated her with disdain, harboring a deep-seated grudge. How was it that only a few days had passed since Tang Yi feigned filial piety and employed a bit of emotional manipulation, and Tang Xiaomin so readily forgave her? When had his heart grown so forgiving? Was it simply because she was Tang Yi that he could so easily absolve her? It seemed that comparisons between people were indeed futile. Tang Xiaomin intended to pass the company to Tang Yu, and for this purpose a grand banquet was organized at a hotel. The newly appointed butler Wang managed all the arrangements with meticulous care, ensuring every detail was attended to. Zhang Meiyu was exceedingly pleased with butler Wang, and the entire Tang family held him in high regard. However, one issue troubled butler Wang. Madam, Miss Xiaomin's reputation is rather poor, and on the day of the banquet, I fear there may be unflattering remarks made. I am concerned that it may incite some disturbances. Previously, Zhang Meiyu and Tang Xiaomin personally disseminated rumors about Tang Xiaomin's alleged madness. Although Tang Xiaomin later attempted public relations efforts, the results were far from satisfactory. Moreover, Tang Xiaomin's disruptive behavior at the Qian family's banquet rendered any explanations futile. Given the significance of such an occasion, Zhang Meiyu wished to avoid any disturbances that might lead to ridicule. She had mistakenly placed her faith in the words of a charlatan and abandoned Tang Xiaomin, and now she felt a deep-seated sense of guilt towards her. On the day of the banquet, butler Wang retrieved the haute couture gown and jewelry prepared for Tang Xiaomin. Upon seeing the exquisite box, Tang Yi's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, she approached and opened it to her surprise. The gown was black, a color she did not favor, yet it was haute couture. Butler Wang, please take it to my room. I shall try it on shortly. Butler Wang, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Miss Yi, this was instructed by Madam for Miss Xiaomin. Mother prepared a gown for Tang Xiaomin? Haute couture along with jewelry? For my sister. Tang Yi could hardly believe it and asked again in disbelief. Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck in Tang Yi's world. Hadn't her mother always harbored disdain for Tang Xiaomin? Why would she suddenly prepare a gown for her? What could possibly account for such a change in demeanor? Could it be that, following the revelation of Master Xiangshan as a fraud, her mother felt deceived? Thus, was she seeking to atone for her guilt towards Tang Xiaomin? Tang Yi's complexion turned ashen, her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Seeing her pale face, butler Wang inquired with concern, Miss Yi, are you all right? Tang Yi did not respond. Miss Yi, are you all right? Panic surged within her as she struggled to regain her composure. I am fine. Please take it to my sister. The words came out in a stammering manner. Butler Wang could not find the right words to say, so he took the gown upstairs and knocked on Tang Xiaomin's door. Miss Xiaomin, this is the gown prepared for you by Madam for the banquet. Madam wishes for you to attend in splendid attire. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the exquisite box in butler Wang's hands, slightly taken aback. Why had Zhang Meiyu suddenly shown such kindness? Upon opening the box, she found the black gown and muttered, a black gown, just perfect to complement my sordid reputation. Butler Wang interjected, Miss Xiaomin, Madam merely instructed me to prepare a gown for you. Moreover, this color is a classic from this brand, which I selected for you without any insinuation. Realizing it was not Zhang Meiyu's choice, Tang Xiaomin's feelings shifted once more. So it was chosen by butler Wang. Your taste is commendable. I shall wear it tonight. Tang Xiaomin's mood changed as swiftly as turning the pages of a book, and she bestowed a sweet smile upon butler Wang. She did not bother to conceal her dissatisfaction towards her mother. Observing her smile, butler Wang felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 39. The evidence is in. Tang Xiaomin is embodied by 5 in the afternoon. The entire family was impeccably dressed and ready in the living room, poised to embark on their evening. Zhang Meiyu glanced at the time. As the hosts, they needed to leave early. Wang, please go and urge Xiaomin to hurry up. Wang the butler ascended briefly and quickly returned. Madam, Miss Xiaomin said she will come on her own in a bit, and we need not wait for her. Tang Xiaomin, showing no gratitude, prompted a sigh from Zhang Meiyu. Tang Yi whispered from the side, Mother, it's getting late, we should depart. Sister can drive herself and will manage just fine. We must attend to our guests first. Tang Xiaomin was unhurried, and they simply could not afford to waste time with her. Unmoved by the situation, Zhang Meiyu, despite harboring feelings of guilt, was unwilling to apologize or seek forgiveness. Very well, let us proceed, she declared as the sky darkened. Tang Xiaomin, seemingly a ghost, stirred from her cocoon of blankets. She donned a sleek black haute couture gown, casually arranged her long black hair, adorned herself with a fuchsia hairpiece, and complemented her look with a necklace and earrings. The gown, embellished with Swarovski crystals, sparkled like a constellation, as if she wore the stars themselves. Noticing the time nearing 8 o'clock, Tang Xiaomin finally took her car keys and exited, driving the supercar gifted to her by Yi Fengxing, accelerating swiftly. Though the speed limit was restricted to 30 miles per hour, her impatience rendered her driving experience frustratingly slow, no matter how she pressed the gas pedal. Suddenly, a shrill horn shattered the nighttime tranquility. An out-of-control small truck barreled toward Tang Xiaomin. Rapidly assessing the precarious situation, she instinctively pressed the accelerator in an attempt to evade the impending collision. However, she had forgotten the speed limitation of her vehicle, which refused to respond with any urgency. By the time she attempted to brake, it was too late. The truck collided violently with her sports car. With a resounding crash, the engine hood of her car began to emit smoke, yet Tang Xiaomin remained unscathed within the vehicle. Conversely, the truck driver was far less fortunate. The truck's poor quality left the body crumpled, and the windshield shattered. Tang Xiaomin alighted from her car, lifting her gown as she approached the truck driver. The driver, bloodied and terrified, was losing blood from a head wound. What were you thinking while driving? Tang Xiaomin scolded. The brakes, they failed. I'm so sorry. The driver repeatedly apologized. At that moment, the front of the truck was crumpled, and the door was jammed shut. Tang Xiaomin climbed onto the truck's hood and extricated the driver from the shards of glass. Call for emergency services yourself. I'm in a hurry, so I won't pursue compensation, she generously decided, not out of lack of desire but because the repair costs for a Koenigsegg could easily exceed several million, an expense beyond the means of an ordinary person. Tang Xiaomin, fashionably late, made her entrance at the Tang family banquet, causing quite a stir. S&T that Tang Xiaomin? I heard she had gone mad. Why does the Tang family allow her to attend the banquet? Indeed, she previously caused a scene at the Qian family's gathering. Let us hope she doesn't disrupt her own family's event. If she is truly unhinged, she should stay home and take her medication rather than bring bad luck upon us. Madness, indeed, warrants confinement within an asylum. To release such a being only brings calamity. Tang Yi stood beside Zhang Meiyu, reveling in the slanderous vitriol directed towards Tang Xiaomin. Her heart swelling with satisfaction, she cast a triumphant glance at Tang Xiaomin, as if to say, how does it feel to be branded a lunatic by your own kin? However, Tang Yi's elation was short-lived. Unable to bear the disparagement of his sister any longer, Tang Yu, as the elder brother, rose to defend Tang Xiaomin's honor. Ladies and gentlemen, my sister Xiaomin is of sound mind. I implore you not to heed these baseless rumors. Tang Yi was taken aback by Tang Yu's unexpected support for Tang Xiaomin, a revelation that stirred discomfort within her. Moreover, she had sensed a shift in her elder brother's demeanor toward Tang Xiaomin of late. Suddenly, Tang Yi noticed a slight stain of blood on Tang Xiaomin and observed a tear in the hem of her gown. Hastily, she took a tissue and approached, tenderly offering to clean the blood. Sister, how did you get blood on you? Let me help you clean it up. Upon hearing the mention of blood, the crowd began to entertain ominous thoughts. Could it be that Tang Xiaomin had succumbed to madness and harmed herself? Or perhaps she was simply experiencing her monthly cycle, leaving a trail of evidence. Suddenly, an astute observer pointed out the evident flaw in her attire. Oh dear, her gown has a tear. The onlookers began scrutinizing Tang Xiaomin's dress, confirming the presence of a gaping hole which incited a flurry of whispered conjectures. Who would wear a torn gown? Is this the behavior of a sane person? Indeed, it's likely a sign of instability. Could she have lost her mind to the extent of intentionally damaging her own attire? I've heard that the deranged can act in the most extreme ways. Surely, only someone unhinged would commit such an act. If she is mad, why let her roam free? Tang Xiaomin, with her fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate such incessant prattle. She was poised to seize one of the impertinent individuals from the crowd and deliver a few stinging slaps. A display meant to deter others. Some might argue that such actions would only serve to affirm her madness. Yet, Tang Xiaomin never claimed otherwise. She merely could not endure the judgmental stares of these so-called normal individuals. While a few slaps might not alter their perceptions, the act itself would provide her with a sense of catharsis. What mattered was her own satisfaction, indifferent to the opinions of others. If need be, she would strike again. With a chilling gaze and a dark cloud of fury brewing within her, she prepared to unleash her wrath. Just then, Zhang Meiyu stepped forward and addressed Tang Xiaomin. I have said you should accompany me. You chose not to listen. Very well, it is merely a gown steward. Please escort the young lady to change into a new one. Zhang Meiyu's casual reference to her as young lady in such a public setting effectively acknowledged Tang Xiaomin's status as a cherished daughter of the Tang family. She then addressed the assembly. My daughter is indeed a precious jewel of the Tang family. Her occasional indulgences are to be expected. I kindly ask you all not to give ear to these unfounded rumors. Should anyone dare to utter such baseless claims, labeling my daughter as insane, they shall not be spared my wrath. I shall have them escorted out. Zhang Meiyu possesses an innate pride, an inherent sense of superiority that at this moment exudes an undeniable aura of dominance. Chapter 40. Ambiguity on the dance floor with Zhang Meiyu herself publicly defending her. The whispers at the banquet finally subsided. Tang Xiaomin could hardly believe that such words of protection could come from Zhang Meiyu's lips. Had she truly realized her folly and experienced a change of heart regarding her? Miss Xiaomin, please follow me, said Butler Wang as he led Tang Xiaomin to a room within the hotel. The incident had transpired so suddenly that Butler Wang hurriedly contacted the brand representatives, requesting that they expedite a gown for Tang Xiaomin. However, they had already closed for the day, and delivery would be too late. Butler Wang looked at Tang Xiaomin with an expression of deep regret. Miss Xiaomin, it will take some time for the gown to arrive. I fear it may not reach us in time for tonight's banquet. The mother and daughter duo had finally managed to present themselves well, only to find themselves without a gown. Butler Wang had done his utmost, and Tang Xiaomin bore him no ill will for it. It's all right. It makes no difference whether I attend or not. Yet, it seemed the lady of the evening was quite keen on having her by her side, going so far as to have a gown prepared for her grand entrance. Zhang Meiyu, it seemed, had genuinely experienced a change of heart. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. She had suffered an accident, likely injuring her gown while attempting to save the driver, her attire now marred by shards of glass. Everything felt as though it was predestined. There could be no fleeting truce between her and Zhang Meiyu. At that moment, Tang Xiaomin's phone vibrated. She retrieved it to find a message from Yi Fengxing. Why Haven T, I seen you at the banquet. The banquet? Could it be? Are you attending the Tang family's celebration? I happened to be at the hotel and thought to come and see you. Tang Xiaomin sensed the flirtation woven through Yi Fengxing's words. This man was unabashedly kind to her, even sending her a car, knowing her penchant for speed, deliberately limiting the pace. Such warmth, it appeared he had genuine feelings for her. In her previous life she had devoted herself entirely to the Tang family, inadvertently overlooking Yi Fengxing. Why, she wondered, was he so adamant about not breaking off the engagement? My gown is torn and I have nothing to wear. Where are you? I'll have someone bring you one. Room 808. In less than 5 minutes, there was a knock at the door, and a pink gown was delivered to Tang Xiaomin. Though the hue was reminiscent of a rather garish shade, she, with her striking beauty, enviable figure, and fair complexion, managed to wear it flawlessly. At the banquet, Tang Yi, emboldened by her status as the hostess, eagerly positioned herself next to Yi Fengxing. Brother Yi, you've arrived. The address elicited an almost imperceptible frown from Yi Fengxing. His presence at the Tang family's celebration drew the attention of many, and it was no mystery why. He was not only tall and handsome but exceedingly wealthy. Such a paragon of perfection, while not every woman could claim him, certainly stirred the hearts of many. Envy found voice in the crowd, as some remarked, the Yi family has a betrothal with the Tang family. How fortunate Tang Yi is. Indeed, at such a tender age, she has caught the eye of young Master Yi, and should she marry him, she would undoubtedly become the esteemed wife of the Yi Group's president, a veritable winner in life. Alas, some individuals are simply fortunate, and no amount of envy can alter that reality. Yes, she is a prized flower now claimed. Yet, they are not wed yet. Who can foretell what the future holds? Until young Master Yi ties the knot. The outcome remains uncertain, and we both may yet become dark horses. Standing beside Yi Fengxing, Tang Yi felt the envious gazes directed at her from all corners, leaving her with an ethereal sensation. Yi Gij, let us go over there, she suggested, gesturing towards a secluded booth designed for two. Longing for a moment of intimacy with Yi Fengxing, suddenly, Yi Fengxing experienced an inexplicable sensation, turning towards the source of his curiosity. There, amidst the crowd, a flash of pink caught his eye, instantly captivating him. Tang Xiaomin. In his memory, Tang Xiaomin had always donned jeans, a white t-shirt, and flat shoes, embodying simplicity. Yet today she appeared strikingly beautiful, as if a flower in full bloom. Remarkably, she was still under 20. In a couple of years, when her beauty is fully realized, she would undoubtedly become a resplendent red rose in the metropolis, leaving many a man entranced at her feet. Yi Gij, let us go over there. Tang Yi mustered her courage to repeat. However, Yi Fengxing seemed oblivious, striding directly towards Tang Xiaomin. There was an unusual magnetism about her. After their initial interaction, Yi Fengxing found himself yearning for more. Despite his efforts to suppress such feelings, reminding himself that she was merely a girl not yet 20, he could not resist attending the banquet hosted by the Tang family today, dismissing other engagements. Standing merely 3 paces away from Tang Xiaomin, Yi Fengxing found himself uncomfortably close, encroaching upon the polite distance typically maintained between individuals. Towering at 185 cm, he possessed an imposing stature, while Tang Xiaomin, at 168 cm, was tall for a woman but appeared delicate and petite in his presence. Yi Fengxing's gaze roamed unabashedly over Tang Xiaomin, and he felt a profound satisfaction regarding this girl. 8 years his junior. He nodded affirmatively. Beautiful. Tang Xiaomin sensed the intense warmth emanating from Yi Fengxing and the barely perceptible heat in his eyes. After a brief moment, she smiled. Thanks to the gown you gifted me. But I am not referring to the dress. I mean you. Is he flirting with her? Yi Fengxing gestured invitingly towards Tang Xiaomin. Would you honor me with a dance? Such words carried weight, for he was a tall, wealthy man, a veritable diamond bachelor. His invitation was a privilege, rendering it unthinkable for anyone to refuse him. As for Tang Xiaomin, she wished to evoke a pang of discomfort in Tang Yi. She placed her hand in Yi Fengxing's, and at that moment of contact, she felt the searing warmth of his palm. A wave of heat coursed through her body, igniting a sensation of fervor, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. The dance appeared casual, almost devoid of the essence of dancing. It felt more like a pretext for the two to engage in flirtation upon the dance floor. The heat enveloped Tang Xiaomin, leaving her already beginning to perspire. The lighting was dim, and with Yi Fengxing's tall stature, he could not discern Tang Xiaomin's peculiar expression from his vantage point. Do you feel hot? Tang Xiaomin suddenly inquired. Hot? Yi Fengxing did not share that sentiment. On the contrary, he felt quite cool at that moment. Do you feel hot? Yes, she replied. This, a smile curved Yi Fengxing's lips. Do you usually feel this way? No, so it only happens when you're with me. That's quite strange. Why? Yi Fengxing's smile widened. Indeed, she was an innocent girl, lacking in emotional experiences. There was nothing odd about it. One simply needed to get accustomed to it. Tang Xiaomin appeared skeptical. I mean no harm. I just feel hot. Don't overthink it. Why? Yi Fengxing presumed the young lady was merely shy and did not dwell on it further. Shall we take a stroll on the balcony and enjoy the breeze? At that moment, everyone cast curious glances at Tang Xiaomin. What was happening? Wasn't Yi Fengxing betrothed to Tang Yi? How could he suddenly invite Tang Xiaomin for a dance, thereby neglecting Tang Yi? Where was Tang Yi? As they searched for her, they realized she had vanished without a trace. Could it be that an older sister was attempting to steal her younger sister's man? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xiaomin departed the banquet with Yi Fengxing, heading towards the balcony. Once on the balcony, Tang Xiaomin stood at the edge of the railing, feeling the wind. The oppressive heat that had plagued her during the dance had significantly lessened, though it still lingered. She gazed at the distant skyscrapers, her mind drifting to another. Neither of them spoke. When Tang Xiaomin casually turned her head, she discovered Yi Fengxing was looking at her. How did your dress get damaged so suddenly? Was it someone else's doing? Yi Fengxing initiated a random topic. The moment he mentioned it, Tang Xiaomin found herself with something to say. I was in a car accident on my way here. Do you know why? Why? With a hint of exasperation, Tang Xiaomin explained. I could have avoided it by speeding, but the car you gave me has a speed limit and I couldn't dodge that small truck in time. So I got hit. The driver was much worse off than I was. When I tried to help him, I accidentally cut my clothes on some glass. She recounted the incident with a nonchalance that belied the seriousness of the situation. However, Yi Fengxing frowned slightly as he listened. Suddenly, he pulled Tang Xiaomin close, his expression earnest. Are you hurt? His eyes were filled with concern. Tang Xiaomin shook her head. The car is of excellent quality. I wasn't injured. But it does need some repairs. Just as long as you're fine. It doesn't need fixing. Huh. In the next moment, Yi Fengxing added, I'll buy you a new car. His fiancée should not settle for a repaired vehicle. She deserves something brand new. What a lavish display. What woman could resist such generosity? Unfortunately, she was not one of them. Tang Xiaomin and Yi Fengxing spent nearly an hour alone on the balcony until the banquet concluded. After the car broke down, Tang Xiaomin entrusted the keys to Butler Wang for handling as they parted ways. Yi Fengxing suddenly addressed Tang Xiaomin, saying, by the way, the project on the commercial street has commenced, and the design is your creation. I hope you will personally engage in this endeavor. Participating in a significant project of the Yi family undoubtedly represented the finest internship opportunity for a university student. Such experience would undoubtedly lend considerable weight to her resume in the future. Tang Xiaomin had no reason to decline, especially considering that she was merely a university student at present. Then I shall go tomorrow. Farewell. Tang Xiaomin waved goodbye to Yi Fengxing. The moment of separation was, inevitably, upon them. Reluctantly, Yi Fengxing departed, eagerly anticipating the days when Tang Xiaomin would frequent the Yi family, lingering in his presence at the Tang residence. Yi Fengxing audaciously danced with Tang Xiaomin in front of numerous onlookers. Would it not soon be known by all that the individual engaged to the Tang family was in fact Tang Xiaomin? With events having unfolded to this extent, did she still possess any hope? The more Tang Yi pondered, the more infuriated she became. Angrily smashing objects in her vicinity, she was unwilling to accept this. A glass jar of cosmetics struck Tang Yi's foot, causing her to grimace in pain, clutching her injured appendage. Through gritted teeth, Tang Yi cursed, "Now even a mere cosmetic is bullying me." Infuriated, she intended to hurl the cosmetic jar against the wall when suddenly an idea struck her. The Tang family had only revealed that there was an engagement with the Yi family, without disclosing the identity of the bride-to-be. Today, she had overheard someone mention that Tang Xiaomin was competing with her for a man. So what if Yi Fengxing danced with Tang Xiaomin? She simply needed to concoct another reason for herself to avoid dancing with Yi Fengxing. Resolute, Tang Yi raised the cosmetic bottle and struck it against her knee. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, eliciting an involuntary cry of anguish. Soon, her knee swelled and turned red. Tang Yi snapped a photo of her injured knee and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "Tragic. I bumped my knee yesterday and it still hasn't healed." Before long, comments began to flood in. Second brother, "How careless. You should see a doctor immediately." Third brother, "How did this happen? Does it still hurt? Shuya. Pori, take care." Fourth brother. Upon seeing the outpouring of concern in the comments, Tang Yi felt a sense of comfort wash over her. The following day, she arrived at the academy, deliberately limping in front of her classmates and friends, ensuring everyone was aware of her knee injury. Shuya, known for her loose lips, had already spread news about Tang Xiaomin's actions against Tang Yi throughout the school. Moreover, as the campus belle, Tang Yi naturally attracted attention, garnering the sympathy of many classmates. Unluckily for Tang Xiaomin, she was in the same class as Shuya. If Tang Xiaomin were to come to school, the students would have already dealt with her. Shuya declared indignantly. However, she quickly devised a plan. With the school's anniversary celebration approaching, each class was required to arrange a performance. Why not assign this task to Tang Xiaomin, thereby compelling her to return to school? Let us see how long she can hide at home, she thought. Chapter 42. Retribution against Tang Xiaomin. The anniversary celebration indeed presented a splendid opportunity. Tang Yi, having been crowned the school's flower by her peers, naturally felt compelled to shine during such an event, showcasing her talents to win over her classmates. As for Tang Xiaomin, within the confines of the Tang family, Tang Yi found herself at a loss against her. However, once at school, the dynamics shifted, and she was certain that her classmates would soon have her thoroughly subdued. Elated yet feigning concern, Tang Yi remarked, "Shuya, my sister is a part of your class. It is only right that she contributes to the class's efforts. I am aware of the incident at Lily's banquet. My sister may have overstepped, but a gentle reprimand would suffice. You are far too kind. She dared to steal your fiancé, and yet you still treat her with courtesy? If it were me, I would have torn her apart to show her what true strength is." Lily interjected, "What strategies do you propose we employ against Tang Xiaomin?" Qian Lily, though harboring disdain for Tang Xiaomin, had learned her lesson after being deceived by Tang Yi during the previous encounter. "Just think of something. Whatever plan you devise, I shall support it wholeheartedly." "Very well, let us proceed in this manner." Then it was not until noon that Tang Xiaomin finally emerged from her slumber, venturing alone to the Yi group. Thanks to Yi Fengxing's early directives, she effortlessly made her way to the president's office. In her past life, Tang Xiaomin had visited this place, but not for employment. Rather, she was coaxed by the Tang family to withdraw from her engagement. Upon entering, she found Yi Fengxing momentarily pausing his labor. Just as she was about to speak, several individuals entered from outside, setting a lavish spread upon the adjacent table. Yi Fengxing flashed a subtle smile at Tang Xiaomin. "First, let us enjoy lunch together, and then we shall discuss work." Thus, Tang Xiaomin found herself unable to refuse his invitation. Halfway through, she suddenly remarked, "Please have someone else arrange it for me. If you accompany me, the company staff will undoubtedly treat me differently." Her concerns were not unfounded, and without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fengxing acquiesced. Very well. He was genuinely apprehensive about the young lady's absence and was keen to accommodate her wishes. After their lunch concluded, Tang Xiaomin made her appearance in the project department, where all eyes turned to her in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the legendary designer, who had transformed the entire project blueprint with merely a design sketch, was merely a girl of not yet 20. Though strikingly beautiful, there remained a youthful innocence in her visage. Qiu Shang, the president's male assistant, a capable man in his 20s and the principal overseer of this significant project, introduced Tang Xiaomin to the team. From today onward, Miss Designer Tang Xiaomin will be working alongside you all. Should you have any queries regarding the design plans, feel free to approach her. Furthermore, Qiu Sheng had arranged for Tang Xiaomin to have a dedicated office, ensuring her treatment was particularly favorable. Miss Tang, this is your private office. Tang Xiaomin had little to contest regarding such arrangements, for she was indeed a privileged individual. Assistant Qiu, what responsibilities will I undertake in my role? The assistant, with utmost seriousness, remarked, your role is to elucidate matters concerning design blueprints to those who lack understanding, as well as to address any design-related issues that may arise during the construction process. You are to exercise your discretion accordingly. That's all. It is indeed a rather effortless task. In comparison to the arduous domestic chores she performed at the Tang household, this is remarkably more manageable. Reflecting on her past life, she possessed a wealth of talent yet squandered her efforts on individuals of little worth within the Tang family, akin to feeding scraps to dogs. Had she chosen to pursue a career as a designer in any other company, or even ventured into a different field entirely, how vastly different her life could have been. Regardless, she would not have been cast into the depths of despair by the Tang family. Now that she finds herself here, she resolves to take her responsibilities seriously. Tang Xiaomin meticulously reviewed her design drafts repeatedly. In her haste during the initial creation, she now notices several aspects that fail to meet her standards. Diligently, she undertakes the necessary revisions, spending the entire afternoon in this endeavor. Her foster mother called, delivering thrilling news to Tang Xiaomin on the other end of the line. Zhou Xiaolin exclaimed, Xiaomin, the old district is slated for demolition. They came today to negotiate the terms, offering a house and a compensation of 1 million. The prospect of demolition was indeed delightful. Tang Xiaomin felt a surge of excitement. Yes, once everything is finalized, we will have the means to prepare your dowry. Listening to her foster mother's words, Tang Xiaomin felt an involuntary sting in her nose. They had lived in poverty for so long, and now, suddenly they were discussing a dowry for her. Her foster parents were honest people, genuinely devoted to ensuring her well-being. Oh, you needn't come over just yet. Wait until we move into the new house and then we can go together to choose new furniture. You can select whatever you like. All right. After ending the call, Tang Xiaomin was nearly moved to tears by her foster mother's affection. Zhang Meiyu overheard Tang Xiaomin's conversation and was aware that the old district was indeed to be requisitioned by the Yi Group, facing demolition. This matter was inextricably linked to Tang Xiaomin's design blueprints. Zhang Meiyu was taken aback to realize that Yi Fengxing had truly altered the original project plans for the sake of Tang Xiaomin's personal interests. While it was undeniable that Tang Xiaomin's designs were stunning, there were also personal motivations at play. Yi Fengxing had not only gifted her a car, but had also danced with her at banquets. Zhang Meiyu discerned that Yi Fengxing genuinely cared for Tang Xiaomin, or perhaps even harbored feelings for her. To be fair, Tang Xiaomin had inherited her beauty from Zhang Meiyu. Though not yet 20, she had blossomed into a captivating young woman. Observing Tang Xiaomin's sacrifices for her foster parents, Zhang Meiyu felt a deep resentment towards herself. The disparity in treatment was glaring. Despite being Tang Xiaomin's biological mother, she had been misled by deceitful individuals, leading to an irreparable rift between herself and Tang Xiaomin. Who could she blame for this predicament? Zhang Meiyu's emotions were tumultuous, yet she deemed it necessary to offer a word of caution to Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, while Yi Fengxing treats you well, and you are bound by an engagement, I must remind you that until you are married into the Yi family, accepting his gifts may not be appropriate. Although Yi Fengxing himself may see no issue, the Yi family is a prominent clan. Should anyone hold these matters against you, it could adversely affect your reputation. Zhang Meiyu is genuinely concerned, speaking such words solely for the sake of Tang Xiaomin. The words of the populace can be fearsome. She has witnessed too many instances where slanderous tongues have led to ruin. The sentiments expressed by Zhang Meiyu, upon reaching Tang Xiaomin, took on an entirely different connotation. Chapter 43. Nominated to participate in the program. My affairs are of no concern to you. Moreover, isn't it precisely your desire for me to be the subject of gossip? You would relish the prospect of me being discarded by the Yi family, allowing Tang Yi to flourish, wouldn't you? Zhang Meiyu could hardly fathom that Tang Xiaomin harbored such thoughts about her. That is not my intention. She attempted to articulate an explanation, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Tang Xiaomin scoffed, Oh, spare me your feigned sincerity. It is truly nauseating. With that, she departed. Zhang Meiyu's good intentions were misconstrued by Tang Xiaomin, who retaliated with harsh words. This experience was profoundly disheartening to this juncture. How could she even contemplate undermining Tang Xiaomin's engagement? Her genuine concern was for Tang Xiaomin's well-being. Yet one day, she was abruptly confronted with the realization that the beliefs she held steadfastly were nothing more than a farce. Upon awakening to this truth, she recognized the multitude of grievous errors she had committed. Even towards an unrelated outsider, she would never resort to such cutting cruelty. Yet, in her dealings with her own daughter, she had unleashed the most venomous side of herself. Even if she were to apologize to Tang Xiaomin now, given Tang Xiaomin's disposition, it was unlikely she would ever find forgiveness. Zhang Meiyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The master Xiangshan had already been imprisoned, rendering her incapable of seeking retribution against him. People often seek excuses for their transgressions, and Zhang Meiyu's deep-seated animosity towards Aunt Xue only exacerbated the situation. At this moment, Aunt Xue's missteps were magnified manifold, fueling Zhang Meiyu's wrath to a boiling point. She was resolute in her determination to confront that wretched woman. The following day, Tang Xiaomin received a phone call from her homeroom teacher. Tang Xiaomin, you registered but have yet to attend school. What is going on? What could she say? That prestigious university only accepted high-achieving students or those with influential family backgrounds to ask for attendance. That was beyond the teacher's jurisdiction. The homeroom teacher was decent, so Tang Xiaomin refrained from being confrontational. Teacher, I am currently interning at Yi Corporation, so I won't be attending regularly. I will return for exams. What? Why was I chosen? Tang Xiaomin, this decision was made through a vote among all the classmates. As a member of our class, it is your responsibility to contribute to the collective effort. Please prepare for the program. Tang Xiaomin found herself at home, yet trouble brewed at school. It was merely a performance. She was not intimidated, thinking she could manage with a casual song. 3 days later, the homeroom teacher personally called to insist she attend rehearsal. Tang Xiaomin could only text Yi Fengxing to request a day off. I will take a day off to go to school. To do what? What else would I do at school? Isn't that a redundant question? To attend classes, approved. Tang Xiaomin felt a growing reluctance to venture into the office, as Yi Fengxing frequently wandered into her workspace. Seemingly without cause, her colleagues began to whisper and speculate, casting disparaging glances her way, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yet, Tang Xiaomin found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, she realized that her time at work was largely unproductive. After a few days, she had little to occupy her. Even the homeroom teacher took it upon themselves to remind her, insisting she attend the afternoon rehearsal at the main auditorium. Now understood, she was indeed Tang Xiaomin, a woman of considerable beauty. What? Is that true? How terrifying. Haven't you heard? She danced with Tang Yi's fiancé at the banquet. Even men are vying for her attention. Rumor has it she has some mental issues, that she's a lunatic. In high society, the circle was small, and everyone knew each other to some extent. The whispers surrounding Tang Xiaomin spread throughout the school, rife with speculation. Despite never having attended, her name echoed with fervor, revealing that Tang Yi had certainly been busy perpetuating the gossip. Tang Xiaomin couldn't be bothered to clarify anything. Explanations were mere veils, and veils concealed the truth. Those around her would only think as they wished. One day, when sunlight streamed in, everyone would come to recognize who was truly innocent, and she would be that beacon of light. Inside the school's auditorium, even though it was merely a rehearsal, a considerable crowd had gathered, all eager to witness the spectacle. As Tang Xiaomin stepped inside, she immediately heard a group of boys chanting, "Goddess! Goddess!" Tang Yi had been chosen as the campus belle by the male students, her delicate demeanor winning the hearts of many. She had a legion of supporters, with these boys fervently adoring her. Tang Xiaomin even overheard Tang Yi boast about how these boys would eagerly worship her beauty. She claimed that as long as she looked attractive enough, they would willingly bow to her whims. On stage, Tang Yi performed a piano piece, singing a song by her older brother, Tang Wei at the age of 24. Tang Yi had chosen to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, thriving on his handsome appearance and innate talent, achieving great success and fame. Did you hear? Tang Yi will invite her brother Tang Yi to perform with her. We might hear him sing live. How exciting! It's wonderful to see an idol up close. Indeed, we owe it to Tang Yi's influence. Who would have thought she'd actually invite her brother to please everyone? Truly the campus belle, beautiful and kind-hearted. Absolutely. If Yi debuts, she'll surely shine as brightly as her brother. Tang Yi, having been raised in the Tang household, undoubtedly benefited from their nurturing. As the performance concluded, the crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch akin to a concert, illustrating just how beloved Tang Yi was at school. In her previous life, Tang Xiaomin had shouldered the household chores, spending scant time at school, mostly self-studying at home. Although she ultimately achieved commendable results, the Tang family only celebrated Tang Yi's accomplishments, scarcely acknowledging her own. Tang Xiaomin approached the student council president. I am a member of class 9. Here for the rehearsal. Chapter 44. The queen strikes, the stage is utterly destroyed by you. The president of the student council, Yi Lingyun, hails from the Yi family's collateral line. According to hierarchy, he should be addressed as Yi Fengxing, grandfather. He is both the school's heartthrob and a bully, and no one dares to provoke him. Yi Lingyun did not even glance at Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin smirked. I will break bricks with my bare hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyun turned to cast a fleeting glance at Tang Xiaomin, pondering, is she here to amuse herself? A girl breaking bricks with her bare hands, has she lost her mind? He chuckled, and laughter erupted among several members of the student council, amused by Tang Xiaomin's remark. Indeed, Tang Xiaomin was merely being dismissive, as it was not her intention to participate. I will perform the act of breaking bricks with my bare hands, she declared resolutely. She raised her fists to deter any petty individuals from thinking her an easy target, as they might seek to trouble her. While she was quite capable of fighting, she feared that if she lost control and seriously injured someone, she would become a criminal, which was unacceptable. Lu Feng, noticing Tang Xiaomin's steadfastness, sought to embarrass her. Tang Xiaomin, you represent Class 9. Your flippant attitude towards the school's anniversary celebration will surely earn you a demerit. A demerit? Just like that, they were indeed underestimating her and threatening her. Tang Xiaomin retorted with a cold smile, who says I am being flippant? When the time comes for me to break the bricks, I will exert my utmost strength and perform splendidly. Very well. I shall have someone bring you some bricks. If you cannot break them, a demerit will be yours. Lu Feng, relying on his family's connections and having heard that Tang Xiaomin was not favored in the Tang family, showed no mercy in bullying her. He harbored a secret crush on Tang Yi, and had learned that Tang Xiaomin had made her life difficult, so he sought to avenge her. Lu Feng acted swiftly, instructing someone to fetch 20 bricks, which were neatly stacked between two chairs, rising above a meter in height. Laughter erupted from the audience, who found the spectacle utterly hilarious. Indeed, you were right, she must be out of her mind. Who in their right mind would attempt such a feat? The audacity is laughable. She should just step down. The synchronized shouts to drive her away resounded like cannon fire, bombarding Tang Xiaomin alone. A newcomer to the school, she found herself subjected to such ridicule merely for daring to perform a bare-handed brick-breaking act, as if she had become the enemy of the entire institution. Standing on the stage, she felt the weight of the world's malice bearing down upon her. Anger ignited within her. While the malevolence of humanity was laid bare in that moment, she gazed at the crowd below, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. Lu Feng urged, Tang Xiaomin, did you not claim you would break the bricks seriously? I must inform you, should you fail to break these 20 bricks in one go, I will certainly recommend to the teachers that you receive a demerit. You said you weren't being flippant, so hurry up. A wicked smile crept across Lu Feng's lips, convinced that Tang Xiaomin would be unable to break the 20 bricks, and determined to humiliate her. Tang Xiaomin, refusing to back down, remarked, patience is key. One cannot rush into eating hot tofu. Do not be hasty. We must proceed swiftly, as there are other classes awaiting their rehearsals, and we cannot afford to waste time. Amidst the clamor of voices urging her to leave, Tang Xiaomin slowly approached the stack of 20 bricks. She gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate, fair arms. Gazing at the towering pile of bricks, which exceeded a meter in height, she hesitated not for a moment, delivering a swift chop with her hand. With a resounding crash, dust billowed across the stage. In an instant, the stack of bricks vanished, along with the two chairs that had supported them. Before Tang Xiaomin's standing position now lay a substantial pit. The drill, along with the benches, had been sent crashing beneath the stage by her strike, leaving destruction in its wake. The audience fell into stunned silence, pondering the recent event. What had just occurred? How could such a diminutive figure as Tang Xiaomin unleash such force? Indeed, in the realm of human interaction, strength forms the foundation of mutual respect, while dignity lies solely upon the edge of a sword. As the crowd fell silent, Tang Xiaomin brushed the dust from her hands. What do you think of my performance? Lu Feng's expression was one of incredulity. You have damaged the stage, Tang Xiaomin. How will the subsequent classes rehearse? This was no longer a concern for Tang Xiaomin. My rehearsal is complete, and I must take my leave. In full view of everyone, she intended to depart despite the chaos she had caused. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Feng felt a surge of discontent. Perhaps witnessing Tang Xiaomin's astonishing power had rendered him hesitant to further antagonize her, and he could only watch as she walked away. The destruction of the stage had interrupted the previously high spirits of the audience, inciting discontent among many students. What are we to do now that Tang Xiaomin has ruined the stage before our rehearsal? Indeed, it is outrageous that she has left after causing such havoc. She thinks she is impressive for breaking bricks. This is merely a display of intimidation towards all of us. Precisely. We cannot let her off easily. She must be shown the consequences. Unbeknownst to Tang Xiaomin, the students were not intimidated by her formidable display of strength. Instead, it had sparked a rebellious spirit among them, prompting them to seek retribution. Tang Xiaomin opened her locker and retrieved her bag. Each student had a designated locker for their belongings. Upon opening it, she discovered a red card hanging inside, marked with a single character, Y. Assuming it to be a prank from a fellow student, she promptly discarded it on the ground. Snap! Snap! The surrounding students hastily drew their phones to capture images of Tang Xiaomin, regarding her with curious glances before selectively distancing themselves. A fleeting memory of a red card surfaced in Tang Xiaomin's mind. She recalled that in her previous life, a similar card had also appeared in her locker. From that day forth, she had become the target of relentless teasing by her peers. Chapter 45. 70 to 80 people bully her alone. In her previous life, it was similar. She believed that these arrogant young masters and ladies simply looked down upon someone like her, who emerged from the slums. Upon reflection, she suspected that Tang Yi had instigated those individuals. However, she quickly reconsidered. Even if Tang Yi wielded considerable influence, she was not powerful enough to command an entire crowd to target her at will. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the red card and the Y inscribed upon it, deep in thought. Halt! She admonished sharply, yet those individuals dashed away with remarkable speed, showing no inclination to stop. With a computer and a phone in her bag, Tang Xiaomin hastened after them. Upon reaching a stairway, an ominous premonition struck her, prompting her to swiftly sidestep. With a splash, a bucket of water was inadvertently thrown onto her path. Had she not paused, she would have been drenched. Tang Xiaomin frowned at the scene. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly at the hands of these individuals. It was high time to teach these audacious troublemakers a lesson. Since no one dared to intervene, they would all have to rely on their own abilities to stand their ground. Once more she pursued them, but the group of young men continued to sprint ahead with considerable swiftness. After a while, a flower pot tumbled down from above. Tang Xiaomin deftly evaded it by tilting her body slightly. As she passed the playground, a basketball hurtled directly towards her. She raised her hand and caught it with ease, dribbling it twice on the ground. Tang Xiaomin clearly discerned that the young man had intentionally aimed the basketball at her. Her gaze turned icy, and a smile curled at the corners of her lips. Having caught the ball, the man reached out to reclaim it, only to be struck by an immense force that sent him flying several meters before he collided with another person. Finally coming to a halt, the young man writhed in pain, his features contorted, unable to utter a single word, while a crowd quickly gathered around him, expressing concern. Tang Xiaomin continued her leisurely pursuit of the group who attempted to snatch her bag, trailing them to a secluded, abandoned factory. By now, a considerable number of individuals had already assembled there, suggesting a premeditated plan to confront her. Complete with an audience, the factory housed no fewer than 70 to 80 people. A few ruffians, each taller than 1.7 meters, encircled Tang Xiaomin, their faces adorned with sinister grins. The onlookers joined in, some even cheering, "Hit her! Tear her clothes off!" Wow, the atmosphere was thick with malevolence, permeating the abandoned factory. Although they were merely youngsters in their early 20s, their demeanor was far from innocent. They resembled demons more than anything else. Among the throng, the leading figures were none other than Yi Lingyun and Lu Feng, who lounged nonchalantly on two sofas. The red card in this nefarious setting made her wonder, were they so bored that they resorted to playing a card game reminiscent of an idol drama? Recently, the remake of Meteor Garden had gained immense popularity, and Tang Xiaomin had watched it, instantly grasping the situation. Yi Lingyun belonged to the Yi family, a figure of considerable status, who, having nothing better to do, reveled in mischief. This red card was likely distributed by him. As depicted in television dramas, the issuance of a red card signifies that anyone can bully the recipient until they can no longer endure the torment and choose to depart. Unfortunately for Tang Xiaomin, she has become the target of such a red card, subjected to the cruelty of all those around her. Regrettably, they have chosen the wrong person. A cold smile graced Tang Xiaomin's lips. "Return my bag," Lu Feng declared, rising from the sofa with ill intentions. "Tang Xiaomin, you are quite arrogant. With your petty tricks, you dare to act recklessly before us. The F2 if we don't show you some consequences. You will never learn your place." A laugh escaped Tang Xiaomin as she found Lu Feng's words amusing. "Faha. You've watched too many dramas, haven't you? Perhaps you should call yourselves 2H, a pair of fools." Tang Xiaomin burst into unrestrained laughter. Lu Feng, seething with anger at her mirth, retorted, "Laugh while you can, Tang Xiaomin. Let's see if you can still find humor in this situation. Attack!" Lu Feng commanded, and several men encircling Tang Xiaomin suddenly sprang into action. One of them pressed down on her shoulder. "Hit her! Hit her! Hit her!" The synchronized, thunderous chants from the onlookers echoed with the ferocity of an army on the battlefield. In all honesty, the atmosphere rivaled that of a gang conflict. "Prepare to meet your downfall," the young man holding her shoulder arrogantly proclaimed, as expressions of schadenfreude danced across the faces of the crowd. "Tang Xiaomin, unless you beg for mercy, this game will not cease." Tang Xiaomin despised being instructed by others, especially by those inferior to her. Just when everyone anticipated that she would be ruthlessly bullied today, a surprising turn of events unfolded. With a swift motion, Tang Xiaomin seized the hand pressing down on her shoulder and with a powerful flick, sent her assailant crashing to the ground as if he were mere refuse. Ah! He howled in agony. Everything transpired so swiftly that the onlookers were left in a state of shock. Tang Xiaomin was indeed formidable. She had managed to counterattack a man taller than herself. The air fell silent. Observing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. She has trained. Everyone attacked together. As his words fell, the crowd resumed their synchronized uproar. Hit her! Hit her! The group surrounding Tang Xiaomin exchanged glances before lunging at her in unison. Today, she would teach these scoundrels a lesson. Tang Xiaomin stood her ground, slightly turning to evade a punch from one man. Retaliating with a swift slap that sent him sprawling to the ground, she deftly dodged another man's wild swing, causing his strike to land heavily on yet another's face. Just then, 5 more men charged toward her, their coordinated moves making evasion difficult. Chapter 46. Who else? With a swift kick, Tang Xiaomin executed a technique known as the shadowless kick, sending all 5 adult men flying through the air simultaneously. Bang! 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 Each of their faces bore a distinct imprint of her size 30 shoes. In the blink of an eye, 8 men lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. Tang Xiaomin's strikes were executed with such swiftness that no one could discern how she had launched her assault. From the moment those individuals initiated their attack to the instant Tang Xiaomin subdued them, she remained immovable throughout. Such combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. Lu Feng, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow. Ling Yun, this girl possesses remarkable skills. Ling Yun also recognized her capabilities, having underestimated her previously. The individual who had received a red card earlier had been quickly expelled after a brief scuffle. This was his first time issuing a red card to a girl, and he had not anticipated encountering someone so formidable. After bullying so many, it was refreshing to finally face a worthy opponent. This unexpected turn of events brought a semblance of excitement to Yi Lingyun's otherwise mundane university life. Continue, commanded Yi Lingyun as the bullying was far from over. Aware of Tang Xiaomin's training, the new batch of lackeys had learned their lesson. Each wielded a weapon, rusty iron bars, bricks, table legs, and more. Charge! Lu Feng bellowed. As several boys lunged aggressively towards Tang Xiaomin. Initially, she had no desire to engage them seriously, but the escalating situation left her no choice. Anger surged within her, as she could no longer tolerate such acts of bullying. When an iron rod narrowly brushed against her hair, Tang Xiaomin swiftly seized the assailant's wrist and twisted forcefully. Dislocating it instantly, the iron bar fell from his grip, and she caught it, ready to confront the remaining aggressors. In the face of overwhelming strength, any flashy techniques proved utterly futile. With the iron bar in hand, Tang Xiaomin struck mercilessly, incapacitating her opponents one by one. However, the chaos was not yet over. Girls watching from the second floor began hurling water bottles at Tang Xiaomin. With deft movements, she wielded the iron bar, skillfully deflecting each incoming projectile. While it was one thing for the boys to attack, she was taken aback by the malice exhibited by the girls in skirts. One girl, unable to evade in time, was struck on the head, letting out a cry. The tremendous impact knocked her to the ground, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. This was disastrous. Tang Xiaomin had knocked Kur unconscious. At this point, her display of combat ability was nothing short of astonishing. A palpable aura of fury enveloped her, signaling her wrath. Who else? Yi Lingyun, Lu Feng, and everyone present stood in stunned silence. With such fighting prowess, who would dare to engage? They all wilted in fear. Tang Xiaomin's icy gaze fixed on the man clutching her bag, her voice as frigid as ice. Return my bag. The man, tasked with carrying out Lu Feng's orders, hesitated, not daring to act without Lu Feng's command. Yet, he feared Tang Xiaomin, casting a questioning glance towards Lu Feng. Realizing that the true authority here lay with the so-called F2 duo of Yi Lingyun and Lu Feng, Tang Xiaomin wasted no time. She hurled the iron bar directly at Lu Feng and Yi Lingyun. Thud! Something whizzed through the air, and a hole appeared just 1 centimeter from Lu Feng's ear on the backrest of the sofa he was sitting on. Looking further back, a metal rod was embedded into the wall, constructed of reinforced concrete. Not far behind him, the sheer force was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Lu Feng was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, barely managing to hold himself upright on the sofa to avoid collapsing to the floor. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Tang Xiaomin hurling the rod towards him. Visually, it seemed as if the rod was aimed directly at his head. It was a near miss, only a fraction away from having his skull pierced, with fatal consequences. Tang Xiaomin glanced at her hand and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I missed. Consider yourself fortunate. That was merely her showing restraint. Lu Feng, his voice trembling, said, "Return the bag to her." The man, quaking, timidly handed the bag back to Tang Xiaomin and scuttled away, keeping his distance. At that moment, her slender silhouette emanated an enigmatic aura, as if shrouded in mystery. Originally they had all united to confront Tang Xiaomin, yet in the end, not only did they fail to teach her a lesson, but she had also decisively showcased her prowess, instilling fear in them all. Even the full might of their collective efforts could not subdue a single girl like her. In the future, who among the unruly would dare to provoke her? This episode of bullying resulted in several boys sustaining varying degrees of injuries at the hands of Tang Xiaomin, in addition to Lin Kuer, who was rendered unconscious by a blow from Tang Xiaomin. An ambulance was summoned, and she was rushed to the hospital. Upon receiving the news, Lin Kuer's parents hurried to the hospital. Upon seeing their daughter incapacitated, Lin Yong erupted in fury. "Who on earth dares to harm my daughter like this?" Shuya followed closely behind, stating it was Tang Xiaomin, the daughter of the Tang family. The Tang family. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong immediately dialed Tang Zhongqing, unleashing a barrage of complaints. "Old Tang, your daughter has hospitalized my daughter. You must give me an explanation. Old Lin Mai has always been well behaved. How could she harm your daughter? Aren't they good friends? Not Tang Yi, but your daughter Tang Xiaomin." Tang Xiaomin. Upon hearing the name, Tang Zhongqing found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster a single retort. Tang Xiaomin's fiery temper was well known. When angered, she would not hesitate to strike even her own mother, let alone others. He hastily muttered a few words before hanging up, knowing that he would only face scorn otherwise. "Dad, do you need something from my sister?" Chapter 47. Mother no longer assists her. Reflecting on this, Tang Yi felt a sense of relief. Dealing with someone like Tang Xiaomin required a firm hand. Alas! Tang Zhongqing sighed. "I heard she put Lin Kuer in the hospital. Old Lin just called me himself. It seems this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. She has been causing trouble outside, relying on her training. Sooner or later, she will bring significant trouble to the family." Before Tang Yi could express her astonishment, she noticed that Tang Xiaomin appeared unchanged, her white t-shirt impeccably clean without a trace of dirt. Tang Yi pondered, "This is not right, is it? Shouldn't she be battered and bruised like those who were bullied before, with her clothes torn and dirt smeared all over her? How can she appear so pristine?" Tang Zhongqing's expression hardened as he sternly questioned Tang Xiaomin. "What good deeds have you accomplished at school today?" Without inquiring about the circumstances, he immediately began to reproach her. Such behavior was undeniably foolish. Since he was unaware, Tang Xiaomin saw no harm in enlightening him. "It's nothing. Really. I merely damaged the stage during rehearsal and was then bullied by 70 or 80 people. However, I did not let them have it easy." 70 or 80 people bullying her. That sounded quite significant. Zhang Meiyu, rarely one to inquire about the details, chose instead to ask Tang Xiaomin what had transpired, rather than launching into a tirade. This alone placed her above Tang Zhongqing. Tang Xiaomin remarked, "This is a question you should pose to those who bullied me. They know far better than I." Yet, despite her words, she had indeed struck them. "Tang Xiaomin, you ought to reflect on why everyone chooses to bully you and not others," Tang Zhongqing stated. "And furthermore, you knocked Lin Kuer unconscious. She is currently in the hospital. How do you intend to handle this matter?" Tang Zhongqing's morally bankrupt words only filled Tang Xiaomin with disgust. What else can be done? Just let it be. If they have the guts, let them report me to the prosecutor's office. When the truth comes to light and it isn't my fault, I shall countersue her. Tang Xiaomin showed no signs of fear towards those individuals. Whether it be fighting or engaging in legal battles, she was prepared to see it through to the end. She further admonished Tang Zhongqing, "Mr. Tang, I advise you not to hinder me, or it will be the Tang family's reputation at stake." "You." Tang Zhongqing found himself at a loss for words in the face of Tang Xiaomin's brazen attitude. "Very well, you are bold. You have already offended the Qian family and relations have soured. Now you have also provoked the Lin family. Creating enemies on all sides is absolutely unwise." "Why is it unwise?" Tang Xiaomin retorted, believing her actions to be quite strategic. If she did not create more enemies for the Tang family, how could she bring about its downfall? However, she would never reveal her true intentions. With a smile she said, "You are mistaken. The Tang family has a betrothal agreement with the Yi family. No matter how bold they may be, they wouldn't dare to act against us if you continue to live in fear. How will the Yi family ever regard you?" "You." The Yi family was indeed powerful and had the audacity to act with impunity. Though the Tang family was also a prominent clan, it had not yet reached a level of arrogance that could render them dismissive of others. Tang Zhongqing was about to say more when Zhang Meiyu interjected, "Children's scuffles are merely harmless roughhousing. No one has been killed. If you clarify the situation to him and he still chooses to dwell on it, then he is not worth your concern. Tang Xiaomin is right. The Tang family has a betrothal agreement with the Yi family. Who would dare to cross us? Zhang Meiyu's sudden alignment with Tang Xiaomin caused Tang Yi to take a moment to regard her with newfound respect. This venomous mother was most insufferable when oblivious, yet now with clarity, she seemed to possess an undeniable understanding. Listening to her mother's words, Tang Yi felt a pang of anxiety. She did not comprehend why her mother had suddenly chosen to side with Tang Xiaomin. Even in the face of such a significant incident involving Tang Xiaomin, she did not immediately cast blame upon her. Rather, she sought to ascertain the details of the matter first. Recently, it seems that mother has been treating Tang Xiaomin with more kindness than before, refraining from scolding over trivial matters. What could possibly be the reason behind this change? In the evening, Tang Yi took the initiative to visit Zhang Meiyu. Mother, my second brother has promised me that he will join me in the performance for the school anniversary. Zhang Meiyu nodded in response. Tang Yi is usually busy with work. Having him perform alongside you will certainly make your presentation exceptional. Tang Yi continued, Mother, will my sister truly take the initiative to call off her engagement and relinquish her marriage to the Yi family in my favor? At this point, Zhang Meiyu no longer wished to pressure Tang Xiaomin regarding the matter of marriage. She felt she owed her too much and naturally hoped that Tang Xiaomin would one day marry a good man. Moreover, Yi Fengxing had been quite kind to Tang Xiaomin. You are a daughter of the Tang family. Regardless of whom you marry in the future, it must be someone who is a suitable match for the Tang family. You are still in school, so there is no need to rush this matter. Mother was right. In truth, it matters little whether it is I or my sister who marries into the Yi family. The significance to the Tang family remains unchanged. The discord between my parents and my sister over the marriage issue has saddened me greatly. As for the matter of marriage, let it be. There is no need to pressure my sister any further. As Tang Yi spoke these words, her expression was tinged with an unprecedented sense of melancholy. She appeared so aggrieved, as if the entire world were conspiring against her. It is worth noting that she is a daughter who has been cherished and nurtured since childhood, albeit not by blood. Yet the bond remains. Zhang Meiyu could not bear to see Tang Yi in such distress and offered her comfort. Although Yi Fengxing is admirable, there are plenty of good men in this world. Even if you cannot marry Yi Fengxing in the future, I will ensure that you are provided with a satisfactory match. You are my daughter, and I will not allow you to suffer. Mother, I do not feel wronged. Being your daughter and living in the Tang family brings me immense satisfaction. Tang Yi's eyes reddened, and as she spoke, tears began to fall. Clearly overwhelmed by her emotions, her tears were not born of gratitude for Zhang Meiyu's kindness, but rather a realization that Zhang Meiyu would no longer stand by her side or strive to arrange her marriage to Yi Fengxing. Zhang Meiyu embraced Tang Yi, soothing her. Do not cry. Your tears cause me pain as well. Painful indeed. If she truly felt pain for her, she ought to resolve the issue with Tang Xiaomin, allowing her to marry Yi Fengxing smoothly, rather than forcing her to settle for a lesser option. Chapter 48. Zhang Meiyu's ruthless intentions. When Tang Yi emerged from Zhang Meiyu's bedroom, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. As she passed through the corridor, she noticed that the study's light was still on. Curiosity piqued, Tang Yi approached and saw Tang Xiaomin in his pajamas, seemingly preparing to sleep in the study. How strange, her parents had always shared a strong relationship. Why then was her father choosing to sleep in the study? Had they encountered some kind of conflict? Father, are you planning to sleep in the study? You and mother have been acting oddly lately. What is going on? Tang Xiaomin hesitated to divulge the intricacies of marital issues to Tang Yi. We've had a minor disagreement recently, but you need not worry about us. Is it about my sister? Tang Yi inquired. Ever since her sister's temperament underwent a dramatic change, she had indeed engaged in numerous actions that caused their father considerable distress. Yet, their mother. It seemed that she too had taken her sister's side, showing little regard for their father's feelings. Tang Xiaomin had also sensed this situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Xiaomin was still his blood relative, a reincarnation of a calamity, and had been deceived by Master Xiangshan. Naturally, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Tang Xiaomin, and it was only reasonable that he would lean in her favor. Aware of Tang Yi's concerns, Tang Xiaomin patiently reassured her. It is a good thing that your mother's relationship with your sister is improving. But rest assured, your father will never overlook you. Marriage cannot be rushed. Besides, you have several years before that day arrives. Trust in your father. I will surely find a way for you to marry into the Yi family. At that moment, Tang Yi realized that her only hope rested upon her father. Father, my marriage entirely depends on you. With her father's words, Tang Yi felt a slight sense of relief. With her mother becoming unreliable, her sole source of support was her father. Given the issues between her parents, Tang Yi understood that she must leverage this situation wisely. The following day, Aunt Xue did not adhere to Tang Xiaomin's arrangements and chose to remain in the bustling metropolis. Over the years, she had accumulated some savings, sufficient to sustain her for the remainder of her life. Even without employment, Aunt Shui purchased a modest apartment for herself, though it paled in comparison to the grand villa of the Tang family. Surveying her new surroundings, she muttered with bitterness, Zhang Meiyu, do not think you have triumphed. There will come a day when you will truly understand despair. She still held many secrets about Tang Zhongqing close to her chest, not yet revealing them all. The notion that he could simply cast her aside was nothing short of a delusion, and as for that Tang Xiaomin, emboldened by her youth and arrogance, she dared to act brazenly before her. Previously, Aunt Shui had refrained from confronting her directly while in the Tang household, but now the circumstances had changed. She was determined to teach that audacious girl a lesson, however. Before Aunt Shui could take action, a group of burly men suddenly burst into her home. Who are you? She demanded, her voice laced with alarm. The men, their faces obscured by masks, wasted no time in wreaking havoc, smashing whatever they could find. Stop it! I will call the police. Yet, those men showed no intention of granting her that opportunity. One of them snatched Aunt Shui's phone away. Soon, another man forced her to the ground, rendering her immobile, while a third delivered a harsh slap across her face without mercy. Dazed and disoriented, Aunt Shui could only tremble as she gazed at her assailants. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? The intruders remained silent, causing destruction and inflicting violence before swiftly departing. In that moment, a name flashed through Aunt Shui's mind. Zhang Meiyu. It had to be that wretched woman. Zhang Meiyu had always been proud and intolerant of any slight. Just days after her departure from the Tang household, she had already come knocking. Aunt Shui realized that even if she desired a peaceful existence, Zhang Meiyu's foul temper would not allow her such tranquility. She constantly claims that Tang Xiaomin has gone mad, yet how is Zhang Meiyu any different? Otherwise, how could she have given rise to someone with such a foul temper as Tang Xiaomin? At this moment, Aunt Shui's hatred for Zhang Meiyu had reached its zenith. As she glanced at the clock, she realized that Tang Zhongqing should be at work. She sent him a picture of her face, swollen and bruised from a beating, and then called him, weeping and lamenting her plight. Wu sir, I have moved to Donghu community, but just now several men suddenly barged in and destroyed my belongings, even assaulted me. It must have been Zhang Meiyu's doing. Wu that I have already left the Tang family, yet she still refuses to let me go. How am I to live like this? Wu that she aims to eradicate me completely. Tang Zhongqing was genuinely shocked to hear such news. He was aware of Miss Zhang Meiyu's notorious temper, which is why he had urged Aunt Shui to leave so early on. However, did I not instruct you to go abroad? Why have you not left yet? At this point, Aunt Shui's sobs grew even more heart-wrenching. Sir, Zhang Meiyu will not spare me if she dares to harm me while I am in this country. What would prevent her from secretly arranging my demise abroad, with no one to intervene? Sir, please help me. Zhang Meiyu will not let me off the hook. Sighing deeply, Tang Zhongqing felt utterly drained by the situation concerning Aunt Shui. He had believed that after nearly 20 years, this matter would remain buried forever. Yet, there are no secrets that can remain hidden in this world, and events had escalated to this point. Now in his 50s, with children of his own poised to start families, he yearned only for a harmonious home. She has that kind of temperament. Just avoid her. After this bout of venting, she is unlikely to act out again. Sometimes one must endure. Endure? He actually expected her to endure. Aunt Shui had toiled for over a decade in the Tang household, and she had long since reached her limit. Moreover, even if she wished to endure this time, Zhang Meiyu would not grant her that mercy. Sir, with Zhang Meiyu's temperament, do you truly believe she would let me be? Absolutely not. She will never let me go. Are you truly willing to stand by, watching me perish at her hands? They say a night as husband and wife nurtures a bond of 100 days. You cannot treat me this way that I have devoted my entire life to you. What have I received in return? Chapter 49. Tang Yi is Tang Zhongqing's illegitimate daughter. What have I received? That question amused Tang Zhongqing. I Shui, you were merely a hostess in a bar back then. Without me, would you have the life of residing in a grand villa and living without worry? You have gained quite a bit over the years. Considering our past, I will arrange a flight for you to go abroad. This time, no one will be able to trace your whereabouts. I can only assist you to this extent. Tang Zhongqing turned cold and unfeeling. Zhang Meiyu had borne him 5 children and was his legally wedded wife. Whether in terms of weighing benefits or personal feelings, he would never forsake his family for a mistress. Aunt Shui, incensed by Tang Zhongqing's heartlessness, could no longer contain her fury. Tang Zhongqing, must you be so unrelenting towards me? She is merely a mistress, nothing more than a source of solace for him during his wife's pregnancy. He regards her as nothing but a tool, unworthy of any emotional connection. Tang Zhongqing is not yet so blind as to fail to appreciate beauty. He is acutely aware that Zhang Meiyu surpasses Li Shui in every conceivable way. Li Shui, I have already shown you enough kindness. If you have any sense, Heed my advice and leave for abroad. Your departure would be beneficial for all parties involved. Tang Xiaomin's cold, unfeeling words fell upon Aunt Shui like a bucket of icy water. In that moment, she became utterly enlightened. Tang Xiaomin is indeed a heartless scoundrel. If that is the case, there is no need for her to continue being polite. Tang Xiaomin, you have pushed me to this point. Tang Xiaomin, I have misjudged you. Zhang Meiyu will not allow me to escape unscathed. My life will be miserable, and you shall not find peace either. You think that after sending me away, you can simply apologize to Zhang Meiyu and have her forgive you for the sake of the child, allowing you all to live harmoniously as a family? Tang Xiaomin, you are sorely mistaken. Tang Xiaomin was enraged. Ally Shui, do not be so ungrateful. I advise you to leave for abroad at once. Haha. Aunt Shui let out a laugh that was both intriguing and ominous. Well then, since you cannot protect me, let us both perish together. Tang Xiaomin, believe me when I say that I will inform Zhang Meiyu that Di is the daughter I bore for you. If she were to find out that not only did you cheat on her, but you also raised our daughter in the Tang household, do you think with Zhang Meiyu's temperament, she would not retaliate against you? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin could no longer maintain his arrogance. Tang Di is his and Li Shui's illegitimate child. This secret must not reach Zhang Meiyu, or chaos would ensue in the Tang family. Gritting his teeth, Tang Xiaomin demanded, Li Shui, what do you want? Aunt Shui shamelessly laid out her conditions. I want you to ensure my safety and prevent Zhang Meiyu from laying a finger on me. If you cannot do that, I will ruin you. Next time Zhang Meiyu sends someone to torment me, I will disclose this matter on the spot. You know what to do. I need not instruct you further. Aunt Shui is no fool. She understands that, unless absolutely necessary, revealing the truth about Tang Di would be unwise. A foster daughter sounds far more palatable than an illegitimate one to the very least. Zhang Meiyu still cares for Tang Di and seeks to secure a future for her. If Zhang Meiyu were to uncover Tang Di's true lineage, her volatile nature would certainly lead her to cast Tang Di aside, or even seek revenge. With Tang Xiaomin unreliable, Aunt Shui can only place her trust in her biological daughter, Tang Di. Li Shui, have you lost your mind? If my wife learns of Tang Di's origins, you are putting her in grave danger. Aunt Shui coldly replied, Tang Xiaomin, you have forced my hand. That I return your words to you unaltered. You ought to manage your wife properly and prevent her from troubling me again. This would be in everyone's best interest. Aunt Shui knows far too much, being Tang Di's biological mother. Tang Xiaomin finds himself utterly powerless against her, compelled to follow her lead. After ending the call, Tang Xiaomin slumped in his office chair, utterly drained, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. After much contemplation, it seems that once Tang Yi completes her studies and marries, any conflicts that may arise will be nothing but a distant memory. For now, the only course of action is to diligently maintain the current tranquility and the Tang household. Steward Wang respectfully reports to Zhang Meiyu, Madam, the individuals from Donghu community have already been given a lesson. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdainful coldness flickers in Zhang Meiyu's beautiful eyes. She'll deceive her so thoroughly, and then merely receive a light reprimand does nothing to alleviate the resentment that weighs on her heart. Steward Wang, if you were to have an adversary, how would you wish to exact your revenge? After some thought, Steward Wang wisely refrains from offering a hasty opinion. Madam, dealing with wrongdoers should naturally be left to the law. Indeed, the professionalism is distinctly evident that as Zhang Meiyu gazes at the findings regarding Li Shui's account in her hands, an intense fury envelopes her. After years of comfort and luxury within the Tang household, Li Shui possesses over 5 million in her account. Her hands are undoubtedly tainted. Yes, madam, I shall arrange that immediately. Zhang Meiyu has never been the type to endure humiliation quietly, without a thorough and ruthless retaliation. She cannot overcome this hurdle. Among her brothers, Tang Yi possesses the most striking appearance, having inherited Zhang Meiyu's beauty just like Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin bears a resemblance to Tang Yi as well. Tang Yi stands eagerly at the entrance of the villa, her heart racing with excitement as she rushes forward to embrace Tang Yi warmly. A charming smile graces Tang Yi's handsome face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a hint of mischief that is utterly captivating. Tang Yi tousles Tang Yi's hair affectionately, his eyes filled with tender adoration. Have you missed me during these past few months? At this, Tang Yi's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Of course, second brother. You've been so busy with work that it's always your assistant who answers your calls. You have no idea how much I long for you. Her sweet words could melt the heart of any man. Once inside the living room, after exchanging brief greetings with their parents, Tang Yi retrieves a small box from his pocket. As Tang Yi opens it, she discovers a beautifully crafted bracelet. With a hint of pride, Tang Yi remarks, I spent a third of my earnings from this drama to buy this for you. Do you like it? A third of his earnings? That must be worth at least $1 million. Tang Yi nods enthusiastically. As long as it's from you, second brother, I love it regardless of its value. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches a glimpse of the defiant Tang Xiaomin nearby and teasingly asks, second brother, did you bring a gift for sister as well? Upon hearing this, Tang Yi hesitates to admit he hadn't brought anything for Tang Xiaomin. After a moment's thought, he rummages through his suitcase and pulls out a jade green bracelet, placing it impatiently before Tang Xiaomin. This is for you, don't say I didn't get you anything. It's a rare occasion indeed for Tang Yi to have brought a gift for Tang Xiaomin. Can you believe it? Tang Xiaomin merely glances at the bracelet and quickly understands. She picks it up, examines it briefly, and then with no hesitation, tosses it into the garbage bin at the foot of the stairs. This act of disposal leaves everyone in the Tang household utterly astonished, especially Tang Yi. Infuriated, stood up on the spot. Tang Xiaomin, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Tang Xiaomin smirked, replying nonchalantly, I'm just throwing away trash. You? Tang Yi could no longer contain himself and was about to confront Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yi hastily interjected, second brother, don't. Sister might not appreciate receiving a bracelet. She meant no harm. Tang Zhongqing could not help but say, even if she doesn't like it, she can't just throw it away. What kind of behavior is that? The entire family cast disapproving glances at Tang Xiaomin. Sister, if you don't like the bracelet, how about I trade you a chain instead? My brothers have given me many, and I'd like to give you this one. Tang Yi's display of generosity and thoughtfulness cast Tang Xiaomin in a light of pettiness and ignorance. Tang Yi coldly remarked, that chain was a gift from me to you. How can you part with it for Tang Xiaomin? Absolutely not. Tang Yi replied, second brother, since it was given to me, it belongs to me. I have now decided to pass it on to sister. So please don't insist. Tang Yi remained resolute, determined to give the bracelet to Tang Xiaomin. Although she claimed it was a gift for her, her true intention was to make her second brother aware of how Tang Xiaomin had taken what was hers in the Tang household. Sister, here you go. Tang Yi held out the gift box, presenting it to Tang Xiaomin. What appeared to be a gesture of gifting was, in fact, an attempt by Tang Yi to comfort Tang Xiaomin for not receiving the gift from her second brother. Tang Xiaomin, witnessing Tang Yi's actions, felt a wave of revulsion. Without a second thought, she swatted away the gift box that Tang Yi extended. Smack! The box fell to the ground, and the bracelet tumbled out. The bracelet, which Tang Yi had just picked up, was also knocked to the ground and shattered by Tang Xiaomin. Sister, you're being so. Even if you refuse my gift, you don't have to be so excessive. Tang Yi said, feeling wronged. Indeed, it was excessive. Tang Yi stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, don't push it too far. How amusing! Tang Xiaomin lazily leaned back on the sofa, her defiant demeanor clashing with Tang Yi's, exuding an air of arrogance. The entire family, witnessing her attitude, felt a headache coming on. She bore no resemblance to a wealthy heiress. Calling her a bandit would be more fitting. Tang Xiaomin scoffed. Tang Yi, who do you think you're fooling with a glass bracelet? Glass? How could that be glass? Zhang Meiyu remarked, turning to Butler Wang. Butler Wang, please check what material it is. Butler Wang, indeed knowledgeable, confirmed, madam, it is indeed glass. This. Tang Xiaomin continued, Tang Yi, Tang Xiaomin, do not covet your gifts. There is no need for you to feign kindness with a glass trinket. It disgusts me. What you gave to Tang Yi is $1 million chain. Yet you offer me a mere piece of glass. This isn't a gift. It's an insult. At that moment, the entire family, save for Tang Yi, regarded Tang Yi with disappointed expressions. Tang Zhongqing could no longer restrain himself, stating, Tang Yi, if you don't wish to give a gift, then don't. There is no need to go this far. Zhang Meiyu sensed the differential treatment towards Tang Xiaomin within the household. Pondering silently, her thoughts unspoken. Tang Yu, recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, attempted to diffuse the tension. Xiaomin, do not let it trouble you. Tomorrow, elder brother will take you shopping for whatever you desire, feel free to choose. However, Tang Xiaomin had never been concerned with material possessions. What troubled her was merely the indignation she felt. There is no need for that. Whatever I wish for, I will procure through my own efforts. Without requiring your charity. Her words were undeniably harsh. The housekeeper, sensing the appropriate moment, gently reminded everyone, it is nearly time. We should head to the restaurant for dinner. Tang Yu urged, come on everyone, let us not dawdle. Let us go. All rose except for Tang Xiaomin, who remained seated. Observing this, Zhang Meiyu approached her personally, saying, all right, today was Tang Ye's fault. Do not hold a grudge against him. Let us tidy up and head to the hotel for dinner. At that moment, Tang Yu and Tang Zhongqing were also awaiting Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yi, seeing the collective stance, joined them in a show of solidarity. Meanwhile, Tang Yi, wearing a displeased expression, exited first. Tang Xiaomin regarded Tang Yi's demeanor with a cold smile. You all go ahead. I have plans with my adoptive parents to dine, so I shall not accompany you. In her heart, Only her adoptive parents occupied her thoughts, which discomfort both Tang Xiaomin and Zhang Meiyu. Human nature is peculiar. Even if one does not cherish what belongs to them, they are often unwilling to share it with others. Zhang Meiyu remarked, "What kind of meal can your adoptive parents provide? Why not invite them to join us for a meal?" From the depths of her heart, Zhang Meiyu held disdain for Tang Xiaomin's adoptive parents. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin stood, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Zhang Meiyu. "No matter how humble the meal, it is the sustenance that nurtured me. You who gave me life yet did not raise me, are unworthy to speak to me." Chapter 51. A harsh rebuke to Tang Xiaomin's words were nothing short of a blatant disregard for her elders. Tang Xiaomin's face flushed with anger, veins bulging at his temples as he reprimanded Tang Xiaomin. "Tang Xiaomin, is this how you speak to your elders? What kind of language is that?" Tang Xiaomin coldly glared at Tang Xiaomin. "You who gave life but did not nurture it, have no right to criticize me." Indeed, it was Tang Xiaomin himself who had placed Tang Xiaomin at the bus station, witnessing the Li Changchun couple take her away. Later, upon learning that they had no children and had raised Tang Xiaomin as their own, he gradually forgot that incident. Tang Xiaomin's face turned ashen, and Zhang Meiyu was no better off. They resembled children caught in wrongdoing, being scolded by adults while simultaneously grappling with their own guilt. Ultimately, the blame lay with the Tang family. They were the ones who had wronged Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yu, noticing his parents' silence, placed a comforting hand on Tang Xiaomin's shoulder. "All right, the past is behind us. Let us focus on living well as a family now. Dwelling on it serves no purpose and will not alter anything." Tang Yi, seizing the moment, feigned concern for her parents. "Sister, Mom and Dad gave you life. That is a tremendous grace. How could you speak of them so? It must hurt them deeply, hurt. What is sorrow in the face of human life? It is rendered utterly insignificant." Without hesitation, Tang Xiaomin delivered a sharp slap across Tang Yi's face. "Slap? Xiaomin." Upon witnessing this, Tang Yu quickly stepped in to separate the two. "Xiaomin, you can voice your thoughts, but resorting to violence is unacceptable. Are you alright?" Tang Xiaomin coldly retorted, "As for matters between us, Tang Yi, an outsider, has no right to meddle." Tang Xiaomin anxiously studied Tang Yi's face, glaring furiously at Tang Xiaomin. "Xiaomin, you have gone too far. If you have grievances, direct them towards us. Why strike Yi?" To strike her is to grant Tang Yi too much leniency. She must understand the true essence of despair. "Having usurped my life and reaped the benefits, she dares to speak ill of me. Does she truly believe I will tolerate her insolence?" "You Sai Xiaomin, this is excessive. You must apologize to Yi," Tang Xiaomin implored. Just as Tang Xiaomin was about to engage them in a war of words, her adoptive mother called. Instantly, Tang Xiaomin donned an exceedingly amiable facade, sweetly stating, "Mom, have you set off yet? We have already arrived at the hotel and are waiting for you at the entrance. Please hurry." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, she cast a disdainful glance at the Tang family, ignoring them entirely as she walked away with a spring in her step. "This." Tang Yi covered her face, tears silently streaming down. Zhang Meiyu remarked, "In the future, try not to provoke Xiaomin." Tang Xiaomin added, "Indeed, her temper is as such. You should be more understanding." Xiaomin was merely upset. Do not hold it against her." Tang Yu chimed in. Tang Yi gazed in disbelief at her family members before her. They had not treated her this way in the past. Why? Why do they indulge Tang Xiaomin's capriciousness as if she were a madwoman? Tang Yi could not fathom it. A torrent of resentment swelled within her. Yet she forced herself to nod slightly. "If my sister despises me, I shall simply keep my distance from her." With that, the entire family breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to the hotel. Once in the car, Tang Yi keenly noticed Tang Yi's tear-streaked face. What happened?" Tang Yi recounted her ordeal to Tang Yi. "Just now I tried to mediate when my sister was arguing with Mom and Dad, which upset her, and she slapped me." "What? She dared to strike you?" Tang Yi's concern for Tang Yi was evident as he scrutinized her face. "She truly did. Tang Xiaomin has gone too far. I shall confront her." Tang Yi's temperament was more combative than Tang Yu's, inclined to settle disputes with action. Tang Yu, driving ahead, could not help but chide Tang Yi. "You have the audacity to speak. If you hadn't used a glass bracelet to deceive her, would this have occurred?" Tang Yi fell silent. Tang Yu stated solemnly, "Xiaomin has endured hardships for over a decade. To prevent her from feeling we treat her differently, we must regard both Xiaomin and Yi equally in this household." "What?" Tang Yi was astonished. Tang Yu pondered, realizing that this alone was insufficient. Not only that, but Xiaomin had endured great hardships in the past. We must treat her with greater kindness, for this will soothe her heart and quell her emotional turmoil. Tang Yi was taken aback. Not only was he expected to treat everyone equally, But he was also to extend special consideration to Tang Xiaomin. On what grounds? Tang Yi was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that her elder brother would so openly favor Tang Xiaomin. Although he had shielded her from harm at that moment, the dynamics within their family left her perplexed. What had happened to them? Tang Yi feigned understanding as she said, "Elder brother is right. We ought to treat our sister with more kindness. Second brother. Let us heed elder brother's words." Tang Yi gazed at Tang Yi with a look of exasperation, as if lamenting her lack of understanding. Ultimately, he chose silence, but he would certainly not afford Tang Xiaomin any warmth. Not a chance. Upon arriving at the hotel, Tang Xiaomin found her adoptive parents eagerly awaiting her at the entrance. "Xiaomin, come here. Hurry." As she stepped out of the car and rushed forward, she was struck by the sight of her adoptive parents. Zhou Xiaolan was dressed in a tasteful dress, while her adoptive father wore trousers, a shirt and polished shoes. Though still somewhat unrefined, they presented themselves well. "Dad, Mom, you both look different today." Zhou Xiaolan smiled as she replied, "We've moved to a detached house in the eastern part of the city. We also visited the furniture store and acquired new furnishings, and they gifted us many shopping vouchers. Your father and I bought new clothes." Zhou Xiaolan leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "Xiaomin, our family has also received over $1 million in compensation. After depositing it in the bank, they even provided us with vouchers for complimentary seafood dinners at the hotel." Zhou Xiaolan beamed with delight, and her adoptive father shared in her joy. They were now affluent, having gained access to resources they had once deemed unimaginable. "Let us hurry. We are having a seafood feast tonight." With that, they took Tang Xiaomin by the hand and entered the hotel together. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Meiyu and her family were also dining at the same establishment. They witnessed firsthand as Tang Xiaomin entered the hotel, warmly accompanied by her adoptive parents. When with them, she exhibited respect towards her elders, spoke courteously, and demonstrated filial piety, quite unlike her demeanor at the Tang household, where she seemed perpetually agitated. The reason for the differential treatment towards Tang Xiaomin was clear to each member of the Tang family. The butler had already arranged a sumptuous feast, yet the atmosphere among the Tang family remained tense and subdued. Suddenly, Zhang Meiyu remarked, "Butler Wang, please settle the bill for Tang Xiaomin." "Yes, madam. The hotel has informed us that they utilized a complimentary voucher for the seafood dinner issued by the bank, so no payment is required." "A complimentary voucher?" Zhang Meiyu exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, as long as the balance exceeds 1 million, that bank periodically distributes various discount and complimentary vouchers to retain customers. Recently, Ms. Xiaomin's family relocated and incurred significant losses. Li Yulan and Li Chongchun were simple, honest individuals, accustomed to a life of poverty. Tang Xiaomin, in her efforts to support her adoptive parents, had ingeniously orchestrated the acquisition of the old town by the Yi family, all to ensure her adoptive parents could graciously accept her goodwill. Her intentions ran profoundly deep. Despite being her own daughter, one finds oneself pouring out heartfelt emotions to others. This sensation is, upon returning home, she personally knocked on Tang Xiaomin's door, wishing to present her with a gift, a small gesture of atonement to bring balance to her heart. However, after persistent knocking, there was no response. Butler Wang had made a phone call, but it was quickly terminated. Nothing is more disheartening than having one's fervent emotions extinguished by cold indifference. Zhang Meiyu let her hand holding the gift droop, uttering weakly, "Butler Wang, tell me, in what way am I inferior to her adoptive parents? I possess status and I have wealth. I can provide her with everything she desires. Why does she treat me like an adversary?" Such questions must be addressed within oneself. Butler Wang replied, "Madam, the bond between you and Miss Xiaomin has been absent for over a decade. It is only natural that she remains distant. However, you share blood ties. If you treat her with kindness, she will undoubtedly show you filial piety." Filial piety? Zhang Meiyu dared not hope for such a thing. She would be content if Tang Xiaomin merely displayed a favorable disposition toward her. Especially as she witnessed how much Tang Xiaomin had done for her adoptive parents, jealousy consumed her. Indeed, she must treat her better so that she might forget her adoptive parents. Butler Wang commented. This line of thought leaves one at a loss for words. The following day, Tang Xiaomin received a phone call from her homeroom teacher early in the morning. "Xiaomin, please have your parents come to school." "What is it?" "The office is currently crowded with the parents of several students claiming you assaulted their son and are demanding an explanation. I've already contacted your mother. Please hurry. But don't worry. Just clarify the situation." This? How shameless. A group of 7 or 8 individuals bullying her alone, and they still have the audacity to call for parents. Truly remarkable. Butler Wang's call also came through. "Miss Xiaomin, the school called. Your mother has already set off. You should head to school quickly. This situation is indeed troublesome." Understood. Reluctantly, Tang Xiaomin requested another day off from Assistant Xiu. After rising, she leisurely had breakfast before heading to school. Before even entering the office, she could hear the commotion inside. Madam Tang, your daughter Xiaomin has bruised my son's face. You must provide an explanation, Madam Tang. Look at my son's right wrist. It's dislocated. He won't be able to write for 10 days to half a month. What do you propose we do? And what about my Kiki? How will the medical expenses be handled? Indeed, your daughter has gone too far. How can she bully others? The head of the office chimed in. Madam Tang, Tang Xiaomin has caused a significant hole in the stage. The repair costs must be addressed. All the students witnessed it. Zhang Meiyu exchanged a glance with Butler Wang. He retrieved a bundle of cash from his bag, estimating it to be around 100,000. Director, this is for the stage repairs. Please arrange for the necessary repairs. The director, upon seeing this, appeared somewhat conflicted. The stage issue is trivial. As long as it gets repaired, that's all that matters. However, there must be an explanation regarding the matter concerning the other students. At that time, everyone witnessed that it was indeed Tang Xiaomin who struck. Tang Xiaomin is quite formidable in a fight, a fact that Zhang Meiyu is well aware of, and she harbors no doubts about it. Nevertheless, she will not play the role of the fool. Humph! Zhang Meiyu let out a cold laugh. Facing such a multitude of parents, her aura was fully unleashed. Not only was she unafraid, but she also spoke with brazen arrogance, saying, I heard from Tang Xiaomin that at that moment, she was being bullied by 70 or 80 people simultaneously. I haven't even come to settle the score with you, and you dare to come and demand an explanation from me? The audacity of someone who has inflicted harm yet remains so defiant is truly astonishing. One of the parents remarked, Mrs. Tang, your reasoning is utterly flawed. It is evident that our children were grievously harmed by your daughter. Yet instead of admonishing her, you have the gall to accuse our sons of bullying her. What kind of world is this? When it comes to reasoning with Zhang Meiyu, she has no inclination to engage. Zhang Meiyu coldly retorted, my daughter has never struck anyone without cause. With so many students at the school, why would she single out your son? Clearly, there must be something wrong with him. Mrs. Tang, why are you being unreasonable? They exclaimed. The fact remains that our son is injured, and you must take responsibility. Fact? Zhang Meiyu laughed. Disregarding the facts, does your son bear no blame at all? Confronted by the unreasonable with an even more unreasonable opponent, the parents nearly found themselves infuriated to the point of collapse by Zhang Meiyu's remarks. Their faces turned ashen, and one by one, they sought the help of the academic director. Director, our sons have been assaulted by Tang Xiaomin. We demand an explanation. The academic director felt a headache coming on. These were individuals of influence, and he could not afford to provoke any of them. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Director, please say something. Indeed, there must be severe repercussions for Tang Xiaomin. Exactly. If the school does not take action, I shall cease my donations henceforth. The academic director, sweating profusely, was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, he spotted Tang Xiaomin outside the door. Tang Xiaomin is here. She has arrived. You should go speak to her. Everyone turned their gaze to see a girl who appeared delicate and unassuming, seemingly devoid of any lethal force. Chapter 53. You are not my mother. My affairs are none of your concern. Instantly, the room fell silent. What manner of girl was this? She was strikingly beautiful, and within her cold gaze lay an unmistakable rebellious spirit. Her lips curling into a slight, disdainful smile. At first glance, she was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. Under the watchful eyes of all, Tang Xiaomin strolled into the academic office with an unhurried demeanor. Upon seeing the boy she had fought the previous day, her smile grew even more contemptuous. Each time her icy gaze swept over them, the ones being scrutinized could not help but avert their eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Humph! Tang Xiaomin let out a derisive snort, completely disregarding the boys and the parents beside them. One affluent mother remarked, so it turns out she is just a little girl. I thought she was something more. Humph! This wretched creature, born of a mother yet lacking proper upbringing, dares to strike my son. Slap! As soon as Madame Li's words fell, she was met with a resounding slap to her face. The perpetrator was none other than Zhang Meiyu. Madame Li, clutching her cheek in disbelief, gazed at Zhang Meiyu. At that moment, Zhang Meiyu's expression was grim, her eyes fixed on Madame Li with malevolence. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to meddle in my family's affairs? Your Li family is not even worthy to carry my Tang family's shoes. Zhang Meiyu proclaimed with an air of haughtiness, her disdainful gaze sweeping over those present. Let me make this clear today. The squabbles among a few children will be resolved based on their own merits, regardless of who wins or loses. If any of you insist on pursuing this trivial matter and demand an explanation from me, I shall have no choice but to take legal action. Each of you can secure your own lawyer. This. Not only is she refusing responsibility, but she is also escalating the situation. How outrageous! Several parents were infuriated by Zhang Meiyu's words, their tempers flaring. The head of the education department, sensing the growing tension, hastily intervened. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. All of them are students of our school, and such incidents undoubtedly fall under the school's responsibility. On behalf of the school, I sincerely apologize. The head of the education department bowed earnestly to the crowd. However, the parents were unwilling to let the matter rest. Madam Tang, it seems you are determined to protect Tang Xiaomin today, aren't you? Zhang Meiyu coldly responded, everyone here is simply defending their own child. No one should cast judgment on another. If you are dissatisfied, let us settle this in court. I, Zhang Meiyu, am more than ready to accompany you to the end. Zhang Meiyu's words were fiercely protective. But wait, isn't she supposed to dislike Tang Xiaomin? How does this differ from the rumors? Just as everyone was grappling with the current predicament, a twist emerged. Tang Xiaomin suddenly spoke up, I can handle my own affairs. I don't require your assistance or protection. You may leave. This statement was directed at Zhang Meiyu. Taken aback, Zhang Meiyu replied, what are you saying? I am trying to help you out of trouble. After all, the trouble Tang Xiaomin found herself in stemmed from the Tang family's disdain for her. Otherwise, these individuals, who held some trepidation towards the Tang family, would not dare to bully her so brazenly. I said, I do not need you, Tang Xiaomin reiterated, keeping her distance from Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu, now incensed by Tang Xiaomin's words, thought to herself, very well, that it seems I have been overly presumptuous. Enraged, she turned and stormed out of the academic office. Upon hastily exiting the school, she anxiously instructed Butler Wang, stay behind. Ensure those people do not bully her. Yes, madam, replied Butler Wang. Inside the academic office after Zhang Meiyu's departure, only Xiaomin remained, faced with at least a dozen parents and the individual she had struck. A cold smile curled at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's mouth as she languidly sank into the sofa, exuding an extraordinary calmness. It was indeed I who struck. One must take responsibility for their actions. You may say whatever you wish. Incredibly, Tang Xiaomin brazenly admitted to her actions without offering a single defense. The recently slapped Madame Li seethed with anger, exclaiming, you insolent girl, with your mother gone, you still dare to be so arrogant. Ah, Tang Xiaomin chuckled. She is not my mother, so do not involve her. If you have something to say to me, just speak your mind. Whether it be the procuratorate or the court, or if you feel indignant and wish to confront me, I, Tang Xiaomin, will certainly stand my ground until the end. I initially thought that Zhang Meiyu was audacious enough, but little did I expect that this girl, Tang Xiaomin, is even more brazen and unreasonable. She is a tough nut to crack, difficult to manage. Now these parents find themselves at a loss as to how to proceed. With your mother neglecting you, should we pursue this matter, it would appear as though we are bullying you, which would not reflect well on us. Director, I suggest expelling this troublemaker. Indeed, expulsion is the only option. Individuals like her must not be allowed to remain in the school. Absolutely, expulsion. The headmaster looked at Tang Xiaomin with difficulty. Especially after witnessing Zhang Meiyu's earlier defense of her, the headmaster dared not provoke her. With a troubled expression, the headmaster addressed Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, this was merely a scuffle between classmates. Why not apologize and make amends? After all, one does not truly know someone until they have fought. Apologize? How could that be possible? Tang Xiaomin's gaze swept over the boys she had struck. Noting their palpable fear of her, she declared, you all ganged up on me. If you apologize, I shall not trouble you again. Should you choose to leverage your family's influence to have me expelled, I will ensure to be at the school gates every day, specifically seeking you out. As for what she would seek them for, it was undoubtedly for retribution. The boys who had been beaten displayed expressions of fear. One parent exclaimed, you wretched girl, are you threatening us? Tang Xiaomin smirked, no longer masking her intentions. Indeed, it is a threat. You may choose whether to amicably resolve this or to completely sever ties with me, thereby gaining a new adversary who will target you both overtly and covertly. The choice is yours. Overtly, we could engage in a lawsuit, resulting in mutual destruction and permanently alienating the Tang family. Covertly, should Tang Xiaomin take to fighting and seeking out disputes, it would ultimately be the boys who suffer the consequences, for they cannot afford to provoke her. What constitutes negotiation? It is an equal footing that defines negotiation. Better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. They are not fools. They understand the implications. Tang Xiaomin laid down her ultimatum, leaving the decision in the hands of those who sought trouble. The boys she had beaten were now haunted by their experiences. They were absolutely no match for her. Now presented with an opportunity for reconciliation and peace, they exchanged glances. Chapter 54. F2 Challenge. Step forward for a duel. This moment, the parents were also weighing the pros and cons. After all, it was merely a childish scuffle, resulting in minor injuries that were not particularly severe. To escalate such a trivial matter to court would undoubtedly have repercussions. Lin Kiki, having been knocked unconscious that day and being a girl, felt an immense fear towards Tang Xiaomin. "Dad, the doctor said I'm fine." "Let it go," several boys echoed. "The teacher is right. One does not truly know someone until they have fought. Yes, in future encounters, let us refrain from fighting. What has transpired is now in the past." A handful of individuals, brimming with a fierce will to survive upon witnessing this, the director of education promptly declared, "Indeed, this is how it should be. Matters concerning the youth ought to be resolved by the youth themselves. Parents, fret not. Such incidents shall never occur again. I assure you." The assaulted party remained silent, while the parents, naturally preferring to avoid further complications, chose to let it go. After all, it was merely an unruly young girl, and it was best not to press charges to avoid accusations of bullying the weak. "Rest assured, the teacher will ensure she is properly disciplined, so she refrains from further tormenting her classmates." He continued. The director reaffirmed, "Certainly, I shall take it upon myself to educate Tang Xiaomin thoroughly. You may all rest easy." Thus, this farce was resolved rather simply, amidst Tang Xiaomin's unyielding defiance and implicit threats. News of her challenge to the authority of F2 spread throughout the school, eliciting reactions of fear, shock, and even admiration. F2's dominance had long stirred discontent, yet fear kept all dissenters silent with Tang Xiaomin's emergence. The monopoly of F2 was finally disrupted. It was said that she was quite formidable, capable of taking on over 10 adversaries single-handedly, emerging from an abandoned factory unscathed. How impressive! Previously, people were carried out. She walks out on her own. Indeed, her beauty only added to her allure. How wonderful it would be to befriend her, for then F2 would surely think twice before bullying me. She confidently approached her seat. An unfortunate coincidence occurred. Someone had carelessly left a partially consumed bottle of mineral water atop her desk. Without uttering a word, Tang Xiaomin expertly hurled the bottle into the trash bin in the corner, producing a resounding thud. Startled, those around her exchanged glances, too intimidated to breathe, and instinctively distanced themselves. A piece of good news emerged. Tang Xiaomin's performance of bare-handed brick-breaking had been selected, prompting applause from her peers. The clapping was sparse, leaving Tang Xiaomin momentarily bewildered. "Teacher, is this a mistake?" "Absolutely not. It was the student council president, Yingyun, who informed me. He also mentioned that if you have any concerns, you should discuss them directly with him." It seemed Yingyun was behind this. No wonder he appeared disgruntled. After class, in the corridor outside the classroom, Yingyun and Lu Feng swaggered towards Tang Xiaomin, their intentions clear. Lu Feng remarked, "Tang Xiaomin, you certainly carry yourself with bravado. Do you think that having learned a few rudimentary skills entitles you to disregard both me and young Master Yi?" Tang Xiaomin regarded Lu Feng, then turned her gaze to Yingyun. Remaining silent, she produced the red card emblazoned with the letter Yand. In their presence, methodically tore it into shreds, subsequently crumpling it into a ball and discarding it on the floor, before grinding it beneath her foot. A blatant provocation, undeniably audacious. Lu Feng, incensed, was on the verge of charging at her when Yingyun restrained him, curbing his reckless impulse. Yingyun addressed Tang Xiaomin, "I have come to inform you that your act has been selected. However, you must perform a different piece to take the stage. Additionally, are you willing to face off in a duel at the martial arts arena?" Two young men challenging a single young woman to a fight. They must have an abundance of audacity, for such a venture would be unthinkable for those with a modicum of shame. Lu Feng indignantly remarked, "Tang Xiaomin, what kind of skill is it to bully in the Tang family? If you have the guts, come out and face me in a duel. Even if you are a woman, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of—" Initially, Tang Xiaomin had no inclination to engage in such a nonsensical challenge. However, Lu Feng's mention of Tang stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaomin responded, "Whoever loses must forfeit a hand. Do you dare?" "How cruel!" Lu Feng, seething with rage at Tang Xiaomin's confidence, could hardly contain his desire to strike her down, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Very well, not only will you lose a hand, but you will also kneel and apologize to—" He warned Tang Xiaomin, "Wait for it." With that, Lu Feng departed with Yingyun. Tang Xiaomin watched them leave, finding Lu Feng utterly foolish. Tang Yi on one hand, aspired to marry Yi Fengxing, while on the other, she was nurturing her fish. Lu Feng, the dim-witted fish, was foolishly willing to sacrifice everything for her. She resolved to expose the true nature of Tang Yi to everyone. Meanwhile, in the Tang family, Butler Wang conveyed to Zhang Meiyu everything he had heard and seen outside the academic affairs office. "Madam, this is how Miss Xiaomin resolved the situation." Though Tang Xiaomin's approach was somewhat flawed, Zhang Meiyu mused that such trivial matters would soon be forgotten. Who would cling to petty grievances indefinitely? Zhang Meiyu reflected on Tang Xiaomin's earlier insistence that she need not intervene. Despite her attempts to support and defend her, Tang Xiaomin had adamantly refused her assistance, preferring to face challenges alone. Did she truly harbor such animosity towards her? A sudden realization washed over Zhang Meiyu. Indeed, Tang Xiaomin must have relished these confrontations. Otherwise, she would not have been so incensed with Tang Yi previously, after the family had finished their dinner. It was only as Tang Xiaomin prepared to ascend the stairs that Zhang Meiyu presented her with a carefully chosen gift. Xiaomin, I bought you a necklace. Do take a look and see if you like it. A necklace? How unexpectedly kind of you, Zhang Meiyu. Initially, Tang Xiaomin had no intention of acknowledging her, but upon catching a glimpse of Tang Yi's envious gaze, she reconsidered. She accepted the box from Zhang Meiyu's hands and, mirroring Tang Yi's earlier actions, opened it before her to inspect the necklace. One could not deny that Zhang Meiyu possessed exquisite taste. The necklace was undeniably beautiful. Tang Xiaomin nodded, expressing, not bad, though I wonder if it will fit. Her willingness to accept it brought joy to Zhang Meiyu's heart. Allow me to put it on for you. Then we shall see if it suits you. Tang Xiaomin acquiesced, permitting Zhang Meiyu to adorn her with the necklace. The cool touch of the metal and the sizable embedded gemstones felt somewhat heavy around her neck. Chapter 55. Returning Yi's room to her, Zhang Meiyu smiled. I personally selected this. It is perfect for you, truly lovely. Butler Wang, do you not agree? Butler Wang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Madame chose it herself, so it must be exceptional. At that moment, Tang Yi stood nearby, feeling like an invisible bystander. She watched as her mother presented a gift to Tang Xiaomin, realizing that had it not been for Tang Xiaomin, the gift would rightfully have been hers. Xiaomin, after work, I personally selected a bracelet for you at the mall. Do take a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I will take you shopping tomorrow. Tang Yu spoke as he handed the box to Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin opened it to take a look, glancing at Tang Yi as well, and mimicking her insincere tone said, I already have a necklace. You should give this bracelet to Tang Yi instead. Tang Yu looked at Tang Yi and replied, this is something I specifically selected for Xiaomin. We can buy her something next time. Yi is very understanding. She won't mind. Xiaomin, please don't refuse it. Zhang Meiyu added, indeed, Yi won't mind. You should accept it. The necklace and bracelet complement each other perfectly. Tang Yi was taken aback, realizing that her gentle and understanding demeanor had led them to assume she would not be resentful. Internally, she felt a deep-seated resentment, yet she maintained an appearance of reasonableness and indifference. I already have plenty of jewelry, gifted by my elder brother and mother's sister. Please accept it. Don't let their goodwill go to waste. Tang Xiaomin nodded and smiled, saying, all right, then I shall accept it. Thank you. Having expressed her gratitude, Tang Xiaomin's words filled Zhang Meiyu with an indescribable excitement. Yes, madam, it seems Miss Xiaomin just smiled. A smile. For the first time in a long while, Zhang Meiyu witnessed Tang Xiaomin display such a pleasant demeanor in her presence. Seeing her mother and brother treating Tang Xiaomin so favorably stirred uncomfortable feelings within Tang Yi, prompting her to run to the doorway, shedding tears in solitude. Yi, why are you crying? Tang Yi shook her head. Second brother, it's just that some sand got in my eyes. I'm truly fine. It has nothing to do with anyone else, so please don't overthink it. The way she spoke made it impossible for others not to speculate. Tang Yi, having jumped to conclusions, assumed that Tang Xiaomin had caused Tang Yi's distress, which was why she was crying. He had yet to confront Tang Xiaomin about the incident when she had hit Tang Yi. And now this. Did she truly think no one could rein her in? Tang Yi found himself unable to tolerate it any longer. I'll confront her. With me around, let's see if she dares to bully you again. With a darkened expression, Tang Yi stormed to Tang Xiaomin's door and knocked fiercely. Bang! 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 Xiaomin, come out here. Get out now. Tang Xiaomin, dressed in pajamas and clutching a skull-shaped pillow, opened the door. Their eyes met, and Tang Yi forcefully pulled Tang Xiaomin outside, admonishing her sternly. At that moment, Tang Yi stood behind Tang Yi and intentionally remarked, never mind, second brother, I'm quite accustomed to living in the small room. Although it is cramped and poorly lit, I am very content. Tang Yi had already taken a brief glance at Tang Yi's room with her numerous clothes. The small space, devoid of a proper dressing area, was far from adequate. Considering this, Tang Yi could no longer contain his frustration. Please stop. Since no one else in this household is taking charge, I shall take the reins for you. Tang Yi was straightforward and not as composed as Tang Yu, who tended to be more contemplative. He had been unwittingly manipulated by Tang Yi and was now rushing forward. Tang Xiaomin shot him a disapproving glance. I can't move. If anyone is to move, it should be you. After speaking, Tang Xiaomin, still in her pajamas and clutching her pillow, retreated to the living room, leaving Tang Yi to deal with the situation. Tang Yi could hardly endure Tang Xiaomin's arrogant demeanor any longer. He strode into Tang Xiaomin's chamber, unceremoniously discarding her clothes, shoes, bags, everything that belonged to her, into the corridor in a chaotic flurry, creating a cacophony of noise. Tang Yi, observing from the second-floor corridor, wore a smug expression on her face, confident that after this uproar caused by her elder brother, She would finally secure her spacious room upon hearing the commotion. Butler Wang emerged to investigate and promptly set about informing Madam. However, it was unnecessary for him to do so, as soon enough, several members of the Tang family were roused from their slumber, rushing out to ascertain the situation. Zhang Meiyu, witnessing Tang Ye's actions, was immediately incensed, her face turning a shade of green as she exclaimed, "Tang Yi, what on earth are you doing?" Tang Yi, her eyes reddened, spoke with a pitiful tone. This was originally Yi's room. Why should it be monopolized by Tang Xiaomin? Tang Yi protested defiantly. What has happened to this family that now everyone seems to favor Tang Xiaomin? Silence, Zhang Meiyu admonished. Yet Tang Yi persisted. All of you can only see Tang Xiaomin. Does anyone care about Yi's feelings? You all side with Tang Xiaomin, and while I cannot control that, I must reclaim Yi's room today. Tang Ye's words echoed Tang Yi's own thoughts. Yi remained silent, allowing her brother to take the lead in her defense. Tang Zhongqing arrived belatedly and upon witnessing the chaos merely remarked, "What are you all doing awake? Tossing things out. Go back to sleep." Tang Yi turned to Tang Yi saying, "Yi, go fetch your belongings. With your elder brother standing up for you, let us see who dares to usurp your room." The entire family regarded Tang Yi's retreating figure with mixed emotions. While Tang Yi busily continued his task downstairs, after finishing a cup of coffee, Tang Xiaomin ascended, noticing that Tang Yi had nearly completed his endeavor. Tang Yi cast a scornful glance at her and declared, "Tang Xiaomin, I am the one moving the things. If you have an issue, confront me directly, that I alone bear the responsibility. It has nothing to do with you." Tang Yi, how foolish you are, Tang Xiaomin chuckled, addressing him as if he were a simpleton. Did he not explain to you why we exchanged rooms? Chapter 56. Tasting the bitterness of disfavored, it was indeed Tang Yi, who willingly swapped rooms with Tang Xiaomin for the sake of her marriage. At that moment, Tang Zhongqing and Zhang Meiyu had both been present and were well aware of the circumstances. Tang Yi, oblivious to the details, arrogantly asserted, "Isn't it just you bullying Yi? As long as I am here, I will not allow you to mistreat her." The irony of his words lay in the fact that it was indeed him who was bullying Tang Yi. Yet what could Tang Yi do about it? Staring incredulously at his mother, he could not fathom that Tang Yi would voluntarily agree to exchange rooms with Tang Xiaomin. That if it were a voluntary arrangement, why then was Yi in tears? It was evident that their parents were now siding with Tang Xiaomin, hence their deliberate misrepresentation. With this thought, Tang Yi shot a disdainful glance at Tang Xiaomin, then turned to his mother, exposing the family's indifference towards Tang Xiaomin in stark relief. At that moment, Tang Yi approached, clutching her pillow. Tang Yi stood beside Tang Yi, her face devoid of any timidity. She could no longer endure Tang Xiaomin's appropriation of everything that belonged to her. Nor did she wish to be constrained by the marriage engagement any longer. Moreover, she did not believe that Tang Xiaomin would willingly annul the engagement. The air suddenly fell silent, with the situation having escalated to such a point. Who would receive the room? One was a long-lost daughter, the other a foster daughter raised for many years. It was impossible to take sides at this moment. They all exchanged glances, remaining mute. Tang Xiaomin observed the members of the Tang family, realizing that no one was speaking, and understood. "Tang Yi, do you truly favor Tang Yi? Could it be that you have feelings for her?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yi immediately lost his composure, vehemently denying it. "Tang Xiaomin, what nonsense are you spouting? I regard Yi as a sister. My feelings for her are purely fraternal. Do not make unfounded assumptions that I am merely helping her because I cannot stand you bullying her." Tang Ye's reaction was unexpectedly intense, causing the others in the Tang family to regard the two with peculiar expressions. A smirk appeared on Tang Xiaomin's face. "You know well whether you have feelings for her. Since you have cast aside my belongings, I shall take my leave." "Xiaomin, where are you going at this late hour?" Tang Yu and Zhang Meiyu hurried after her. Tang Zhongqing glanced at Tang Yi and Tang Yi with a sigh before following suit. With everyone pursuing Tang Xiaomin, only Tang Yi and Tang Yi remained in the Tang family's villa. With Tang Xiaomin gone, their parents and elder brother had also rushed out. Tang Yi recalled the last time she had run away from home. Her family had been sound asleep, utterly indifferent to her plight. She could not pinpoint when it was that she realized Tang Xiaomin's status in this family had silently surpassed her own. Although Tang Xiaomin appeared willful and unruly, her family merely scolded her briefly before increasingly indulging her. With tears welling in her eyes, Tang Yi turned to Tang Yi and said, "Second brother, you threw away sister's belongings, and now she has run away from home. Mom and Dad will surely blame you. It's all my fault for dragging you down." As she spoke, her voice quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Tang Yi, witnessing her distress, sought to console her. "Second brother, you are the only one in the family who still cares for me." Sob. The more she spoke, the more heartbroken she became. Tang Yi, at a loss for what to do, gently embraced Tang Yi and patted her back when no one was around. "All right, I will help you move your things. Let us hurry." Mm. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black night on the bustling street, Tang Xiaomin, clad in pajamas and slippers, carried a bag and a pillow, walking briskly ahead. Zhang Meiyu, Tang Zhongqing, and Tang Yu trailed behind her, earnestly attempting to persuade her. Xiaomin, Tang Yi has indeed gone too far. How about this? I'll give you my room tomorrow. How does that sound? Tang Meiyu grasped Tang Xiaomin's arm, but she stubbornly resisted, nearly dragging Zhang Meiyu along as she moved forward. Tang Zhongqing added, we can discuss whatever you desire. Throwing a tantrum is not the solution. Feel free to voice your requests. Suddenly, Tang Xiaomin halted. Xiaomin, she was disinclined to engage further with them and walked straight into a hotel by the roadside. Addressing the receptionist, he said, please book a presidential suite. He then handed over his bank card. What are you doing? Tang Yu responded helplessly, how can I allow you to stay at a hotel alone? I will accompany you. This way your anger should subside. Tang Xiaomin took a room key and murmured, do as you wish. I did not force you. Her tone was noticeably gentler than before, indicating that his words had had some effect. Tang Yu turned to his parents and said, Mom, Dad, I will stay with her at the hotel. You may return home. Once she calms down by tomorrow, I will persuade her to come back with me. Tang Zhongqing nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. He then looked at Zhang Meiyu, signaling her to leave with him. Zhang Meiyu shot a fierce glare at Tang Zhongqing. Ever since discovering his betrayal, she had shown him little kindness. Book a room for me as well. I will stay with her. Tang Zhongqing silently observed, saying nothing. This arrangement had been agreed upon when Tang Yi and Tang Xiaomin exchanged rooms, with the understanding that Tang Xiaomin would eventually go to the Yi family to call off the engagement. Now Tang Yi could no longer contain her word. Chapter 57. One-on-one with such a commotion, it was nearly impossible to expect Tang Xiaomin to independently call off the engagement. The first order of business was to instruct Butler Wang. Butler Wang, please arrange for 2 guest rooms on the second floor to be connected, and have them beautifully renovated for Xiaomin. It must be to her satisfaction. Yes, madam. From the music room, the sound of a piano could be heard as Zhang Meiyu glanced in from outside. At that moment, Tang Yi and Tang Yi were seated at the piano, practicing a duet. Their collaboration was seamless, occasionally exchanging smiles that hinted at a closeness surpassing that of mere siblings. Last night, when Tang Xiaomin casually mentioned that Tang Yi might have feelings for Tang Yi, it had seemed like a mere outburst of anger. Now, however, it appeared there were indeed signs to support such a notion. Within this household, Tang Yi had always treated Tang Yi with utmost kindness. Although Tang Yi shared no blood ties with the Tang family, Zhang Meiyu would never permit any feelings between them to extend beyond familial affection. Zhang Meiyu entered, interrupting their practice. What are you two doing? You are no longer children. You must maintain decorum in public and private alike. She admonished that if others misunderstand, it would not only disgrace the Tang family but could also significantly impact Tang Ye's future. Tang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Mom, we are merely rehearsing a duet. Don't let your imagination run wild. Influenced by Tang Xiaomin. Tang Yi lowered her head and added, brother, mother is only concerned for your career and your well-being. Zhang Meiyu cast them a disapproving glance. Rumors can be perilous. One must avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After Zhang Meiyu left, Tang Yi sighed and smiled wryly. Mother is truly something. She believes whatever Tang Xiaomin tells her. Completely unaware of the poison she has been fed, a flicker of resentment flashed in Tang Yi's eyes, but she remained silent. In the afternoon, Butler Wang arrived with the construction crew to commence the renovations. The task of connecting the 2 rooms was neither trivial nor immense, yet it generated a cacophony that made the entire villa tremble as if in an earthquake. Thus, the piano practice between Tang Yi and Tang Yi was abruptly interrupted. They stepped outside to inquire with Butler Wang. Butler Wang, what is all this ruckus about? Young master, madam has instructed to connect the 2 guest rooms to renovate a spacious room for Miss Tang Xiaomin, and the construction is currently underway. For the sake of one Tang Xiaomin, such a grand undertaking is being made. Tang Yi seethed with resentment. When she resided in a smaller room, why was there no thought to combine the guest rooms for her? It was clear this was a deliberate affront to her and the Tang family. She had already fallen from Grace's second brother. It seems we cannot practice today. Let us postpone it. She was brimming with pent-up frustration, yet had no outlet for it. Meanwhile, the sisters' group chat was abuzz with fervent discussion. Feng Xiao had arranged to have a one-on-one duel with Tang Xiaomin at the martial arts school. It was rumored that the wager was severe. Whoever lost would forfeit a hand. And Tang Xiaomin had already accepted the challenge. How exhilarating. They must attend that day to cheer for Feng Xiao. Lu Feng sent a private message. I will certainly teach Tang Xiaomin a lesson she won't forget, ensuring she never dares to bully you again. Lu Feng had long been pursuing Tang Yi, yet she had always kept him at arm's length. However, recently, unable to tolerate Tang Xiaomin any longer, she had found ways to let Lu Feng know of her plight. Lu Feng did not disappoint her. issuing a red card to Tang Xiaomin from F2. Although there had been some commotion afterwards, it ultimately dissipated. It was said that Lu Feng had trained since childhood, and with his duel against Tang Xiaomin, he was undoubtedly well prepared this time. He would surely make Tang Xiaomin regret her actions. Monday, 4:30 p.m. at a martial arts school not far from the school. The place was packed. Nearly the entire student body had gathered, bustling and crowded, and in the most conspicuous position beside the ring stood a dozen bodyguards with arms crossed. Yi Lingyun sat on a sofa, a handsome visage adorned with a faint, playful smirk. Beside him were Tang Yi, Shuya, Qian Lili, and Lin Kiki, all present to support Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at the time, frowning as he remarked, "It's almost 4:30, surely Tang Xiaomin won't dare to show up?" "Who knows?" they replied. That if Tang Xiaomin didn't come, they were left helpless. Shuya suddenly suggested, "Why not call Tang Xiaomin and ask her to come?" Tang Yi shook her head. "I don't have her number. That might not work." "Then what should we do?" Everyone fell into a state of helplessness. Suddenly the atmosphere shifted as someone shouted at the entrance, "She's here! Tang Xiaomin has arrived." Tang Xiaomin appeared in a white t-shirt and jeans, her hair usually down, today styled into a ponytail, looking more spirited than usual. Satisfied by the crowd, she nodded in approval. Lu Feng, barefoot and eager, flexed his fists and leapt onto the stage. "Feng Xiao! Feng Xiao! Feng Xiao!" The synchronized cheers resounded powerfully. It must be said, the popularity of F2 was indeed immense, with numerous admirers. Tang Xiaomin later searched online and discovered that the F2 duo was not only popular in school but also trending on social media. An ordinary young star, indeed, pales in comparison to their radiance. Lu Feng, growing increasingly impatient, called out to Tang Xiaomin from below the arena, "Tang Xiaomin, stop dawdling and come up here for a one-on-one duel with me. Even though you are a woman, I assure you, I shall not show you any mercy today." His tone was brash and arrogant, oblivious to the fact that someone had once been so terrified by her iron staff that their legs had turned to jelly. Now that he was here, he certainly could not leave without a fight. With a meaningful glance at Tang Yi, who stood across from her, Tang Xiaomin seemed certain that today would not end in her favor. A cold smile graced her lips as she removed her shoes, stepping barefoot onto the stage with deliberate poise. Lu Feng assumed his stance, eager to engage in combat. Suddenly, Tang Xiaomin interjected, "Hold on before we begin. Let us clarify a few things." Lu Feng shot her a disdainful look. "No matter what you wish to say, I will not spare you today." His words suggested that she would somehow show him leniency. "Let me ask you a question first. Did you challenge me to help Tang Yi seek revenge?" Tang Xiaomin inquired. Lu Feng's affection for Tang Yi was no secret within the school, and today, he was determined to announce his intentions loudly, ensuring that Tang Yi and everyone present understood his feelings for her. "Indeed, I am here to avenge Yi." Tang Xiaomin, stop hesitating. Those who dare to bully Yi must pay the price. With that, Tang Xiaomin commanded, "Let us begin." Clenching her fists and focusing her gaze, she assumed a defensive posture. "Hurrah!" Lu Feng charged forward with ferocity, unleashing a powerful hook aimed at Tang Xiaomin. The force of his punch stirred the loose strands of hair on her forehead. In a flash, Tang Xiaomin ducked and stepped swiftly toward Lu Feng, her speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible. By the time Lu Feng registered her movement, it was already too late. She raised her knee and forcefully propelled it into Lu Feng's waist, sending him soaring into the air as if he were made of paper, lifting him a meter off the ground. A stunning scene unfolded. Tang Xiaomin's eyes radiated confidence, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. With her foot still raised, she executed a fierce kick that struck Lu Feng, sending him hurtling off the stage. Directly towards Yi Lingyun and Tang As. Lu Feng was about to crash into them. A bodyguard, positioned near Yi Lingyun, shielded him in a split second. Nevertheless, Lu Feng's body collided heavily with them, causing them to stumble and falter. With a splatter, blood erupted from Lu Feng's mouth, staining the ground crimson. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Some gasped in shock, others covered their mouths in fear, while some were left breathless. On the stage, Tang Xiaomin gradually lowered her leg, brushing off the dust from her hands. The ease with which she had dispatched Lu Feng was striking, no more troublesome than removing dust from her palms. "Lu Feng!" Qian Lili rushed to his side, her eyes reddening with concern. "How are you?" She glared angrily at Tang Xiaomin on stage, furious and ready to charge at her. Lu Feng seized Qian Lili with a firm grip. "This matter does not concern you, step aside." Qian Lili glared at Tang Xiaomin with fury. "But she has hurt you so badly. I will seek vengeance on your behalf." In truth, Qian Lili charged onto the stage, intent on confronting Tang Xiaomin with ease. Tang Xiaomin grasped her hand and, with a tone of resignation, said, "Stop being foolish. He fought for Tang Yi against me. If you fight me for him, he will never see your sincerity. Wake up." Tang Xiaomin's words jolted Qian Lili into clarity. Indeed, Lu Feng had engaged in battle for Tang Yi, something he had just confessed. Unfortunately, upon witnessing Lu Feng's injuries, she completely forgot this heart-wrenching truth. Gradually, Qian Lili regained her composure. Ceasing her reckless actions, she understood that she could not prevail against Tang Xiaomin, yet was unable to suppress her impulse. What was she hoping to achieve? That Lu Feng favored Tang Yi and disregarded her. Qian Lili? With a profound glance at Lu Feng below, followed by a sorrowful look at Tang Xiaomin, she fled the martial arts hall, heartbroken. However, the matter between Tang Xiaomin and Lu Feng was far from resolved. Lu Feng, unwilling to concede, attempted to return to the stage, only to be restrained by a bodyguard. Young Master Feng, let it go. Her strikes are formidable, and you stand no chance. Even we may not fare well against her. Let it go. This is not something that can simply be dismissed. If I concede, as per our agreement, I must forfeit one of my hands. I cannot lose. With those words, Lu Feng staggered back onto the platform. Tang Xiaomin, if you desire my hand, come and take it yourself, he declared, aware that he could not overcome her, yet choosing such a valiant sacrifice. This warrior spirit was indeed commendable. Tang Xiaomin admired him. Suddenly, she laughed. I've changed my mind. I no longer desire your hand. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Lu Feng's pale eyes. Then what do you want? Money or something else? Tang Xiaomin shook her head. At this moment, she had no interest in money. She glanced at Tang Yi below, noticing her trying to hide at the back of the crowd. Escaping? It won't be that easy. Tang Xiaomin stated. I can spare your hand, provided you kneel and apologize, admitting your wrongdoing. That if you do that, I will not pursue this matter further. Kneeling. Such a humiliating act was inconceivable for Lu Feng to accept. Tang Xiaomin, a gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. I will sever my own hand for you. Lu Feng withdrew a knife from the edge of the stage, its blade glinting menacingly, sending a chill through the onlookers. Gasps filled the air. Was he truly prepared to pay the price of his own hand? At this sight, Yi Lingyun, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself. Lu Feng, stop! Lu Feng, stubborn as he was, found it difficult to relent. Yi Xiao, do not intervene. I am willing to accept the consequences and sever my hand for her. People often narrow their own paths. Yi Lingyun had no choice but to threaten Tang Xiaomin once more. Tang Xiaomin, do not push your luck. Minor skirmishes are inconsequential, but should Lu Feng lose his hand today, you must consider the future of the Tang family. The Tang family? The Tang family has been utterly annihilated. What of it? Tang Xiaomin would relish the thought of the Tang family meeting their end due to this incident. I have made up my mind. I want his hand, Tang Xiaomin coldly declared. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Tang Xiaomin, seemingly a delicate and frail girl, possesses not only formidable combat skills but also a heart that is ruthlessly vindictive. Such individuals are indeed rare. What grievances or enmities could provoke such turmoil? Yi Lingyun, incensed, rose to his feet. Xia, standing beside Tang Yi, urged, Tang Xiaomin is your sister. You must persuade her not to demand Xiao Feng's hand. At this moment, Yi Lingyun finally recalled Tang Yi, threateningly stating, Tang Yi, you would do well to dissuade Tang Xiaomin from this course of action. Otherwise, your Tang family will also face ruin. Moreover, Lu Feng has put himself in this predicament for your sake. What do you mean by remaining silent? It dawned on everyone that today's duel had escalated because Lu Feng sought to defend Tang Yi's honor. And what of Tang Yi? She stood by, watching Lu Feng fight on her behalf while her sister demanded Lu Feng's hand. Chapter 59. Tang Yi, kneel down. The true character of Tang Yi was laid bare before all. Classmates began to voice their reproach. Tang Yi, you must urge your sister to reconsider. Do you intend to watch her demand Xiao Feng's hand in silence? Indeed, it must be remembered that Xiao Feng acted for your sake. How can you remain so ungrateful and silent? Such a heartless individual, it seems Xiao Feng's efforts were in vain. Faced with the crowd's accusations, and in a bid to salvage her reputation, Tang Yi reluctantly approached the stage, though she remained skeptical that Tang Xiaomin would genuinely dare to demand Lu Feng's hand. Summoning her courage, she implored, Sister, please do not put Xiao Feng in such a predicament. You are unharmed and need not be so aggressive. Tang Xiaomin had anticipated that her sister would continue to feign ignorance below. However, now, under the gaze of so many, the tables had turned. A mischievous smile crept across Tang Xiaomin's face. Since you have pleaded on Lu Feng's behalf, I may forego his hand and even his need to kneel and apologize. But this altercation cannot go unpunished. I have a modest request. Should you be capable of fulfilling it? Upon hearing this, the crowd, regardless of the nature of the request, urged Tang Yi to comply. It was better for her sister to relent than to lose a hand from Xiao Feng. Please agree to her. She is your sister, and she would not harm you. Lu Feng watched silently as Tang Yi hesitated. His heart growing cold, he had nearly sacrificed his hand for her, yet she lingered in indecision. Was such a woman truly worthy of his unwavering devotion? Under the mounting pressure, Tang Yi had no choice but to inquire, "What is your request?" Tang Xiaomin smiled, her expression becoming increasingly audacious. "Kneel before me and utter an apology." It's that simple. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It had long been rumored that Tang Xiaomin and Tang Yi were at odds, but now Tang Xiaomin was demanding that Tang Yi kneel and apologize. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Such an affront was utterly excessive. It was nothing short of humiliation. However, upon further reflection, this act of kneeling and apology paled in comparison to the loss of a hand. Tang Yi glared fiercely at Tang Xiaomin, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. The audience began to murmur, urging Yi, "Just kneel and apologize." Indeed, one must prioritize preserving Feng Xiao's hand. After all, it was merely kneeling before your sister. It was hardly a grave matter. Feng Xiao had defended you and was injured in the process. For his sake, kneeling seemed a trivial sacrifice. "Kneel, kneel, kneel." The crowd erupted in a frenzy of encouragement, reveling in their sense of camaraderie. Tang Yi stood there, bewildered, her heart resolutely rejecting the notion until that moment. She had become the target of collective scorn, feeling lost and grinding her teeth in frustration. Why should she kneel before Tang Xiaomin? Hesitating and resisting, she remained stubbornly upright, refusing to bow. An apology. Seconds ticked by, each one stretching into eternity. Lu Feng saw through Tang Yi's true nature, his heart growing cold. How laughable it was that he had put himself in this predicament just to defend her dignity. A self-deprecating smile crept across Lu Feng's face. One must always bear the consequences of their actions. As Tang Yi wavered, Lu Feng made a resolute decision and raised the knife in his hand. The scene was valiant and tragic. Lu Feng was not one to back down. Under the gaze of the crowd, he no longer hesitated and brought the blade down upon his own left hand. "Feng Xiao, Lu Feng." "No." The clatter of the knife hitting the ground echoed sharply, and suddenly the air fell into a hushed silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As anticipated, the blood did not spill upon the stage. At some point, Tang Xiaomin stood before Lu Feng, and no one could discern how she had disarmed him, the knife now resting at his feet. Lu Feng looked at Tang Xiaomin in astonishment, realizing her unexpected prowess. The crowd exhaled in relief. Lu Feng stammered, What do you mean?" Tang Xiaomin had achieved her objective. She had no interest in Lu Feng's hand. Moreover, she had already taught him a lesson. The debts between them, from past lives to the present, had been settled. With a slight smile. Tang Xiaomin said nothing and turned to leave. Tang Yi remained rooted in place, trembling, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Tang Xiaomin cast a disdainful glance in her direction and, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, declared, "I merely wish to offer you an opportunity to perform. How could I possibly want you to truly kneel?" The final laugh was laden with scorn. Her graceful figure appeared harmless, yet it was then that Tang Yi realized she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Tang Xiaomin. Lu Feng, are you all right?" Lu Feng managed a cryptic smile. Shaking his head. Yi Lingyun ascended the stage to personally assist Lu Feng in leaving, neither of them sparing a glance at Tang Yi as they departed beneath the arena. The spectators gazed at Tang Yi with expressions rife with disdain. Though none uttered a word, each was acutely aware of the unspoken sentiment. Tang Yi, the cherished daughter of the Tang family, the belle of the school, the goddess in everyone's eyes, was revealed to be a person devoid of warmth and loyalty. In silence, the crowd gradually dispersed from the martial arts hall. Shuya and Lin Kiki, who were her close friends, now regarded Tang Yi with disappointment and a sense of estrangement. They all departed, leaving Tang Yi standing alone on the stage, enveloped by the scornful and disheartened gazes of those around her. "Shuya, Kiki, wait for me!" Tang Yi exclaimed in a flurry as she hurried after them. "Shuya, Kiki, please let me explain." Shuya and Lin Kiki halted, with Shuya disdainfully remarking, "Tang Yi, do you have anything further to say?" Tang Yi desperately attempted to justify herself. What just transpired was Tang Xiaomin's scheme. She intentionally set me up. At this juncture, it was evident to all that Tang Xiaomin had deliberately sought to embarrass Tang Yi. Yet what had Tang Yi done in response? She accepted Lu Feng's intervention, but when Lu Feng was on the verge of losing his hand, she remained unmoved, watching as he severed his own flesh. Her heart was indeed devoid of compassion. Who would not fear associating with such a callous individual? What if one day they found themselves in Lu Feng's position, and Tang Yi remained equally indifferent? In Chapter 60, Tang Xiaomin's murderous intent was revealed. Such a heartless person was hardly worth engaging with. Shuya shook her head, unwilling to exchange further words with Tang Yi. "Indeed, Tang Xiaomin sought to humiliate you, and while you were right not to yield, Tang Yi, do not refer to me as your friend in the future. Let us cease our companionship here." Tang Yi panicked, placing herself in front of Shuya. "Shuya, this is Tang Xiaomin's ploy. She is deliberately targeting me, aiming to isolate me. Please do not fall for her trick." Shuya retorted with irritation, Oh, Lu Feng was willing to harm himself for you. Yet what did you do at that moment? Tang Yi, taken aback, argued fervently, but what if I had knelt and Tang Xiaomin still refused to spare Lu Feng? This statement left Shuya and Lin Kiki astounded. Although Tang Xiaomin demanded Lu Feng's hand, she did not hold a knife to his throat to compel him. It was Lu Feng's own pride that led him to wield his blade against himself to fulfill the wager. Had he been given a way out, he would never have resorted to such drastic measures. Ultimately, it was Tang Xiaomin who intervened to halt Lu Feng. Yet, in this moment, Tang Yi audaciously claimed that Tang Xiaomin would not relent. The integrity of her reasoning shattered into fragments. Lin Kiki shook her head repeatedly, at a loss for words in her disgust. Shuya, let us go. Conversing with such a person only repulses me further. Lin Kiki pulled Shuya away. Shuya! Kiki! They departed, leaving Tang Yi utterly ignored. In response, Tang Yi merely stood there, rolling her eyes. Tang Xiaomin's futile attempt to use such tactics to alienate her would not succeed. Today she had been outmaneuvered, but it mattered little. She would apologize and explain herself later. Compared to her, Tang Xiaomin's actions were far more egregious, and she had completely offended Lu Feng, who would certainly not let her off the hook. In this moment, Tang Yi could only find solace within herself. In the hospital, Lu Feng had been diagnosed with internal injuries by the doctor and required a few days of hospitalization for recovery. Yi Lingyun, typically more composed than Lu Feng, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Lu Feng's battered condition. That Tang Xiaomin was exceedingly arrogant. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Lu Feng shook his head. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. Let us not provoke her further, for we cannot defeat her. Yi Lingyun smirked. Just because we cannot conquer her does not imply that others cannot as well. Lu Feng sighed. She does not genuinely desire my hand. She merely seeks to pressure Tang Yi. I never anticipated that Tang Yi would turn out to be such a person. I was blind to her true nature. Speaking of Tang Yi, Yi Lingyun's eyes filled with disdain. A woman like that is worse than a dog. At least a dog might bark at the villains it encounters. Who would argue otherwise? Having recognized Tang Yi's hypocrisy, who would wish to engage with such a person? Yi Lingyun departed from the hospital and inquired of the bodyguard beside him. Where is Tang Xiaomin currently? I heard she is residing in a hotel. Shall we proceed to find her? The authority of F2 had been provoked by a mere girl, a grievance that Yi Lingyun could not swallow. He instructed to call Yi Butler and summoned Long Wu. I refuse to believe that Tang Xiaomin can overpower Long Wu. Long Wu is a skilled fighter trained by the Yi family, serving as Yi Fengxing's bodyguard. Upon receiving Yi Lingyun's call, Yi Butler relayed the matter to Yi Fengxing. Young master, the young master Lingyun just called, seeking Long Wu's assistance. He mentioned wanting Long Wu to deal with Miss Tang. This, a glint of cold resolve flashed in Yi Fengxing's eyes. Lu Feng had arranged a duel with Miss Tang at the martial arts hall, resulting in Lu Feng's hospitalization. It seems that young master Lingyun intends to seek revenge. Revenge directed at Tang Xiaomin, and he is enlisting his bodyguard to confront his fiancé at the hotel entrance. Yi Lingyun's bodyguards blocked Tang Xiaomin's path. At that moment, Yi Lingyun arrived as well. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Yi Lingyun coldly regarded Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, you have harmed my brother, and you must pay a price for your actions. After one confrontation, another arises. It truly seems endless. No matter how much patience Tang Xiaomin possessed, it had been thoroughly exhausted. Yi Lingyun, do not provoke me, or I shall show you no mercy. Tang Xiaomin defiantly retorted. The situation had become irreconcilable. Yi Lingyun turned to a tall, composed man with a vigorous presence beside him. Long Wu, teach this girl a proper lesson. Long Wu, at the age of 28, had trained in martial arts since childhood and was a world champion. Now to have him intimidate a delicate young girl seemed inappropriate. Young master Lingyun, she is a woman. This is not suitable. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. By the time Long Wu reacted, Tang Xiaomin had already reached Yi Lingyun. She seized Yi Lingyun by the throat with one hand, lifting him off the ground, his feet dangling in mid-air. At that moment, a dark mist swirled ominously in Tang Xiaomin's eyes. She could not bear it. If she were to kill Yi Lingyun, the Yi and Tang families would undoubtedly be at odds, and the Tang family would surely face ruin. Upon witnessing Tang Xiaomin's ruthless demeanor, Long Wu came to the realization that he had underestimated her. Prompting him to act swiftly, Tang Xiaomin had a firm grip on Yi Lingyun's hand, exerting pressure. Cease all actions. Yi Fengxing descended from the vehicle, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene before him. Long Wu's fist halted a mere millimeter from Tang Xiaomin, while her grip on Yi Lingyun's hand was perilously close to snapping his neck. Approaching Tang Xiaomin, Yi Fengxing proposed, allow me the chance to assist you in teaching him a lesson. Tang Xiaomin cast a cold glance at Yi Fengxing and gradually loosened her grip, while Yi Lingyun collapsed to the ground, fearfully clutching his neck as he gasped for breath. A murderous intent flickered within Tang Xiaomin, which both Long Wu and Yi Fengxing discerned. She was far more perilous than she appeared at that moment. Even Yi Fengxing found himself unable to comprehend Tang Xiaomin's true nature. Why Yi Fengxing addressed Yi Lingyun. As the current head of the Yi family, Yi Lingyun was, by lineage, required to refer to him as grandfather. Without hesitation, Yi Lingyun knelt upright on the ground. Apologize, commanded Yi Fengxing. Yi Lingyun lifted his head. Defiance etched on his face as he retorted, Master Feng, Tang Xiaomin injured Lu Feng, and she is my fiancé, and according to our lineage, you shall refer to her as grandmother from now on. Yi Fengxing's declaration left Yi Lingyun momentarily stunned. He was aware of the betrothal between the Yi and Tang families, yet he was oblivious to the fact that the person engaged to Yi Fengxing was in fact Tang Xiaomin. How can it be? Master Feng, how can it be her? Yi Fengxing replied coldly, if it is not her, then who could it be? In other words, who else from the Tang family could possibly be worthy of him? It was only at that moment that Yi Lingyun comprehended the magnitude of his error. He also grasped the depth of Tang Yi's cunning. Everyone had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by her. Chapter 61. Kneel until she is satisfied. I am sorry. I was wrong. Yet, what value do apologies or confessions hold once harm has been inflicted? An apology merely serves as a hollow formality for the wrongdoer, providing a faude of solace in justifying their misdeeds. Humph! Tang Xiaomin uttered neither forgiveness nor condemnation as she turned to leave, her pace brisk. Observing her distressed countenance, Yi Fengxing hurried after her. In the hotel lobby, he grasped Tang Xiaomin's arm. Are you still angry? Tang Xiaomin shook off Yi Fengxing's hand and replied tersely, should I not be angry? Or do you think I am in the wrong for feeling this way, that I am petty? Human beings are intrinsically selfish, quick to identify faults in others while rarely reflecting on their own shortcomings. If you feel unsatisfied, I can have him kneel outside until you are appeased, Yi Fengxing suggested. Given the gravity of the situation, should she continue to hold on to her anger, it would truly reflect her pettiness. Having accepted Yi Fengxing's assistance, Tang Xiaomin decided it best to let it go, provided he did not provoke her in the future. Just as she turned to depart, Yi Fengxing called out to her once more. By the way, the new car I purchased for you has arrived. I will have someone deliver it shortly. After a moment's thought, he added, this time there are no speed limits. Yi Fengxing genuinely cares for Tang Xiaomin, however Zhang Meiyu's words ring true. It is wise to maintain a certain distance from the very beginning. Although we are engaged, I have not yet married you, and I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Tang Xiaomin's words, upon reaching Yi Fengxing's ears, conveyed a sense of her detachment. It is merely a car, not particularly valuable. Yi Fengxing still hoped that Tang Xiaomin would accept it and not treat him so distantly. For the Yi family, a car is but a drop in the bucket, certainly not significant. I apologize. But my mood is rather bleak today. Yi Fengxing chose not to pursue her further, feeling that continued efforts would yield no favorable outcome. Outside the hotel, Yi Lingyun knelt in place, eagerly awaiting Yi Fengxing's arrival. Master Feng, I have already apologized. I promise I will not trouble her again. Please allow me to rise. His attitude of remorse was commendable, yet what good would it do? The other party was already upset and even regarded Yi Fengxing with disdain. Yi Fengxing cast a cold glance at Yi Lingyun. Until she calms down, you shall remain here kneeling until her anger subsides. Yi Fengxing departed, leaving Yi Lingyun and his bodyguards in a state of confusion. Yi Lingyun could hardly fathom that the head of the Yi family, Yi Fengxing, harbored such a deep affection for Tang Xiaomin. This time he had truly encountered a formidable obstacle to the Tang residence. Following relentless efforts by the workers, 2 rooms were merged and transformed into a beautiful, luxurious space. Every piece of decor was meticulously chosen and supervised by Zhang Mei. As one passed by and noticed Yi Lingyun kneeling outside the hotel, curiosity arose, yet one refrained from commenting to avoid being perceived as adding insult to injury. And the presidential suite, Tang Yu earnestly pleaded with Tang Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhang Meiyu acted rather swiftly. Tang Xiaomin recalled how Tang Yi had discarded her belongings, stirring discomfort within her. Tang Yi and Tang Xiaomin were at odds. Was it not an undue hardship? Tang Yu called Tang Yi to explain the situation, but as anticipated, he was met with rejection. Thus, he turned to his mother for assistance. Zhang Meiyu found Tang Yi in the music room, interrupting the 2 individuals who were practicing. Tang Yi flatly refused. I will not go. Zhang Meiyu's expression darkened. His words were rather harsh, leaving Tang Yi stunned. Mother, are you truly going to expel me from home simply because I did not go to pick up Tang Xiaomin? Enough! Zhang Meiyu reprimanded sharply. Xiaomin is your sister. She has not lived with us since childhood. It is one thing to dislike her now, but how can you consider forcing her out of the house? I do not wish to delve into the matter of the room any further. In any case, you must accompany me to fetch her. Do you understand? No matter how rebellious Tang Yi was, there were limits. Fine, I will go. Is that acceptable? He conceded it's just her after all. She thinks she holds great importance. Thus, Tang Yi was summoned away. Tang Yi clenched her teeth in frustration but was powerless to stop Tang Xiaomin. Inside the hotel, under Zhang Meiyu's coercion, Tang Yi reluctantly apologized to Tang Xiaomin. This apology lacked sincerity. Tang Xiaomin had no expectations for a heartfelt apology from Tang Yi. Her insistence on him coming to pick her up was merely to irk him that he had made her uncomfortable, and she would ensure he felt the same. However, this is of little consequence. During the anniversary celebrations, she will make sure that Tang Yi understands just how foolish he has been all along. Humph. As they passed by the hotel entrance, Yi Lingyun was still kneeling there. At this moment, his knees were already aching from the prolonged position. Upon seeing Tang Xiaomin approach, a hopeful expression appeared on his face, and he called out to her. Tang, Miss Tang, have you calmed down yet? Yi Lingyun dared not disregard Lord Ye's words that he wished to rise, but he had to await Tang Xiaomin's cue. The members of the Tang family exchanged glances, astonished by Yi Lingyun's unusual display of submission. Could it possibly be connected to Tang Xiaomin? Observing Yi Lingyun's kneeling figure, Tang Xiaomin appeared contemplative. Did Yi Fengxing instruct you to kneel here? Yi Lingyun nodded vigorously, displaying an almost endearing obedience. I have been kneeling for several hours now. It was my folly. Please forgive me and allow me to rise. Tang Xiaomin grasped Yi Fengxing's intent. He was indeed quite astute in his dealings. She was not one to hold grudges either. Just as she intended to disregard Yi Lingyun and walk away, the thought of the red card incident crossed her mind. She approached Yi Lingyun, leaned down and whispered in his ear, if you agree to one condition, I shall let you rise. For the sake of standing up and avoiding further humiliation, Yi Lingyun was willing to acquiesce to any condition. What is the condition? Speak. Chapter 62. Issuing a red card to Tang Yi in a tone only audible to her and Yi Lingyun. Tang Xiaomin stated, you will issue a red card to Tang Yi. Yi Lingyun stared at Tang Xiaomin in shock. At that moment, the slight upward curve of her lips was undeniably attractive, yet it instilled a sense of trepidation within him. It must be noted that his previous decision to issue a red card to Tang Xiaomin had been motivated by Lu Feng's desire to vindicate Tang Yi. Now, as Tang Xiaomin had just unmasked Tang Yi's hypocrisy, she was demanding a red card be issued to her as well. This was indeed a case of retribution. Recalling the murderous intent he had seen in her eyes earlier, a shiver ran down Yi Lingyun's spine. Swallowing hard, he nodded in agreement. Observing his response, Tang Xiaomin offered him a slight smile before departing with the Tang family members and the car. Tang Yu inquired curiously, Xiaomin, does Yi Lingyun's kneeling have anything to do with you? Tang Xiaomin could hardly be bothered to respond at no. Upon returning to the Tang residence, the first order of business was to tour the newly renovated rooms. They were quite impressive, larger and more exquisitely appointed than Tang Yi's previous quarters. Within the Tang family, this was the finest room available. Zhang Meiyu remarked, Xiaomin, let me know if there's anything you find lacking, and I shall procure it for you tomorrow. Tang Xiaomin unabashedly replied, I would like an aquarium as large as the wall. This request was rather simple. Zhang Meiyu responded, very well, I shall have one custom-made for you tomorrow. Tang Yu added, I know a client who specializes in ornamental fish. Once the aquarium is ready, I will help you select some beautiful fish. The members of this household were now exceedingly accommodating to her every whim. In her previous life, despite her subservient and tireless contributions, she had never received a single favorable glance from them. In this lifetime, she has never bestowed upon them a pleasant demeanor. The day she could only yearn for in her past life has finally arrived. How profoundly ironic indeed, they dare only to bully the honest. Tang Yi cast a glance at Tang Xiaomin's room, her anger flaring, and she departed. Observing this, Tang Xiaomin remarked, I wish to rest now. Once the Tang family members had left, Tang Xiaomin finished her bath and prepared for slumber, only to receive a message from Yi Fengxing. Is it convenient for you to take a call? Yi Fengxing's attentiveness and consideration were evident to all. It was clear he harbored feelings for her. Though he appeared innocent, having done nothing overtly wrong, his obstinacy indirectly led to her tragedy. What significance does his current kindness hold? In her dreams, a colossal crimson moon hung in the sky. A man clad in black lounged on a dark sofa, the dim lighting concealing his features, revealing only the faint curve of a smile at the corner of his lips. Minmin, do you not miss me? This man. No, the demon from hell, who simultaneously served as the current president of the underworld group. Upon seeing him, Tang Xiaomin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Resigned, she uttered, well, life and death are distinct. We are no longer of the same world. Let us part. Her ability to brazenly harvest kidneys in the underworld was, in truth, due to her connection with Yanju, who had taught her much, so very much. The man remained seated, his long fingers habitually spinning the black ring on his thumb, one she had gifted him. Returning alive, who wishes to die? Not yet. You must wait for me. Wait 50 years. And I shall seek you out then. Ha, it will be swift that if you are not obedient, I shall drag you down tonight. It was over. He sought her life. No, you cannot violate the rules, have you forgotten? Then I shall seek you out. Do you wish to be reincarnated? After reincarnation one loses all memory, what then is there to seek? It would be as if we parted automatically. My dear, wait for me. After the man uttered a phrase that Tang Xiaomin could not comprehend, she was suddenly jolted awake, shivering in her bed. Quantum mechanics suggests that if one yearns deeply for another, they may traverse into the other's dreams. Or perhaps it was merely a simple dream of hers. Tang Xiaomin faintly heard the sound of a piano and glanced at the clock. Only 10:30. She had scarcely fallen asleep before dreaming. Discarding the skull-shaped pillow she had been clutching, Tang Xiaomin made her way to the piano room on the first floor. To her surprise, Tang Yi was still practicing the piano at such a late hour. This piece. A smile tugged at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips as she entered. Her arrival interrupted the collaboration between Tang Yi and Tang Yi. Tang Yi, visibly annoyed, asked, "What are you doing here?" Due to renovations at home, Tang Yi had been unable to practice properly. With the school celebration performance approaching, they needed to make the most of their practice time. Tang Xiaomin inquired, "Was that piece you just played your own composition?" Tang Yi shot her a disdainful look before proudly gazing at Tang Yi. "This is an original piece by Yi. What do you know? An original composition by Tang Yi? How utterly absurd. That was clearly a moment of inspiration she had hastily jotted down before discarding it, deeming it unworthy. How did it come to be that the piece was considered an original work by Tang Yi? Tang Yi retorted with irritation, "What business is it of yours? Isn't it perfectly acceptable for Yi to showcase her talents during the school anniversary performance?" He continued, brimming with pride, "Yi plans to enter the entertainment industry just like me. She possesses both beauty and talent, and she is bound to become a sensation." Tang Xiaomin couldn't help but chuckle. "Tang Xiaomin, step outside and refrain from disrupting our practice," Tang Yi said impatiently. Tang Xiaomin looked at the two of them, caught between laughter and tears, before turning to leave. She couldn't believe that Tang Yi regarded such discarded rubbish with admiration. Truly, he was a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the broader world. As she passed through the living room, Tang Xiaomin noticed Butler Wang heading to Zhang Meiyu's room at such a late hour. Curiosity piqued, she stealthily followed him and eavesdropped on their conversation outside the door. Inside the bedroom, Butler Wang said, "Madam, Lawyer Zhang has already drafted the lawsuit. We can proceed with suing Li Shui tomorrow. The evidence is irrefutable, and she certainly won't be able to escape." Due to the incident involving Aunt Shui, the relationship between Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing had irreparably shattered, although they pretended otherwise in public. The more Zhang Meiyu contemplated the matter, the angrier she became. At that moment, upon merely hearing the name Li Shui, her dignified face twisted with an expression of profound resentment. "Sue her, and sue her hard. Sue her until she has nothing left, and let her languish in prison for over 10 years. Otherwise, my hatred shall remain unresolved." "But madam, you will witness Li Shui being forcibly escorted into the prosecutor's office for questioning tomorrow. It would be wise to rest early," Butler Wang advised as he exited the room. Chapter 63. Aunt Shui and Tang Zhongqing. A deadly standoff. She was well aware of Zhang Meiyu's vengeful temperament, and indeed, the Tang family was far from the tranquility it outwardly projected. The next day, Li Shui was indulging in a full-body massage at a beauty salon, relishing her luxurious lifestyle. Suddenly, several prosecutors burst in, brandishing arrest warrants. Li Shui sat up, hastily denying the allegations. "Comrades, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never stolen anything from anyone. Do not mistake me for a wrongdoer." The uniformed prosecutor replied, "Madam Tang has filed a formal complaint against you and provided extensive evidence. We are merely acting in accordance with the law. Please accompany us." "What? Zhang Meiyu?" Aunt Shui exclaimed in shock. However, the prosecutors were not inclined to treat her with any courtesy. They approached her, one on each side, and began to escort her out. Upon arrival at the prosecutor's office, Li Shui was met with a plethora of evidence substantiating her thefts from the Tang family. Some items were indeed hers, while others were not. Nonetheless, all would be attributed to her. Li Shui, all the items you allegedly stole from the Tang family are listed here. Do you acknowledge this? The prosecutor inquired. Having graduated from a regular university and spent over a decade in the Tang household, Li Shui was well aware of how to navigate the situation. "I will not say anything until my lawyer arrives. I will await my legal counsel." According to regulations, Li Shui had the right to engage a lawyer for her defense. The prosecutor's office could not directly convict her. That was a matter for the court. However, Li Shui was still held in custody at the prosecutor's office. The moment Aunt Shui found an opportunity, she called Tang Zhongqing. "Tang Zhongqing, Zhang Meiyu is accusing me of theft, and I have been detained by the prosecutor's office. You must rescue me." When Tang Xiaomin received the call, he was utterly astonished. I urged you to hastily depart abroad, yet you obstinately refused to heed my advice. Now look where we find ourselves. Humph! You ought to have been more prudent. Being captured is merely a consequence of your own folly. Aunt Shui is also in a state of exasperation. Tang Xiaomin, if you do not assist me in resolving this matter, then let us face mutual destruction should I find myself imprisoned. Do not expect to enjoy a peaceful existence outside. The majority of the Tang family's shares remain in Zhang Meiyu's possession. If she discovers that Yi is your illegitimate daughter, it would serve as irrefutable evidence of your infidelity during marriage, granting her the legal right to demand your complete financial divestment. Your fate will be one of utter disgrace. Aunt Shui issued a stern warning before abruptly terminating the call. Tang Xiaomin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He genuinely feared that Aunt Shui, driven to desperation, might expose the truth about Tang Yi, which would indeed spell disaster. What to do? He then severed the last unnecessary leaf and instructed Butler Wang, place it in Xiaomin's room. I believe she will appreciate it. Yes, madam, Butler Wang replied, understanding the task at hand as he gracefully carried the vase away. Tang Xiaomin took a seat a few paces from Zhang Meiyu. His expression troubled, struggling to find the right words. Ever since the revelations about Aunt Shui emerged, Zhang Meiyu had turned a cold shoulder towards him, offering no warmth or kindness with a frosty demeanor. Zhang Meiyu initiated the conversation. You have come to see me regarding Aunt Shui, have you not? Tang Xiaomin, filled with shame, nodded in acknowledgement. The money I provided her was merely compensation. Considering my years of dedication to this family and for the sake of the children, I implore you to let it go. Just view it as my plea. His principles lay shattered before her. Zhang Meiyu, having borne several children and devoted herself to nurturing them, had entered the marriage with her entire fortune entrusted to Tang Xiaomin. How had it come to this? She had never envisioned him as such a scoundrel. Tang Xiaomin, over these many years, have I ever wronged you in any way? Reflect upon it honestly, she challenged. You engaged in an affair and kept your mistress under my very nose for over a decade, rendering me a fool for all those years out of consideration for the children. I did not demand your complete financial ruin. I merely wished to preserve your dignity, and now you dare to speak in defense of your mistress? Her words were resolute, that I assure you, unless I confine her for a decade, I shall not relent. Tang Xiaomin felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Wife, I am not your wife. Zhang Meiyu abruptly retorted, if you dare to mention Li Shui again, I will seek a divorce. Her tone was unyielding. At this moment, Tang Xiaomin truly dared not broach the subject again. Li Shui threatened him, and Zhang Meiyu was relentless. He found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Zhang Meiyu's pride could not be compromised. If she could not vent her frustrations, life would become unbearable. Tang Yi was his daughter, connected by blood, raised in the Tang household. As for Li Shui, she was merely a mistress who could never ascend to a legitimate position. When the time came for difficult choices, in the interest of his family, Tang Xiaomin would have no option but to forsake Li Shui. He personally visited the prosecutor's office to meet with Li Shui. Upon seeing Tang Xiaomin, Li Shui's heart leaped with joy. So, how did it go? Have you resolved everything for me? Tang Xiaomin cast her a glance, feeling an unprecedented loathing towards her in that moment. Tang Xiaomin coldly remarked, do you truly believe you can continually use Yi's matter to threaten me? Li Shui, I have 4 sons at home and a daughter, Tang Xiaomin, who is about to marry into the Yi family. Do you think I, Tang Xiaomin, would be at a disadvantage over one daughter, Tang Yi? No matter how angry my wife may be, my children will mediate, and my family will not fall apart. As for you, if Yi's affair were to be exposed, not only would you face a long prison sentence, but Zhang Meiyu would certainly cast Tang Yi out of the house. Having navigated the business world for many years, if I lacked the courage for such gambits, I would have been eliminated long ago. Bang! Li Shui, greatly astonished, slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Tang Xiaomin, even if you disregard me, how can you turn a blind eye to Yi? She is your own flesh and blood. At this moment, Tang Xiaomin met her gaze defiantly. It is you who is neglecting your daughter. If you are sentenced to prison, once the storm passes, I can still find ways to negotiate for your sentence reduction. However, if you insist on exposing Yi's situation now, then we shall all perish together. Li Shui. Temporary forbearance is a strategy for future gain. I advise you not to be ungrateful and block your own path, thereby harming the child. Tang Xiaomin turned the tables, elucidating the stakes to Li Shui, enticing her to peacefully accept her imprisonment. Li Shui glared at Tang Xiaomin with venomous resentment. Zhang Meiyu was intent on targeting her, and the Tang family's sons were not to be trifled with. As for Tang Yi, once she left the Tang family, it would be the end. Chapter 64. A pariah in the streets, Li Shui felt a profound hatred. Despising herself for being unable to bear letting Tang Yi suffer, after a fierce internal struggle, She weighed the pros and cons and reluctantly let her hands fall. Tears moistened her eyes, gritting her teeth. She said begrudgingly, Tang Xiaomin, I am Yi's biological mother. You cannot just stand idly by and watch me rot in prison. You must find a way to rescue me. The limits of human endurance are finite. If I remain in prison without your intervention, one day I may not be able to contain myself, and I will indeed reveal everything to Zhang Meiyu that I stand by my words, seeing Li Shui willing to listen. Tang Xiaomin spoke soothingly, I understand. After all, you are Yi's mother, and for her sake, I will not allow you to languish in prison indefinitely. You know well what kind of person I am. What kind of person Tang Xiaomin was needed no further elaboration. Li Shui saw him clearly for what he was, a complete scoundrel. Under the duress of Tang Xiaomin's coercive counsel, Li Shui relented, compelled to accept the repercussions from Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu's legal team was formidable, ultimately sentencing Li Shui to 11 years in prison. The money in Li Shui's bank account was also forcibly returned to the Tang family by the court. Tang Yi went to school as usual. To mend the rift caused by the earlier incident at the martial arts school, she had her second brother write a personal signature for everyone. Lily Shuya Kiki, this is an album personally signed by my second brother. Tang Yi, for you. Tang Yi said charmingly. Before the arena incident, her sisters had begged endlessly for Tang Ye's autograph, but had been unsuccessful. Now, following the incident, each received a signed album. It is evident that Tang Yi did not lack companionship previously, but rather, she deliberately toyed with those around her. Such a calculating individual can be quite off-putting. This is particularly true for Qian Lily, who later learned that Tang Yi coldly witnessed Lu Feng having his hand severed, and thus harbored deep resentment towards her. Had she been in Tang Yi's position, she would undoubtedly have knelt without hesitation to protect Lu Feng's hand. Qian Lily shot Tang Yi a frigid glance and remarked, Tang Yi, you truly disgust me. Shuya and Lin Kiki also wore expressions of indifference, showing no inclination to accept the signed albums. Tang Yi, feeling wronged, pleaded, I understand that you are upset about what happened at the martial arts school that day. It was all part of Tang Xiaomin's deliberate scheme to humiliate me. If given a chance to relive that moment, even if it meant enduring Tang Xiaomin's intentional humiliation, I would unquestionably kneel to safeguard Feng Xiao's hand. I genuinely acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me this once and do not allow Tang Xiaomin's treachery to damage our sisterly bond. Tang Yi's words were more melodious than her singing. When so many people urged her to kneel and express their concern for her, she had not submitted. Only after the fact did she come forward with such rhetoric, which anyone with a modicum of sense would find hard to believe. A person's true nature is revealed only when they are pushed to the brink, and Tang Yi's essence is one of heartlessness and betrayal. Upon hearing these words, Qian Lily was instantly enraged, furiously slapping the 4 signed albums out of Tang Yi's hands and shouting, Tang Yi, do you think you are clever? Do you believe everyone is obliged to revolve around this insincere individual? Keep your feigned sincerity. I, Qian Lily, have no need for it. As Tang Yi stood there, stunned, Qian Lily stormed off, with Shuya and Lin Kiki silently following suit. The once inseparable quartet of beauties had now relegated Tang Yi to the sidelines, reducing themselves to a trio. Never before had Tang Yi faced such collective disregard, and her heart ached with discontent. All of this was orchestrated by Tang Xiaomin, and she vowed to teach her a harsh lesson when the opportunity arose. However, before she could find that chance, Tang Yi's retribution arrived. The instant the cabinet opened, a red card emblazoned with the letter F abruptly appeared in her locker. Tang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene. Those around her also noticed the red card in her locker, and they showed no mercy, despite her being the school beauty chosen by all. Snap! 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 The crowd took out their phones and began to take pictures, broadcasting the news of Tang Yi receiving a red card from F2 to their group chat. Soon, everyone was aware of the incident, and in a flurry of panic, Tang Yi shoved the red card into her locker and grabbed her bag to leave. Suddenly, a man rushed past and bumped into her, causing one of her shoes to fall off. The crowd gleefully kicked her shoe further away. The onlookers jeered, reveling in her misfortune with her shoe gone. Tang Yi had no choice but to chase after it. 1 foot on the ground, she pursued her shoe in a most undignified manner. Hey, give me back my shoe! Stop! The man ran and paused, wary of her catching up as she chased him. A bucket of water descended from above, drenching her completely. Ta ha ha! The sound of boisterous laughter echoed from the floor above. Before she could discern the identity of the culprits, they had fled. Surrounding onlookers watched as Tang Yi was drenched, resembling a drowned rat, erupting into peals of laughter. They brandished their phones, capturing the moment to share with their peers for amusement. Tang Yi wiped the water from her face, her eyes turning crimson with indignation, yet they remained obstinate, refusing to return her shoes, continuing to kick them playfully. The game of humiliation was not so easily concluded in a desperate bid to escape their mockery. Tang Yi fled, evading her pursuers. She sprinted down the corridor of the teaching building, seeking refuge in a stall of the restroom. However, her respite was short-lived as used toilet paper cascaded from the adjacent stall, landing atop her head. Ha ha ha. Another wave of laughter ensued. She had been discovered. Regardless of how resilient Tang Yi was, being ganged up on by so many at once shattered her fragile spirit, and she could no longer suppress her tears as she bolted from the stall. She ran, only to find those who beheld her laughing, some even in pursuit. She headed toward the exit, where bystanders prepared to strip her of her clothes. Giggling upon hearing this, Tang Yi, who had intended to flee the school, was paralyzed by fear. She had no choice but to change her course, darting towards the library. The library, being sparsely populated, offered her a brief moment of solace as she concealed herself beneath a bookshelf. Trembling, clutching her knees, she stifled her sobs, terrified of being discovered. In that moment, she felt like a rat scurrying through the streets, everyone eager to pounce. She could not comprehend why, as the school belle, and with Lu Feng so enamored with her, she was subjected to such ridicule. Previously, everyone had adored her. However, after the incident at the martial arts school and the ensuing chaos instigated by Tang Xiaomin, everything had changed. What had she done wrong? In a corner of the library, a group of boys greeted Tang Xiaomin. "You all go ahead. I still have some writing to do," Tang Xiaomin replied. Chapter 65. Bullying at the Abandoned Factory. Once everyone departed, Tang Yi finally dared to relax her guard. Just as she was about to emerge from beneath the bookshelf, she inadvertently knocked over a row of books. Thud, thud, thud. They all tumbled to the floor. Tang Yi froze in place, not daring to breathe, her nerves taut, her heart racing. Hearing the commotion, Tang Xiaomin's eyes glimmered with a knowing light, a smile playing at her lips as she inquired, "Who is there?" Upon recognizing Tang Xiaomin's voice, Tang Yi exhaled in relief. However, before she could fully regain her composure, several boys rushed into the library, scanning the area for any sign of Tang Yi. After searching high and low, they found no trace of her. "Strange, I clearly saw her run in here. Where could she have gone?" One boy remarked. "Indeed, we saw her enter. The library is so small, where could she be hiding?" Another questioned. "Excuse me, have you seen Tang Yi?" One of the boys asked. Tang Xiaomin, twirling her pen, hesitated momentarily before responding. "Are you looking for Tang Yi?" "Yes, we need to speak with her. We saw her run into the library just now." "Have you seen her?" At that moment, Tang Yi, hidden beneath the bookshelf, felt her hair stand on end. Her nerves stretched to the brink of breaking. She was terrified. Fear gripped Tang Xiaomin as she contemplated what she might reveal to those searching for her. In that moment, her fate seemed to rest entirely in Tang Xiaomin's hands. A single utterance from her could dictate life or death. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiaomin shook her head. "I did not see her." Upon hearing this, Tang Yi, who had been lurking in the shadows, breathed a sigh of relief. Several boys, upon hearing her denial, departed in resignation. How strange it was. Where could Tang Yi possibly be? Once everyone had vacated the premises, Tang Xiaomin penned a few final notes in her notebook, gathered her belongings, and departed as well. As she exited the library, the throngs outside continued their relentless search for Tang Yi's whereabouts. Tang Xiaomin approached the librarian to register the few books she intended to borrow. One of the books from the shelf fell to the floor, but I was unsure of the proper order, so I left it be. The librarian, also a student working part-time, appeared contemplative before nodding in understanding. "Understood." After completing the registration, the librarian sent a message in the group chat. "A book fell in the library. It must have been Tang Yi's doing. Hurry to the library to find her." Tang Xiaomin tucked the books into her bag and, as she made her exit, was met by a swarm of boys and girls rushing into the library. A wicked smile curved her lips, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. To offer a glimmer of hope only to ruthlessly crush it. Such despair would be all the more profound inside the library. The darker facets of human nature were laid bare without reservation. Tang Yi was yanked from beneath the bookshelf and dragged to a nearby abandoned factory. In times past, a crowd had already gathered, their excitement palpable as they watched Tang Yi, now thrown into the center of attention. Without any need for direction, a throng began hurling water bottles and paper balls at her. Reveling in the chaos, they whistled and cheered, either venting long-simmering grievances against Tang Yi or delighting in her misfortune, each person assuming their own role in this grim spectacle. Tang Yi sat on the ground, overwhelmed, weeping uncontrollably. "Please, don't do this to me." No, however, the ordeal was far from over. A plain-looking girl suddenly burst forth from the crowd, seizing Tang Yi's outer garment and tearing it away, revealing a white camisole underneath. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in even greater excitement, shouting and jeering in delight. Lingyun glanced at the sofa beside him, where he caught sight of Tang Xiaomin's indifferent gaze and the smile playing on her lips. A chill ran down his spine. Surprisingly, the once beloved Tang Yi now found herself the target of the most animosity. No orders were necessary. Individuals eagerly stepped forward to torment her. Although Tang Yi's plight was of her own making, Yi Lingyun could no longer stand idly by as the situation escalated. Miss Tang. If this continues, Tang Yi's mental state may deteriorate, and it will be difficult to contain the fallout. Enough is enough. Enough? How could that possibly be enough? This little reprisal is nothing compared to her previous transgressions. Is madness all it takes to suffice? It is not enough. As she observed the girl tugging at Tang Yi's skirt, Tang Xiaomin lazily interjected, "Stop," though the voice of the young woman was soft. It commanded the attention of everyone present, who fell into an immediate silence. The individual standing before her quickly stepped aside. Tang Xiaomin tucked her raised leg beneath her and slowly approached Tang Yi, who was slumped on the ground. In this game, Tang Yi was the pitiable pawn, while Tang Xiaomin was the orchestrator, the ultimate boss of the affair. The game's commencement and conclusion were both dictated by her whim. Tang Yi was covered in filth, as if she had been rolling on the ground, her attire smeared with mud. One of her shoes was missing, and her once white sock had transformed into a deep shade of black. She looked up at Tang Xiaomin with eyes filled with venomous resentment. "Hiss you. You incited them to bully me, didn't you?" Tang Yi shouted in fury. A smirk curled at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips as her disdainful gaze swept over Tang Yi. "I have not spoken to anyone about you. I merely issued you a red card. What do you mean?" Tang Yi inquired, evidently oblivious to the true nature of the red card game. Tang Xiaomin continued, "Look at these people. They may appear glamorous on the surface, but each of them harbors their own suppressed frustrations, yearning for release, much like the anonymous trolls on the internet. The red card merely serves as a target. No one needs to incite them." Tang Yi grudgingly accepted this notion, though it seemed she could not fully comprehend it. In her rage, she cursed Tang Xiaomin vehemently. "I will tell them about this. I will not let you off the hook, Tang Xiaomin." Tang Xiaomin let out a cold laugh. A person she had toyed with, kneeling before her, threatening her. Such words from Tang Yi were nothing more than a jest to her. "Go ahead and report me. I certainly won't stop you. I have noted everyone present today. I am eager to see how much weight a foster daughter like you carries, and whether the Tang family will dare to turn against everyone for your sake." This was a prestigious academy, and the first requirement for attending was a family fortune exceeding 10 million. Even if they dared not confront the Tang family, when push came to shove, they would not cower in fear. At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped. Tang Xiaomin was indeed audacious, yet her madness seemed solely directed at Tang Yi. With venomous eyes, Tang Yi glared at Tang Xiaomin, shouting with all her might, "Tang Xiaomin, Mom and Dad will not spare you, nor will my brothers. I will ensure your life is a living hell." Chapter 66. If you dare, go ahead and report. The smile on Tang Xiaomin's face widened, her exquisite features radiating a beauty that belied a demonic essence. If you're brave enough, then go ahead and report me. After uttering this, she addressed the surrounding crowd, instructing them not to impede her departure. Turning back to Tang Yi, she added, "I'll let you go home first to file your complaint." As soon as Tang Xiaomin's words left her lips, the group at the entrance parted to create a pathway. Although Tang Xiaomin was not an F2, the authority she exhibited at that moment rivaled that of F2. Tang Yi felt as if she had glimpsed a ray of hope. She picked up her coat from the ground and put it on, struggling to rise as she stumbled out of the abandoned factory. Tears streamed down her face as she ran, her sobs echoing in the desolate space, nearly exhausting all her tears. Tang Yi had fled, and thus the performance had come to an end. Tang Xiaomin, silent and contemplative, also exited the derelict factory. Suddenly, Qian Lili caught up to her. Qian Lili genuinely admired Tang Xiaomin, as did I. Shuya stepped forward, and Lin Kiki followed suit. I too must apologize. It was my idea to assist Tang Yi. The three of them were backed by powers that were on par with the Tang family. With their support, Tang Xiaomin standing against Tang Yi would be unassailable. Tang Zhongqing was astute in weighing the pros and cons, and he would only force her into a position of compromise. However, ironically, what Tang Xiaomin desired was precisely Tang family's backing for Tang Yi. "No need for that," Tang Xiaomin stated firmly. Just as she was about to leave, Qian Lili suddenly interjected, "Wei Lingyun has informed us that you are the one engaged to the Yi family. Not Tang Yi. We were deceived by Tang Yi, and in our eagerness to curry favor with her, we acted unkindly towards you." Shuya added, "Indeed, we were all misled by Tang Yi. We are willing to support you. Please grant us a chance." Lin Kiki chimed in, "Do not hold a grudge against us forever." Their desperation for survival was palpable. Seeing their intent to assist her in confronting Tang Yi, Tang Xiaomin decided to offer them a word of caution. And then she departed. The three of them remained at the spot, bewildered. What does she mean by that? How can she sever our family's ties with the Tang family? Qian Lily pondered thoughtfully. Regardless, our family's connection was already severed during the last banquet. Whether we continue to sever ties is now up to you, Lin Kiki remarked. After she knocked me out last time, my father also distanced himself from the Tang family. Shuya suddenly awakened to the realization. Ah? So now my family is the last one left? Indeed, both Qian Lily and Lin Kiki replied in unison. So, Tang Xiaomin's words were directed solely at you, Shuya? Shuya contemplated and resignedly said, since your families have severed ties with the Tang family, mine should as well. Let us retreat together to any Fengxing study. Yi Lingyun stood with his head bowed in respect. Master Feng, last time at the hotel entrance, Tang Xiaomin instructed me to issue a red card to Tang Yi before I could rise. Today I issued that red card, and Tang Yi was mercilessly bullied by everyone. Master Feng, I find Tang Xiaomin to be quite terrifying. Yi Fengxing was aware of the red card game that Yi Lingyun played at school. He considered it a mere child's play and chose to overlook it. However, he did not anticipate that Tang Xiaomin would utilize Yi Lingyun to target Tang Yi with a red card. While he held a strong disdain for Tang Yi, he felt it inappropriate to bully a girl. Yi Lingyun continued. Initially, Lu Feng had also issued a red card to Tang Xiaomin at Tang Yi's behest, and they were thoroughly beaten by her. But this time, Tang Yi as a girl is simply not someone who can endure such treatment. Ultimately, Yi Lingyun could only conclude that Tang Xiaomin had gone too far. Such prowess already, yet one still resorts to dimensionality reduction. Long Wu remarked, young master, that Tang Xiaomin is indeed not to be underestimated. I have encountered many masters, yet it is rare to find one as young and female as her. Striking with such swiftness that I could scarcely react upon hearing this, Yi Fengxing appeared contemplative. Recently, he had sent messages to Tang Xiaomin, only to be met with silence. She had not even graced the Yi family with her presence. This was undoubtedly intentional. For the first time, he experienced the cold shoulder from a woman. The more enigmatic Tang Xiaomin behaved, the more intrigued Yi Fengxing became. He resolved to investigate her anew, with utmost thoroughness. As for the Tang family, Daddy Mommy, Wu, she was covered in mud, weeping uncontrollably, her words incoherent. Zhang Meiyu, upon witnessing Tang Yi's state, was instantly taken aback. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Wu, Zhang Meiyu furrowed her brows. Instructing Butler Wang, please take Yi upstairs to clean up and change her clothes. Change clothes? How can she change now? She cannot. Tang Yi collapsed onto the sofa, sobbing and staining it further. Through her tears, she struggled to articulate. It was Tang Xiaomin. She incited everyone to bully me. Dozens of them ganged up on me, dragging me to the waste factory. One of Tang Yi's shoes was missing, her hair disheveled, and a button from her top was absent. From her description, it was not difficult to surmise the nature of her torment. Zhang Meiyu fell silent. In no time, the entire Tang family gathered in the living room, bearing witness to Tang Yi's plight and the account of her mistreatment. Each face bore a grim expression. Just as they entered, Tang Xiaomin was confronted by a furious Tang Yi, who bellowed, "How dare you show your face here?" His anger contorted his features as he lunged toward her. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap. Tang Xiaomin, unwilling to yield, countered by swatting away his hand and retaliating with a slap of her own, striking Tang Yi's face. The impact left his ears ringing, and his handsome visage quickly turned red and swollen. Tang Yi stepped in to separate the two. What are you doing? Can't you discuss matters civilly without resorting to violence? Tang Yi glared at Tang Xiaomin with malice. How dare you strike my face? My looks are my livelihood. Chapter 67. Accusations without evidence. Tang Yi was poised to charge again, but Tang Yu firmly restrained him. Tang Zhongqing rose, admonishing everyone, sit down and speak. Resorting to violence only showcases your lack of capability. Tang Xiaomin plopped down on the sofa, exuding an air of defiance. Zhang Meiyu inquired of Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin Yi has been bullied. She claims it was your idea. Is that true? Rarely did Zhang Meiyu maintain her composure in such situations. They all remained calm, save for Tang Yi, who was eager to confront Tang Xiaomin on behalf of Tang Yi, nearly consumed by rage. Under the venomous gaze of Tang Yi, Tang Xiaomin replied coolly, I witnessed her being bullied by a large group. There were many of them, and I stepped in to prevent them from continuing. Tang Yi rose to her feet, indignantly declaring, Tang Xiaomin, it was you who incited them to bully me. It was you who issued me the red card. Are you now too afraid to admit it? In response to Tang Yi's accusations, Tang Xiaomin refused to back down. Your words are devoid of evidence. You claim I gave you a red card and encouraged others to torment you. Where is your proof? Tang Xiaomin interrupted Tang Yi. What does a bit of mud prove? You adeptly perform in the mud as well. Without evidence, it is merely slander. Tang Yi in tears retorted, dozens of people witnessed it. Will you still deny it? It wasn't a denial. The fact remains that Tang Xiaomin did not lay a finger on Tang Yi. There is simply no evidence to substantiate her claims of bullying. Furthermore, the reason the red card game could unfold so brazenly is that Yi Lingyun's team was constantly erasing evidence. Finding proof is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Who witnessed it? Do you have witnesses or material evidence? Tang Yi was rendered speechless. She indeed had nothing to present Zhang Meiyu, seeing her inability to respond. Assumed Tang Yi was deliberately maligning Tang Xiaomin and coldly remarked, "Do not fabricate baseless accusations in the absence of evidence." Tang Yu looked at Tang Yi with disappointment. This was not her first or second time deceiving others. Tang Zhongqing shook his head. Without any substantiation, how can you unjustly accuse Xiaomin? Unjustly accuse? She was grievously wronged by Tang Xiaomin, and her family refused to stand by her, instead suggesting she was intentionally slandering her? Tang Yi had never felt more convinced of her family's favoritism towards Tang Xiaomin, reaching an irredeemable extent. Gazing into her family's distrustful eyes, Tang Yi felt an unprecedented sense of collapse and despair. "Dad, Mom, I swear I am not lying." Tang Yi exclaimed passionately that it was Tang Xiaomin who issued me the red card. She incited everyone to bully me. I am truly not lying. Having endured severe bullying, Tang Yi's mental state was deteriorating at that moment. Her agitation bordered on madness. "Dad, Mom, I am not lying. The liar is Tang Xiaomin." Tang Ye's words had a slight impact. Zhang Meiyu stated, "Let us cease this discussion. I will personally visit the school tomorrow to inquire." Thus no one dared to speak further. Tang Yi, still unwilling to relent, said, "Tang Xiaomin, you have harmed my face. I have an important performance tomorrow and I can no longer perform. You must provide me with an explanation for this." In response, Tang Xiaomin merely shook her head, brazenly mocking Tang Yi in front of everyone that if you lack skill, do not engage in conflict. Otherwise, if you are struck, you have only yourself to blame. "Tang Xiaomin, you have ruined my performance tomorrow." Tang Yi argued vehemently. Tang Xiaomin let out a derisive laugh. "You have been in this industry for years, yet you still rely on your looks. How much longer can your face remain youthful?" Tang Xiaomin. Enraged, Tang Yi charged once more at Tang Xiaomin, completely forgetting the strength of her wrist. Slap! Tang Xiaomin swiftly knocked Tang Yi to the ground, both sides of her face swelling in symmetry. Zhang Meiyu, furious, stood up and shouted, "Enough is enough. What kind of talk is this, bickering and fighting? Tang Yi, as the elder brother, how can you lay hands on your younger sister? Moreover, you were unable to prevail even after resorting to violence." Tang Yi, reprimanded, gritted his teeth in frustration. "So you all are siding with Tang Xiaomin now, disregarding Yi, is that it? Let me tell you, if you choose to ignore her, I will not," Tang Yi declared to Tang Yi. "Rest assured, even if everyone in this household aligns with Tang Xiaomin, your second brother will stand by your side. Let us go." Tang Yi grasped Tang Yi's hand and stormed up to the second floor. Tang Yi's complaints fell on deaf ears. At 9:30 in the evening, Yi Fengxing called Tang Xiaomin. She hung up, but he persistently called back. With no other choice, Tang Xiaomin answered, "Is there something you need?" Her tone remained as frigid as ever. Yi Fengxing sensed the distance emanating from Tang Xiaomin, a sentiment that left him quite uncomfortable. "You haven't been to the company lately. Is there something that displeases you?" "There's nothing to do there. I just sleep all day." Tang Xiaomin began to doubt that Yi Fengxing's suggestion for her to join the Yi family business was merely a ploy to have her accompany him. Resign? Tang Xiaomin's impulsive nature was something Yi Fengxing was well aware of. "Then perhaps you should focus on your current matters before coming to the company. Shortly, a new project will arise, and I hope you will still take on the role of designer." Tang Xiaomin had accepted his favor, making it difficult to refuse him. Very well. The conversation was hastily concluded. Contemplating her circumstances, Tang Xiaomin resolved that after resolving the situation with Tang Yi, she would still seek to annul her engagement with the Yi family. The next day, Tang Yi found herself plagued by anxiety, too afraid to attend school alone. She had thought her inner strength would be formidable, yet she crumbled at the slightest turmoil in the academic office. The director listened to Tang Yi recount the events, his expression one of distress. The director quietly confided in Zhang Meiyu, "Madam Tang, the red card is merely a game played by young master Yi Lingyun. It is, after all, just a prank. Many have participated, and should this be pursued, you would simultaneously offend numerous factions, which would be counterproductive. It turns out that Tang Yi was indeed being bullied." Zhang Meiyu inquired, "So, will you not take action?" The director replied, "He is only trying to secure a job. There is no need to go to such lengths and offend those who cannot be affronted. Even if offended, it would not alter the situation. Madam Tang, this is a prestigious academy. You are aware of the caliber of students here. So please do not place me in a difficult position with such words spoken." Zhang Meiyu understood that if the school would not intervene, then she must take matters into her own hands. When Zhang Meiyu emerged, Tang Yi awaited outside with an expression full of hope. Mother, will the teacher take action against them? At that moment, Zhang Meiyu's face revealed her hesitation. Currently, it was just Tang Yi and Tang Xiaomin each telling their own version of events. Whom to trust, Zhang Meiyu could not decide. I will accompany you to your classroom. You should attend today's lessons. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi vehemently opposed. Mother, I cannot attend class. They will not cease their torment until I am gone from here. Please do not make me go, I beg you. Mother. Sniffle as she spoke. Tang Yi became so overwhelmed with emotion that she began to weep. It was evident how profoundly this matter affected her. Zhang Meiyu sighed. Then you should wait for me in the car. All right. Tang Yi exited the school with Butler Wang. Zhang Meiyu inquired about the situation and proceeded to class 9, where Tang Xiaomin was located. Through the window, she caught sight of Tang Xiaomin seated in the last row. Seemingly lost in her thoughts as she wrote, the surrounding students were engaged in playful banter, while the teacher at the podium vented her frustrations, yet Tang Xiaomin appeared utterly unaffected. The chaos was far greater than she had anticipated, and Tang Xiaomin emerged as a refreshing anomaly amidst it all. After class, Zhang Meiyu sought out Tang Xiaomin in the corridor for a conversation. Xiaomin, he is so frightened that she dares not come to school. Did you truly instigate this situation? Tang Xiaomin found it hard to believe that Tang Yi would shy away from school. She was clever enough to realize it was merely a ploy to escalate matters, prompting Zhang Meiyu to investigate and come to her defense. In response, Tang Xiaomin regarded Zhang Meiyu with a cool indifference. You already possess the answer in your heart, so why seek it from me? If there were genuine trust, would you even need to ask? Zhang Meiyu's expression darkened. Xiaomin, you and Yi are sisters. Even if there are conflicts, you are still family. How could you incite your classmates to bully her? She is not family to me, nor are we sisters. When I was bullied last time, did you ever consider that it was Tang Yi who encouraged them against me? Now that the tables have turned, you come to ask me? Zhang Meiyu's face shifted, and she lowered her gaze. Yi is timid and kind-hearted. She could never commit such an act. Tang Xiaomin laughed heartily, doubling over as she clutched her stomach. Her laughter directed at Zhang Meiyu, her naivety rendered her akin to a farcical character, beyond description in her foolishness. Their family, one more foolish than the next, was irredeemably dim-witted. Tang Xiaomin laughed with wild abandon. Zhang Meiyu, somewhat irked, retorted, what is so amusing? Is there anything erroneous in what I said? Yi would never encourage anyone to bully you. As for yourself, with your foul temper, do you truly believe everyone will coddle you as your family does? You ought to temper your disposition. Is my temper truly so terrible? It is simply a reflection of how others treat me. Anyone can command me at will. They all take liberties bullying me, even going so far as to force me onto an operating table for a kidney removal, leading to a tragic end. If I possess a bad temper, it is a lesson learned from you. Enraged, Zhang Meiyu raised her hand, poised to slap Tang Xiaomin. Yet, Tang Xiaomin stood her ground, unwavering, and glared coldly at her. Go ahead, unleash your fury for your adopted daughter. Yes, I did incite everyone to bully her. Strike me hard. All in the name of avenging someone with no blood relation to you. As she spoke, Tang Xiaomin presented Zhang Meiyu with a long list, containing the names of over 100 individuals. Shuya, who was in the same class as Tang Xiaomin, had been standing nearby, listening intently to their exchange. Upon witnessing Zhang Meiyu preparing to strike Tang Xiaomin, Shuya could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward. Madam Tang, before you resort to violence, allow me to speak a few words and reconsider your actions. Tang Yi, emboldened by Lu Feng's affection for her, incited him to issue a red card to Tang Xiaomin, encouraging others to join in the bullying of her. From the very first day Tang Xiaomin arrived at school, she had already become a target. Had it not been for her formidable fighting skills, her fate might have been even more dire than that of Tang Yi. Furthermore, Tang Yi deceived everyone by claiming that the engagement between the Tang and Yi families was hers. The reason she was tormented by her peers was their disdain for her behavior, a fact I witnessed firsthand. At that moment, Tang Xiaomin stepped in to prevent the hostility, so do not unjustly accuse her. Zhang Meiyu was taken aback, her face a canvas of confusion. How is this possible? How could she act so cruelly towards Xiaomin? She is so kind. Shuya shot Zhang Meiyu a withering glare. If you doubt my words, inquire with Lu Feng or Yi Lingyun to ascertain whether it was indeed Tang Yi who urged them to issue a red card to Tang Xiaomin. Shuya spoke with conviction, unafraid of Zhang Meiyu's potential verification. Tang Xiaomin merely smiled mockingly. Aren't you here to take out your frustrations on me for Yi's sake? Go ahead, I assure you I will not retaliate today. Let us settle this matter once I have conducted a thorough investigation. After a moment's thought, she added, if it turns out that Yi truly incited others to bully you first, I will ensure she faces consequences. Such words were nothing more than empty promises. Tang Xiaomin shot Zhang Meiyu a cold glance, her eyes brimming with distrust and disdain. After 2 days of investigation, Zhang Meiyu had unraveled the entire sequence of events. Tang Yi had not attended school for 2 days. Remaining home in a state of emotional turmoil, she feigned fear of being bullied at school, which was not entirely untrue. This was her method of pressuring her family to take the matter seriously, conduct a thorough inquiry, and ultimately deliver a harsh lesson to Tang Xiaomin. Ideally, she wished to expel her from the Tang family. Tang Yi pretended to be timid, speaking in a meek voice, "Mother, you must support me, or I truly cannot bear to attend school. That game is terrifying. They won't cease their torment until I leave of my own accord. Mother, you must stand up for me. It is indeed Tang Xiaomin who is at fault." Chapter 69. Tang Yi takes Tang Yi and leaves home. Zhang Meiyu gazed at the usually obedient Tang Yi, who appeared harmless. She had once believed that Tang Xiaomin was the one bullying her. However, after personally inquiring with Lu Feng, she learned that it was indeed Tang Yi who had confided in him, urging him to issue a red card to Tang Xiaomin, who had never even set foot in the school. From her first day, she was subjected to bullying, which escalated into several notable incidents. Zhang Meiyu could hardly fathom that Tang Yi would target Tang Xiaomin in such a manner. At that moment, her feelings for Tang Yi shifted from disappointment to profound anger. Nothing is more painful than being deceived by someone you trust. With a sharp slap, Zhang Meiyu struck Tang Yi. Tang Yi covered her face, momentarily stunned as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at Zhang Meiyu, the very person who had always cared for her as if she were her own daughter, the one she had always called mother. "Mother, I don't understand." Zhang Meiyu, her face a mask of disappointment and anger, coldly commanded, "Kneel down." How could she dare to demand that? On what grounds? Tang Yi stubbornly argued, "I have done nothing wrong, why should I kneel?" Even at this moment, she naively believed she could deceive everyone. There was indeed no evidence regarding the abandoned factory incident. However, Lu Feng from F2 and Yi Lingyun clearly remembered who had issued the red card, and everyone present had witnessed Tang Xiaomin being taken into the abandoned factory. Lu Feng had stood up for Tang Yi by targeting Tang Xiaomin that if one person's words could not be trusted, how could the unanimous accounts of so many others be dismissed as false? "Mom, why have you made Yi cry?" Tang Yi came down from upstairs, visibly displeased upon seeing Tang Yi. Tang Yi's tears flowed even more freely, her sobs uncontrollable. But who was Zhang Meiyu? Within this household, her position was paramount. "You instigated Lu Feng to issue a red card to Xiaomin and urged everyone to bully her. Do you admit to this?" Zhang Meiyu said coldly. Tang Yi was taken aback. Her mother had chosen to investigate her alleged bullying of Tang Xiaomin instead of looking into the latter's mistreatment of her. Hearing this, Tang Yi frowned and replied, "Mom, how could he possibly encourage everyone to bully Tang Xiaomin? Besides, Xiaomin has treated her so unfairly. What's wrong if Yi retaliated just once?" "Tang Yi, be silent and go away," Zhang Meiyu scolded. Tang Yi fell silent. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Zhang Meiyu continued to question Tang Yi. "I have personally inquired with Lu Feng and a dozen of your close friends. Do you have any further arguments to make?" After such inquiries, what more could she say? With tears streaming down her face, Tang Yi suddenly knelt on the ground. "Mother, I know you do not like me. Now even my good friends and classmates have turned against me. I am at a loss for words that I can kneel, but I have never done such a thing." Sob. Even in such a situation, Tang Yi remained obstinate. Zhang Meiyu felt a wave of disappointment at her stubbornness. "If you refuse to admit it, then kneel and reflect. When you come to understand and acknowledge your mistakes, I will consider allowing you to rise." Wang, keep a close watch on her. "Yes, madam." "Mother, how can you punish Yi like this? This is coercion. You do not inquire about how Tang Xiaomin bullied Yi, yet you force Yi to confess to something she did not do. Don't you think you are being too harsh on her? Or do you believe Yi, as an adopted daughter, is inferior to Tang Xiaomin, your biological child?" Faced with Tang Yi's illogical accusations, Zhang Meiyu felt a genuine concern for his intelligence, her face turning green with anger. In response, Tang Yi became even more furious. "I see I struck a nerve. You refuse to listen to anyone now, only to Tang Xiaomin. Has she brainwashed you? You never used to punish Yi like this." "Enough. Tang Yi has long felt enough. He is weary of the unjust treatment that Tang Yi endures from their family, tired of their unwavering support for Tang Xiaomin, which leads to the neglect of Tang Yi. Now, to appease Tang Xiaomin, they even punish Tang Yi by making her kneel and coercing her into submission. Truly, it is enough." Tang Yi coldly declared, "Since this family can no longer accommodate Yi, then there is no need for us to remain." He pulled Tang Yi up from the ground. "Do not fear. Even if the entire family is bewitched by Tang Xiaomin, your second brother will not stand idly by as you suffer injustice. Come, I will take you away. We can live well even outside the Tang family." As Tang Yi spoke, he grasped Tang Yi's hand and walked away. Zhang Meiyu was so enraged that she stomped her feet. Tang Yi! She shouted, chasing after them. Tang Yi pointed a finger at Tang Xiaomin's forehead, his chest heaving with fury. Tang Xiaomin, I will not let this go. Just wait. Zhang Meiyu stood behind, furiously reprimanding Tang Yi. Tang Yi, where do you plan to take Yi? Have you lost your mind? Suddenly Tang Yi chuckled. Since the Tang family cannot accommodate Yi and you all do not cherish her, then fine, you can take care of her. This way she will no longer have to endure your disdain in the Tang family. As he spoke, Tang Yi led Tang Yi towards the garage and drove away. Tang Xiaomin understood. They were running away from home. Good riddance. She found it quite relieving. Watching that wretched Tang Yi and that foolish Tang Yi every day was rather bothersome. Her mood at that moment was rather pleasant with the chef busy in the kitchen. She took a look and casually prepared a dish she enjoyed. During dinner, with Tang Yi absent from the table, Tang Xiaomin indulged in an extra bowl of rice. Tang Zhongqing expressed his concern, saying this time Yi was in the wrong and deserves punishment. But how could Tang Yi also start acting recklessly and run away from home? It is utterly unacceptable. Tang Yi remarked. Tang Yi has been in the entertainment industry for several years. Due to family connections, he has always had things easy. This cannot continue. Dad, if he faces setbacks in his career, we can no longer unconditionally help him. Otherwise, he will eventually ruin his own career without realizing it. Experiencing some hardships and gaining awareness is beneficial. Chapter 70. The family agrees not to interfere with them. Zhang Meiyu nodded. Tang Yi was right. Among you brothers, only Tang Yi relies on the family. This cannot go on. It is time to let him venture out on his own. Tang Zhongqing also nodded in agreement. The family had come to a consensus. They would not interfere with Tang Yi. Tang Xiaomin silently ate her meal, not uttering a word. Ever since the incident at school, she had not spoken to Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu knew she was angry with her, and now that the truth was revealed, she took the initiative to speak, attempting to ease the tension. Xiaomin, what career do you wish to pursue in the future? What are your plans? In the end, she would meet a tragic fate, not even knowing how they would handle her remains after her death. Perhaps they would care so little that they would simply spend some money to have the hospital send her to the crematorium. Upon arriving in the underworld, she would see the ghosts receiving paper money sent by their families. Yet she, alone, would have nothing at all were it not for her intelligence in whispering to Yanju. She might not even earn a single ghost coin to ensure her reincarnation. Tang Xiaomin pondered for a moment and declared, I aspire to become a mortician, allowing the departed to embark on their final journey with dignity. The entire family responded with disbelief. That this profession carries a certain ominousness. Zhang Meiyu frowned and remarked, why choose such a vocation? Working with the dead is inauspicious. Are you not afraid? Tang Zhongqing also chimed in, consider a different career. If not, you might as well remain idle. Tang Yu chuckled, you could come work as my assistant at the company. It seems they all held the profession of a mortician in disdain. Tang Xiaomin retorted, I fear ghosts, yet they have never harmed me. I do not fear humans, but they have left me grievously wounded. Ultimately, which is more malevolent? Humans or ghosts? Humans merely clad in flesh, uttering ghostly words while committing acts more heinous than any specter. Taking lives without remorse, those of differing paths do not seek to collaborate. When conversation fails, silence prevails. Ignoring her family's disapproval, Tang Xiaomin set the table and retreated to her bedroom. Her ambition to become a mortician was not a mere whim. On her soft, expansive bed lay a skull-shaped pillow, quietly covered by a blanket. After her shower, Tang Xiaomin embraced the skull pillow and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Yi took Tang Yi to a hotel. Having been in the industry for several years, he had amassed a fortune exceeding $1 million in his account. However, now that they had left the Tang family, they would have to rely solely on his savings to sustain their lives and support Tang Yi. Tomorrow my brother will take you to buy a house. You will not have to endure hardship under my care. Rest assured, I will provide for everything. Given the circumstances, Tang Yi was reluctant to face punishment and thus chose to elope with Tang Yi. Yet she understood all too well that Tang Yi, despite being a star, was not on par with the Tang family's resources. The following day, Tang Yi, donning a mask, took Tang Yi to look for a house. However, the current housing prices were exorbitant, with even the simplest dwelling costing several millions. Though Tang Yi was a millionaire, in the face of such prices, he felt powerless. Considering their living expenses, he ultimately resolved to rent a place, leading them to a modest two-bedroom apartment. The monthly rent exceeded 20,000, and he also needed to buy Tang Yi new clothes. Accustomed to wearing high-end luxury brands, Tang Yi casually selected several outfits in the mall, swiftly depleting what had once been a relatively full wallet. Observing the dwindling balance in his account, Tang Yi forced a smile. Hey, do you like them? Tang Yi cheerfully replied, thank you, big brother. You are so kind to me. A warmth enveloped Tang Ye's heart. This arrangement was not so bad. He was finally able to share a life with Tang Yi, enjoying their own little world. What did a bit of money matter? As long as Tang Yi was happy, he would work diligently to support her. Once the time was right, he would marry her and establish their own family. Before long, the school's anniversary celebration approached. Other classes rehearsed earnestly. Even Tang Yi, who rarely attended school, sent him a video expressing her desire to perform alongside him. Now, only the headstrong Tang Xiaomin remained. Wei Lingyun contemplated and pushed the notebook towards Lu Feng, who cast a glance at him. You possess a formidable background, and you strike with precision. Wei Lingyun remarked. You have faced her in a duel. You are quite familiar with her. Lu Feng responded. She is Feng Ye's fiancé. Henceforth you shall refer to her as Grandma, for you are even more acquainted. The two engaged in a prolonged debate, both hesitant to make the call. Observing Qian Lili lingering nearby, Lu Feng said, Qian Lili, could you assist us? We shall treat you to dinner tonight. Qian Lili readily agreed and dialed Tang Xiaomin's number. On the other end, Tang Xiaomin was immersed in activity at a music studio. What's the matter? Despite the circumstances, she had been chosen based on her abilities. She could not tarnish the honor of the class collective. In recent days, Tang Xiaomin had been preoccupied with this issue. Let's switch to singing. Which song will you perform? After pondering, Tang Xiaomin replied, I haven't decided yet, but I will inform Yi Lingyun once I have. Upon ending the call, Qian Lili triumphantly declared, she has agreed to switch to singing. It's settled. She said she would notify Yi Xiao once it's confirmed. Yi Lingyun and Lu Feng were astounded, unable to believe that Tang Xiaomin was so accommodating. Did she truly consent? Of course, given her temperament, she wouldn't deceive us. Well, that she is formidable, her word is final. Even if it were a ruse, what could they do about Tang Xiaomin? Tang Yi only dared to approach the school on the day of the rehearsal, accompanied by Tang Yi. Tang Yi, lacking in loyalty and ruthlessly impersonating Tang Xiaomin to usurp the engagement with the Yi family, had received a red card, leaving her reputation in tatters at school. Nevertheless, Tang Ye's charm continued to incite frenzied screams from numerous girls. The venue was packed to the brim, each person jostling against the other, reminiscent of a densely packed sandwich. The atmosphere was electric, teetering on the edge of chaos. Witnessing this, Yi Lingyun seized the microphone to restore order. Everyone quiet down. What's all this commotion? Yet, in the face of Tang Ye's allure, F2 found it impossible to command the crowd. No one heeded his words. The screams persisted, as if the audience had lost their senses. Chapter 71. The devil from hell. In this society, few things can incite such fervor, and idols are certainly among them. Behind the scenes of the grand venue, Tang Yi grasped Tang Yi's hand, offering encouragement. Fear not, for second brother is here to help you. No one at school shall bully you again. Trust me. Tang Yi placed all her hopes in Tang Yi's. Tang Yi. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Tang Yi gallantly allowed Tang Yi to link her arm through his as they ascended the stage. Although it was merely a rehearsal, Tang Yi adorned herself in splendid attire. The white off-shoulder gown, under the spotlight and contrasted against Tang Ye's sleek black performance outfit, accentuated her fair complexion and striking beauty, rendering her utterly captivating. My idol, I love you. I love you. In that moment, the entire audience seemed to have forgotten Tang Yi's treachery and impersonation. Those matters. Alternatively, one might say that no one truly pays attention to Tang Yi. Rather, they are all captivated and entranced by the tall, handsome Tang Yi, a star shining brightly like the celestial bodies in the night sky. Tang Yi and Tang Yi join forces to perform Tang Yi's original love song. You are a beam of light in my heart. The melody is lively and romantic, while the lyrics are imbued with a delightful sweetness. As the music plays, it envelopes the entire venue in an atmosphere of passionate romance, particularly during Tang Ye's lyrical segments. You are a beam of light in my heart, an indispensable ray of light, my beloved. His deep, sultry voice delivers heartfelt lyrics, inciting a chorus of excited shrieks from the audience, nearly driving them to the brink of madness. Qian Lili and her companion stand beside Yi Lingyun and Lu Feng. Lin Kiki remarks, Tang Yi truly possesses talent. She can even write songs. If this video makes its way online, I imagine it won't be long before a talent agency comes knocking to sign her. Qian Lili adds, she once mentioned to me that she aspired to debut as a star like her second brother. Shuya interjects, alas, with Tang Yi supporting her performance, poor Xiaomin can only rely on brute strength to break bricks. I can hardly fathom how she would fare in such a display. Qian Lili responds, I believe she mentioned wanting to switch to singing, but I wonder what song she intends to perform. Sighing, she continues, regardless of what she sings, it pales in comparison to the performances of Tang Yi, the major star alongside Tang Yi. They simply do not belong to the same realm. There is no basis for comparison. How wonderful it would be if Xiaomin had an idol like Tang Yi to support her as well. To truly outshine Tang Xiaomin would need to create her own original works. As the three engage in their spirited discussion, Yi Lingyun, wearing headphones, listens to the song that Tang Xiaomin sent him, lost in thought. Upon finishing, he sends a message to Tang Xiaomin: "Attend the rehearsal on site. I will wait for you." After a moment he receives a reply: "I will arrive in an hour." On stage, as Tang Yi conclude their performance, enthusiastic applause and cheers erupt from the audience. Tang Yi rises and takes the microphone, expressing, "Thank you all for your affection and recognition of this song and our performance. E is a kind-hearted girl, and I hope you are not misled into harboring any hostility towards her. Otherwise, I will be quite disappointed." A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd at his bold declaration, as Tang Yi openly supports Tang Yi. In this moment, everyone is utterly enthralled by his charismatic presence. Casting aside all grievances, observing the audience's reaction, Tang Yi feels a sense of reassurance. To further assist her, Tang Yi organizes a signing event at the school, where fans eagerly line up for his autograph. Amidst the throng of signatures and spectators, only Yi Lingyun remains in the main hall, awaiting Tang Xiaomin's arrival for rehearsal. Glancing at the time, he notes that only a minute remains until the hour she promised. As anticipation builds within him, he hopes Tang Xiaomin will indeed make it for the rehearsal. Counting down, he whispers 5, 4, 3, bang. As the grand hall's door was suddenly thrust open, Tang Xiaomin, clad in a black athletic ensemble, made her entrance. She surveyed her surroundings. There was no one present except for Yi Lingyun, who remained seated in the front row. "Is it over?" Tang Xiaomin inquired. "It's already commendable that you could make it," Yi Lingyun replied, not daring to be overly discerning. "They've all gone to seek Tang Ye's autograph. The computer is over there. Just select a song and begin." Indeed, Yi Lingyun was the sole occupant of the hall. "It's merely a rehearsal." Tang Xiaomin thought little of the lack of an audience. She proceeded to the backstage, set her music in motion, and then took her place at the piano, commencing her performance. As her fingers danced fluidly across the keys, Yi Lingyun's eyes lit up, instantly recognizing that Tang Xiaomin was extraordinary. Her penetrating voice ebbed and flowed with ease, the emotional crescendo of the song building until it erupted in a display of regal defiance. Upon the conclusion of her piece, Yi Lingyun's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Having absorbed the entirety of her performance, if Tang Yi's song was a sweet and unremarkable love ballad, then Tang Xiaomin's was something else entirely. Descending from the stage, Tang Xiaomin approached Yi Lingyun and asked, "What do you think? What do you think? Does it even need saying?" Yi Lingyun stammered after a moment of stunned silence. "What is the title of your song? And what kind of attire do you wish to wear for the performance? These details must be settled beforehand. Also, please ensure you arrive early on the day. Tardiness is not acceptable." This was Yi Lingyun's professional duty. "The song is titled Devil from Hell," Tang Xiaomin replied. "As for the outfit, I'll leave that to your discretion. I will undoubtedly arrive early on the day." Tang Xiaomin was decisive in her actions. Having spoken, she departed swiftly. Truly, she was like a gust of wind, arriving quickly and leaving just as fast. Unwilling to linger for even a moment longer as Yi Lingyun observed her retreating figure, he began to comprehend why Yi Feng was so enamored with Tang Xiaomin. The Yi family was prominent and affluent. How could an ordinary woman ever capture the attention of its members? On the school's playground, a long queue had formed, with eager fans clamoring for Tang Ye's autograph. Tang Yi was busily engaged, while Tang Yi sat obediently beside him, occasionally twisting open a bottle of water for him to drink. As Tang Yi sipped from the bottle provided by Tang Yi, no matter how fatigued he felt, it all seemed worthwhile. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yi had leveraged Tang Ye's fame to turn the tide of the situation. Out of respect for Tang Yi, the crowd had once again embraced Tang Yi. Tang Yi is so impressive, she even knows how to write songs. Indeed, she possesses not only beauty but also talent, and such a wonderful second brother. I envy her immensely. Thanks to her, we managed to obtain Tang Ye's autograph. I just posted it on my social media, and my friends are nearly green with envy. Chapter 72. The unattainable is in turmoil. As Tang Xiaomin exited the school, she overheard whispers among the crowd. With a cold, piercing gaze, she cast a fleeting glance at the long line on the playground, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. Tang Yi was now relying on that fool, Tang Yi, for support and protection. Yet, if Tang Yi were to be brought down, leaving him unable to safeguard himself, what then would become of Tang Yi? Without the backing of the Tang family, Tang Yi, with his limited intellect, would likely struggle to make a mark in the entertainment industry. Through the car window, she could see Yi Fengxing seated in the back. Yi Fengxing also spotted her. Alighting from the vehicle and slowly approaching her, he exuded an air of nobility and elegance, with a remarkable presence and a well-built stature. The intensity in Yi Fengxing's gaze softened upon catching sight of Tang Xiaomin. "Your expression suggests that you are not particularly eager to see me." Yi Fengxing remarked. Tang Xiaomin's heart skipped a beat. She awkwardly shook her head, forcing a faint smile at no. I'm simply taken by surprise. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Is it so wrong for me to seek you out without any particular reason? Yi Fengxing genuinely wished to inquire why she seemed intent on distancing herself from him. Yet, aside from her foster parents, Tang Xiaomin appeared to maintain a similar aloofness towards everyone. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he shifted gears. That I hear you will be performing at the school anniversary event the day after tomorrow. I shall make it a point to attend. Tang Xiaomin. Who exactly is Yi Fengxing? Numerous events have desperately sought his presence, yet he seldom attends now. For a mere school event, he deliberately makes time to see her perform. It was hard for her to believe that he bore no interest in her. What should she do? Just as Tang Xiaomin hesitated on how to refuse Yi Fengxing while broaching the subject of their annulled engagement, a voice called out, Young Master Yi has arrived. Xiaomin, why are you not inviting young Master Yi into our home? How could we let him stand outside? Young Master Yi, please come. Yi Fengxing cast a peculiar glance at Tang Xiaomin before entering the Tang residence with Zhang Meiyu. He truly intended to stay for a while. Once seated, Zhang Meiyu made every effort to host him warmly. Young Master Yi, please stay for dinner. Certainly, replied Yi Fengxing. Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, your culinary skills are commendable. It is a rare occasion for young Master Yi to visit our home. Why not showcase your talents for him? Urged Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu was merely providing Tang Xiaomin an opportunity to shine, without any intention of burdening her with chores. After some contemplation, Tang Xiaomin resolved to act excessively before Yi Fengxing, hoping he would find her unbearable and take the initiative to withdraw from their engagement. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table, rising defiantly, and confronted Zhang Meiyu. You expect me to cook? Do you think I am a servant of the Tang family? Why don't you do it yourself? Tang Xiaomin's unexpected outburst left both Zhang Meiyu and Yi Fengxing momentarily stunned. Zhang Meiyu's expression soured as she began to explain earnestly, Xiaomin, I did not intend to treat you as a servant. I rarely ask anything of you, for you are not easily swayed. Young Master Yi is here, and since you share an engagement, I simply wished for you to demonstrate your culinary skills for him. You have misunderstood my intentions. Misunderstood. At this moment, Tang Xiaomin was deliberately misconstruing and would not relent. Whoever wishes to cook may do so. Just do not call upon me. Zhang Meiyu, perplexed by Tang Xiaomin's sudden temper, glanced at Yi Fengxing, who wore a look of confusion. Urgently, Zhang Meiyu explained, Young Master Yi, Xiaomin is still young and naive. She is harboring some resentment towards me. I hope you do not take her outburst to heart. I will ensure she learns to behave properly in the future. Seated here, I shall ascend to summon her down. Zhang Meiyu personally made her way to the second floor, approaching Tang Xiaomin's door to knock. Xiaomin, if you are reluctant to cook, I shall not press you further. Please come out, do not let Yi Xiao mock you. Zhang Meiyu implored with heartfelt persistence. Yet there was no response whatsoever. Tang Xiaomin's moods were capricious, making it impossible to predict when she might suddenly become irate and act in ways that defied comprehension. In this regard, Zhang Meiyu felt utterly helpless. Why Yi Xiao? Xiaomin is merely sulking. Do not take her behavior to heart. But was she truly sulking with her mother? It appeared from every angle that she was deliberately causing a scene, one meant to provoke his attention. Why Yi Fengxing was at a loss as to what he had done to offend her. Or perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. His spirits inevitably sank. Rising from the sofa, Yi Fengxing declared, since she is in a foul mood, I shall take my leave. He cast a lingering glance at the door of the room where Tang Xiaomin had just retreated, departing the Tang residence with a heavy heart. Butler Yi discerned that the young master was troubled. Young master, what seems to be the matter? Yi Fengxing gazed out of the car window, deep in thought, unable to fathom. Do you not feel that Tang Xiaomin is intentionally distancing herself from me? The butler, an outsider, perceived the situation with clarity. Young master, this is, after all, a betrothal arranged in childhood. It is natural that Miss Tang, having been unfamiliar with you, would lack emotional depth. Are you suggesting that Tang Xiaomin harbors no feelings for me? Young master, emotions can be cultivated over time. A scoff escaped Yi Fengxing, a sound laced with disdain, self-mockery, and defeat. Typically, it was women who sought his attention. He had never pursued a woman himself, nor had he shared even a meal with one. It was impossible not to feel vexed. The things he could not possess stirred within him. His fondness for her only emboldened her. Aware that this was a fundamental flaw of human nature, he found himself ensnared, sinking deeper still. That he was determined to see whether she truly cared not for her fiancé. After Yi Fengxing's departure, it was not until the chef prepared dinner that Butler Wang personally ascended to knock on the door, prompting Tang Xiaomin to lazily descend to the dining room. At the table, Zhang Meiyu recalled the incident of Yi Fengxing being driven away, and could not help but admonish Tang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, While it is one thing to show me your displeasure, how can you treat Yi Xiao with such disdain? Your actions will undoubtedly tarnish his impression of you. And what of it? Tang Xiaomin replied while pushing her food around in her bowl. Do you not wish for me to call off the engagement with the Yi family? If he thinks poorly of me, does it not suit your intentions perfectly? One day when he grows weary of me and calls off the engagement, you can then present Tang Yi before him. This has always been your true desire, has it not? The matter of the betrothal was laid bare by Tang Xiaomin, striking a harsh blow to Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing. Their expressions in unison turned grim. Zhang Meiyu instantly lost her appetite, setting down her chopsticks, and spoke with a solemn tone. Let us not revisit the past. Since Yi Xiao has chosen you, you ought to engage with him earnestly. Matters such as today's incident should be heated in the future. If you can temper your temper, do so. Even if you find it difficult, you must not create a scene in front of Yi Xiao. I express these sentiments solely for your smooth entry into the Yi family. Upon realizing that she had been deceived by Master Xiangshan, Zhang Meiyu became enlightened. Conversely, Tang Zhongqing vehemently disagreed with Zhang Meiyu's perspective. Xiaomin, you previously asserted that you would autonomously withdraw from the engagement. Zhang Meiyu interrupted Tang Zhongqing. Surely you have not forgotten, Tang Zhongqing, that Xiaomin stated she would only consider withdrawing from the engagement if she could possess everything that he has within the Tang household. Tang Zhongqing was displeased. Harbors this singular desire. Cannot her wish be fulfilled? Tang Zhongqing, do not forget who your true daughter is. Zhang Meiyu proclaimed fiercely. Tang Zhongqing, however, stood his ground. Although he is not of our bloodline, she has been raised by us and the bond is profound. She is certainly not one to rely on others. Wait a moment longer. Once she has thoroughly sullied Tang Yi's reputation, she will approach Yi Fengxing regarding the matter of the engagement withdrawal. I believe it will not be long. If Yi Fengxing were to come forward to withdraw the engagement himself, it would be even better that on the day of the school celebration, Tang Xiaomin arrived punctually for the gathering. As night fell, the host delivered the opening remarks, and the celebration performance commenced. Wei Lingyun maintained order at the entrance, and no one dared to act out of line. Tang Yi and Tang Yi were inseparable, seated in a corner engaged in playful banter. Occasionally, Tang Yi would ruffle Tang Yi's hair. Their sibling bond was truly enviable. Indeed, it is unlike the relationship I share with my brother. We bicker 3 times a day. And there were moments when he struck me so hard I wept. Brothers, it seems, are best in other families. Listening to the envious remarks surrounding her, Tang Xiaomin felt a wave of disgust. The affection Tang Yi held for Tang Yi transcended the boundaries of sibling love. Otherwise, how could he disregard right from wrong and stand by her side, protecting her at all costs? Tang Yi, it is your turn. Prepare yourself, Yi Lingyun called out. Tang Yi turned to Tang Yi and said, Second brother, let us proceed to the front. Very well. Tang Yi's gown today was even more splendid than during the rehearsal. $1 million haute couture piece. The train was both voluminous and heavy. As Tang Yi walked ahead, Tang Yi followed closely, attentively lifting her train. The sight of an idol assisting a girl with her gown was simply sensational in the eyes of the many admirers. Wow! How enviable! If only Tang Yi would lift my train, it would be worth it even if I were to die. How jealous I am! Tang Yi relished the envious gazes around her. Basking in the glow of Tang Yi's idol status, utterly pleased with herself, she inadvertently cast a glance at Tang Xiaomin and offered a slight smile, as if to say, Did you see that? What does it matter that we are not related by blood? He is good to me alone. Tang Xiaomin regarded this with disdain, too uninterested to witness their repugnant display. However, Tang Yi misinterpreted this as Tang Xiaomin being greatly affected. Tang Yi, proceed to the stage to prepare, Yi Lingyun directed. With Tang Yi holding her train, Tang Yi stepped forward, one careful step at a time, to the side of the stage. As soon as she took the stage, a fervent cheer erupted from the playground, igniting the atmosphere to its zenith. Given that it was an elite academy, those performing on stage were undoubtedly of notable background, thus this celebratory event was being broadcasted through various channels. Yi Lingyun, noticing Tang Xiaomin still idly lounging, could not help but remind her, Miss Tang, it's time to change into your costume. Tang Xiaomin nodded and retrieved the outfit from the bag Yi Lingyun had provided. It was a black gown, and as she held it up to examine, she suddenly exclaimed, My dress has been tampered with. At her words, everyone curiously gathered around to take a look. The black gown, originally adorned with Swarovski crystals, now bore a significant gash in the hem. How could this happen to the performance attire? What are we to do? Someone lamented. Indeed, who could be so unscrupulous? Another echoed, with the gown damaged. What would Tang Xiaomin wear to perform? Yi Lingyun, observing the ruined dress, bellowed in anger, This outfit was prepared by me. Who dares to play pranks under my watch? Who is it? Her outburst left the crowd shaking their heads, too intimidated to speak. Tang Xiaomin interjected, The performance is about to commence. Debating this matter is futile, we must resolve the costume issue promptly. Lu Feng suggested, why not send someone to fetch a new one? Yi Lingyun shook her head. That one to ensure the smooth and safe conduct of the celebration. All surrounding roads have been closed off and no items can be brought in before the event concludes. Even if something could reach us, it would likely be too late. They found themselves in a quandary. Another voice proposed, Tang Yi's performance will conclude shortly. Perhaps we could ask her to lend her dress? At this, Tang Xiaomin immediately opposed, no need, setting aside the fact that Tang Yi would never agree. I refuse to wear something she has already donned. Yi Lingyun's face clouded with concern. What shall we do? This is not merely a school performance. It is being streamed online, and any misstep will be visible to all. Abandoning hope was not an option. Tang Xiaomin had invested her heart and soul into this song, and she intended to use it to decisively overshadow Tang Yi. And Tang Yi, gazing at the gown, she noted that the gash was situated at the front hem. If only without hesitation, Tang Xiaomin tore the hole wider with a swift motion, then ripped away a large portion from the front of the gown. Remaining silent, she took the altered dress to change in the back. Chapter 74. A diminished performance. After a brief moment, she emerged, the front hem of her dress now reduced by more than half, revealing the denim shorts beneath. While it was not indecent, her long fair legs, as smooth as jade, were prominently displayed. Tang Xiaomin held a broken high heel in her hand, forced a wry smile, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Her feet were bare against the ground. The crowd was left speechless. Yi Lingyun, fuming, muttered curses under her breath. Which scoundrel did this? Not even the shoes were spared. Once I find out, I shall have words with them. Someone help her put on a shoe. We need to manage the performance first. The onlookers glanced down at their shoes, realizing that their performances lacked sophistication, and their footwear was a medley of peculiar styles, which did not quite suit Tang Xiaomin. Never mind, Tang Xiaomin suddenly declared. Those who walk barefoot fear not the shod. Since someone wishes to make me uncomfortable, I shall not disappoint her too greatly. Today I shall go barefoot. This temperament left one at a loss for words. Knowing full well that one was stepping into a pit of fire, why leap into it nonetheless? The school anniversary swiftly approached its climax, and it was soon Tang Xiaomin's turn to take the stage. Yi Lingyun accompanied her to the side of the stage, personally ensuring her protection. A beam of light illuminated the edge of the stage, revealing first a pair of long fair legs belonging to a woman. As the audience discerned that she wore no shoes, a wave of laughter erupted. Amidst the laughter, Tang Xiaomin planted her heels on the ground, her long fair legs striding forth with a commanding presence. The hem of her gown floated behind her, reminiscent of a supermodel gracing the runway, the fabric trailing as if in pursuit of her elegance. Her aura radiated magnificently. In the center of the stage, a black piano was enveloped in a cascading white mist, exuding an ethereal charm. Unlike others who sat down with decorum, Tang Xiaomin nonchalantly lifted the trailing skirt, tossing it back with flair before seating herself confidently at the piano. Her exquisite visage bore a gaze that was both earnest and disdainful, a striking juxtaposition. The tattered performance attire could hardly conceal her long legs. As the spotlight fell upon her, it created an impression of legs extending endlessly below the neck. Her slender fingers danced across the keys, and as the first lyric escaped her penetrating voice, the audience collectively held their breath in reverent attention. The melody began in a low octave, gradually soaring to higher notes, both powerful and nuanced, an impressive display. Yet it was the lyrics that were truly exceptional. In the night, I dreamt a beautiful nightmare. You are the abyss, you are the black hole. The weightlessness I cannot resist. I am a marionette, willingly under your control. My dear, I have no escape, I have no retreat. You are the devil from hell. I tear at my heart, I hold no grievances, I have no regrets. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening roar as a thunderclap rent the air, illuminating the heavens with a flash of lightning. The performer on stage seemed to be lost in her own world, while the audience, enraptured, held their breath until the final note had been struck. As Tang Xiaomin played the last chord, the large screen displayed her profile, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile, signifying the conclusion of her performance. However, silence enveloped the hall as the lights gradually dimmed. Seizing the moment when no one was watching closely, Tang Xiaomin chose the most understated manner to exit. What had just transpired? Lu Feng, holding his phone, rushed excitedly backstage to Tang Xiaomin's side. Quick look! You've gone viral. You're already trending on the front page of Kuaido. Lu Feng was as exhilarated as if he had just won the lottery. Kuaido is currently the largest short video live streaming platform, and to make it to the front page, one must either invest heavily or, as in this case, achieve genuine virality, with over 100 million viewers simultaneously boosting the content. Tang Xiaomin is unlikely to indulge in extravagant spending. Her extraordinary prowess alone suffices to account for her remarkable achievements. To this moment, The glances exchanged between Qian Lili and her companions towards F2 while observing Tang Xiaomin were markedly altered. This is aptly described as silence before a thunderous roar. Qian Lili candidly expressed, "Xiaomin, you are truly exceptional. To put it bluntly, the original song sung by Tang Yi and Tang Yi pales in comparison to your performance." Shuya added, "Her song is merely a trivial tune, not even on the same plane as yours. When you share the stage with her, it is akin to a dimensional reduction strike." Lin Kiki, excitedly brandishing her phone, exclaimed, "I must ride on your coattails. I need to bask in your brilliance." Lin Kiki's words jolted the others from their reverie, prompting them to enthusiastically follow suit and capture photos, as more and more individuals emulated this behavior. Even the media, initially focused on Tang Yi, rushed to the backstage to surround Tang Xiaomin. Soon she found herself encircled, unable to escape. Observing this, Yi Lingyun and Lu Feng positioned themselves beside Tang Xiaomin to fend off the throng, shouting, "Make way. What is the meaning of this? Can't you allow her to pass? The performance has concluded, so please step aside." Despite their efforts, the crowd only grew denser, spiraling out of control. Just as Tang Xiaomin was at a loss for how to extricate herself, a group of bodyguards suddenly emerged, forcefully parting the sea of people to create a pathway for her. Steward Yi approached Tang Xiaomin with utmost respect, stating, "Miss Tang, the young master requests your presence." At that moment, there was no reason to linger. Tang Xiaomin followed Steward Yi, while Yi Lingyun watched her retreating figure, words unspoken. Outside the playground, a line of luxury vehicles awaited at Yi Fengxing, clad in black trousers and a shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar. Rolled up his sleeves. At this moment, he exuded an air of noble refinement, tinged with an indescribable allure. Tang Xiaomin regarded him coolly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for coming to my aid." Her aloofness left Yi Fengxing feeling uncomfortable. He retrieved a pair of slippers from the car and placed them on the ground. "Put these on first. There is something I must clarify. You are my fiancé Yi. Everything I do for you is my duty. You need only accept it. I do not wish to hear your thanks or such formalities." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin felt even more compelled to decline his kindness. Originally intending to wear the slippers he had provided, she now refrained, stating, "I'm sorry, we are far from marriage. That I genuinely appreciate your assistance in my time of need." With that, Tang Xiaomin turned on her bare feet and departed, her demeanor resolute and unyielding. "Stop!" came Yi Fengxing's displeased voice from behind. Tang Xiaomin paused, responding coolly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Yi Fengxing, not a fool in matters of the heart, recognized that Tang Xiaomin harbored no romantic feelings towards him. Their relationship was one of betrothal without the foundation of affection, a reality that was entirely understandable. As Yi Guanjia remarked, "It is indeed possible to cultivate feelings gradually." Yet today, after listening to her song, he suddenly came to a realization. The reason she harbored no romantic feelings for him was that her affections were bestowed upon another. "You have someone you cherish, do you not?" Tang Xiaomin unconsciously recalled that certain individual and replied softly, "Why is that?" In that moment, something shattered within him with a sharp crack. Yi Fengxing felt a dull ache in his heart. How he wished she had said no, or that the person she referred to was him. "Can you tell me the name of the one you hold dear? I am curious to see what kind of man has captured your heart." In her melody, not a single word of love was uttered. Yet, as she sang, it was as if she were fervently proclaiming her profound affection for a certain man. That individual? Merely a figure nestled in her memories. Since Yi Fengxing had inquired, Tang Xiaomin decided to seize the opportunity to lay it bare. "He is rather dull. At times, he annoys me. Yet, as time passes, I find myself missing him more and more." As these words escaped her lips, the tone of her voice and the silhouette she cast seemed to convey just how much she adored that man. At that moment, Yi Fengxing felt an intense jealousy toward someone he had never even met. "Can you tell me his name?" Was he genuinely contemplating finding this person to measure himself against? Tang Xiaomin was untroubled by this notion. After all, they belonged to different worlds and she had no fear of Yi Fengxing truly seeking him out. It mattered little to reveal the name. "His name is Yanju, but I cannot disclose his exact identity." "The character for color?" "No, it is the Yen from Yen Wang." "Yen? Is there truly someone with that surname?" Or perhaps Yi Fengxing was simply uninformed. As Yi Fengxing grappled with this revelation, Tang Xiaomin continued, "Boom!" It felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank, incapable of conjuring a single thought. Subsequently, he quietly departed from the school. If he was to reject her, he might as well do so with a heart of stone. Treading softly beneath the night sky, she gazed into the distant darkness, yearning for something to unexpectedly emerge from within. Then she inwardly mocked herself, pondering how she could dream before even falling asleep. They were not of the same world. Encountering him in this realm was nearly impossible. Meanwhile, on the other side, ever since Tang Yi witnessed Tang Xiaomin perform her original song, He had been deeply troubled. Hey, you've lived with Xiaomin for quite some time. Do you know she has a talent for songwriting? Tang Ye's choice to enter the entertainment industry was not solely driven by financial gain. He too possessed musical talent that he could write lyrics, compose melodies, sing, dance and rap, and he already had an album and notable works to his name. However, after hearing Tang Xiaomin's song today, he was profoundly shaken. Both the song and her voice could be deemed exceptional. Tang Yi paused momentarily. Since Tang Xiaomin's performance, she had sensed something amiss with Tang Yi. He had an appreciation for talented individuals, a fact Tang Yi was well aware of. Tang Yi shook her head. Since she arrived at the Tang family over 6 months ago, I have never seen her compose a single song. The piece she performed today might very well be plagiarized from a foreign artist. Plagiarism is not out of the question. Otherwise, how could Tang Xiaomin suddenly produce such an exceptional song? He has spent all his money on Tang Yi. If he doesn't work, he simply cannot support her. This software is currently quite authoritative, and if it cannot detect any issues, then plagiarism should not exist. Could it be that Tang Xiaomin genuinely composed it? Netizens flooded the comments, asserting that if Tang Xiaomin were to debut, she would undoubtedly be a top-tier diva. Meanwhile, dissenting voices also emerged online accusing her of copying. Some claim she appropriated Tang Yi's song and shamelessly called it her own. Even more perplexing, beneath one comment, someone confirmed that Tang Yi indeed possesses songwriting abilities, desperately stirring up controversy. In response to this defamation, Tang Xiaomin's approach was both straightforward and blunt. Just as everyone was fervently rallying behind Tang Yi, a bombshell news story erupted online. Shock. Tang Yi and Tang Yi display intimate behavior, suspected to be in a romantic relationship as siblings. Accompanying this news were numerous photos depicting Tang Yi and Tang Yi in affectionate poses, entangled in each other's company, exuding the kind of closeness one would expect from lovers. The handsome man and beautiful woman exchanged glances filled with the tender affection characteristic of a passionate romance. Another striking piece of news confirmed. Tang Yi and Tang Yi have currently moved out of the Tang family home to cohabit in a rented apartment. The sibling romance was firmly established. This news created ripples, effectively overshadowing the rumors of Tang Xiaomin's alleged plagiarism. Some netizens argued that as Tang Yi and Tang Yi share no blood relation, their relationship poses no issue. Others contended that transforming a sister into a lover violates ethical standards. Even if it is Tang Ye's freedom, they still found it distasteful for a brother to pursue his sister. Additionally, some netizens expressed skepticism regarding Tang Ye's character, relentlessly scrutinizing him and the Tang household. Zhang Meiyu, upon seeing the scandal about Tang Yi and Tang Yi's sibling romance, was furious, her face turning an ashen shade. Tang Xiaomin picked up a newspaper, casting a fleeting glance at it was merely a gossip piece. Clarifying it would suffice. Tang Yi had been in the industry for several years. Surely, he could handle such trivial matters. Zhang Meiyu in exasperation remarked. This is different. Tang Yi's mind only complicates matters further. Without the Tang family's PR team to assist him, he cannot manage this situation properly. Moreover, his feelings for Yi.Sai, it is simply unacceptable. Chapter 76. The entire family unites to confront Tang Yi and Tang Yi. When Tang Yi and Tang Yi left home, they were resolute. Tang Zhongqing understood better than anyone the nature of the relationship between Tang Yi and Tang Yi. Faced with such news, his reaction was even more intense than Zhang Meiyu's. Kneel. Tang Zhongqing commanded. Tang Yi replied, Dad, it's just a rumor. Do you really believe it? Tang Yi added, Father, please do not be deceived by those slanderous tales. The reality is not as it seems. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhongqing was infuriated. He stepped forward and slapped both Tang Yi and Tang Yi across the face. Tang Yi, terrified, fell to her knees, covering her face and weeping incessantly. Tang Yi, filled with defiance, exclaimed, Father, if you have grievances, direct them solely at me. Why must you strike Yi? This statement, once uttered, only served to ignite Tang Zhongqing's fury further. With a swift motion, he delivered another slap across Tang Ye's face. Were it not for your insistence on eloping with her, could this situation have arisen? Do you dare claim you harbor no illicit intentions towards her? Father. Do not call me father. I have no son of such despicable nature. Tang Zhongqing, clad in genuine leather shoes, forcefully kicked Tang Yi, sending him to his knees. The pitiful sobs of Tang Yi echoed sporadically throughout the villa. She choked out an explanation. Father, my brother and I are merely cohabitating. We are just siblings. Those rumors online are unfounded, Father. Rumors? Are they truly just rumors? The extent of Tang Ye's favoritism towards Tang Yi had reached a point of irrationality. If there were nothing amiss, what then could be said of those intimate photographs? Is it truly appropriate for siblings to share such glances? The absence of blood relation might suffice, but alas, with this thought, Tang Zhongqing unleashed a few more brutal kicks at Tang Hua in a panic. Tang Yi cried out, Second brother, you must explain to father. Quickly explain. Explain. What is there to explain? He simply adores Tang Yi. He may deceive others, but he cannot deceive himself. Presently, a significant portion of the online populace supports his choices. This time Tang Yi is determined to fight for his future with Tang Yi. He straightened his back and declared, "Father, Yi and I share no blood ties. I love her. I beseech you, consent to our union." Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. Tang Xiaomin, nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy, disregarded everything and began to mercilessly kick Tang Yi. "You scoundrel! How dare you utter such words?" Another kick followed. "That I should just put an end to you. You wretched creature." Tang Yi, unwavering, silently endured his father's onslaught, his gaze resolute. "Father, I implore you, allow me to be with Yi." Tang Xiaomin, overwhelmed with rage, collapsed onto the sofa. "Father! Father!" But Butler Wang hastily procured emergency medication for him, allowing him to regain composure. Zhang Meiyu and Tang Xiaomin observed coldly. Both were incensed, and Zhang Meiyu approached Tang Yi, chillingly stating, "Tang Yi, let me be clear. Even if Yi is merely Tang's adopted daughter and lacks blood relation, you were siblings in the past and shall remain so henceforth. Mother, I genuinely love Yi." Slap! Slap! Zhang Meiyu delivered 2 resounding slaps to Tang Yi. Soon blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Mother!" Another slap followed. "Silence!" Zhang Meiyu bellowed, her noble visage twisted in fury. Tang Yi wiped the blood from his lips, yet he remained unyielding. "Mother, I beg you, allow me to be with Yi. What does it mean to be obstinately unrepentant? This is it." Tang Xiaomin, noticing that Tang Yi was about to speak, interjected, "What purpose does it serve to blame Tang Yi? Ultimately, he too was led astray." Tang Xiaomin, silence yourself. Tang Yi shouted in fury. Tang Yi, overwhelmed with tears, knelt on the ground, stammering as she attempted to explain to Zhang Meiyu, "Mom, I truly did not entice second brother. I have always regarded him as my brother. It has nothing to do with me. Mom, would I swear second brother and I have nothing at all." Second brother, quickly apologize to Mom. Do it now. Tang Yi was on the brink of insanity, unable to fathom why Tang Yi would utter such rebellious words to their parents at this moment. Their parents were traditional. They would never condone anything that brought shame upon the Tang family. How could Tang Yi be so foolish as to exacerbate the situation now? Tang Yi regretted ever running away with him, lamenting her choices in despair. Tang Yi, however, believed that Tang Yi was merely frightened by their parents. He insisted, "Mom, I beg you to agree to us." Zhang Meiyu was infuriated by her son's obstinacy. They had already punished him, yet he remained unyielding. Just as she was at a loss for words, Tang Xiaomin stood up. She approached Tang Yi and Tang Yi, her voice icy as she said, "Tang Yi, you insist on liking her, do you?" Tang Yi retorted, "It's none of your business." What did he mean it was none of her business? She was now firmly involved. With a sharp crack, Tang Xiaomin slapped Tang Yi across the face. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving Tang Yi in shock. Tang Xiaomin and Zhang Meiyu merely observed with cold indifference as Tang Yi attempted to rise. Tang Xiaomin delivered a fierce kick that sent him crashing against the wall. "Second brother!" Tang Yi cried out in anguish. Tang Xiaomin then struck Tang Yi once more with a resounding slap. Unlike Tang Yi was merely an adopted daughter. She relied on the Tang family. Even when struck, she dared not defy her parents' wishes and was even less inclined to stand up. Tang Xiaomin coldly addressed her. "Tang Yi, tell Tang Yi who you wish to marry for the sake of severing his infatuation. Speak." Tang Yi was certainly still under the illusion that Tang Yi harbored feelings for him. Tang Yi glared fiercely at Tang Xiaomin, hesitating only slightly. With another resounding slap, Tang Xiaomin struck Tang Yi's face mercilessly. In an instant, blood trickled from the corner of Tang Yi's mouth, mirroring Tang Yi's earlier state. Tang Xiaomin looked down at her with a piercing gaze and coldly stated, "Tang Yi, you are but an adopted daughter of the Tang family. If you bring shame upon us with rumors of incest between siblings, we shall have no choice but to expel you from the house for the sake of our family's honor, and to preserve Tang Yi's reputation. Whether or not you reveal to Tang Yi whom you love, thus dispelling his foolish dreams, is entirely your decision. You just claimed you did not entice Tang Yi. Then tell him who you truly wish to marry." Chapter 77. I do not like you. Do not misinterpret my affections. Tang Xiaomin pressed her relentlessly, forcing Tang Yi to make a choice. Either continue to lead Tang Yi on or take a stand to prove her intentions. However, this implies that Tang Yi would no longer unconditionally indulge her as he did before. Tang Yi remained silent, seemingly confronted with a difficult choice at that moment. Tang Xiaomin then stated, "If you choose not to speak, then leave the Tang family at once." Tang Yi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Zhang Meiyu and Tang Xiaomin, only to find them regarding her with cold indifference. A look at Tang Yi revealed that he was battered and bruised, restrained by Butler Wang from approaching. At that moment, Tang Yi profoundly sensed the family's apathy and hostility towards her. What troubled her even more was her dependence on the Tang family. She had no choice but to remain humble. I am in love with Yi Fengxing. The one I wish to marry is Yi Fengxing. You all know this. Father, mother, I did not seduce second brother. I truly did not. Please believe me. Tang Yi, blocked by Butler Wang, was in disbelief. I see you only as an elder brother, now and forever. Please refrain from expressing such feelings towards me. It is inappropriate. Moreover, I could never develop romantic feelings for you. Tang Yi struggled to reach Tang Yi, passionately gripping her shoulders. This is not true to do not fear. No matter how difficult it may be, I can overcome it. Worst, we can leave the Tang family. I can provide you with a future. Even after such a beating, Tang Yi could utter such heartfelt words that he moved himself, yet disgusted others. Tang Yi broke free from his grasp, her expression cold and defiant. I regard you as a brother. How can you harbor such thoughts towards me? Had I known you felt this way, I would have steered clear of you. My heart will forever belong to Yi Fengxing. I can never reciprocate your feelings. Please do not deceive yourself and persist in this delusion. Self-deception. He protected her, endured such violence from his parents, and still dared to gamble on their future. How could he be the one deluded? Ha 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 ha. Tang Yi suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his eyes reddening this time. He did not resist but complied with his mother's wishes, leaving the Tang family in a daze, not even casting another glance at Tang Yi. Tang Yi, reflect on your actions while kneeling here. If you dare to act recklessly again and cause further trouble, I will have no choice but to cast you out of the Tang family. Zhang Meiyu said without hesitation. In that moment, Tang Yi understood that in the Tang household, she was but a guest, an expendable individual. She shared no blood ties with the Tang family, who could dismiss her at any moment. Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Your punishment is justified. Tang Xiaomin, recovering, shook his head at Tang Yi. You have deeply disappointed me. Before he could rejoice, the situation between Tang Yi and Tang Yi doused him with cold water. By comparison, it was disheartening. Father, I understand my errors. I will maintain distance from my brothers to ensure such incidents never occur again. Had you possessed this awareness earlier, this situation could have been avoided. Let this serve as a lesson for the future. I understand, Father. I will certainly do so. Having been reprimanded and the situation clarified, Tang Yi remained kneeling in place while Tang Xiaomin and Zhang Meiyu departed in succession. As Tang Xiaomin passed by, she noticed Tang Yi glaring at her, clearly still unwilling to accept her defeat. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiaomin delivered a sharp slap across Tang Yi's face. Yet, Tang Yi continued to fix her gaze upon her. My parents may have punished me by making me kneel here, but you shouldn't take it too far. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin squatted down before Tang Yi, her hand finding its way to Tang Yi's waist, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I am indeed going overboard. What will you do about it? I could be even more excessive. Care to find out? As she spoke, she pressed down harder on Tang Yi's waist. A sudden chill ran down Tang Yi's spine, as if Tang Xiaomin's hand were about to pierce her skin. Terrified, she quickly pushed Tang Xiaomin away. Don't touch me. Get away. Tang Xiaomin chuckled mockingly and leaned closer to Tang Yi's ear. Do you know what it feels like to live with only one kidney? Tang Yi. If things go awry, it could be fatal. At that moment, all Tang Yi could feel was that Tang Xiaomin was utterly deranged. Ignoring Tang Yi's horrified gaze, Tang Xiaomin sauntered off. On her phone, Yi Fengxing had sent her several messages. I've looked into it. There is no one by the name of Yanju. Your performance was quite impressive. You nearly deceived me. Considering your youth, I won't hold it against you from now on. You are never to mention the annulment of our engagement again. Do not attempt to provoke me. It will not benefit you. Why has he resorted to threats? In her previous life, he had stubbornly refused to annul the engagement, saying the same thing. If only he had been willing to end it back then, perhaps her fate would have been entirely different. What could possibly compel him to cling so tenaciously? Logically, a person like Yi Fengxing shouldn't be swayed by matters of the heart. Unable to decipher his motives, Tang Xiaomin decided to let it go. She was resolute in her intention to withdraw from the marriage. The incident involving Tang Yi had stirred considerable uproar online, and with the assistance of his agency, a press conference was held to clarify his relationship with Tang Yi, and to apologize for the adverse effects it had caused. Thanks to the support from the Tang family, the matter was eventually subdued. Although Tang Ye's reputation had undoubtedly suffered at Starlight Entertainment, agent Yang Zhanjin, a woman of slightly plump stature, addressed Tang Yi rather bluntly. The Voice of the World has invited top figures from the electronic music realm, making this an exceptionally prestigious opportunity. This was Tang Ye's long-cherished dream to perform alongside his idol, Yak, but due to the situation with he missed out. Yet who could he blame? This marked a low point in Tang Ye's career. And he wore a dejected expression. Sister Zhan, who will be participating now? Yang Zhenjin replied, your sister Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin. Tang Ye's eyes widened in shock. What? How could it possibly be her? She hasn't even debuted. Chapter 78. Indeed, it is I who exposes you. At this juncture, a look of regret filled Yang Zhenjin's face. If only Tang Xiaomin were willing to debut. With her talent and beauty, I could elevate her to become the next little diva within a year. Unfortunately, she insists that writing and singing are merely hobbies and has no desire to pursue it as a career. After an extended conversation, she ultimately agreed to temporarily collaborate with me for the program Voice of the World. If I could secure her signature, I would wholeheartedly channel all resources towards her. Capable of sustaining the entire company solely through her talent. Yang Zhenjin is a renowned agent in the industry, having nurtured numerous superstars. It is indeed rare to encounter someone who garners such admiration from her. In that moment, Tang Yi felt an unprecedented sense of despair. The Tang family, ever since the scandal involving Tang Yi and Tang Yi, had looked at her with disdain. Tang Yi avoided Tang Yi whenever possible. After suffering a deep emotional wound, Tang Yi also feigned ignorance towards Tang Yi. They had become like strangers to one another. Upon learning that Tang Xiaomin was to replace him in participating in Voice of the World, Tang Yi harbored significant doubts regarding her capabilities. He observed Tang Xiaomin lounging nonchalantly in the living room, exuding an air of arrogance. Tang Yi found it hard to believe that she could compose a remarkable song like Devil from Hell. Tang Xiaomin, tell me honestly, from whom did you plagiarize that song? He challenged. The participants invited to Voice of the World are the most elite musicians in the field. I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness and avoid embarrassing yourself. While his words dripped with sarcasm, he remained convinced that Tang Xiaomin was indeed a plagiarist, and in the face of skepticism, any defense would be futile. The smirk of derision graced Tang Xiaomin's lips as she retrieved paper and pen from her bag, effortlessly composing music and lyrics. She titled the first song You Are a Big Fool. Once completed, she tore it off and handed it to Tang Yi. He accepted it with confusion, and the more he read, the more incredulous he became at how swiftly Tang Xiaomin had crafted a song. By the time he finished, she had already composed another. This one was titled Can You Have Some Decency? Followed by You Are Trash. Her songwriting seemed almost instinctual, as if the very act of writing was second nature to her. Tang Yi was profoundly startled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it truly possible to conjure the inspiration for a song so effortlessly? Although the subsequent pieces lacked the breathtaking quality of Devil from Hell, they were still commendable. At that moment, Tang Yi was rendered speechless by his astonishment. These are more suited to languish in a trash heap. It matters not if someone else retrieves them. Consider it merely a change of trash bins. Tang Xiaomin proclaimed arrogantly, her words laden with implication as she ascended the stairs with her bag. Suddenly, Tang Yi recalled something and rummaged through the trash can to retrieve the crumpled paper Tang Xiaomin had discarded for comparison. Before long, he uncovered a disconcerting similarity. The melody of the opening line of the first song mirrored that of Tang Yi's composition. You are a beam of light in my heart. The second song echoed the second line, the third song reflected a line from the middle, and the final song replicated the concluding line. Tang Xiaomin had deliberately crafted her songs in such a manner, yet each bore its unique style. Her talent was formidable indeed. What was she attempting to convey? Was she insinuating that Tang Yi's song was originally hers, abandoned and subsequently appropriated by Tang Yi? The truth of whether Tang Yi had pilfered Tang Xiaomin's creations remained unfathomable and ultimately meaningless. Tang Xiaomin, with just a single song, audaciously acquired the resources she had long coveted. Tang Yi felt a deep sense of injustice, even believing that Tang Xiaomin had deliberately orchestrated this situation against him. He approached her room and knocked on the door. Tang Xiaomin, come out. Are you intentionally targeting me? Did you deliberately contact Yang Zhenjin to snatch away my resources? How could he still have the audacity to confront her? Tang Xiaomin was rendered speechless by his shamelessness. She opened the door and confronted him. Tang Yi, on the day of the school anniversary performance, did you intentionally sabotage my costume? Upon hearing this, Tang Yi was momentarily taken aback, a clear sign of guilt that day. He had been goaded by Tang Yi into playing a prank. Tang Yi, tell me what would happen if I exposed your intentional destruction of my costume online. It is challenging to support an artist, yet incredibly easy to ruin one. A single misstep in personal ethics could lead to irreparable consequences. The scandal surrounding their sibling romance had nearly destroyed Tang Yi. If any further issues arose, he would truly be finished. Tang Yi glared at Tang Xiaomin with resentment. The rumors about me and Yi were also your doing, weren't they? Are you seeking revenge for my relationship with Yi? In a previous life, Tang Yi had caused Tang Xiaomin much distress for the sake of Tang Yi. He had leveraged his status in the entertainment industry to publicly discredit Tang Xiaomin when she was being slandered by Tang Yi. branding her as a woman of loose morals and a nightclub queen. Now that he had parted ways with Tang Yi, his clarity of mind had returned. Tang Xiaomin was unyielding indeed. It was I who exposed it. Are you dissatisfied? If not, shall I also reveal the truth about your intentional sabotage of my costume, thus obliterating your future, so you can be with Tang Yi without a care? Bang! Tang Yi slammed his fist against the doorframe. Inches from Tang Xiaomin's head, his eyes burned with rage, his chest heaving with fury, and the face of his wrath, Tang Xiaomin stood her ground, unflinching, her eyelids not even fluttering in fear. At that moment, Zhang Meiyu emerged and witnessed the scene, frowning as she asked, Tang Yi, what are you doing? Enraged, Tang Yi retorted, it's her. She deliberately spread the rumors about me in online. Tang Xiaomin admitted it. She maliciously sought to ruin my career. Tang Yi looked at Zhang Meiyu with hope, wishing she would take his side. However, Zhang Meiyu sighed. Rather than chastising Tang Xiaomin, she scolded Tang Yi. Tang Yi, if you hadn't harbored inappropriate feelings for Yi, and if you hadn't run away with her, how could such a situation have arisen? And what about Tang Xiaomin? Are you just going to let her destroy me? I will address her issues separately. Now leave. Tang Yi shot Tang Xiaomin a furious glare and stormed off. Zhang Meiyu regarded Tang Xiaomin with a look of resignation. Xiaomin, Tang Yi has been a bit excessive, but you shouldn't target your own brother like this. This incident has had a significant impact on him. You nearly ruined him. Ruined? It's merely a bit of playful conflict, Tang Xiaomin replied with a teasing smile, pulling out her phone to send Zhang Meiyu the evidence. Chapter 79. Is it to withdraw from the engagement for Yanju? Gaze upon your phone, behold your son, and reflect on the outrageous deeds you have committed for the sake of your adopted daughter. Once you have processed this, we may converse further. Bang! Tang Xiaomin forcefully slammed the door shut, unwilling to engage with Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu, filled with doubt, retrieved her phone only to be further incensed by Tang Yi's actions. Without uttering a word, she sought out Tang Yi, thrusting evidence before him, followed by a tirade of reproaches. Tang Yi, why did you act so? She is your sister. Tang Yi remained silent. I recall you were not always this way. Has Tang Yi been a bad influence on you? Speak. Yet, Tang Yi continued to remain mute. If it were not for Tang Yi's instigation, he could easily deny the allegations, yet his silence spoke volumes, indicating the truth of the matter. As an adopted daughter, Tang Yi had embroiled herself in such scandalous affairs, even encouraging Tang Yi to deliberately target Tang Xiaomin. Zhang Meiyu's feelings toward Tang Yi transcended mere disappointment. They morphed into disdain. At that moment, Zhang Meiyu could no longer contain herself. Wang Guanjia, administer the family discipline to Tang Yi, and do it at once. Tang Yi hastily interjected, Mother, please do not make things difficult for her. Even now you choose to protect Tang Yi. Is it really about making things hard for her? The Tang family has provided for her for nearly 20 years. She ought to understand how to conduct herself with gratitude. Yet instead, she dares to incite you to commit wrongful acts that if she is not taught a lesson, she may lead you to commit even greater transgressions. Wang Guanjia, why do you still hesitate? Wang Guanjia promptly descended to fetch Tang Yi to the parlor. The ruler struck Tang Yi's back repeatedly as she knelt on the floor, incessantly pleading for mercy. Mother, I truly did not seduce second brother. I swear. Zhang Meiyu, infuriated, lashed out. How dare you say that? Were it not for your encouragement, Tang Yi would never have ruined Xiaomin's performance attire. I wondered why Xiaomin appeared without shoes, dressed so inappropriately for the performance. It turns out you were behind it all. Wang Guanjia, give her 50 strikes of the ruler to instill a lasting lesson. As she sobbed, Tang Yi endured the punishment. Tang Yu, witnessing the scene, could not refrain from offering his counsel. Mother, while Yi has erred and deserves punishment, she has already received quite a few strikes. She has learned her lesson, hasn't she? Wang Guanjia, cease at once, Tang Yu commanded. Only then did Wang Guanjia relent. Tang Yi, having been pampered in the Tang household, bore the marks of over 30 strikes, and faint traces of blood began to seep through her white garments. It was indeed a tragic sight. Remember your position, and discern what actions are appropriate and what are not, Zhang Meiyu declared. Tang Yi, wincing in pain, knelt on the floor, barely able to hold herself upright. I understand. Thud. Unable to withstand any longer, she collapsed in the parlor. Tang Yi rushed forward, joining the butler in escorting her to the hospital. Upon awakening, Tang Yi found herself sprawled on the hospital bed, her back bound with bandages. In the room, only Tang Zhongxing had come to visit her. She felt utterly wronged, her voice trembling as she spoke. Father, enough, do not target Xiaomin any longer, and maintain your distance from your brothers. As Tang Yi lay on the bed, sorrow consumed her, and she began to weep. Woo-woo. Father, I truly did not seduce my brother. The person I cherish is Yi Fengxing, the one I aspire to marry is also him. Tang Xiaomin is fickle, unwilling to annul the engagement. Everything has been forced upon me by her father. Sob. She clearly promised to withdraw from the engagement herself. Has mother forgotten, or has father too? Is it merely because I am but an adopted daughter that I am subjected to such deceit? In this moment, Tang Yi feels utterly despondent. Recently, turmoil has engulfed our household. Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing have drifted apart, and now Tang Zhongqing is intent on pressuring Tang Xiaomin to withdraw from the engagement, while Zhang Meiyu stands firmly by Tang Xiaomin's side. The matter of marriage primarily rests with Yi Fengxing. Rather than relying on Xiaomin to annul the engagement, it would be more prudent for you to strive for it yourself. In truth, father also hopes you find a home soon, as it would alleviate some of the discord within the Tang family. I understand the reasoning, yet Yi Fengxing appears quite fond of Tang Xiaomin. What is Tang Yi to do? She hardly has the opportunity to approach Yi Fengxing to the Yi group. Butler Yi hurriedly entered Yi Fengxing's office. Young master, the man named Yanju has made his appearance. After Tang Xiaomin mentioned him that day, Yi Fengxing had been searching for this Yanju. Yet, despite extensive efforts, he had remained elusive, only to suddenly materialize now. What is his identity? Butler Yi continued. The individual's background is unclear. He is 27 years old, stands at 186 centimeters, and weighs. Just 10 minutes ago, he acquired several funeral homes in Modu, establishing the Xianfu Funeral Group. This person is exceedingly mysterious, refusing all media interviews. Matters of business are entirely handled by his assistant, Lu Xing, and thus far, we have not been able to ascertain his personal appearance. It is astonishingly enigmatic that even the Yi family cannot uncover his details. He appears to be no ordinary individual. Initially, Yi Fengxing thought Tang Xiaomin was merely fabricating an excuse to deceive him. However, with the emergence of this enigmatic Yanju, he could not afford to overlook the situation. Accompanied by an unprecedented sense of urgency, he resolved to keep a close watch on this individual and ensure a thorough investigation into his background. Understood, Butler Yi replied. Young master, Miss Tang has arrived and is waiting outside. Yi Fengxing's heart skipped a beat. Why has she come? What is her purpose? Young master, you will find out upon meeting her. After Butler Yi stepped out, Tang Xiaomin entered Yi Fengxing's office. She pulled 2 red books, the engagement certificate and the betrothal gifts, along with a blueprint and a bank card from her bag. Without preamble, she declared, here are the engagement certificate and betrothal gifts, returned in full. This blueprint is my design for the next project of the Yi family, and the card contains 1 billion. It is a token of my sincerity. As Tang Xiaomin spoke, she noticed Yi Fengxing's expression darkening. Gritting her teeth, she continued, let us annul our engagement. The air fell abruptly silent. Yi Fengxing was aware of Tang Xiaomin's impulsive nature, yet he had not anticipated her would come to him so soon after their engagement had been declared void. Moreover, she had brought along a blueprint and 1 billion in compensation. Is she looking down on someone? Yi Fengxing gazed intently at Tang Xiaomin and the item she had brought with her. Suppressing the anger stemming from her request to annul their engagement, he spoke in a calm tone. Are you here to terminate our engagement because of Yanju? This 10 billion is also given to you by him, isn't it? What? Yanju gave her money? Yi Fengxing thought to himself, his imagination running wild. However, she quickly reminded herself that she was indeed here to call off the engagement. If he insisted on thinking that way, then so be it. Quarreling held no value. Yes, that's correct, Tang Xiaomin readily admitted. Chapter 80. Reluctance to annul the engagement. To his astonishment, she declared without hesitation. Why? Yi Fengxing looked at the 19-year-old girl before him, whose youthful features still bore a hint of innocence, and felt an inscrutable sensation. He had conducted a background check on Tang Xiaomin. After being adopted by the Li Chongchun couple, she had lived in the old city area. The neighbors were familiar with her. She attended school, returned home and stayed indoors during holidays, often not venturing out for days, with few friends, leading a solitary life devoid of anything particularly remarkable. If one were to pinpoint something, it would be her excellent academic performance and diverse interests. He could not fathom how Tang Xiaomin had come to know the man named Yanju. Although Tang Xiaomin had prepared herself mentally upon arriving, she couldn't help but frown slightly at Yi Fengxing's demeanor. Do you disapprove? In other words, are you determined to cling to this engagement? A cold glint flashed in Yi Fengxing's piercing gaze. Had she rejected him at the outset, he might have acquiesced. After all, the Tang Xiaomin at that time was subservient and humble, a sight he could hardly admire. The marriage proposal and dowry were not of his own volition, but rather compelled by his grandfather. However, upon meeting Tang Xiaomin in person, he gradually realized she was not as the rumors depicted. He found her intriguing. As the surprises she brought him increased, so too did his interest in her. Spiraling out of control, she was already his fiancée. How could he possibly consent to her request for annulment? The absence of affection was inconsequential. It could be cultivated. He firmly believed that I do not agree. He stated resolutely that at his words. Tang Xiaomin's brows knitted tighter. Yi Xiao, if my decision to annul the engagement causes you to feel embarrassed, you may unilaterally announce the dissolution of our engagement without regard for my or the Tang family's reputation. Tang Xiaomin's stance on the annulment was unwavering, disregarding her own dignity and that of the Tang family. This only intensified Yi Fengxing's frustration. Why couldn't she like him? Why couldn't she embrace her role as his fiancé and marry him? Everything stemmed from that man named Yan Zhu. Even without having met him, Yi Fengxing felt an overwhelming animosity brewing within him. Suddenly, a smile crept across Yi Fengxing's lips, his handsome features softening. I understand your thoughts. However, I still cannot agree to the annulment. Frankly, I am quite vexed by my grandfather's arrangements for a marriage by proxy. Yet, even if I were to annul our engagement, he would undoubtedly seek to arrange another woman for me. So why not play along for a few years? After all, you are still young. Helping me delay this matter for a few years should not pose a problem. After some contemplation, Tang Xiaomin felt that such an arrangement was inappropriate. I can assist you in concealing matters before Grandfather Yi, and I can also obscure the truth from the outside world, but it would be wise to retreat. Suddenly, Yi Fengxing's expression turned grave. No more words, he stated. Either you heed my counsel and help me navigate these next few years, or you lack the capital to negotiate terms with me. His tone was laced with a menacing undertone. At that moment, Assistant Qiu entered the room. Yi Zong, the senior management meeting is about to commence. Yi Fengxing rose and, as he passed by Tang Xiaomin, inclined his head slightly and whispered softly, you are still young, and your thoughts may not be sufficiently thorough, leading you to act impulsively. I shall overlook today's incident, but I trust there will not be a recurrence. After delivering his warning, Yi Fengxing departed. He implied her lack of foresight. Was he referring to Tang Xiaomin's family? The Tang family held little significance for her, yet she could not allow her actions to endanger her foster parents. In her previous life, her decisions had inadvertently brought them considerable harm. At this moment, Tang Xiaomin felt the intense pressure emanating from Yi Fengxing. The front door was firmly shut, and no one was home. She dialed her foster parents' number, which connected. Mom, where are you? The line was filled with noise. Xiaomin, your father and I just won a travel voucher. We are abroad on vacation. You're still in school, so we didn't want to worry you. What's the matter? We just departed yesterday and arrived today. The tour group said it would take 2 weeks. Don't fret. The voucher is complimentary. We must board our transport now. We'll call you tonight. Goodbye for now. Her foster parents' voices were filled with laughter. Sounding quite cheerful, however, Tang Xiaomin sensed that the situation was far from simple. After returning to the Tang residence, she inquired with the bank and received astonishing news. That bank had a partnership with the Yi family, and those travel vouchers and various other coupons were all provided by them. This meant that since the demolition and relocation of the old district, Yi Fengxing had quietly taken control of her foster parents. And she had only just come to this realization. This moment, Tang Xiaomin felt a wave of dread wash over her. If she were to confront Yi Fengxing openly, would he not use her foster parents as leverage against her? Considering this, she had to carefully contemplate the matter of her engagement. She must handle it with utmost caution to ensure her foster parents remained unharmed upon returning home. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Furiously assaulting the skull-patterned pillow to vent her emotions, Tang Zhongqing instructed the chef, prepare some nourishing soup for Yi, using minimal seasoning. Her injuries have yet to fully heal, remember. Yes, sir. As Tang Xiaomin descended the stairs, she overheard this exchange within the household. Only Tang Zhongqing seemed to show concern for Tang Yi, leaving Tang Xiaomin perplexed. She then turned to the chef, make a few more spicy dishes. I suddenly crave something spicy. Yes, Miss Xiaomin. Tang Zhongqing interjected. Xiaomin Yi has already faced punishment for her mistakes. We must show mercy where we can. Your treatment of her is excessive. It is time to cease. This remark truly displeased Tang Xiaomin. Tang Zhongqing. When Tang Yi covertly targeted me, you feigned ignorance. Why did you not intervene on her behalf? Chapter 81. Dog bites dog. Tang Xiaomin genuinely harbored doubts about what enchantment Tang Yi had cast upon Tang Zhongqing. Previously, she had concealed medication, nearly causing his demise. Subsequently, she had stirred up a multitude of troubles, leading the entire family to lose faith in her. Yet, Tang Zhongqing astonishingly continued to overlook her transgressions, showing her tolerance. Even Zhang Meiyu, that person who could not discern right from wrong, and even the foolish Tang Yi, had regained their clarity. Only Tang Zhongqing remained oblivious. He glanced between Tang Yi and Tang Xiaomin, letting out a sigh. Xiaomin, Yi is only a few months younger than you. She lacks maturity, so please show her a bit more understanding. It is unseemly for a family to remain in constant conflict, especially since she has acknowledged her mistakes. Moreover, you have not spared her either. You publicized their scandal online. I did not rebuke you, so let us cease this. By heavens. Tang Xiaomin's worldview had long shattered, and Tang Zhongqing's words felt like a deliberate provocation. Is Tang Yi your adopted daughter or your mother? Your favoritism towards her is unparalleled. I doubt your mother ever received such indulgence. Enough, Tang Xiaomin. Do not overstep your bounds. Do not presume that your engagement with the Yi family grants you the right to act so arrogantly. When heaven intends to bring about one's ruin, it first drives them to madness. Be wary of ensnaring yourself. What if Yi Fengxing decides he no longer wants you? Such words struck a chord. In truth, Tang Xiaomin secretly wished for Yi Fengxing to disdain her, leading to a clean break in their engagement. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her previously ignited fury extinguished in an instant. She looked at Tang Yi, her eyes lighting up. Ding ding ding. I know you have been yearning for me to go to the Yi family and withdraw the engagement, thereby facilitating Tang Yi's desires. I am not one to be untrustworthy. The engagement letter and gifts are right here. If you possess the capability, go and annul it yourself, and I shall wholeheartedly cooperate. This revelation left Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The engagement that Tang Yi had fervently desired after countless attempts to pressure Tang Xiaomin, even spreading malicious rumors portraying her as mad. She had staunchly refused, yet now she was acquiescing. It felt surreal. The most elated was undoubtedly Tang Yi. As she finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, she cast an excited glance at Tang Zhongqing, her entire being seemingly urging, "Father, please assist me." Quickly. Tang Zhongqing, equally astonished by Tang Xiaomin's actions, incredulously inquired, "Are you truly willing to annul the engagement? But you previously refused. What has changed? What exactly do you intend?" He did not perceive this as a fortuitous opportunity. Tang Xiaomin's recent actions had been anything but simple. If she was resolute, even her own brother would not hesitate to expose her. However, Tang Yi could no longer contain her excitement. "Father, my sister has willingly agreed. Let us not hesitate any longer. Let us proceed to the Yi family to discuss the annulment." Tang Yi was filled with trepidation, fearing that Tang Xiaomin might change her mind at any moment. She wished to avoid any further delay. Tang Zhongqing, perplexed by Tang Yi's irrational reaction, found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of Tang Xiaomin's intentions, this matter required careful consideration. They could not afford to be outmaneuvered by Tang Xiaomin once again, leading to counterproductive outcomes. Tang Zhongqing remarked, "Since you are willing to call off the engagement, very well. I shall temporarily hold on to your betrothal letter and gifts. Furthermore, this abrupt decision to annul the engagement may not sit well with the Yi family. Allow me some time to ponder this matter before reaching a conclusion." As he spoke, Tang Zhongqing indeed set aside the betrothal letter and gifts. It was evident that Tang Xiaomin was his biological daughter, yet he unhesitatingly agreed to her request to annul the engagement, harboring no sense of guilt towards her. What more could be said of such a person? The one most delighted by this turn of events was undoubtedly Tang Yi. Had she not been nursing an injury, she might have leapt up in jubilant celebration as night fell. This incident somehow reached Zhang Meiyu's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, she stormed into the study to confront Tang Zhongqing with a barrage of scathing rebukes. Tang Zhongqing held a certain trepidation towards Zhang Meiyu, for she wielded control over the entire Tang family. He explained, "This is entirely Xiaomin's own decision to entrust me with, and she consented to the annulment herself. If you do not believe me, you can certainly inquire with her." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiyu's fury escalated to a boiling point, her face flushed with rage. She launched a furious assault on Tang Zhongqing, striking him with fists and feet. "You scoundrel! You must have coerced her into this, haven't you? I will not let this go." In a frenzy, Zhang Meiyu disregarded everything and engaged in a physical confrontation with Tang Zhongqing in the study. Butler Wang, unable to intervene, hastily summoned the entire family. Tang Yu and Tang Yi restrained Zhang Meiyu, attempting to halt her reckless behavior. "Mother, please let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence," Tang Yu implored. Zhang Meiyu, panting heavily, glared venomously at Tang Zhongqing. "You wretch, I have long found you insufferable. Why don't you just die?" Tang Zhongqing, his face marred by Zhang Meiyu's assault, appeared utterly disheveled. "I have already stated that it was Xiaomin who willingly chose to annul the engagement. You strike without understanding the facts. It seems you have lost your senses." Tang Zhongqing's infidelity with Aunt Shui had caused Zhang Meiyu to swallow her grievances for the sake of her own dignity. Each day she suppressed her feelings, and now, with Tang Zhongqing's slightest misstep causing her discomfort, she seized the opportunity to unleash her pent-up rage upon him. "What right do you have to decide Xiaomin's marital affairs? Is this yet another scheme prompted by Tang Yi? I shall immediately expel her from the Tang family." Zhang Meiyu, infuriated, directed her ire towards Tang Yi. Tang Yi, standing outside the door and overhearing Zhang Meiyu's tirade, felt utterly at a loss. Just as she contemplated defending herself, Tang Xiaomin approached leisurely. "What is all this commotion?" she inquired, her tone laced with impatience. Tang Zhongqing, sensing a glimmer of hope, urged Xiaomin, "Please tell your mother that the annulment is entirely your own decision. I have not coerced you. You must clarify this to prevent her from going mad and blaming me." Observing Zhang Meiyu's frantic demeanor and Tang Zhongqing's disheveled appearance, Tang Xiaomin could not suppress a chuckle. How delightful, a dog-eat-dog scenario. The matter of breaking off the engagement merely served as a catalyst. What truly compelled Zhang Meiyu to unleash her fury upon Tang Zhongqing was rooted in other grievances. The incident involving Xue loomed over the Tang family like a volatile volcano, threatening to erupt at any moment. Such a rare opportunity for Tang Zhongqing and Zhang Meiyu to express their unspoken frustrations was not to be overlooked by Tang Xiaomin. In Chapter 82, abandoned by the whole world, they had tormented her in her previous life, and now in this life, she was determined to ensure they experienced their fair share of suffering. As Tang Xiaomin continued to smile, the tension among the members of the Tang family escalated, particularly for Tang Zhongqing, who felt wronged. Tang Yi was on the verge of being implicated and cast out from the family. "Xiaomin, you must tell her," Tang Zhongqing urged, pressing her to speak out. He likely never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament, having labeled her as insane in public. After her laughter faded, Tang Xiaomin's gaze turned icy as she coldly declared, "Haven't you all longed for me to withdraw from the engagement with the Yi family? I have truly had enough. Enough of your overt and covert attempts to undermine me and tarnish my reputation because of this marriage. Or perhaps you encourage others to bully and scheme against me. I am weary of it all. Whenever you are ready, I shall accompany you to annul the engagement. I only wish for you to cease your machinations against me regarding this marriage in the future." "You." Tang Zhongqing seethed with fury. "Tang Xiaomin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Unfazed, Tang Xiaomin stood her ground. Am I mistaken? Reflect upon your own actions. Have you treated me any differently? Has Tang Yi? You play the harlot while seeking to maintain a facade of virtue. It is truly repugnant. If I do not withdraw from this engagement soon, I fear even more deranged occurrences await me." Outside, Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing exchanged accusations and insults, before Zhang Meiyu redirected her ire towards Tang Yi, threatening to expel her from the Tang household. Butler Wang attempted to restrain Tang Zhongqing, while Tang Yu pulled Zhang Meiyu back, resulting in utter chaos. Tang Yi absorbed the words spoken by his parents regarding Tang Yi's impending marriage to Yi Fengxing, and in that moment, his heart felt irrevocably shattered. Zhang Meiyu's relentless insistence on expelling Tang Yi left her in tears. As Tang Yi passed by her without so much as a glance, he paid her no mind and simply walked away. The Tang household descended into turmoil, a cacophony that persisted throughout the night. Alone, someone sipped red wine, relishing the discord with a knowing smile. The moonlight outside was breathtakingly beautiful. The following day, Tang Yi departed from home to stay at the company. After Zhang Meiyu's uproar, Tang Zhongqing ultimately conceded and presented the engagement letter and betrothal gifts to her. Early that morning, Zhang Meiyu was already in the living room chastising Tang Yi. "Let me make myself clear. If you dare to interfere with Xiaomin's engagement again, I will immediately cast you out of the Tang family. Do you understand?" Tang Yi endured her mother's biting words alone, with no one to confide in, feeling deeply wronged, now that her father was unable to stand up to her mother, and with her elder and second brothers offering no support. She felt like a pariah in the Tang household, especially in her mother's eyes. The affection her mother once lavished upon her had now morphed into disdain. Tang Yi could only stifle her anger, meekly acquiescing to her mother's demands. "I understand." Just at that moment, Tang Xiaomin descended the stairs. Zhang Meiyu's expression immediately shifted, as she handed the employment letter and the betrothal gifts to Tang Xiaomin. "These are yours, take them and keep them well." Tang Xiaomin did not even glance at them. "Don't give them to me. They are too hot to handle." Indeed, Tang Xiaomin felt the heat. Yet, to Zhang Meiyu's ears, this utterance bore an entirely different connotation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiyu shot a fierce glare at Tang Yi and issued a warning. "Tang Yi, you would do well to keep your nose clean. Should you dare to engage in any underhanded antics behind my back, do not blame me for being unkind." At that moment, in Zhang Meiyu's eyes, Tang Yi was no longer the kind-hearted, gentle and understanding daughter she once was. Tang Yi's faade had been completely unveiled by Tang Xiaomin. What remained from the Tang family was nothing but indifference. The marks left by the ruler on Tang Yi's body had not fully healed, and having skipped breakfast, she instructed the driver to take her to school. In such circumstances, avoidance seemed prudent. Upon arriving at school, she was met with furtive glances and whispered conversations. "Wow, who would have thought? She actually cohabits with her second brother. She's 19 this year. How can she still be like this?" There's no blood relation, so it's not considered incest. During the school celebration, I sensed a certain closeness between her and Tang Yi. At that moment, I felt something was amiss. Isn't it all cleared up now? That's true. In the past, wherever Tang Yi went, she was the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. Now wherever she went, she was met with pointed fingers and murmurs. It felt as though the entire world was condemning her. Upon entering the classroom, everyone cast various peculiar glances her way, deliberately avoiding her like one would a plague. Trash was thrown on her desk, and no one offered her any kindness. She could only quietly clean up after herself. Then Lu Feng arrived, holding a bouquet of roses. Someone rushed in, exclaiming in surprise, "What? Is he really going to give flowers to Tang Yi? He used to do that often." Indeed, as soon as Tang Yi came back to school, he caught wind of it and rushed over. How infatuated he is. Lu Feng. Previously, when Tang Yi was adored by everyone, she never regarded Lu Feng with any real esteem to her. Lu Feng was not even a spare tire. She only spoke to him when she needed to use him. Yet, at this moment, Lu Feng remained steadfastly devoted to her. Tang Yi felt a pang of emotion. Nearly moved to tears, she quickly tidied her hair and clothes, silently awaiting Lu Feng. After a brief pause, Lu Feng appeared today. He was dressed in a white shirt, dress trousers and leather shoes, having even donned a bow tie, a remarkably formal appearance. His hair was styled in a dashing manner. When Lu Feng entered the classroom, Tang Yi stood up in excitement, her eyes glistening. They say adversity reveals true feelings, and it seemed that only Lu Feng truly cared for her. Wow! As soon as Lu Feng appeared, the classroom erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. University is a realm of romantic freedom, and declarations of love are commonplace. Today, Lu Feng exuded vitality, a roguish smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The phrase rich second generation was embodied in him to perfection. Lu Feng strode over with a steady pace. Step by step in that direction lay Tang Yi's position. Upon realizing this, Tang Yi's lips trembled with excitement to this moment. She desperately yearned for someone to soothe her wounded soul. Lu Feng approached Tang Yi, halting before her. Just as everyone anticipated that he would present the flowers to Tang Yi, and profess his deep affection for her, an unexpected action unfolded. Chapter 83, Tang Yi? You do not deserve it. Lu Feng gestured for silence, signaling the crowd to refrain from making noise. Observing this, Tang Yi took a step closer to Lu Feng. This time he took 99 steps, leaving the final step for her to take with reddened eyes. Tang Yi prepared to accept the bouquet from Lu Feng's hands. What are you doing? Lu Feng spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Tang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this flower meant for me? A sardonic chuckle escaped Lu Feng's lips. Do you really believe you deserve it? Lu Feng's family had influential connections through a commercial marriage with the Yi family, their power and status far exceeding that of the Tang family, which he held in utter disdain. His words struck Tang Yi like a bucket of cold water. She widened her eyes, her lips quivering as she stammered. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's smile grew even more derisive. Still not clear. Allow me to clarify further. Given my status, what makes you, Tang Yi, worthy of me? You are not the only woman in this world. Your heartlessness renders you undeserving. Boom! It felt as though Tang Yi's mind had exploded, leaving her in a state of blankness. The onlookers cast scornful glances her way. The sting of humiliation was palpable. She truly believed she was adored by all. A woman of such low character deserved every bit of disdain. Just moments ago, Lu Feng seemed foolish, but now he appeared strikingly handsome. Amidst the derision of the crowd, Lu Feng placed the bouquet on Qian Lily's desk. I managed to secure front-row tickets for Voice of the World. Shall we go together tonight? Oh wow, a date as the crowd erupted in playful jeers. Lu Feng feigned calmness as he turned to leave. Qian Lily, momentarily stunned by this unexpected scene, soon blossomed into a smile as radiant as a flower. Clutching the bouquet, she excitedly dashed out of the classroom. Girls, look! Lu Feng sent me flowers and invited me to see Voice of the World tonight. Does he like me? Lin Kiki shot a disapproving glance at Qian Lily. Well, he did give you flowers, so he must like you. You're just giddy with joy. But didn't Lu Feng like Tang Yi? Why is he suddenly pursuing me? Shuya explained during that incident at the martial arts school, Lu Feng lost a fight to Xiaomin, and Tang Yi stubbornly refused to kneel. It's likely that was when Lu Feng saw through her. Speaking of which, we should thank Xiaomin. Qian Lily remarked that if she hadn't stirred things up, we wouldn't have realized how repugnant Tang Yi truly is. Indeed, that green tea BTCH Tang Yi can only be dealt with by someone as ruthless as Tang Xiaomin. Though Qian Lily had initially been affected, her feelings toward Tang Xiaomin had shifted to gratitude. Lin Keek's eyes brightened as a guest at the Voice of the World. Xiaomin was accompanied by the world-renowned electronic music deity, Yak, my idol. What are we waiting for? Let Xiaomin procure a few tickets for us to attend as well. It would be even more splendid if we could take a photo with Yak. Tang Xiaomin managed to secure front-row tickets for Lin Cuckoo and Shuya, who immediately took to social media to boast about it, flaunting her picture with Tang Xiaomin, which even garnered a bit of attention on a popular platform. Tangy, unable to bear the ridicule from her peers, discreetly slipped out of the classroom and sought refuge in the school's small garden. Now wherever she went, she felt the piercing gazes of others upon her, and every word spoken felt like an insult. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang, startling Tangy, who had recently developed a fear of answering calls. However, upon seeing that the caller was her third brother, she felt a bit more at ease. Third brother. Her voice quivered. Are you crying? Third brother, I truly did not seduce second brother as the rumors suggest. I had no idea he would profess his feelings in front of our parents. It was all Tang Xiaomin's deliberate scheme to tarnish my reputation online. I swear I did nothing wrong. Please believe me. Third brother. Sob. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Wait for me, it won't be long. This phone call instilled a glimmer of hope in Tang. Tang Su and Tang Yi were twins, yet their personalities were starkly different. Tang Yi was vivacious, while Tang Su was his polar opposite, often remaining taciturn. Tang Yi was on the path to stardom, whereas Tang Su chose to pursue a career in medicine, excelling at a young age and possessing remarkable skills. Moreover, he was deeply fond of Tang Yi. As she scrolled through her social media feed, Tang Yi discovered that Lin Cuckoo and her friends had made plans to attend the Voice of the World. Not only had Tang Xiaomin usurped her position within the Tang family and taken away her mother and elder brother, but she had also stolen her friends. The predicament Tang Yi found herself in was entirely due to Tang Xiaomin. A surge of resentment coursed through her, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails pierced her palms, though she remained oblivious to the pain. Suddenly, she noticed that Yiling Yun had also posted about attending the Voice of the World. Tang Yi recalled her own incident involving the red card. During those days, Lu Feng had been hospitalized and only Yiling Yun had the authority to issue a red card. Yet, she distinctly remembered Tang Xiaomin claiming responsibility for it. Why would Yiling Yun side with Tang Xiaomin? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Hence, he would assist Tang Xiaomin in undermining her. The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Unable to sit idly by, Tang Yi called Tang Zhongcheng, concocting an excuse for him to acquire tickets to the Voice of the World, and she decided to attend the event herself. She was determined to see Tang Xiaomin falter as a guest. Tang Xiaomin collaborated with the illustrious electronic music maestro, Yak, to perform a piece. Yak, a foreigner with golden hair, possessed a distinctly British visage and stood at an impressive height of over 6 feet. Clad entirely in black, during performances he donned a black mask, adding an air of mystery. Yak spun records live, while Tang Xiaomin took on the role of lead vocalist. Her flowing black hair seemed to dance without a breeze, exuding an undeniable aura that rivaled the legendary man behind her. As the music commenced, Tang Xiaomin's ethereal and penetrating voice resonated like a celestial melody, instantly transporting the audience into a wondrous state. The scene resembled a chaotic frenzy in Chapter 84. If I fall into the water with Tang Yi, who will you save? The live broadcast room of the production team was filled with an unusually unanimous barrage of comments. The anthem of this century. As the song concluded, Yak personally approached the front, grasping Tang Xiaomin's hand and raising it aloft, exclaiming in his halting Chinese, "Goddess, goddess, goddess." The host inquired of Yak, "What is your evaluation of this young partner? What performances has she exhibited during your collaboration?" At that moment, Yak appeared quite exhilarated, seemingly still recovering from the exhilarating state he had just experienced. He remarked, "Xiaomin possesses an exceptional understanding of electronic music. This piece, Freedom, is the result of our joint creation, with the climactic section inspired by Xiaomin's brilliance. She is remarkable, and I sincerely hope to continue collaborating with her. She is truly a rare prodigy." Yak, standing atop the realm of electronic music, seldom praises others. Yet, his commendation of Tang Xiaomin was particularly effusive. The audience below began to murmur in discontent. Those who had previously accused Xiaomin of plagiarism now found themselves contradicted. Those lacking talent often resort to questioning others' originality, while the truly gifted let their work speak for themselves. Modern life can be stifling. Some resort to indiscriminate criticism merely to assert their presence. Engaging with such individuals is akin to arguing with a dog, utterly pointless and only serving to portray oneself as insane. The program continued recording until 11:30, with Tang Xiaomin patiently awaiting her turn in the guest seat. At last, the recording concluded. After changing backstage, she emerged to find Shuya and her friends eagerly awaiting her. Lin Kiki, as usual, snapped selfies and group photos. Qian Lily couldn't help but tease, "Alright Kiki, your father wouldn't approve of your becoming an internet celebrity." so stop taking pictures. But I enjoy receiving likes, Kiki replied. Everyone else. Lu Feng suggested late-night snack anyone. Yes, yes, yes. Tomorrow is the weekend, the nightlife has only just begun, let us go. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, set off for a late-night meal. As they reached the company entrance, Tang Yi suddenly emerged. Xiaomin, may I have a word with you? This marked the first time Tang Yi spoke to Tang Xiaomin with such gentleness. His face bore less pride and more despondency, appearing noticeably disheveled. You all go ahead. I will be there shortly, Tang Xiaomin stated. Once Shuya and the others departed, she cast a cold glance at Tang Yi. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. Feeling the chill of Tang Xiaomin's indifference, Tang Yi finally grasped the extent of his previous misconceptions about her. Even Yak recognized Tang Xiaomin's talent. Leaving Tang Yi unable to continue deceiving himself regarding her abilities, he felt regret that if I hadn't thrown your belongings out of the room, if I hadn't damaged your performance outfit, if I hadn't treated you that way, would you have exposed me online? In this world, how many ifs exist? Tang Xiaomin replied, each word deliberate. But you have already done those things. Each member of the Tang family, she remembers with vivid clarity, the deeds that have left an indelible mark upon her heart. At this moment, Tang Yi bowed his head. Lacking the courage to meet the frigid gaze of Tang Xiaomin, those cold eyes seemed to constantly remind him of the transgressions he had committed against her. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let you provoke me. Can you? Tang Xiaomin interrupted him. Can you forgive yourself, is that it? Tang Yi nodded. He was not the type to stubbornly deny his mistakes. His apology was sincere. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips as she countered. Tang Yi, if one day, both I and Yi were to fall into the water, and you could only save one of us, who would you choose? She posed this conundrum of the century, keenly observing his reaction. Tang Ye's gaze faltered, unable to meet Tang Xiaomin's eyes. How could you and Yi end up in the water? You are deliberately putting me in a difficult position. Deliberate? I don't think so. Tang Xiaomin felt otherwise, for that day would inevitably come in the near future. Yi's true nature would be unveiled. Yet Tang Yi genuinely harbored feelings for her. Though he had set those feelings aside for now, when that day arrived, could he truly remain impartial? At this moment, Tang Ye's demeanor spoke volumes. Suddenly, Tang Xiaomin burst into laughter, though her expression soon darkened, suppressing something within. Tang Yi, I will never forgive you. With that, she took a step forward. Abruptly, Tang Yi grasped her arm. Let go of me or I swear I'll strike you down. Tang Xiaomin was genuinely enraged at that moment. Tang Yi wore an expression of helplessness. His apology had failed, and now he found himself being blamed for other matters. Though typically not the most astute, he exhibited remarkable cleverness when it came to Tang Xiaomin. I don't care what your motives are. We are family, and you would not want to see the Tang family in disarray, would you? From now on, refrain from actions that disrupt our harmony. Our parents have been quite unhappy lately because of you. It turned out that Tang Yi had placed the blame for Zhang Meiyu and Tang Zhongqing's issues squarely on Tang Xiaomin's shoulders. Tang Xiaomin forcefully shook off Tang Ye's hand. Tang Yi, you should ask Tang Zhongqing what he has done to wrong Zhang Meiyu. Don't be such a fool, merely pointing fingers at me. After leaving this parting remark, Tang Xiaomin walked away. Tang Yi stood in place, deep in thought. Could it be that there were indeed matters between their parents that they were unaware of? Was that the reason for their escalating discord? The shares of the Tang family had always been held solely by their mother, and her standing in the family was paramount. Why had she suddenly changed? Why was she suddenly so kind to Tang Xiaomin? Tang Yi resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. Tang Xiaomin, along with Qian Lily and others, went to Lu Feng's barbecue restaurant for a late-night snack. After satisfying their appetites, it was already 12:30. Tang Xiaomin gazed at the occasional specters wandering the street and thought of someone. Ling Yuan, you can take Xiaomin home. You two are going in the same direction. The arrangements were made cheerfully, and everyone exited the barbecue restaurant together. Lu Feng and the others left first. After a while, Ling Yuan pulled up in his fiery red Ferrari, stopping beside Tang Xiaomin. Shall we go? Once aboard, the vehicle glided smoothly along the highway, and at this juncture, there were few cars in sight. Tang Xiaomin suddenly remarked, you are a member of the Yi family, so do you know why the old master of the Yi family insisted on an arranged marriage? At that time, I had yet to be born. How could he possibly know I would be a girl? Chapter 85. The male protagonist's entrance. Was he not concerned about the possibility of having a son and making a fool of himself? The Tang family is merely an ordinary affluent clan. Tang Xiaomin found it perplexing why the old master of the Yi family would take such a considerable risk with an arranged marriage. Why do you ask such a question? Shouldn't you be pleased to have a betrothal with the Yi family? Ling Yuan countered. Tang Xiaomin shook her head. I am someone who values freedom. I detest constraints and loathe the bindings of marriage. Yet, Ling Yuan discerned an underlying meaning in her words. Perhaps Tang Xiaomin did not harbor feelings for Yi Fengxing. If she truly liked him, she would revel in the situation rather than express dissatisfaction. Do you not have any affection for Yi Feng? In her previous life, she had never held an ounce of fondness for him. In this lifetime, that sentiment would not change, especially since he had taken her adoptive parents hostage. Simply on that account, any flicker of affection had dissipated. An arranged marriage encapsulates this very essence, binding two individuals devoid of affection into a singular marital union. Yi Lingyun comprehended, yet he also recognized that Tang Xiaomin could not alter the circumstances, for she was confronting the Yi family, not engaging in petty squabbles or brawls. I shall inquire about your question another day, though I cannot guarantee I will uncover anything. Thank you. Yi Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. Tang Xiaomin was unusually polite. This was unlike her. Feeling fatigued, Tang Xiaomin leaned back in her seat for a brief respite. Yi Lingyun, while driving, occasionally stole glances at her. Having known her for quite some time, he realized she was in fact quite easy to get along with. Although her temper was rather volatile, often resulting in altercations over trivial disagreements, there existed a unique charisma about her that was undeniably admirable. As Yi Lingyun pondered these thoughts, he suddenly beheld a shocking sight in the rearview mirror. What on earth? The car behind us is ablaze. How can it still be moving? Tang Xiaomin jolted awake at Yi Lingyun's exclamation and glanced into the rearview mirror. Indeed, there was a vehicle behind them, engulfed in fierce flames, its visage grotesque and terrifying. This was not merely a fire. It was something far worse. What kind of person continues to drive with their car ablaze? Surely they haven't perished in the flames. Yi Lingyun cursed under his breath, preparing to slow down and pull over. Abruptly, a sharp blow struck the back of Yi Lingyun's head, rendering him unconscious. Tang Xiaomin swiftly engaged the handbrake, causing the car to spin around and halt in the middle of the road. Opposite them lay the burning vehicle, and as the flames gradually subsided, its true form was revealed, entirely black and menacing in design. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a skull when viewed head-on, akin to a nightmarish demon. The vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Phantom produced by the Underworld Group, a limited edition collectible. Tang Xiaomin stared in astonishment at the car, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. How could this be possible? Just as Tang Xiaomin was engulfed in shock, the door of that car swung open. A long leg, adorned with gleaming black leather shoes, struck the ground. A man clad in a black suit and trousers descended from the vehicle, traversing the inky darkness of the night, inching ever closer to Tang Xiaomin. The subtle, almost imperceptible arc of charm at the corner of his mouth was hauntingly familiar, sending a chill down her spine as it always did. As he approached, the details of his visage gradually came into sharp relief. His aloof gaze seemed devoid of focus, lacking the vibrancy of a living being. Instead, it harbored a profound tranquility. Dark strands of hair languidly cascaded around his ears. The sapphire earring adorning his left ear refracted a dazzling brilliance against the night sky. With just a few strides, his commanding presence felt as if legions of warriors stood behind him, ready to serve. Towering at an impressive height of 187 centimeters, he exuded the allure of a mature man. His striking handsomeness was simply breathtaking, drawing one's gaze like a black hole from which escape seemed impossible. As Tang Xiaomin stood there, stunned into silence, the man forcefully kicked open the door of the driver's seat. Wordlessly, he seized the unconscious Yi Lingyun and dragged him out. Hey! Don't! Tang Xiaomin suddenly snapped back to reality, her voice rising in urgency. Yet the man paid her no heed. In a flash, she exited the vehicle and rushed forward, grasping his arm. Let go! Quickly! She commanded, her tone firm. I order you to release him. He's merely a driver. Let him go. The man callously tossed Yi Lingyun to the ground, remaining silent as he prepared to unleash his wrath upon him. Tang Xiaomin clung to him with all her might, fervently explaining, Don't be reckless. This is not your underworld corporation. If you harm him, it is a crime, and you will be imprisoned. Whoever sees me shall perish. The man retorted angrily, still so arrogant, self-important, and deluded. You cannot disrupt the laws of the world. Killing a few is not a significant issue. Murder is a grave taboo. Descending into hell entails enduring various tortures. You have experienced that sensation, do not provoke it. The two grappled on the road, resembling a brawl. Tang Xiaomin feared him the most. Reasoning with him was futile. Frustrated, she forcefully released Yanju. I am angry. The kind that cannot be soothed. I will not concern myself with you. With that, she huffed and turned away. Upon hearing her words, Yanju, unable to disregard Yi Lingyun, hurried after her. Minmin, I have finally found you. Do not abandon me. Please, Minmin. Someone was as stubborn as a mule. Ignoring him. Minmin, if you refuse to acknowledge me, I shall perish before your eyes. He even resorted to threats. He was truly that kind of person, both bothersome and clingy. Yanju quickened his pace to match Tang Xiaomin, walking alongside her down the street. In this manner, they reached an understanding. Yanju, with utmost seriousness, began to explain himself, his deep voice flowing smoothly, his peripheral gaze resting on Tang Xiaomin. People today suffer immensely. They are reluctant to reincarnate after death. Over time, the underworld corporation has become overcrowded. Tang Xiaomin shot him an incredulous glance. What does that have to do with your presence here? I intend to develop the funeral business diligently, ensuring that when individuals depart from this world, they do so with a sense of peace, thus alleviating their grievances and perhaps encouraging them to reincarnate with a tranquil spirit. Tang Xiaomin was taken aback. He had surprisingly learned to diversify his business ventures. It was a mistake to suggest he commercialized the afterlife. As time passed, he seemed to thrive, indulging in pleasures as long as money was involved. Some spirits had their families burning paper money for them regularly, allowing them a comfortable existence in the underworld. Who would aspire to struggle for life amidst such indulgence? Tang Xiaomin never anticipated that her well-meaning intentions would lead to unintended consequences. Minmin, where are you taking me? Suddenly, Tang Xiaomin halted, grasping Yanju's hand, feeling and inspecting him with curiosity. Chapter 86. Tang Xiaomin embracing a man of flesh and blood. Indeed, he was flesh and blood. Tang Xiaomin stared in astonishment at the man before her. He was not like this before. Do you have a heartbeat? Upon hearing this, a flicker of mischief danced in the proud depths of the man's eyes. Abruptly, he pressed Tang Xiaomin's head against his chest. Listened in a place where Tang Xiaomin could not see. A wicked smile curled at the corners of the man's lips, his handsome face radiating a sense of enjoyment. Thump. Thump. She heard the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and felt the warmth emanating from his body. He was alive. Tang Xiaomin stepped back, staring at Yanju in disbelief. She rose onto her toes, playfully pinching his face, overwhelmed by curiosity. How on earth did he manage this? The man grasped her wrist, raising an eyebrow at her. Aren't you pleased to see me? Pleased? She was almost overwhelmed with joy. How could she not be? However, she would never confess that she had even dreamt about him. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and suddenly a car approached from a distance, its headlights illuminating Yi Lingyun, who lay forgotten and unconscious on the road. No! Tang Xiaomin exclaimed, rushing to Yi Lingyun's side, preparing to lift him into the vehicle. Suddenly, Yanju grasped her shoulder from behind. Minmin, do not touch the opposite sex. Tang Xiaomin retorted, he is my friend and classmate, the kind with whom I usually hang out. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Are you so concerned about him? The man's brow furrowed, displaying clear displeasure, as he pulled Tang Xiaomin into his car. Hey! You can't just leave him on the street. There was no time to waste. The vehicle sped through the city streets with audacious haste, leaving onlookers in stunned disbelief. Tang Xiaomin called Yi Lingyun, and on the third attempt he finally answered. Where have you been? What happened? Yi Lingyun's voice was bewildered as though he was left behind by her. Tang Xiaomin hastily hung up. Within a matter of minutes, Yanju had brought Tang Xiaomin to the outskirts of the city, arriving before a towering structure built against the mountains, estimated to be 70 or 80 stories high. The word Xianfu Group loomed at the top, radiating a sinister red glow. The imposing architecture exuded an air of mystery and eeriness. Tang Xiaomin could not help but twitch her lips, glancing at the man beside her. What exactly do you intend to do? Yanju wore a hint of smugness on his face. I'm going to start a company. He chuckled. If you're making money off the dead, that's one thing, but now you're profiting off the living. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? At these words, a wicked smile crept across the man's lips. I am divine retribution. She found it impossible to articulate her thoughts to him, so she decided to leave it be. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Yanju panicked. Was she really leaving so soon? Can't you stay? I can help you. Don't you dare interfere, or I will truly ignore you. Minmin, don't follow me. Yanju watched as Tang Xiaomin strode away, ever the embodiment of independence and individuality. Occasionally displaying her whims and throwing tantrums, she remained both playful and endearing. Without a hint of courtesy, Tang Xiaomin drove off in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, flashing a carefree smile at Yanju through the window before departing. That smile stirred something within Yanju, compelling him to chase after her. President Yan, wake up! Your queen has already departed. Liu Xing had never witnessed such a tenacious pursuit of a woman, trailing her from the underworld to the realm of the living. The most unfortunate of all was he, the judge, now compelled to learn the complexities of human laws and regulations for the sake of money. He toiled endlessly, feeling utterly despondent. Living. Truly was exhausting. Being a ghost seemed far more comfortable. She smiled at me. Liu Xing remarked, President Yan, you ought to rest and adjust to the time difference. We still need to make money, for without it, you cannot attract women. there's plenty of time. She cannot escape your grasp. Escape? She couldn't evade it in death. Can she truly escape while alive? It's merely money. Give me a year and I shall become the wealthiest. Does he truly believe money comes easily? It's hard-earned. As night fell, his spirits only grew more invigorated. At the Tang residence, Tang Yi locked herself in her room. Trembling beneath her covers, she had been quietly following Tang Xiaomin since the moment she left the recording site. Taking a taxi to trail her all the way to her astonishment, she witnessed a bizarre scene. A burning car and a man whose face was obscured, embracing Tang Xiaomin on the street. Tang Yi retrieved her phone, opened the video and zoomed in for a clearer view. Indeed, there was a strange man, but the image was too blurry to discern his features. Why was it so uncanny? Regardless, the embrace was undeniable. This was a clear case of effortlessly obtained evidence. She was eager to see how Tang Xiaomin would explain this to Yi Fengxing. Tang Yi hesitated to act on her own accord. The next day, she approached Tang Xiaomin in his study, phone in hand. "Father, look at what I captured." "What did you capture?" "See for yourself." A triumphant smile graced Tang Yi's face as she presented the incriminating evidence on her phone. The more Tang Xiaomin examined it, the graver his expression became. "When did you take this?" "Father, my sister was embracing a strange man. If Yi Xiao finds out about this, he will likely call off the engagement. As a man, no one could tolerate their fiancé being entangled with another man. Yet, this alone was insufficient. The identity of the man in the video must be uncovered, and this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone in the household besides myself, especially not to your mother. For now we should refrain from taking any impulsive actions and await an opportune moment." "Father, I understand that I in the living room." Tang Xiaomin was enjoying her breakfast. "Xiaomin, is that car in the garage yours? Last night, someone captured footage of a car engulfed in flames. Could it possibly be that one?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin furrowed her brow slightly. She hadn't anticipated that the news would spread online so swiftly. Today's netizens truly feel compelled to share everything. It wasn't a fire. It was merely an effect created by some fluorescent powder. Tang Yu pondered as he watched the video circulating online. Have modified cars become so realistic nowadays? By the way, where did you acquire that vehicle? Chapter 87. The Torment of Aunt Snow. She could hardly confess that it was her own creation. It's a friend's car. I borrowed it for a few days. Tang Xiaomin replied nonchalantly. Just then, Tang Yi descended from upstairs, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "A friend, you say? Male or female?" "Ah, Tang Yi, it seems that 3 days without being reprimanded has made her restless." Tang Xiaomin retorted coldly. "What business is it of yours?" In response, Tang Yi chuckled defiantly. "You're right. It truly is none of my concern, and I shouldn't meddle. After all, with how exceptional you are, I'm sure there are many who wish to befriend you. Both men and women alike. Unlike me, who has been falsely accused of seducing my brother. Now everyone treats me with disdain and looks at me askance." The way she spoke made it sound as if she were the only one suffering a grave injustice. While everyone else were irredeemably vile, she had merely endured a few slaps and some insignificant disdainful glances. A modicum of hardship, and she believed it to be an unbearable ordeal. What Tang Yi has endured pales in comparison to the countless tribulations Tang Xiaomin faced in her previous life. A faint, enigmatic smirk graced Tang Xiaomin's lips, a reaction that was almost repulsive. "Do you know what this is called? This is called retribution. You." Just as another argument was about to erupt, Tang Yu intervened with a few conciliatory words. "Enough, let's all refrain from saying too much. What sort of family squabbles like this? Do you wish to add to the chaos at home?" Tang Xiaomin rolled her eyes. Tang Yu felt a sense of helplessness as he sat down to converse with Tang Xiaomin. "Xiaomin, our parents have been quite unhappy due to your situation. I hope you can mediate between them. You wouldn't want to see our family torn apart, would you?" With this statement, Tang Yu shifted the burden of responsibility onto Tang Xiaomin. He was so absorbed in his work, neglecting everything else, that he naively assumed she was the source of the trouble. It was rather pitiable to conduct oneself in such a manner. Tang Xiaomin had no intention of taking the blame. "Tang Yu, do you truly believe that a woman could suddenly harbor a deep-seated hatred for a man solely because of me? If that is your belief, then you are indeed quite naive." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu frowned. "Xiaomin, what exactly do you know? If you wish to know, then investigate for yourself. You work at the company with Tang Xiaomin every day. It should not be difficult for you." Though she said this, Tang Yu hesitated at the thought of probing into matters concerning his own father. Several inmates, both overtly and covertly, targeted her, and under the cover of night, they resorted to brutal assaults. Without any provocation, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. In that moment, Shui's hair lay in disarray. Her clothes torn asunder, bruises marred her body, her lips bore the marks of contusions, and her face was swollen beyond recognition, rendering her existence akin to a living hell. She curled up in a corner, trembling with fear. Once the assailants had satiated their aggression and succumbed to slumber, she cautiously rose, terrified of disturbing them and incurring further violence. Enduring such a life had become unbearable for Shui. Tang Xiaomin had once vowed to devise a means of her escape, yet time had elapsed without his arrival. As days turned into weeks, Shui gradually came to the disheartening realization that she had been deceived by Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, I loathe you. If I am to suffer, you shall not find peace either. In the stillness of the night, Shui stealthily roused a fellow inmate on the verge of release, a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Zhao Yi, who possessed a slightly plump figure. Zhao Yi had been incarcerated for theft, driven by greed and cunning. Zhao Yi, I have a lucrative proposition that could swiftly enrich you. I can ensure that you acquire a substantial sum upon your release. Zhao Yi, awakened and irritated, demanded, what is this proposition? Speak plainly. You are aware of the Tang Corporation, yes? The president, Tang Xiaomin, is my paramour. I was wrongfully imprisoned by his wife, Zhang Meiyu. I bear him a daughter, I assure you. Once you are free, seek out Tang Xiaomin and threaten him. If he refuses to provide you with money, simply inform him that you will disclose this to his wife. He will surely comply, for he fears her greatly. Mention that it was Li Shui who informed you, and he will acquiesce without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is what you say truly credible? Shui fervently nodded, her expression brimming with urgency. Every word is the truth. I am aware that you and the others have been tormenting me. Undoubtedly under the influence of Zhang Meiyu. I served as the housekeeper for the Tang family for over a decade, accumulating several million alongside what Tang Xiaomin provided. However, upon Zhang Meiyu's discovery, she orchestrated my imprisonment. Out of fear for my daughter's safety, I refrained from revealing this. But I can no longer endure this torment. Zhao Yi, I implore you to assist me. If you threaten Tang Xiaomin, not only will he furnish you with money, but he will also find a way to extricate me from this nightmare. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. He would part with hundreds of thousands without a second thought. Zhao Yi's interest was piqued. Although Li Shui was in her 40s, she had maintained her appearance remarkably well upon her arrival, resembling a woman in her 30s, a testament to the comfortable life she had led prior to her incarceration. What if he refuses to meet me? What if he doubts my claims? And where is your daughter? Tang Yi was Shui's final trump card, and she would be foolish to divulge her whereabouts to Zhao Yi. I possess Tang Xiaomin's private number. You may contact him directly. He is terrified of his wife and will likely offer money to quell any potential scandal. Afterward, Shui and Zhao Yi reached an unspoken agreement. Upon her release from prison, the destitute Zhao Yi, adhering to Shui Yi's instructions, placed a call to Tang Xiaomin. Mr. Tang, Li Shui has sent me to seek you out. Upon hearing the name Li Shui, a wave of trepidation washed over Tang Xiaomin, rendering him momentarily unsettled. Just as he was about to terminate the call, a fresh threat emerged from the other end. Mr. Tang, Li Shui claims she has borne you a daughter. If you wish to keep this matter from reaching your wife, we must meet. Tang Xiaomin's mind buzzed with confusion. What exactly do you want? Zhao Yi then divulged Zhang Meiyu's number. .17823229. This is indeed your wife's number, isn't it? You have two options. Either come meet me now, or I will promptly inform your wife that Li Shui has given birth to your child. I shall be waiting for you at the safe opposite the Tang Corporation. You have but 10 minutes, and additionally, I require 500,000. With that, Zhao Yi ended the call, decisively seizing control of the situation. Chapter 88. The collapse of a father's image. The revelation of Zhang Meiyu's number filled Tang Xiaomin with dread. Fearing that the details regarding Tang Yi might be exposed, he had assumed that Li Shui would remain subdued in prison. Little did he know she would resurface, haunting him once more. Tang Xiaomin contemplated drastic measures, even the possibility of silencing her permanently. However, the thought of acting against Tang Yi's biological mother weighed heavily on his conscience, making it impossible for him to face his daughter thereafter. Thus, he resolved to let Li Shui remain in her predicament, allowing her to languish in confinement. Yet now, trouble had arisen anew. Zhang Meiyu already harbored resentment towards him due to this affair, and if the truth about Tang Yi were to come to light, the consequences were unfathomable. Aware that he was being extorted, Tang Xiaomin begrudgingly prepared to placate the situation. He hurried to the finance department to withdraw cash and left in haste. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Tang Yu glanced at the clock. Why has my father not arrived yet? The secretary replied, I just came from finance and saw Mr. Tang leaving with a considerable sum of cash in quite a hurry. I assumed he had informed you, so I did not mention it. Tang Yu recalled the words of Tang Xiaomin, feeling a prick of unease in his heart. The meeting is tomorrow. Let us disperse. After inquiring further, he learned that Tang Xiaomin had just departed, prompting him to rush to the elevator in pursuit. Exiting the lift, he spotted Tang Xiaomin entering the CAF opposite the Tang Corporation, carrying a suitcase. Inside the CAF, Tang Xiaomin entered a private room, placing the suitcase filled with 500,000 cash on the table. Here is the sum of 500,000, but should you accept this money and renege on your word? What then? He was no fool. Having been ensnared by Li Xue's antics time and again, he was now wary of anyone's assurances. Do you know where the daughter Li Xue bore me is located? At this, a flicker of panic crossed Zhao Yi's face. Of course I know. Li Xue has concealed the child in a place known to no one. If you provide me with the money, I assure you I will keep this matter confidential. Eagerly, Zhao Yi pulled the suitcase towards her, opening it and beginning to count the cash before Tang Xiaomin's eyes. On her countenance was an insatiable expression of greed. As if she had tumbled into a veritable pit of wealth, Zhao Yi was utterly at a loss for words, unable to articulate the whereabouts of the child. Her evasive demeanor clearly indicated her ignorance. Otherwise, she would have threatened him long ago, which would have been far more persuasive. Li Xue was not so foolish as to jest about Tang Yi's situation. I hope you keep your word and do not divulge the secret, Tang Xiaomin remarked with a hint of detachment. Indeed, I assure you, I will not let it slip, came the response. By the way, Li Xue is having a rather difficult time in prison. She has asked me to convey a message urging you to rescue her. Regardless of the circumstances, she has borne you a child. For the sake of that child, you ought to save her. Tang Xiaomin's expression grew increasingly sinister. The emergence of Tang Yi had been entirely unforeseen. A secret born of Li Xue's clandestine actions. With matters having reached this juncture, further discourse was futile. Just as Zhao Yi was counting money with a beaming smile, several uniformed prosecutors abruptly stormed into the private room. Without uttering a word, they fastened a pair of cold handcuffs around Zhao Yi's wrists. Zhao Yi, you are suspected of extortion, and with the evidence in hand, you will come with us. Zhao Yi was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. This money was given willingly. I did not extort him, truly I did not. The prosecutors maintained a stern demeanor, their tone authoritative and frigid. Take her away. I didn't. And thus the prosecutors led Zhao Yi away. The moral fabric of society had deteriorated, with brazen extortion amounting to 500,000. Such a sum warranted a sentence of 10 years, sufficient for a lifetime of penitence within prison walls. Tang Xiaomin declared, to express my gratitude for the prosecutor's assistance, I shall donate the 500,000 to the prosecutor's office once the evidence is secured. The head prosecutor, visibly excited, shook Tang Xiaomin's hand. Mr. Tang, you are too kind. Serving the public is our duty. It is only right. Should you encounter such matters again, be sure to report them immediately. We cannot allow personal reasons to excuse criminal behavior. An ignorant individual dared to threaten him, oblivious to the consequences. After Tang Xiaomin departed, Tang Yu stealthily descended from the upper floor. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to steady his tumultuous emotions. Moments ago, he had been in the adjacent room, eavesdropping intently. The mention of Li Xue undoubtedly referred to Aunt Xue. It was astounding that Aunt Xue had borne a child for his father. Did this not imply an intimate connection between them? No wonder his mother harbored such intense resentment towards Aunt Xue, suddenly expelling her from the Tang family. It was now evident that the truth had come to light, inciting her wrath. That if indeed his father had committed an act of betrayal against his mother, her recent confrontational stance towards him could be easily understood. Yet, why had she not disclosed this to them? Surely, had she spoken up, her sons would have rallied to her side. However, upon reflection, what could they have done? Were they to watch their father and mother divorce over past grievances? Tang Ye's mind was awash with thoughts, spiraling into a vortex of discontent. The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became, leaving him devoid of any clarity of thought. Beep, beep, beep. Gazing at the phone displaying his father's call, Tang Yu hesitated momentarily before finally answering. Tang Yu, why did you cancel the meeting? How dare he even ask? At this moment Tang Yu's heart was a tumult of emotions. His father was the mountain in his eyes, always admonishing him. Tang Yu, you are the eldest son of the Tang family. You must strive to be a role model for your younger siblings and uphold this family. He had never doubted his father's character. Yet now that mountain had unexpectedly crumbled. Tang Yu, why are you silent? Tang Yu slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, responding nonchalantly, since you didn't come, I let them disperse. Tang Xiaomin spoke earnestly over the phone, this meeting is the final handover of my duties. Once it concludes, the Tang enterprise will be entirely in your hands. Tang Yu, as the eldest son, your younger siblings each have their own passions, and the future of the Tang family rests upon you. I understand this may feel overwhelming, but your father firmly believes you will surpass me. I will always support you. Chapter 89. Is the illegitimate daughter truly Tang Yi? His father had always represented the towering mountain Tang Yu aspired to conquer. Listening to his heartfelt words, Tang Yu felt no stirrings within. He remained silent, quietly ending the call. Tang Yu did not go to work. Alone, he ventured to a bar, consuming copious amounts of alcohol, lost in contemplation. What could he do for this family? Furthermore, where was that illegitimate daughter? Elder brother, have you been drinking? Tang Yi approached, attempting to offer him support. Mother instructed me to maintain my distance from you, that I shall call Butler Wang to assist you to no need. Tang Yi stumbled to the sofa and sat down. I will prepare some honey water for you. Tang Yi dutifully went to make the honey water, a simple task of mixing honey with warm water. Father often had social engagements, returning home drunk, and Aunt Shui had taught her how to prepare it. Tang Yi handed a cup of honey water to Tang Yu, who took a sip, feeling considerably relieved in his stomach. Who taught you to make this honey water? Aunt Shui taught me. Tang Yi's expression dimmed at the mention of Aunt Shui. Mother suddenly sent Aunt Shui away. I do not know the reason. Do you think it could be because of my sister? She dislikes Aunt Shui and even hospitalized her. Half inebriated, Tang Yu listened to Tang Yi incessantly speak of Aunt Shui. Suddenly, a rather absurd thought flickered through his mind. Tang Yi had always been well-behaved and considerate, treating everyone kindly. Their sibling bond, forged over more than a decade, was indeed genuine. Mother's decision to send Aunt Shui away has nothing to do with Xiaomin. Do not overthink it. Rest early, he advised. Tang Yi, somewhat discontent, responded, since I can remember, Aunt Shui has worked for the Tang family. Mother treated her well too. That if it weren't for my sister, I truly cannot fathom why Mother would expel Aunt Shui. Enough. Tang Yu reprimanded Tang Yi. She is merely a servant. If she is sent away, so be it. There is no need for reasons. I in the future, do not mention such inconsequential individuals before our parents. Tang Yu's sudden sternness left Tang Yi feeling quite unsettled. I won't mention it, but I have indeed done some regrettable things to Tang Xiaomin. Yet, dear brother, must you treat me with such coldness? We may not share blood ties, but the bond of brotherhood we have nurtured over the years surely outweighs mere genetic connections. She clearly offers a frosty demeanor to everyone at home. Why then must we continually present our warm faces only to receive her icy indifference? The following day, after Tang Yi had left for the day, Tang Yu stealthily entered her room and collected several strands of her hair from her pillow. He needed to ascertain whether Tang Yi was truly adopted or if there were deeper secrets at play. Meanwhile, in the office, Tang Zhongqing completed all the necessary work handovers. The Tang Corporation was officially entrusted to Tang Yu's capable hands. Tang Zhongqing remarked to Tang Yu, "Yi is growing up, and I plan to arrange for her to intern at the company. Although the Tang family is affluent, personal abilities cannot be overlooked." Tang Yu responded, "I understand. I will ensure she has ample opportunities for development." Tang Zhongqing sighed, his expression tinged with helplessness. "Your mother has significant reservations about Yi due to Xiaomin's situation and frequently threatens to send her away. You should encourage your mother not to push Yi out, lest outsiders mock our family." His father's words were reasonable, devoid of any impropriety. Whether or not Tang Yu's suspicions were correct, all that remained was to await the outcome. Recently, Tang Yi had been solitary at school, and on weekends she diligently interned at the company, displaying commendable earnestness. On this particular day, Butler Wang prepared an exquisite gown for Tang Xiaomin. "Miss Xiaomin, Madam requests that you accompany her to the Yi family for Old Master Ye's birthday banquet this evening. She mentioned you are to make a grand appearance as the fiancé of young Master Yi." Tang Xiaomin regarded the gown with disdain. "Will Tang Yi be attending?" "Sir, Madam, and Miss Yi will all be present." Tang Xiaomin accepted the gown. In her previous life, Old Master Ye's birthday banquet had been quite the spectacle. At that event, she had humiliated Yi Fengxing and lost face herself, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the city. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Tang Xiaomin donned a black court gown, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Zhang Meiyu and a few others were ready, waiting for her in the living room. Upon seeing Tang Xiaomin descend the staircase, Zhang Meiyu furrowed her brow. "Where are your high heels? A gown demands high-heeled shoes. Your choice of footwear is utterly tasteless. Butler Wang, please fetch her heels from upstairs and assist her in changing." She continued, "And your hair? How can you wear it in a ponytail? Let it down. You must present yourself as a lady. Today is a significant occasion for the Yi family, and any misstep on your part will invite criticism." Zhang Meiyu had always possessed a keen sense of fashion and was genuinely concerned. Yet, Tang Xiaomin remained unfazed. "If I change, I will merely blend in with all of you. There's no need for that. Today is a crucial day. You cannot." Tang Xiaomin rolled her eyes. "Then I simply want to go." Tang Yi hurriedly interjected, "Mother, my sister is beautiful, and her current attire is quite lovely. Let us not pressure her further." Zhang Meiyu, truly at her wits' end with Tang Xiaomin, opted not to insist any longer. Tang family dispatched 2 vehicles. Tang Xiaomin accompanied Zhang Meiyu in one, while Tang Zhongqing rode with Tang Yi in the other, cleverly dividing into teams. Zhang Meiyu cautioned, "Today is the birthday banquet of Old Master Yi. We mustn't allow any mishaps. Once we arrive at the Yi residence, stay close to me." Tang Xiaomin remained silent, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips. Today Zhang Meiyu would likely be disappointed to the Yi family estate. The atmosphere was vibrant and festive, adorned with lanterns and bustling with guests. The elite from various sectors mingled, creating a lively scene. After disembarking alongside Zhang Meiyu, a servant relayed messages via walkie-talkie, and soon, Butler Yi personally emerged to greet them. He slightly bowed before Tang Xiaomin, respectfully stating, "Miss Tang has arrived. Please do come in." The stature of Butler Yi within the Yi family is well known, and his demeanor toward Tang Xiaomin served as a tacit confirmation of the rumors. It turned out that the betrothed of the Yi family was indeed the true daughter of the Tang family, Tang Xiaomin, rather than the adopted daughter, Tang. In an instant, the onlookers felt a sense of being deceived, casting envious and resentful glances at Tang Xiaomin while simultaneously regarding Tang Yi with disdain. Butler Yi was exceedingly courteous. Zhang Meiyu responded with a smile, engaging in pleasantries with him. Subsequently, guided by Butler Yi, they entered the Yi residence, followed closely by Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi. Tang Xiaomin, with her hair tied in a ponytail and clad in an off-shoulder gown, showcased a gracefully elongated swan neck accentuated by slightly prominent collarbones. Her exquisite features were adorned with a hint of youthful roundness, brimming with collagen. Her cold gaze emanated an innate air of aloofness, making her presence formidable, evoking an impression of being admired from afar but never to be trifled with. She appeared distinctly out of place among the surrounding socialites. "Miss Tang, I must go to see old Master Yi. Please feel free to make yourself comfortable," said Butler Yi before departing. This was Tang Xiaomin's first time attending a banquet at the Yi family as the fiancé of Yi Fengxing. Who was Yi Fengxing? The young president of the Yi group, a figure who had already assumed leadership of the family at a tender age. Whispers circulated in the city, with even the elderly and newborns alike expressing their admiration for him. It wasn't just women. Many men were also captivated by his charm. At this moment, Tang Xiaomin, the long-lost daughter of the Tang family, had unexpectedly emerged as Yi Fengxing's fiancée, naturally becoming a target of jealousy for many. Zhang Meiyu, flaunting her association with the Yi family, seemed eager for everyone to know about the engagement. Her demeanor suggested she was almost floating with pride. Several well-dressed socialites, appearing a couple of years older than Tang Xiaomin, maliciously pointed and whispered about her to so. "She is the fiancée of young Master Yi. But is she really that remarkable?" One scoffed at, "Isn't this just tarnishing his reputation? A mere actress cannot aspire to be a daughter-in-law of a prominent family. Look at her. Her physique hardly seems fully developed." Another chimed in with a sneer, "Especially her eyes. They look as if someone owes her millions." I heard she was raised in a slum, but she certainly doesn't carry that sorrowful demeanor. Observe the shoes she is wearing. A country chicken remains a country chicken, even if it ascends to the branches. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiyu was so incensed that her face turned an ashen hue. She had long advised Tang Xiaomin to change her shoes, but to no avail. Now, being the subject of gossip, her ire knew no bounds. In this regard, Tang Xiaomin was quite similar to her. Her unrefined attire was precisely intended to invite such remarks. "You." Zhang Meiyu felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. Tang Xiaomin grasped her arm. "My affairs are none of your concern." With that, Tang Xiaomin slowly approached the two women, her icy gaze fixed upon them. A sardonic smile gracing her lips. Without uttering a word, she delivered a resounding slap to each of them. The crisp sound of the slaps caused bystanders to gasp in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. How could she resort to violence over mere words? Such a volatile temperament. After delivering the blows, Tang Xiaomin brushed off the dust from her hands. "According to your logic, you dare to speak of me so brazenly in my presence. Is that not an invitation for retribution?" The crowd inhaled sharply once more at her audacity. The woman in the red dress covered her face, infuriated. "Very well, you dare to strike me? I shall inform young Master Yi and let him adjudicate this matter." She turned to leave, only for her dress to be violently torn as Tang Xiaomin stepped on the hem with her flat shoes. In her previous life, it was this very woman who had trampled her dignity, and Tang Xiaomin had not forgotten the mocking glances of those who witnessed her humiliation. This woman's visage was etched in her memory. In this moment, she returned the favor in kind, having purposefully donned flat shoes for this very occasion. "Ah!" The woman in the red dress emitted a piercing scream, crouching down in despair, unsure of what to do as she risked exposing herself with any further movement. The onlookers displayed a mix of concern and amusement, creating a lively spectacle. Wearing such a lengthy gown in public is merely an invitation to be stepped on. The crowd murmured in disbelief. What was this? A blatant act of vengeance, returned with interest. According to the logic of the woman in the red dress, her own outrageous behavior had now come full circle. The spectators hissed in response. The fiancée of the Yi family, the true daughter of the Tang family. was indeed not one to be trifled with. The woman in the red dress, overwhelmed with grievance, began to weep while attempting to adjust her dress, fearful of further embarrassment. At that moment, a woman in a fitted light blue gown approached, offering a coat to the distressed figure. Put this on, and accompany my attendant to change into another dress. She gently helped the woman in the red dress to her feet, garnering the admiration of the surrounding crowd. It was Miss Nangong Shanshan, a relative of the Yi family and a cherished gem of the Nangong clan. Not only was she beautiful, but her heart was equally kind. Indeed, the crowd believed she was a perfect match for young Master Yi, a pair destined to be together. Little did they anticipate the arrival of Tang Xiaomin, who would disrupt their perceptions. Nangong Shanshan is already 23 years old, while Tang Xiaomin is merely 19, making her seem like a mere child in comparison. Wholly outclassed. Indeed, their upbringing is not on the same level. Nangong Shanshan, at 23, is held in high regard by the Nangong family, destined to marry Yi Fengxing and become the young mistress of the Yi family, thereby solidifying the Nangong family's status in the bustling metropolis. A top-tier socialite, she possesses fair skin, striking beauty, and an alluring figure, yet her visage bears the grace of a refined lady, unmistakably an embodiment of poise. As she watched the woman in the red dress depart, Nangong Shanshan turned her gaze toward Tang Xiaomin, who sported a ponytail and donned flat shoes. 19, she had blossomed into a figure of elegance, her gaze proud and icy, truly a breathtaking ice queen. It must be noted, however, that she is not merely a haughty girl, but rather one who silently snatched away the man Nangong Shanshan believed was hers by right. To add insult to injury, she had the audacity to strike someone at old Master Ye's birthday celebration, clearly a foolhardy act. Without a hint of politeness, Nangong Shanshan declared, "Today is old Master Ye's birthday celebration. No one is permitted to cause a disturbance here. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to escort you out." Her tone unmistakably suggested her self-assumed role as the hostess. In her previous life, this woman had obsessively pursued Yi Fengxing, trailing behind him. When Yi Fengxing steadfastly refused to break off their engagement, her wrath was directed at Tang Xiaomin. There existed a deep-seated enmity between them. This marriage was a forced arrangement imposed upon Tang Xiaomin by the Yi family. Yi Fengxing even went so far as to hold her adoptive parents hostage, which had left Tang Xiaomin exceedingly displeased. Regardless of the consequences, today would be a spectacle, and she intended to see it through to the end. When did the Yi family come under the dominion of Nangong Shanshan? How dare she flaunt her authority before me? Who bestowed upon her such arrogance? Old Master Yi? Or perhaps it is Yi Fengxing himself? A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Tang Xiaomin did not shy away from confrontation, exhibiting a remarkable disregard for anyone present. Nangong Shanshan's expression shifted slightly, and with a defiant edge she retorted, "I merely offered you a word of caution, with no other intentions. Do not presume that just because you are Fengxing's fiancé, you can act without regard for others and stir up trouble. Your behavior tarnishes both Fengxing's and the Yi family's reputation." Her frequent mentions of Fengxing reeked of familiarity, as if she feared others might be unaware of their close connection. "Let me be the one to tarnish my own reputation. What are you, Nangong Shanshan, to dictate my actions? You have no right." Tang Xiaomin's words ignited a palpable tension in the air. Zhang Meiyu, sensing the escalating situation, chuckled lightly to diffuse the tension. "Xiaomin, do refrain from speaking so recklessly." Turning to Nangong Shanshan, she continued, "Miss Nangong, my daughter is but 19 and lacks experience. You are soon to be 24. It would be more dignified not to quarrel with her, as it may reflect poorly upon you." The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, clearly amused by Zhang Meiyu's insinuation regarding Nangong Shanshan's age. With the engagement already in Tang Xiaomin's favor, Zhang Meiyu had no intention of showing courtesy to this scheming woman. Nangong Shanshan's expression darkened slightly, and she replied in a low, measured tone, "Madam Tang speaks truthfully. Your daughter is indeed young and inexperienced, and it is not surprising that she may act out of line. I have been overly meticulous. It is my fault. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall go and pay a visit to Lord Yi." Nangong Shanshan departed, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she strode away. Upon returning to the rear chamber, she seethed with indignation and cursed under her breath. What an audacious Tang Xiaomin, behaving so brazenly. Once I find the opportune moment, I shall teach her a proper lesson. As soon as Nangong Shanshan finished her words, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered an anonymous video. After enlarging it and confirming that the individual in the video was indeed Tang Xiaomin, a cold smirk crept upon her lips. "Ah, Tang Xiaomin, you truly dare to indulge in anything. If I do not put you in your place, you might actually believe yourself to be the young mistress of the Yi family. How dare you vie for a man with me? I will make you regret ever crossing me to the banquet." A projector was present, and Nangong Shanshan sent the video to her attendant, Xiao Dai. She then returned to the gathering, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is an intriguing spectacle about to unfold on the big screen. Prepare to witness." Her words captured everyone's attention, and they turned their gazes towards the large display. The video, shot on a dimly lit street, was enlarged on the screen, revealing that one of the figures was indeed Tang Xiaomin. Two vehicles were parked on the road, and Tang Xiaomin was seen with a tall, imposing man of unclear features. Initially, she caressed the man's hand, only to be embraced by him shortly thereafter. After their embrace, she playfully pinched his cheek before he pulled her into his car, whisking her away. That vehicle.it would catch fire. Many attendees stared at the screen in shock, gazing at Tang Xiaomin in disbelief. How could she be so intimate with a man? After all, she was the fiancée of young Master Yi. How could she behave in such a manner? The main concern was that after their affectionate display, she left with that man. Where could they possibly be headed? Could it be that they were off for a night together? Would this not mean that young Master Yi had been betrayed? This revelation was utterly sensational. Look at the timestamp of the footage. It was already past midnight, clearly indicating they were likely to spend the night together. Poor young Master Yi, is he even aware of this situation? At that moment, Elder Yi, leaning on his cane and supported by Steward Yi, emerged as he observed the video playing on the screen and signaled to Steward Yi. "Handle this matter." "Understood." Despite the unpleasantness of the situation, Elder Yi maintained his composure at this juncture. Nangong Shanshan approached Elder Yi, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Grandfather Yi, what place does Tang Xiaomin's behavior of embracing a man have in the realm of propriety? Such actions would render Fengxing a laughingstock throughout the entire metropolis." The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly tumultuous as discussions erupted regarding the incident. Zhang Meiyu's complexion turned pale as she feigned calmness while inquiring of Tang Xiaomin. "Xiaomin, is that you in the video?" At this moment, if Tang Xiaomin were to deny her involvement, claiming that it was not her, combined with the video's inherent blurriness, she might very well manage to evade accountability. In her previous life, there had been a similar video. She had been captured in a compromising position while assisting a man on the street. She had denied it, but the man had unexpectedly emerged to testify, leaving Tang Xiaomin unable to defend herself. In this lifetime, however, she had no intention of denying it. Yanju is not someone to be hidden away. There is no need for such concealment. If this incident leads to the dissolution of the engagement, then so be it. This entanglement of marriage has spanned 2 lifetimes and must come to a conclusion. Tang Xiaomin maintained her composure, clearing her throat. "Indeed, the person in the video is me." Having uttered those words, she felt no burden within. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. Acknowledging her need for courage, recognizing the necessity to confront the scrutiny of others, what of it? This is her authentic self. Yet, how many individuals dare not face their true selves? They hide behind hypocritical masks and, in the solitude of night, loathe their own existence. What? It truly is Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin has indeed strayed. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Zhang Meiyu, consumed by indignation, slapped Tang Xiaomin across the face. Slap? Tang Xiaomin firmly seized Zhang Meiyu's wrist, glaring at her intently, and stated emphatically, "I shall say this one last time. My affairs are none of your concern." With a forceful motion, she thrust Zhang Meiyu to the ground. "Mom." Tang Yi rushed forth at the opportune moment, compassionately supporting Zhang Meiyu. "Mom, are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you?" Observing this, Tang Zhongqing chastised Tang Xiaomin on the spot. "You disregard your elders at home? And now you resort to violence in public? How can you be so reckless? Alas, it is truly a misfortune for the family, a lamentable plight." Tang Zhongqing's face was etched with profound helplessness. The guests at the banquet began to point fingers at Tang Xiaomin. "Have you heard? She deliberately spread rumors online, claiming that Tang Yi cohabits with Tang Yi, maliciously accusing her own brother of incest with Tang Yi." Chapter 92. "That man is me." What? To commit such a heartless act? This individual is truly despicable. A person raised in a slum, having lived as a rogue for over a decade, is certainly cunning. She even resorted to violence against her own mother. It appears Tang Zhongqing's words hold truth. Feeling the malice of those around her, and the cold, indifferent gazes directed her way, she recognized the crowd as mere pitiful souls, lacking understanding and principles. Swept along by the tide, some voiced their discontent. How can such a woman become a daughter-in-law of the Yi family? Indeed, with such a low character, it would be better to discard her. Old Master Yi, Tang Xiaomin is unworthy of being young Master Ye's fiancée. Before the marriage takes place, it would be prudent to return her. No one should accept a woman of such shamelessness. Tang Zhongqing sighed. Alas, it is my failure in raising a daughter. The deep affection old Master Yi had for Xiaomin was well remembered by the Tang family. However, Xiaomin's behavior is truly sigh. Tang Xiaomin hesitated, clearly acknowledging that Tang Xiaomin is indeed a person of disreputable conduct. Old Master Yi, the fault lies with Xiaomin. If the Yi family wishes to break off the engagement, our Tang family will harbor no grievances. Zhang Meiyu watched in disbelief as Tang Xiaomin added insult to injury. Though unsettled, she found herself at a loss for words, as Tang Xiaomin had confessed her own transgressions. All present remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the venerable Mr. Yi, awaiting his final decision. Yet, Mr. Yi maintained his composure with the assistance of the steward. He settled into a chair adorned with intricate carvings. His aged visage betrayed no signs of joy or anger. While his languid gaze fell upon Tang Xiaomin had no desire to offer any explanations. The video lay before them, rendering her speechless. I have nothing to say, Tang Xiaomin remarked quietly beside Mr. Yi. Nangong Shanshan interjected, Grandfather Yi, the evidence is irrefutable. Naturally, Tang Xiaomin has no defense. She further added, this matter must be resolved in favor of Fengxing. Nangong Shanshan was on the verge of explicitly suggesting that Tang Xiaomin be dismissed. Meanwhile, Mr. Yi appeared to be deep in thought before he instructed the steward. The young master before the steward could finish his sentence. A significant commotion erupted at the entrance. A man with steady footsteps approached Tang Xiaomin, scrutinizing her with a discerning eye. You look lovely today, he remarked in a tone laced with affection, his gaze reflecting the same sentiment. Tang Xiaomin felt a sense of helplessness, pondering that he would soon cease to smile. Nangong Shanshan with graceful strides approached Yi Fengxing, eager to report, Fengxing, you may not yet be aware, but Miss Tang. She hesitated, opting not to articulate her thoughts directly, instead handing her phone to Yi Fengxing. I received this video unexpectedly. You should see it for yourself. While Yi Fengxing noticed the peculiar stares of those around him, as well as the unfavorable expression on Tang Xiaomin's face. After glancing at the anonymous video on the phone, he observed Tang Xiaomin engaged in intimate activities with a man whose features were obscured. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, but only for an instant, as a smile crept onto his lips. Well shot. What? Now, confusion enveloped everyone. Nangong Shanshan was momentarily stunned. Fengxing, this Tang Xiaomin is embracing a man and engaging in such disgraceful conduct. It tarnishes both your reputation and that of the Yi family. In a swift motion, Yi Fengxing tossed the phone, sending it plunging into the water. Witnessing this, all in attendance held their breath, too afraid to utter a word in front of everyone. Yi Fengxing cast a frigid glance at Nangong Shanshan. If you possessed any sense, you would have thoroughly investigated the identity of the man in the video beforehand, rather than allowing yourself to be used as a pawn. Nangong Shanshan's complexion turned ashen. Fengxing, what do you mean? Tang Xiaomin has betrayed you. I merely wish to spare you from being deceived by such a person. Enough. Yi Fengxing interrupted her. Fengxing, Nangong Shanshan, evidently unyielding, pressed on. Yi Fengxing glared at her coldly, enunciating each word with precision. The person in the video is me. Had the truth been unveiled? Doubt lingered in the minds of all present. However, upon reflection, they recognized Yi Fengxing's stature. He was not merely a man, but one of considerable standing. It was illogical for him to defend a woman who had humiliated him. If Tang Xiaomin had truly been unfaithful, he would hardly maintain such an air of tranquility. It appears that this entire affair is merely the machination of a malicious individual intent on tarnishing the reputation of Tang Xiaomin. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it possibly be you? No, that's not right. Nangong Shanshan confronted Tang Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin, why did you not clarify earlier? Indeed, that man is Yi Fengxing, so why did she not provide an explanation? Instead, she allowed others to speculate that she was unfaithful. Tang Xiaomin shot Nangong Shanshan an exasperated glance. My explanation is simply that the man is not Yi Fengxing. This point one claims it is so, while another insists it is not. Consequently, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered, questioning who was telling the truth. Yi Fengxing chuckled softly and remarked, Xiaomin is young and impulsive. She deliberately claims it is not me simply because she has been sulking with me lately. His words dripped with indulgence and affection for Tang Xiaomin, bordering on excessive. Yi Fengxing then brought up his adoptive parents, which caused Tang Xiaomin to feel apprehensive. She fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Yi Fengxing's assertion, presenting an image that she was indeed miffed with him. Yi Fengxing cast a cold, indifferent gaze at Nangong Shanshan and all present. I will thoroughly investigate who clandestinely recorded this video and brought it to the banquet. I will not show any leniency. A farce was effortlessly resolved by Yi Fengxing, safeguarding both Tang Xiaomin's reputation and his own, as well as that of the Yi family. Yet, only he understood the depths of his anger, for he knew better than anyone that the man in the video was not him but rather someone else entirely. Moreover, it was highly likely that the man was one named Yanju. After the turmoil, the banquet continued. Guests gradually approached to wish the elderly Yi a happy birthday, presenting their gifts. Chapter 93. Yanju appears at the Yi family birthday banquet. Zhang Meiyu had previously been quite shaken and had feared that this marriage might come to an abrupt end. At this moment, she was still in a state of unease. Xiaomin, I have prepared a fine jade sculpture of the birthday star for you to present to Yi Laozi. Remember, do not cause any more trouble. Zhang Meiyu had thoughtfully chosen a gift on behalf of Tang Xiaomin and full view of everyone. Tang Xiaomin presented her gift, wishing Grandpa Yi blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Yi Laozi nodded appreciatively, saying, "You are thoughtful. Please take a seat." The butler motioned for Tang Xiaomin to sit beside Yi Fengxing, and she reluctantly complied. Throughout the event, there was no exchange of words. Yi Fengxing cast a piercing glance at Tang Xiaomin, his thoughts unexpressed, silently downing several cups of liquor, his emotions concealed. Many guests arrived to offer their birthday wishes, necessitating the assistance of the Yi family's servants to maintain order as they formed a queue to present their gifts. Even so, the Yi family's doors remained perpetually bustling with incoming guests. Suddenly, a servant rushed over, whispering in Yi Fengxing's ear, "Young Master Yi, General Yan from Xianfu Group has arrived, bearing a substantial congratulatory gift." Xianfu Group is known for its involvement in funerary services, typically avoiding joyous occasions. This man named Yanju had never revealed his true self in public. Today he appeared uninvited at the Yi family's birthday banquet. What could his intentions possibly be? Yi Fengxing subconsciously cast a glance at Tang Xiaomin, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Today, the visitor is a guest, so he extends an invitation. He is eager to discern what manner of man has captured Tang Xiaomin's thoughts so fervently. Outside the Yi residence, Yanju, clad in a tailored black suit with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazes disdainfully at the estate. The fact that Tang Xiaomin did not disclose her betrothal to the Yi family leaves him with a sense of betrayal, a revelation he stumbled upon through others while Lu Xing was on an errand. Yanju feels deceived. Those scoundrels of the Yi family dare to covet what is mine, oblivious to their impending doom. His deep voice resonates with palpable anger. Lu Xing hastily interjects, "President Yan, times have changed. We cannot resort to violence. Please maintain your composure." Upon hearing this, Yanju's fury intensifies. He contemplates erasing every name associated with the Yi family, extinguishing them without exception. Lu Xing, overwhelmed, responds, "President Yan, violating the laws will condemn one to the deepest hell, suffering unspeakable tortures. Moreover, the queen possesses an admirable poise and allure. It is no wonder that many suitors vie for her attention, which merely attests to your discerning taste. As a sovereign of your realm, how could a mere mortal possibly compare? Your very presence would undoubtedly overshadow him, leaving him feeling utterly inadequate." To this, Yanju finds some solace. "You speak with a measure of reason." Lu Xing, however, remains silent, fully aware that ever since Yanju fell in love, his intellect has plummeted. The mere mention of Tang Xiaomin renders him utterly susceptible to persuasion, believing every word as truth. Lu Xing observes the substantial gift they have brought along, foreseeing that they will soon be caught in a precarious situation. Yanju, being the president of a conglomerate, has recently established the Xianfu Group in the magical city, which has certainly drawn the attention of the Yi family, prompting them to send several attendants to greet him. "President Yan, please come inside. Your gifts will be arranged for entry." Guided by the attendants, Yanju strides into the Yi residence. Newly arrived, he has founded the Xianfu Group, a remarkable enterprise within the funeral industry, which is not merely a company but a conglomerate. This perplexity only deepens the curiosity surrounding the enigmatic Yanju. Today, they are about to meet him. The man stands tall, his striking features and extraordinary aura eliciting awe at his breathtaking beauty. His haughty gaze appears unfocused, exuding an intangible sense of pressure, an overwhelming presence as if accompanied by legions, an unstoppable force. Remarkably, this is a restrained display, a result of Lu Xing's earnest counsel. Yanju is not of this era. It is said he hails from a distant past as a general who fell heroically in battle. Due to the multitude of lives he took on the battlefield, he bears heavy sins, and upon his death, he was condemned to the depths of hell, enduring unimaginable torments, yet remaining unextinguished. The first to be stunned are the women present, regardless of age, from octogenarians to young maidens, all are captivated by his allure, rendered spellbound. This President Yan turns out to be so young and accomplished. Aside from his wealth, his looks and aura could easily rival that of young Master White. Yi Xiao has already found his match, and I must admit that this Mr. Yan possesses a certain charm. With his career just beginning to take flight, supporting him in his endeavors at this juncture would indeed be worthwhile. Such handsomeness merits a pursuit. A throng of women, their eyes sparkling with affection, their hearts racing. Some even blush slightly, appearing bashful, wiping away drool. Eager to make their move upon Yanju's entrance, he outshone all others when Tang Xiaomin laid eyes on Yanju. Her heart involuntarily raced, however, upon noticing the items being carried in by several attendants behind him. A few dark lines appeared on her forehead. At that moment, she could only think one thing: Yanju must have lost his senses. To present such gifts at someone else's birthday banquet. Surely he was seeking trouble. Li Fengxing observed Tang Xiaomin's expression from the corner of his eye and cast a cold glance at the man named Yanju. His demeanor and aura rivaled his own. No wonder Tang Xiaomin was captivated by him, penning the impassioned love song Devil from Hell. But what of it? Tang Xiaomin is now his fiancé and will inevitably marry him. Regardless of her past with Yanju, the outcome remains unchanged. A man involved in funerals, Yi Fengxing scarcely regarded him. Though guests are to be treated with courtesy, he couldn't even muster a greeting, offering no respect whatsoever. Butler Yi respectfully introduced Mr. Yan to the elder Yi. Old master, this is Mr. Yan, the recently appointed president of Xianfu Group. The elder Yi scrutinized the young man from a distance. He was youthful, hands tucked in his pockets, with an air of arrogance, simply standing there with an untamed demeanor, exuded an enigmatic presence. In terms of aura, he was undoubtedly on par with his proud grandson, Yi Fengxing. This much could not be denied. The elder Yi remained silent, quietly appraising Yanju. Yanju reciprocated the scrutiny, glancing at the elder Yi and then at Tang Xiaomin, alongside the man seated next to her. He had seen him in the newspapers a few times, his rival, Yi Fengxing. In Tang Xiaomin's words, he was merely a decent-looking, slightly wealthy second-generation rich kid. Looking back at Tang Xiaomin, he noticed her fingers playing nervously with a strand of hair near her chest. Her gaze averted, clearly filled with guilt. It was all that Ye's fault. He must have seduced her. Yanju's eyes grew increasingly fierce. Liu Xing, noticing this, quickly interjected, Mr. Yan, we are here to celebrate Old Master Ye's birthday. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Liu Xing spoke with a hint of embarrassment, aware that they were disrupting the event. Humph. Yanju let out a cold laugh. A mere mortal, an old man with little time left, was not worthy of his well wishes. He had never offered blessings. He only took lives. Those whom he proclaimed to meet their end at midnight invariably did not survive the hour. Standing firm, Yanju spoke in a low, resonant voice audible to all. I fear, Old Master Yi cannot bear my blessings. The crowd was taken aback, pondering his meaning, while Liu Xing moved behind the sizable gift. Pulling away the red cloth that covered it, before them lay an opulent coffin, intricately carved and adorned with gilded edges. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and timid women emitted shrill cries. In an instant, the lively atmosphere of the birthday celebration was shrouded in an eerie aura. Clad in dark attire, bodyguards encircled Yanju, Liu Xing, and the coffin, forming a formidable wall. Yi Fengxing rose slowly, anger surging within his eyes. What are you waiting for? Act, he commanded, intent on confronting Yanju and Liu Xing before the assembled guests. Liu Xing, sensing his inevitable misfortune, lamented the swift arrival of retribution. Faced with the overwhelming numbers, Yanju's lips curled into a wicked smile. It had been a while since he had encountered such a scenario. Just as the bodyguards of the Yi family were poised to strike, Tang Xiaomin could no longer restrain herself and stood up. Wait! Grandpa Yi, may I have a word before any action is taken? Nangong Shanshan immediately countered, Tang Xiaomin, these two harbor ill intentions and are deliberately ruining Grandpa Ye's birthday celebration. It suffices that you do not admonish them, but do you intend to defend their actions? Zhang Meiyu chimed in sternly. Xiaomin refrained from speaking recklessly and sit down. Concern etched across her face. She had grown weary of Tang Xiaomin's incessant disruptions. Grandpa Yi maintained a stoic expression, yet his simmering anger was palpable. Who wouldn't he feel discomfort by the arrival of a coffin at their celebration? Nevertheless, what appeared ominous to outsiders was ironically the utmost consideration given to the deceased. Moreover, this coffin was a personal gift from Yanju, setting it apart from ordinary coffins. Tang Xiaomin interjected, Grandpa Yi, there is a saying among the people. Coffin brings promotion and wealth, step by step rising, gathering fortune. Furthermore, this coffin, in terms of material and craftsmanship, is of the finest quality. Surely, Mr. Yan intended to convey such auspicious sentiments with this generous gift. She cast a discreet, threatening glance at Yanju as she spoke. Nangong Shanshan scoffed, Tang Xiaomin, everyone knows that coffins are symbols of misfortune. Your justification is utterly far-fetched. Do you think we are all fools? Or perhaps you share some hidden secret with Mr. Yan, which is why you so blindly defend him. This Nangong Shanshan certainly thrived on stirring trouble. In response, Tang Xiaomin chuckled and shook her head in exasperation. The more ignorant a person is, the more they seem to possess an inexplicable confidence in their correctness. You are long-haired yet short-sighted. I hold no grudge against you, Grandpa Yi. If you have doubts, Why not consult a knowledgeable friend to ascertain whether I am speaking nonsense? Years ago, the late Mr. Ye had arranged a marriage for her, and Tang Xiaomin did not believe it to be mere luck. There must be deeper reasons she was unaware of. The wealthier a family, the more they believed in metaphysics, as evidenced by the beads worn by Grandpa Yi. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Yi whispered a few words to Butler Yi, who promptly departed. Yi Laozi is evidently a cautious individual who does not act impulsively out of momentary emotions. Yanju gazes at Tang Xiaomin, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He believes that she must harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not remain indifferent while witnessing his mistreatment. One might question what it is that Yanju admires about Tang Xiaomin. The answer is quite simple. During mundane moments, she often disregards him. Yet, when it truly matters, she is unflinchingly bold. Tang Xiaomin is genuinely worth pursuing. As Yanju arrived, he felt an immense discomfort, but now his heart is filled with joy. Just moments ago, Tang Xiaomin exchanged glances with him, clearly signaling him not to overstep his bounds. Yanju naturally acquiesces to her wishes and echoes her sentiments. She is correct. The coffin indeed symbolizes the prospect of promotion and wealth. Nangong Shanshan scoffs, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It is evident that you are afraid, hence your change of tone. This coffin is inauspicious, and you are clearly trying to disrupt the occasion. There's no need for further denial. Shanshan, step back, Yi Laoi reprimands with displeasure. This woman constantly seeks to showcase her inexplicable sense of superiority before others. Little does she realize that matters which even Yi Laoi dares not hastily conclude, she presumes to judge without any basis. The more Nangong Shanshan displays her lack of intellect, the more Tang Xiaomin wishes to disappear. However, Yanju, known for his fiery temperament, is not one to back down. If they deem his gift inauspicious, he will see it through to the end. Since you insist on misinterpreting my congratulatory gift, it appears I need not present it after all. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing suddenly produces a hammer from his coat without a word. The surrounding bodyguards instinctively draw their weapons, the ominous barrels aimed at both Yanju and Lu Xing. However, upon realizing it is merely a hammer, no one dares to pull the trigger. Nevertheless, Lu Xing does not halt his actions. Approaching the coffin, he raises the hammer high and brings it down with force, producing a resounding bang. The unexpected turn of events leaves everyone stunned, speechless in shock. All present hold their breath, eyes wide, as they witness Lu Xing smash the coffin to pieces. In this moment, Yanju stands alone on the territory of the Yi family, facing them without a trace of fear. On the contrary, he seems to revel in his audacity, a smirk dancing on his lips. The coffin, also known as Guan Kai, now signifies that it is the Yi family who are unworthy of his congratulatory gift. Chapter 95. Under the skirt of authority, this man is brazenly defiant on the Yi family's grounds, and Yi Fengxing can no longer tolerate it. You will pay for your actions. No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out, startling everyone present, and an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Yanju's hand, unbeknownst to anyone, had risen, and between his ring and index fingers rested a bullet. He had actually caught a bullet with his bare hands. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? Once again, everyone is rendered speechless by Yanju's astonishing feat. A slight smile graces his lips, and the surrounding temperature seems to plummet, an involuntary chill creeping over everyone, prompting them to instinctively clutch their clothing tighter. Observing this, Tang Xiaomin clears her throat, attempting to break the tension. Ahem. The man's aloof gaze deepened with an intensity that suggested a certain exhilaration. Alas! Old master! Old master! Zhang Xianren asserted that this generous gift, once accepted, should be filled with gold and silver treasures, symbolizing the safeguarding of wealth and the prosperity of the family. What? Zhang Xianren, a sage over 150 years of age, has been wandering and cultivating outside. Reaching him would require considerable effort. If he claims it is a good omen, then it must indeed be so. Yet now that coffin has not been smashed to pieces, who could have anticipated that the seemingly inauspicious coffin would bear such extraordinary significance? Whether the sender had malevolent intentions or simply stumbled upon this, they have indeed made a fortuitous choice. Tang Xiaomin remarked, Grandfather Yi, since the coffin can no longer be gifted, we might as well have this person escorted out. On a day of such joy, why bother holding grudges? As she spoke, she shot a glare at Yanju, signaling him to take the hint and leave swiftly. Suddenly, Nangong Shanshan interjected, to dare to cause a disturbance at the Yi family's birthday banquet cannot go unpunished. It demands severe retribution. Slap. Before Nangong Shanshan could finish her sentence, she received a sharp slap from Butler Yt. That moment, Old Master Yi wore a grim expression, glaring angrily at the oblivious Nangong Shanshan. Were it not for her unwise words that provoked the man surnamed Yan, the coffin would not have met such a fate. Zhang Xianren had advised the acceptance of the coffin to attract wealth. Now that it has been destroyed, that fortune is lost. In all matters, causality prevails. The Yi family has enjoyed prosperity for generations, and they are currently at their zenith. Yet, historically, excess leads to decline, and prosperity often begets downfall. In such times, old Master Yi became ever more cautious, endeavoring to evade any risks that could jeopardize the family's fortune. The Yi family was expelling guests. Just as Tang Xiaomin was about to turn and leave, she was stopped by Yi Fengxing. "Xiaomin, do not rush away. Do you not wish to know who is deliberately targeting you?" Targeting Tang Xiaomin already had her suspicions. "If you have evidence, simply send it to me. I must take my leave now." Yi Fengxing could not detain Tang Xiaomin as she passed by Yanju. She shot him a fierce glare. Most of the guests had departed, yet the group of bodyguards surrounding Yanju showed no intention of leaving. Yi Fengxing cast a malevolent glance at Yanju and stepped forward. "You dare to stir trouble at the Yi residence with merely an assistant? You are the first to do so." Yanju replied with a cold smirk, "Only ants travel in swarms. True beasts always walk alone. Had I known the way, I would not have brought anyone." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengxing's ire flared even higher. "Fengxing, let him go." Old Master Yi suddenly interjected. "Grandfather, this man is challenging our family's authority." I said. "Let them leave." Old Master Yi commanded in an authoritative tone. The reason was clear. With so many witnesses to Yanju's presence at the Yi residence, should anything befall him today, the entirety of high society in Modu would know it was the Yi family behind it. With the old master's command, even Yi Fengxing had to suppress his fury. He declared fiercely, "Yan, I shall remember this debt. After today I will settle it with you." Yanju was equally unwilling to back down. "Leave the Yi family before I change my mind," Yi Fengxing declared. Prior to encountering Yi Fengxing, Yanju was indeed quite irate. However, upon meeting him, he realized that he was nothing extraordinary. The entire Yi family was merely the same. Tang Xiaomin had already departed, so he naturally would not squander time engaging with the members of the Yi family. He turned and left, unceremoniously stepping over the shattered fragments of the damaged coffin. With a splutter, old Master Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old Master, what is wrong? Quickly, call a doctor. Call a doctor." In the Yi family, chaos ensued as everyone scrambled due to the old master's sudden medical emergency. Outside the Yi family residence, as Yanju emerged, he spotted Tang Xiaomin standing a short distance away. Glaring at him with a cold and disdainful expression, he knew she had not truly departed and was waiting for him. Yanju approached, an involuntary smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Min, were you waiting for me?" Tang Xiaomin crossed her arms, and upon seeing Yanju's playful demeanor, she felt an urge to strike him. "Have you had enough of your antics? If you continue this reckless behavior, it will only be a matter of time before someone puts an end to you. To this, Yanju paid no heed. "It's not like I haven't faced death before. No, that's not it. You actually concealed from me that you have a betrothal with someone of the Yi family. Are you trying to drive me mad?" At this point, Tang Xiaomin couldn't help but feel guilty. "They arranged this marriage for us before we were even born. I don't wish to delay anyone. I was merely considering how to dissolve it. Yet here you are, causing destruction. There will come a time when you will regret it. Why is it always redirected back to me? Anyone who dares obstruct my path will only meet a grim fate. Min, you have become quite merciful lately." Tang Xiaomin shot Yanju a disdainful glance. "In life, one must maintain a semblance of decency. You are a flesh and blood individual now. As a human, problems must be addressed with humane methods. If you cannot control your murderous impulses, then you remain a devil from hell." Yanju remained silent, feeling utterly vexed by Tang Xiaomin's reprimands. Observing his expression, which bore a hint of sorrow, Tang Xiaomin found it hard to treat a man who listened to her so coldly. She patted his shoulder. "I scold you a bit, and you become all flustered. Are you angry with me? It's only ever you who gets angry with me. How could I dare to be upset with you? You are the queen, I am merely your subordinate." Chapter 96. The conspiracy unveiled. The underlying tension was palpable. Suddenly, Tang Xiaomin had an idea and proposed a task to Yanju. "Could you assist me in purchasing a villa near your company?" At her words, Yanju's eyes brightened considerably. "Although I am quite busy with work, if you sincerely request it, I suppose I could reluctantly buy you a grand villa." With a chuckle, Lu Xing could no longer contain himself. Yanju kicked him lightly. "What are you laughing at?" "President Yan, I just recalled something amusing." "What could possibly be so funny?" "Yesterday a client sent over a corpse which astonishingly came back to life in the middle of the night." "Ha!" Tang Xiaomin couldn't help but chuckle softly as well. With a simple good night, Yanju lost all rationality. Watching as Tang Xiaomin walked towards a car and drove away. "Lu Xing, she asked me to buy a house. She must be wanting to cohabit with me." Lu Xing found himself at a loss for words. The other party had never mentioned an intention to come and reside, and all of it was merely his own conjecture. While he chose to remain silent on the matter, he could only wish for the other's aspirations to materialize. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself in sorrow once more. The Yi family was in disarray. Before the elder Yi took ill, he had not forgotten to instruct his servants not to disturb the shattered coffin. Even the wandering Zhang Xianren had dispatched a plane to bring someone back overnight. Zhang, with his grizzled beard and ethereal presence, appeared remarkably youthful for his 150 years, resembling a man of merely 60. Standing beside the damaged coffin, Zhang discerned that its sender was of no ordinary standing. The steward Yi remarked it was a young man, yet he specializes in funerary services, profiting from the deceased. Zhang nodded, his expression grave. A person engaged in mortuary affairs delivering an opulent coffin of considerable value was indeed a generous gift. Yi the steward appeared puzzled. Xianren, although it may be a grand offering, presenting a coffin seems rather inauspicious and disrespectful. Zhang shook his head. Throughout history, whenever an elderly family member falls ill, it is customary for the family to prepare a coffin to ward off bad fortune. From a modern psychological perspective, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Those who dread death often find themselves consumed by anxiety, inadvertently inviting it. Once the family acquires the coffin, they subconsciously accept their fate, resulting in a mindset that is more open and at ease, which paradoxically prolongs life. It is akin to cancer patients. Before diagnosis they may seem unaffected, yet post-diagnosis they often succumb swiftly. Yi contemplated this, finding it somewhat reasonable. So, his delivery of a coffin could be seen as a positive gesture. Zhang shook his head again, his demeanor growing ever more somber. The coffin itself may signify good fortune, but the fact that it was destroyed upon arrival at the Yi household implies a disruption in wealth flow. This revelation, everyone suddenly understood, and no wonder the elder Yi had been so incensed as to vomit blood. Xianren, after the coffin was smashed, the elder fell ill. What shall we do now? Zhang stroked his grizzled beard, remaining silent for a moment. The steward Yi was near distraught, prompting Zhang to finally speak. Have someone repair the coffin and conduct a ritual. That should suffice. Upon hearing this, Yi let out a sigh of relief. Xianren, I must trouble you to personally inform the elder Yi. It would surely put his mind at ease. For matters of the heart, only remedies of the heart will do. After Zhang explained the situation to the elder Yi, the latter's countenance visibly brightened. At his advanced age, his greatest concern was the well-being of the Yi family. With the crisis averted, he felt a sense of relief. Thank you, Zhang Xianren. Zhang clasped his hands respectfully. Elder Yi, there is no need for such formalities. The ancestors of the Yi family have shown me kindness, and aiding the Yi family now is my way of repaying that debt. That evening, Zhang recited scriptures and exorcised malevolent spirits at the Yi residence. As for the Tang family, the relationship between the couple had irreparably fractured. Tang Zhongqing sequestered himself in his study, avoiding any encounters with Zhang Meiyu. However, a call from the hospital once again sent chills down Tang Zhongqing's spine. The hospital director, who had previously provided Tang with numerous favors, would always inform him of any developments, no matter how trivial. Mr. Tang, your son Tang Yu has delivered 2 samples, requesting us to conduct a DNA test. What? Whose is the other sample? It belongs to Tang Yi. I have heard that Tang Yu secretly conducted a sibling test with Tang Yi, leaving Tang Zhongcheng momentarily bewildered. Could it be that Tang Yu has uncovered something? Tang Yu is known for his composure and ability to harbor thoughts deeply. Such a clandestine undertaking must surely stem from some suspicion. What, exactly, has he come to know? Director, I intend to donate a batch of medical equipment to your hospital, hoping that my goodwill can preserve the harmony within my family. The director immediately comprehended. Nonsense, Mr. Tang, your benevolence deserves a harmonious family life. Rest assured that it is often said that money can move mountains, and Tang Zhongcheng wielded the power of wealth to its fullest extent. However, he had yet to regain his composure when Butler Wang knocked at the door. Sir, Madam requests your presence downstairs, stating that there is an urgent matter to discuss. What matter? You shall find out once you arrive. Tang Zhongcheng, filled with curiosity, made his way to the living room, and at a glance he saw Tang kneeling on the floor, while Zhang Meiyu sat on the sofa berating her. The Tang family has supported you for nearly 20 years, only to have raised this treacherous creature. Tang, kneeling on the ground, sobbed pitifully, denying the accusations. Mother, I do not understand what you are saying. I truly have no knowledge of it. Slap? Slap? Zhang Meiyu struck her with 2 resounding slaps across the face, forcefully thrusting a phone into Tang Yi's hands, shouting furiously, You dare to speak? Look for yourself. Tang Zhongcheng descended, furrowing his brows in utter helplessness. Why is he kneeling again? You are being excessively harsh. Slap. No sooner had Tang Zhongcheng finished speaking than Zhang Meiyu delivered a sharp slap to his face. Tang Zhongcheng, you insist on favoring this adopted daughter, do you? Very well, take her and leave the Tang family. Tang Yi, with ulterior motives, filmed a video at the Yi family's banquet slandering Xiaomin. You are complicit in this. None of you are virtuous, so get out. Immediately. Tang Zhongcheng swiftly retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Under those circumstances, I had no choice. Stubbornly, he held his ground, refusing to relent, kneeling on the floor. Tang Yi's hand holding the phone trembled, her face ashen. Her body swayed unsteadily, devoid of the initial confidence. Chapter 97. Tang Zhongcheng and Tang Yi are cast out. Zhang Meiyu sat on the sofa, her face contorted with rage. Tang Zhongcheng picked up the phone and saw a photo of a taxi on a busy road, accompanied by the date, time, and details of the individuals in that very taxi. None other than Tang Yi, the very taxi she had taken while secretly filming. She was indeed the instigator. Upon realizing this, Tang Zhongcheng's complexion drained of color. The situation has escalated, and it is troublesome. Zhang Meiyu, now seething, breathed heavily, her gaze piercing as she glared at Tang Yi, as if she wished to tear her apart. Tang, how many times must you plot against Xiaomin? I have warned you countless times. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Alas! Tang Yi is left with nothing but tears. Zhang Meiyu angrily exclaimed, how could your heart be so ruthless? Are you not afraid of retribution? The mere mention of retribution, what use is it if only spoken? Tang Xiaomin coldly retorted, Wang Butler, expel Tang Yi from the Tang family. I no longer wish to behold her presence. Zhang Meiyu did not oppose Tang Xiaomin's decree. Just as Wang Butler was about to take action, Tang Zhongcheng suddenly erupted in fury. Did I dare anyone to try? Wang Butler, visibly conflicted, hesitated to act. Zhang Meiyu glared fiercely at Tang Zhongcheng. Her hatred for him palpable, she loathed his betrayal, despised being deceived like a fool for so many years, wishing for nothing more than his demise. Standing, Zhang Meiyu pointed at Tang Zhongcheng. Tang Yi has harmed Xiaomin time and again. You do not assist your own daughter, yet you indulge this malevolent adopted daughter. I had forgotten. You too were complicit in this matter, were you not? Tang Zhongcheng, for the sake of the children I have endured much. But do not forget, everything belonging to the Tang family is mine. I am the head of this household. Today either Tang Yi leaves or you, Tang Zhongcheng, accompany her. I have long since had my fill of a shameless man like you. Zhang Meiyu intended to cast Tang Zhongcheng out as well. Wang Butler, what are you still dawdling for? Wang Butler moved to open the door, and a group of men clad in black, having been prepared outside, surged into the Tang residence. Without uttering a word, two of them seized Tang Yi from the ground and began dragging her away. Mother, I realize my mistakes. Please do not cast me out, mother. Mother. This time, Zhang Meiyu was resolute in her intent to expel Tang Yi. Especially after the last incident, when Tang Yi professed his affection for Tang Yi, Zhang Meiyu had already begun to entertain this notion. Unmoved, she continued, Father, please do not drive me away. Save me, Father. Tang Zhongcheng could only watch helplessly as Tang Yi was dragged from the villa. Throughout these days, his tolerance towards Zhang Meiyu had only served to stifle his own feelings. Zhang Meiyu's pride was evident. It seemed she would not forgive him. Tang Zhongcheng glared fiercely at Zhang Meiyu. Very well. After nearly 30 years of marital and familial bonds, since you no longer cherish me, I see no reason to remain. Today, I shall do as you wish and leave the Tang family. As he turned to depart, Zhang Meiyu suddenly called out to him. Just when Tang Zhongcheng thought Zhang Meiyu might plead for his stay, she signaled to Wang Butler, who presented a document before Tang Zhongcheng. Zhang Meiyu stated, Indeed, I, Zhang Meiyu, do not value you. I wish to sever all ties moving forward. This is a divorce agreement. You, Tang Zhongcheng, shall leave with nothing. Sign it. Not only was she expelling him from their home, but she also demanded a divorce, leaving him destitute. It appeared Zhang Meiyu had been well prepared, even having the agreement ready. Tang Zhongcheng gazed at the divorce papers, then at Zhang Meiyu, whose beautiful eyes now reflected coldness and resolution. He glanced at Tang Xiaomin, who wore a smirk, as if she were watching a performance. There were no words of persuasion or pleas for his return. At this moment, Tang Zhongcheng harbored an immense disdain for Tang Xiaomin, even attributing all the blame to her. Tang Xiaomin, you have shattered this family into pieces. You must be the one with a wicked heart. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xiaomin felt a wave of nausea. You are a man who brought your mistress into the home, sharing meals and living together. You must have anticipated this day. The disintegration of this family is a result of your actions alongside your adopted daughter and your lover. How dare a shameless man like you brazenly cast blame upon me? You truly repulse me. Tang Xiaomin, your intentions are sinister too. Tang Xiaomin could hardly be bothered to listen to Tang Zhongcheng's futile tirade. What are you waiting for? Throw him out. Guard the gates of the Tang residence 24 hours a day, And do not allow those two to step foot inside. Otherwise, your wages will be docked. Tang Xiaomin, you have a heart of stone. You will face retribution for this. Despite Tang Zhongqing's indignant shouts, the hired individuals unceremoniously ejected him from the villa. Outside the villa, Tang Xiaomin emerged with a bag in each hand, following closely behind Tang Zhongqing. She hurled their belongings at Tang Yi and Tang Zhongqing, declaring, "Take your things and leave. From this moment on, you are forbidden to set foot in this villa." Tang Yi protested vehemently. "Tang Xiaomin, what right do you have to expel me? I have lived in this home for so long. Who do you think you are?" With a derisive smile, Tang Xiaomin retorted, "I forgot to mention. Do you know why Zhang Meiyu dotes on you so much? It is simply because she abandoned me and out of guilt she chose to adopt you. A mere substitute, perhaps." Tears streamed down Tang Yi's cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. "Tang Xiaomin, you are delusional. How could I possibly be your substitute?" Tang Xiaomin's smile grew ever more mocking. "If you are not a substitute, then why were you ruthlessly cast out for making a mistake? I remember when I erred, she merely scolded me, unlike now where she has hired people to throw me out. Tang Yi, this is where our paths diverge." Tang Yi's tears fell incessantly, akin to a cascade of unstrung pearls. In the Tang household, no matter how much Tang Xiaomin defied Zhang Meiyu, she was ultimately tolerated. Yet, Tang Yi was summarily discarded and expelled from the home. It was at this moment that Tang Yi finally comprehended the role she played in Zhang Meiyu's heart. As Tang Xiaomin had articulated, she was merely a replacement for Tang Xiaomin. They had abandoned Tang Xiaomin, unable to escape the pangs of their guilty conscience, seeking solace in a substitute in a fit of rage. Tang Zhongqing advanced and seized Tang Xiaomin, glaring at her with malice. "It is you who taught Zhang Meiyu to do this, isn't it?" Chapter 98. Depart with the illegitimate daughter. Tang Xiaomin forcefully broke free from Tang Zhongqing's grasp. He staggered back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. Observing Tang Zhongqing's pathetic state, Tang Xiaomin felt an overwhelming loathing for him. Zhang Meiyu had awakened to the truth, yet Tang Zhongqing remained oblivious. Not only did he assist Tang Yi in slandering her, but he was also willing to be expelled from the Tang family alongside her at Zhang Meiyu's behest. Why does he treat Tang Yi with such kindness? What makes her deserving of his affections? A ludicrous speculation flickered through Tang Xiaomin's mind. Yet, Tang Yi bears no resemblance to Tang Zhongqing, nor does she resemble Aunt Shui. This conjecture remains to be substantiated. Tang Zhongqing, did you not consider, when you committed such acts, that one day you might find yourself cast out by Zhang Meiyu? Tang Zhongqing glared at Tang Xiaomin with seething anger, his gaze infused with venomous resentment. "You ungrateful wretch, I should have never sired you. Had I known your heart was so malevolent, I should have suffocated you at birth." Hearing Tang Zhongqing's venomous words, Tang Xiaomin felt not a ripple of emotion within her. Her cold visage betrayed no sign of joy or anger, resembling a soulless, lifeless doll. "Did you not do so?" When these words escaped Tang Xiaomin's lips, Tang Zhongqing inexplicably felt a chilling sensation coursing through him. His face turning pale as if drained of color. Observing this, Tang Xiaomin suddenly smiled. "Tang Zhongqing, your retribution is yet to come. With that, she addressed the hired security personnel beside her. "Ensure the villa is well guarded. Do not allow those two to enter should they dare to force their way in. Act decisively. If anything occurs, I will bear the consequences. Do not show mercy, understood?" As Tang Zhongqing glared at the 20 or so men surrounding the villa, he could not help but curse vehemently. "Tang Xiaomin, you ungrateful creature. You rebellious spawn. You shall face divine retribution. May you meet a wretched end." The words seemed to imply that if she treated them well, they would allow her to live peacefully. But this time, who is truly destined for a miserable fate? Tang Xiaomin smiled faintly at the furious Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi. Inside the villa, Zhang Meiyu's expression was one of utter desolation, as if her soul had been snatched away. It was the first time Tang Xiaomin had witnessed such a countenance on Zhang Meiyu. However, she had no intention of offering her solace as Tang Xiaomin passed by Zhang Meiyu. She took the opportunity to remind her, "Tang Zhongqing willingly faces expulsion for Tang Yi. Do you not question the nature of their relationship?" Zhang Meiyu retorted, "What else do you know?" "Speak plainly. I only know that Aunt Shui is Tang Zhongqing's mistress. As for the relationship between Tang Yi and Tang Zhongqing, I truly do not know. However, such matters can be resolved with a simple paternity test." And the living room, Butler Wang prepared a cup of hot tea for Zhang Meiyu. "Madam, you appear unwell. Perhaps a cup of tea will soothe you." At that moment, Zhang Meiyu felt as though struck by lightning. During the banquet at the Yi family, when Tang Zhongqing insisted on helping Tang Xiaomin call off the engagement, she had already begun to suspect that the video incident was orchestrated by Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi. When Tang Xiaomin presented her with the evidence, her sole thought was to expel the treacherous Tang Yi from their home. Yet, Tang Zhongqing's defense of Tang Yi surpassed her expectations. As long as Tang Zhongqing did not obstruct her efforts to cast Tang Yi out of the Tang family, she could continue to endure his betrayal for the sake of this family. However, Tang Zhongqing ultimately departed from the Tang family alongside Tang Yi. All for her sake, he remained indifferent even to the prospect of divorce. Reflecting upon the past, he recalled the kindness shown to Tang Yi by Aunt Shui, and presently Tang Zhongqing's unwavering commitment to her was evident. Zhang Meiyu was once again struck hard by this revelation. Cough, cough. Madam, please have some tea to soothe yourself, said Butler Wang with concern that a vivid splash of crimson stained the white silk handkerchief in Zhang Meiyu's hand. Upon seeing this, Butler Wang grew anxious. Madam, what has happened to you? Zhang Meiyu fainted outright. Madam. The doctor diagnosed Zhang Meiyu with a fit of rage that caused her to vomit blood. Outside the emergency room, Butler Wang called Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu wore a grim expression, having just settled Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi into a hotel. Tang Yi was weeping incessantly by his side, while Tang Zhongqing incessantly complained to Tang Yu. Your mother drove Yi and me out. It must have been Tang Xiaomin who incited her to do so. Listening to Tang Zhongqing's frantic words, Tang Yu felt a wave of exasperation. He was already aware of the events at the Yi family banquet and Tang Yi's actions. With a quiet sigh, Tang Yu helplessly replied, Isn't the reason your mother expelled Yi due to Yi's own actions? As for the matter between you and my mother, I, as her son, really do not wish to meddle in the affairs of elders. But father, you have kept that mistress, Aunt Shui, in front of my mother for nearly 20 years. It is you who has betrayed her. Reflect on your conscience. If my mother had kept a lover in front of you for 20 years, would you have been able to endure it? It's a miracle my mother hasn't been driven to her grave by you. This metaphorical window was thoroughly shattered by Tang Yu's words. Tang Zhongqing's countenance darkened, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Tang Yu's eyes, and he fell silent. Tang Yi, on the other hand, was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Elder brother. What are you saying? Father and Aunt Shui. How could that be possible? Tang Yu observed Tang Yi's expression. Still so innocent, she appeared genuinely oblivious to the truth. Had he not acted, how could his mother, who valued family above all, have reached such depths? Tang Yi looked at Tang Zhongqing in disbelief, her eyes reflecting his shameful demeanor. It seemed that Tang Yu's words were indeed true. Just then, Tang Yu's phone rang. Young master, something terrible has happened. Madam has suddenly coughed up blood and has been hospitalized. You must come quickly. I have already informed the second young master. What? Tang Yu hung up the phone and shot a fierce glare at Tang Zhongqing. My mother is hospitalized. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you, not ever. How could your mother be hospitalized? Tang Zhongqing questioned, bewildered, as Tang Yu turned and left the hotel. Tang Zhongqing hurried after him. Tang Yu, I'm going with you. In the end, Tang Zhongqing found himself in Tang Yu's car, heading to the hospital together. In the hospital corridor, after hearing the full story from Butler Wang, Tang Yi struck the wall in anger. Tang Yu rushed in with urgency. Upon witnessing Tang Zhongqing behind Tang Yu, Tang Yi fully embraced his masculine vigor, swiftly delivering a punch that felled Tang Zhongqing. You are utterly shameless. Today, I shall avenge my mother. Tang Yi cursed vehemently, launching a relentless barrage of fists and kicks upon Tang Zhongqing, venting his pent-up rage without mercy. Tang Yi, a singularly focused individual, was unable to contain his agitation within the Tang household. He typically heeded Zhang Meiyu's words, and in this moment of indignation on her behalf, he acted without hesitation. Tang Xiaomin observed the frenzied spectacle before her, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded their canine-like struggle. Wang Guanjia and Tang Yu, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward to separate Tang Yi. Tang Yi resisted, struggling against their hold. Let me go. Tang Yi, enough? Tang Yu reprimanded. Mother is already hospitalized. Do you wish to send father to the hospital as well? This remark, far from calming him, only incited Tang Yi's fury further. Why should my mother suffer in the hospital while he stands here unscathed? Why? With that, Tang Yi broke free from both Tang Yu and Wang Guanjia, once more unleashing a furious assault upon the prostrate Tang Zhongqing. Tang Yi, cease this madness. Our family cannot endure further turmoil. The scene descended into chaos as Tang Yu and Wang Guanjia struggled to pull Tang Yi away. In the ensuing tumult, Tang Zhongqing managed to stagger to his feet, his face marred by varying degrees of swelling and bruising, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he had sustained considerable harm. Tang Zhongqing was genuinely taken aback that Tang Yi would resort to such violence against him. His father, touching his bruised lip, he winced in pain. Drawing in a sharp breath and furrowing his brow, humph. Tang Xiaomin laughed unabashedly, her mirth immediately provoking a glare of resentment from Tang Zhongqing. Tang Xiaomin, is this your intent? To reduce the Tang family to chaos? Does this bring you joy? Not exactly joy, but observing the disarray of the Tang family does offer a modicum of satisfaction. Yet, this alone was far from sufficient. A knowing smile played at the corners of Tang Xiaomin's lips. The current state of the Tang family is entirely your doing. Had you not sought a mistress, had you not betrayed Zhang Meiyu, how could she have been driven to such distress that she ended up in the hospital? If she were to perish, it would be by your hand. Yet, in your arrogance, even if she were to die from your actions, you would concoct excuses for yourself or cast blame upon me. Tang Zhongqing, you are nothing but a hypocrite. Tang Zhongqing glared at Tang Xiaomin, filled with profound animosity. At such a young age, you possess a heart as venomous as a viper. You are even more ruthless than I. Indeed, I have merely learned from you all. You have taught me well to know one is born a villain. With a disdainful snort, Tang Zhongqing departed to seek medical attention. By the following morning, Zhang Meiyu had finally stabilized and was transferred to a hospital room. Born into privilege, she possessed a proud spirit and an exceptionally strong sense of self-worth. And this moment, faced with her husband's betrayal, even someone as prideful as Zhang Meiyu could not withstand such a blow. Her complexion was ashen, half of her vitality seemingly extinguished, leaving her exceedingly frail. Tang Yi and Tang Yu stood anxiously by her bedside, their expressions etched with concern for Zhang Meiyu. Mother, you must muster your strength. You still have several sons, Tang Yi remarked. Zhang Meiyu cast a fleeting glance at Tang Zhongqing, who stood at the doorway, and immediately averted her gaze. I do not wish to see him. Tell him to leave. With a resounding thud, Tang Xiaomin complied with Zhang Meiyu's wish, forcefully kicking the door shut and isolating Tang Zhongqing outside. Within the confines of the hospital room, the atmosphere was stifling. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Meiyu finally spoke again. Where have Tang Zhongqing and Tang Yi gone? Tang Yu replied, after you cast them out, they are currently residing in a hotel. Zhang Meiyu, fixated on the ceiling, uttered the words with a dazed expression. Investigate thoroughly whether Tang Yi and Tang Zhongqing are truly related as father and daughter. This. Tang Ye's eyes widened in shock. Mother. Do you mean to say that he is? Tang Yu interrupted, fearing that his brother might provoke their mother. Tang Yi, refrain from speaking recklessly until we ascertain the facts. Mother, I shall uncover the truth. Your foremost concern now should be your health, Tang Yu insisted. Zhang Meiyu continued, regardless of the outcome, my divorce from Tang Zhongqing is irrevocable. Tang Yi fell silent, while Tang Yu pondered for a moment before advising, Mother, we sons have no right to meddle in your affairs with father. However, if you divorce, our family will be fractured. Zhang Meiyu shook her head resolutely. Our family will not be shattered. I am merely expelling a disloyal man from our home. Ever since I discovered that he kept a mistress under my very nose, I have lived in anguish that I can no longer endure this existence. I want a divorce, and I demand that Tang Zhongqing leaves with nothing. Tang Yu remained quiet for a brief spell, contemplating deeply. As the eldest son, he had much on his mind. Yet Zhang Meiyu reiterated her stance. No matter what, in the end, I will ensure he leaves with nothing. Butler Wang arrived at the hospital with a thermos from home, while Tang Yi attentively assisted Zhang Meiyu with her meal. Though her complexion was far from healthy, her appetite surprisingly exceeded her usual standards, as she consumed 2 bowls of rice. Indeed, once a person emerges from their predicament, everything begins to improve. Des males, Tang Yi and Tang Yu found it cumbersome to tend to Zhang Meiyu, leading Tang Xiaomin to flatly refuse. I have no time to care for her. Hire a caregiver. If one cannot suffice, then hire several. The moment Tang Xiaomin uttered these words, she was met with an onslaught of reproach from Tang Yi. Tang Xiaomin, mother has been so good to you. Now that she is hospitalized, you refuse to care for her? Do you have no conscience? Is this how you treat your mother? How can you justify her kindness towards you? At that moment, Zhang Meiyu gazed at Tang Xiaomin with a look of pity and grievance. She had endured insults and even physical reprimands from her. She had apologized for abandoning her. She had endeavored to love and support her to the best of her ability, hoping for Tang Xiaomin's forgiveness. Chapter 100. An unforgivable mistake. Zhang Meiyu said, you all may leave. I wish to speak with Xiaomin alone. Once everyone departed, the hospital room fell into a hushed silence. Zhang Meiyu reclined on her hospital bed, while Tang Xiaomin stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Speak your mind swiftly, she urged. The frigid demeanor left Zhang Meiyu feeling a pang of bitterness. Xiaomin, are you still unwilling to forgive me? Forgive you for what? What have you done wrong? Tang Xiaomin retorted, silence often brings forth the most profound confrontation with one's true self. When you were born, I endured 2 days of excruciating pain, facing various dangers that repeatedly threatened my life. Do you even remember your birthday? You were born in an ominous year, month, day, and hour. Your birth chart reflects profound negativity. It wasn't until the 3rd day after your birth that I regained consciousness. For half a month I was confined to my bed, my life force significantly diminished. Tang Xiaomin gazed into the distance, her eyes seemingly devoid of focus. It was I who harmed you. You have every right to despise me, to abandon me, or even to wish for my demise. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Xiaomin spoke in a voice stripped of warmth. Birds of a feather flocked together. What difference was there between her and the heartless, hypocritical Tang Zhongqing? Yet, Zhang Meiyu felt her eyes welling with tears, regret etched across her face. No, I should not have directed my anger at you. You were merely an infant who had no control over your own birth. It was I who foolishly trusted the words of charlatans, believing you to be a harbinger of misfortune. It was all my fault. Xiaomin, can you find it in your heart to forgive your mother? There are many days ahead, and I promise to make amends. Will you grant me this opportunity for redemption? Zhang Meiyu gazed at Tang Xiaomin with genuine emotion, hoping for her understanding and forgiveness. It was indeed foolish to have been deceived were it in a past life. Perhaps Zhang Meiyu's words would have elicited forgiveness from Tang Xiaomin. But now that was impossible. She was gone, a victim of the collective malice of the Tang family. Tang Xiaomin looked at Zhang Meiyu, her expression impassive. Some mistakes can be forgiven, while others cannot. Just as you would never forgive Tang Zhongqing, I too shall not forgive you. Xiaomin, this is different. It is different. Your awareness of your own wrongdoings falls far short. I already acknowledge my mistakes. Xiaomin, must you cling so tightly to the past? Aren't you also fixated on the matter of Tang Zhongqing? If you cannot forgive Tang Zhongqing for his transgressions against you, how can you expect forgiveness for the harm you inflicted upon me? Tang Xiaomin's words struck at the very core of Zhang Meiyu's soul. Indeed, she could not forgive Tang Zhongqing. Tang Xiaomin's feelings mirrored her own. She too struggled to find peace and could not forgive herself. Tang Xiaomin departed in the hospital corridor. Tang Yi observed her leaving and, feeling indignant, remarked, "You may defy mother on regular occasions, but now that she is ill, you choose to remain indifferent? Are you even human? If it weren't inconvenient for me to care for her, I wouldn't have to rely on you." This statement reminded Tang Xiaomin of Tang Yi. In a past life when they pressured her to donate a kidney to Tang Yi, Tang Yi had also claimed that should they find a match, he would unhesitatingly donate a kidney to her. Tang Xiaomin smiled at Tang Yi. Tang Yi enjoyed the privileges of the Tang family. Now that Zhang Meiyu was sick, it was only fitting for her to care for Zhang Meiyu in return for her kindness. You refrain from expressing such sentiments to Tang Yi and instead direct them towards me. Are you still preoccupied with her, reluctant to see her toil? Sensing the impending quarrel, Tang Yi interjected, urging, "Let us refrain from further words. I have already arranged for an assessment for Yi, and the results shall be available in a few days." Xiaomin, unwilling to care for her mother, suggested hiring a caregiver instead, pleading for a moment of peace. Tang Xiaomin let out a cold huff and departed the hospital without a backward glance. The pinnacle of the Xianfu group, within a lavishly renovated office occupying an entire floor, Yanju fixated on the images of villas flickering across the projector. Upon Tang Xiaomin's request to purchase a villa, he immediately devoted himself to the task of selection. Yet, after an entire day of searching, none met his approval. Either the properties were too modest or lacked grandeur. Was there truly no residence of a higher caliber and price? Lu Xing felt the pressure mounting on his forehead. It was not that such options did not exist. Primarily, they were newcomers in the city, having recently acquired another company, and their finances were rather limited at this nascent stage. Furthermore, there were indeed no houses in the vicinity that could satisfy President Yan's discerning taste. According to his standards, only a castle would suffice. Bearing the weight of various pressures alone, Lu Xing proposed, "President Yan, why not design a castle yourself? We could engage a construction company to build it. That would truly be heartfelt." A flicker of brightness flashed in the man's dark eyes. "Indeed, you are worthy of your title as my strategist. However, would that not consume considerable time? What shall we do if Min Min cannot wait? How could she? Once she comprehends your intentions, she will undoubtedly be elated." Yanju nodded but remained unconvinced. "Let us procure a villa for her first, and then we shall construct a castle." Yu Xing thought to himself. Feeling a torrent of frustration, "President Yan, everything requires financial resources. We must focus on our business and earn revenue. We cannot afford to fall behind that fellow with the surname Yi. Isn't it merely a negotiation? Inform me of the lowest price, and I shall demonstrate what true negotiation entails." Thus, driven by the prospect of profit, he hastened to meet with clients. A day later, Tang Xiaomin received a design blueprint. Upon seeing the signature at the end, she couldn't help but be slightly astonished, for it bore the name Yanju. Moments later, her phone rang. "Min Min, have you seen the design?" "I have." "Did you draw this?" "Of course, it is for you. It will be ready for occupancy in 100 days. Tang Xiaomin felt speechless. "I merely requested you to buy a small villa. What is the meaning of constructing a castle?" And do you even have the funds? Yanju remained silent for a moment. You need not worry about that. I have perused Lu Xing's reports. Every day, thousands depart from the city. Our business is thriving. Once I establish branches nationwide and globally. Heh. Tang Xiaomin found herself amused by Yanju's audacious plans. You truly dare to dream. Establishing a funeral group is already quite peculiar, and now you wish to expand it worldwide? Suddenly, a stone struck the window of Tang Xiaomin's bedroom. The line fell silent, followed by another small stone hitting the window. Tang Xiaomin, donning her slippers, approached the window to glance down, then quietly ended the call. Yanju had, unbeknownst to her, arrived outside the villa belonging to her family. This moment, she was smiling as she watched her. It was then that Tang Xiaomin recalled that Zhang Meiyu had hired security personnel to guard the villa. Oh no. Chapter 101. The third brother has returned. Time for a beating. Didn't he harm anyone, did he? The security team was diligently watching over the villa, and everything seemed fine. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly spotted a car slowly approaching from a distance, coming to a halt before her. It was Tang Ye's vehicle, and to her astonishment, the person in the passenger seat was Tang Su. Tang Yi and Tang Su were twins, bearing the same handsome visage. However, Tang Xiaomin could easily distinguish between the two. Tang Yi was lively and cheerful, with bright eyes, while Tang Su was inscrutable, his emotions concealed. Exuding an aura of mystery among the brothers, Tang Su possessed the highest intelligence, coupled with a profound depth of character. In her previous life, he had forcefully injected her with anesthetics, leading her family to the operating table. For this, Tang Xiaomin harbored an intense hatred towards Tang Su. Tang Yi spoke with irritation. Xiaomin, hurry up and have these security personnel withdraw. Do you hear me? Tang Xiaomin paid no heed to his words. An overwhelming wave of hatred surging from within her, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Xiaomin. The next moment, she flung open the car door and yanked Tang Su from the passenger seat. He offered little resistance, allowing himself to be pulled out without attempting to shake her off. His gloomy eyes regarded her with indifference as he asked in a voice devoid of warmth, "Is there something you need?" Typically taciturn, he had never once berated Tang Xiaomin, treating her as if she were a stranger, scarcely acknowledging her presence. Who would have thought that such a silent individual would ultimately orchestrate a medical consultation to discuss the removal of her kidney? The saying "don't judge a book by its cover" certainly applied to Tang Su. Tang Xiaomin saw no need for pleasantries with Tang Su. "Seeing you makes me uncomfortable," she declared. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Tang Su's mouth as he nodded. So what? What did it matter? Did he truly believe that she, being a woman, could not retaliate against him? In the next instant, Tang Xiaomin tightened her fist and struck Tang Su with all her might, sending him sprawling to the ground with a dull thud that resonated painfully. Tang Su, having received the blow, sat on the ground, touching the injury at the corner of his mouth for the first time. He truly regarded Tang Xiaomin, yet before he could utter a word, she lifted her skirt and began to rain blows upon him with her foot. Tang Su attempted to resist, but he was no match for her fury. Her kicks were too forceful. After 4 or 5 strikes, blood streamed from his nose and mouth as he curled up on the ground, howling in agony. Everything transpired too swiftly, and when Tang Yi finally registered the scene, he shouted at Tang Xiaomin, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Stop!" However, Tang Ye's verbal intervention proved futile. At that moment, Tang Xiaomin was impervious to his voice. All she desired was to unleash the wrath that had festered within her. To exact her revenge. "Xiaomin, you must stop!" Tang Yi exclaimed as he exited the car, rushing to embrace her from behind in a desperate attempt to pull her away. Yet, in the next instant, he was kicked aside by a man, landing several meters away from Tang Xiaomin. The assailant was none other than It is indeed Yanju. With a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yanju remained silent, quietly observing Tang Xiaomin as she vented her frustrations. Such scenes were not uncommon during their time in the underworld. Freed from her shackles, Tang Xiaomin unleashed her fury upon Tang Su with an ease that was almost alarming. Tang Yi winced in pain. His teeth gritted, watching as Tang Xiaomin unleashed a one-sided assault. A wave of terror washing over him, he genuinely feared that Tang Xiaomin might beat Tang Su to death. "Xiaomin, stop! If you continue, you might kill him." However, at that moment, Tang Xiaomin was consumed by rage, her ears deaf to any pleas. With each ferocious kick, she relentlessly battered Tang Su. She was beyond caring about the consequences. Tang Yi struggled, staggering once more to Tang Su's side, desperately clinging to one of Tang Xiaomin's legs. "Xiaomin, enough! Tang Su has already lost consciousness. If you keep this up, someone will die." Only then did she realize that Tang Su lay motionless, having succumbed to her blows. Breathing heavily, Tang Xiaomin attempted to regain her composure. "Xiaomin, what has happened to you?" Tang Yi gazed at her in horror, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing a deranged killer. Slowly, Tang Xiaomin released her grip on her skirt, letting out a cold snort that I merely wished for him to experience the feeling of having his life controlled by another. You've lost your mind. You are truly insane. But had she truly gone mad? Perhaps it was they who had driven her to this brink. Tang Xiaomin remained silent, her gaze devoid of focus, as if she were staring into the void. Tang Yi helped Tang Su into the car, and they departed. Everything transpired swiftly, and just as quickly, it came to an end. The security personnel stationed outside the Tang family villa watched in stunned silence, bewildered by the brutality displayed by such a young girl. Yanju squatted down, personally fastening the buckle on Tang Xiaomin's shoelace, which had inadvertently come undone during her violent outburst. Once secured, he straightened up and regarded her. He was unperturbed by this savage side of her. It was something he had grown accustomed to. This was his queen. Are you tired from all that? Let me take you out for a meal. Tang Xiaomin nodded, following Yanju into his car. She had no inkling of where he would take her, nor did she inquire. Liu Xing drove, while Tang Xiaomin sat in the backseat alongside Yanju. Her phone rang incessantly. It was Tang Yu calling. For Tang Yi, Tang Su was capable of anything. The petty squabbles with Tang Yi paled in comparison to the gravity of the situation. I did it. Yes, I did. If you have a problem with that, go ahead and report me. Xiaomin, what could possibly justify your actions? Surely there must be a reason. Tang Xiaomin's patience wore thin and she shouted into the phone, he owes me. All of you owe me. One day, you will understand just how deranged you are. You are nothing but murderers. Xiaomin, what do you mean by that? Clarify your words. To hell with you. In a fit of rage, Tang Xiaomin hung up the phone. Not long after, she received a call from Zhang Meiyu, but she swiftly turned off her phone. That family was utterly revolting. To the hotel, Yanju ordered an assortment of drinks, intending to help Tang Xiaomin drown her sorrows. She raised her glass, exuberantly clinking it against Yanju's. Cheers. Let us drink, for today we indulge and tomorrow we shall face our troubles anew. To our health. Yanju accompanied Tang Xiaomin in her drinking. Pouring her another glass before long, she began to show signs of inebriation. In Chapter 102. Third brother helps you avenge. Liu Xing, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke up. My queen, I have calculated that our Xianfu group, solely relying on coffin sales and funerals. It seems quite challenging for General Yan to become the richest man within a year. Could you offer a suggestion? Yanju shot Liu Xing a disdainful glance. I am the boss and you are the employed. As long as you exert enough effort, I can lead the life I desire. You are clearly just being lazy. Liu Xing. He was indeed a most nefarious capitalist. When taken to negotiate collaborations, he would flip the table at the slightest disagreement. Many executives had been so intimidated by him that they suffered heart attacks or fainted, while others, completely frightened, hastily signed contracts. At this rate, he could single-handedly bring down an entire corporation. Tang Xiaomin raised her glass, her cheeks slightly flushed and her gaze hazy. In her drunken stupor, she remarked, it's simple, just bring out that reincarnation system. Sell it together with the funeral arrangements. The higher the price, the greater the chances of attracting wealthy heirs. Let's see who dares gamble with their life. They will obediently present all their possessions, vying to become the next rich heir. Liu Xing, feeling embarrassed, responded, my queen, tales of ghosts and deities might not be believed by the living. If no one believes, then let the spirits deliver dreams to the families. This. Yanju smiled with satisfaction. The method is yours to implement, just follow through. This. What is this? Surely she was not mistaken. It was either he understood or she did. Liu Xing had no further arguments. After all, he was merely an employed in terms of business acumen. He certainly could not match Tang Xiaomin. Since her arrival in the underworld, it had undergone a transformation, no longer a desolate wasteland. If it continued to develop this way, it might soon rival the splendor of this magical metropolis. Upon arriving at the Tang residence, Yanju carried Tang Xiaomin inside. Noticing this, Tang Yu immediately furrowed his brow. Their eyes met, and despite having encountered many powerful figures, the man's gaze, aloof and seemingly unfocused, filled him with an inexplicable dread. Who are you? Put my sister down. What are you doing? Let her go. Tang Yu angrily followed Yanju. He observed as Yanju gently laid Tang Xiaomin on the bed, tucked her in and tenderly brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead. In that moment, he appeared overwhelmingly affectionate. His unfocused eyes seemed like a deep abyss, threatening to draw Tang Xiaomin into its depths. It was evident, even to the naked eye, that he harbored profound feelings for her. The eyes of a person do not let. As he exited, he quietly closed the door, the motion so gentle that it produced no sound at all. Tang Yu issued a displeased warning. Xiaomin has an engagement with the Yi family. If you wish to avoid trouble, you had better keep your distance from her. The implication was clear. He held Yanju in contempt. Looking at Tang Xiaomin's older brother, Yanju felt an impulse to snap his neck, however. Did she not inform you of our relationship? At these words, Tang Yu's expression turned grave. What relationship? In Tang Xiaomin's most painful and desperate moments, it was Yanju who stood by her side. They were each other's salvation in comparison to the blood relatives of the Tang family, or that individual bearing the surname Yi. Yanju was acutely aware that in the eyes of Tang Xiaomin, he held far greater significance. Ultimately, it sufficed to say that his intimacy with her surpassed theirs. Yanju departed. Tang Yu promptly instructed someone to investigate this person, and upon learning that he was the president of the Xianfu funeral group, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This individual possessed an extraordinary demeanor, rumored to have a volatile temperament, often overturning tables during negotiations, and no one knew from whence he hailed, yet he had suddenly materialized in the Magic City. Although his endeavors were not mainstream, he had recently been making waves with significant undertakings. Regardless of his pursuits, he was ultimately no match for the Yi family. Tang Yu resolutely refused to permit any entanglement of the Tang family due to Tang Xiaomin's unclear relationship with this man. The wrath of the Yi family was not something to be trifled with. In the hospital, Tang Su was left with internal injuries after being kicked by Tang Xiaomin. Upon seeing Tang Su's condition, Tang Yi was instantly filled with sorrow, bursting into tears. Third brother, does it still hurt? Tang Su was nearly overwhelmed by pain. He had not anticipated that Tang Xiaomin would suddenly unleash such violence upon him. Moreover, her strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was inconceivable that a mere few kicks could render him gravely injured. Tang Su retrieved a tissue to wipe away Tang Yi's tears. It's merely a flesh wound. Look at you crying like a distressed kitten. Third brother, I'm just worried about you. Sob. Look at you. There's not a single good spot on your body. Sob. Regrettably, if only she could confront her, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Sob. Yet given Tang Yi's stature, she could only express such sentiments in Tang Su's presence. Facing Tang Xiaomin, she would not dare utter a word had she not endured enough beatings. Listening to Tang Yi's tender words, warmth spread through Tang Su's heart. Do not provoke that madwoman. It would be unwise to incur further harm upon yourself. The grievances you and I suffer at her hands will one day be settled by third brother. Tang Su believed that Tang Xiaomin had brought chaos upon the Tang family solely because of their eldest brother's soft-heartedness, Tang Yi's ineptitude, their father's mistakes, and their mother's bewilderment. Hearing this, Tang Yi felt reassured, though she maintained a facade of grievance. Third brother, mother despises me. She cast me and father out of the house, and father has purchased a new home. Henceforth I shall reside with him. Tang Su comforted Tang Yi. Third brother understands you. You were merely provoked into retaliating by Tang Xiaomin. Since father has acquired a new house, I shall move in with you. I will always stand by your side. Unwavering. Third brother. Tang Yi erupted into tears, overwhelmed with heartfelt emotion. In her excitement, she embraced Tang Su, weeping incessantly. Do not cry. Third brother will not allow her to bully you any longer. Trust in me. Tang Yu observed the scene in the hospital room, where Tang Yi clung to Tang Su, pouring out her grievances in tears, and found himself at a loss for words. Tang Su was usually stoic, and only Tang Yi could engage him in conversation. Others might not perceive it, but Tang Yu had watched Tang Su grow up. He could see that Tang Su also held affection for Tang Yi. Chapter 103, the results of the paternity test. Moreover, Tang Su's feelings for Tang Yi are far more profound than those of Tang Yi. His silence stems from the understanding that no words can truly encapsulate a man's affection for a woman. Unlike Tang Yi, who can unabashedly pursue Tang Yi, he remains grounded in reason. Holding the test results, Tang Yu entered his mother's hospital room. Over the past few days, Zhang Meiyu's condition had significantly improved, her complexion even taking on a rosy hue. Upon Tang Yu's entrance, Butler Wang, who had been playing chess with Zhang Meiyu, promptly rose and discreetly exited the room. Noticing the document in Tang Yu's hand, Zhang Meiyu surmised its contents speak, regardless of whether Tang Yi is Tang Zhongqing's illegitimate daughter, I can bear it. Observing his mother's resolute demeanor, Tang Yu replied, Mother, he is not my father's illegitimate child at all. We have all been misled by Xiaomin. The test results are here. Zhang Meiyu opened the document, which indicated that the biological samples belonged to Tang Yu and Tang Yi, confirming that they were not siblings. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, as the weight that had burdened her heart was finally lifted. Where are they currently residing? She inquired. Tang Yu responded, Father has purchased a villa over in Qingshui Bay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiyu slammed her hand on the chessboard, causing the pieces to scatter across the floor with a clattering noise. Well, he still has money to buy a villa, yet he has kept this hidden. All the while, he has insisted that the family's finances are under my control. that any expenditures are provided by me. I had thoroughly drained his bank accounts, and yet he still possesses funds to acquire property. He is a hypocritical scoundrel. Tang Yu sensed that his mother's relentless pursuit was driven by a desire to prevent his father from enjoying a peaceful life with Tang Yi. Mother, the shares of the Tang Corporation are in your name, and all of the family's assets are under your authority. Now that you have expelled him from the house, he still has to support Yi's education. Let us not quibble over his meager savings. This statement only fueled Zhang Meiyu's anger. Oh, so I am excessive for expelling him and that scheming Tang Yi, am I? What do you consider my betrayal and deception? Have I endured all this in vain? Mother, that is not my intention. Tang Yu interjected. Let me remind you, everything belonging to the Tang family was originally the property of the Zhang family. It was Tang Zhongqing who benefited from my Zhang Meiyu's fortune, thereby living a good life. If you believe my actions to be excessive, and feel sympathy for your father, you are free to live with him. I will not hold you back. After enduring a barrage of scathing remarks from his mother, Tang Yu silently retreated from the room. It was his father who had first erred, betraying his mother. How could he possibly choose to live with his father? When Tang Xiaomin arrived at the hospital and learned that Tang Yi and Tang Yu were not siblings, she found it difficult to comprehend. After all, Tang Zhongqing had always treated Tang Yi exceptionally well. However, upon reflection, she realized that her adoptive parents had also shown her immense love and care, deeply ingrained within her. Perhaps Tang Zhongqing is simply a man of genuine affection for his daughter Tang Yi, and I have overthought the situation. Tang Xiaomin set down the report and subsequently cast a scornful glance at Zhang Meiyu. Fortunately, he has not foolishly taken on the responsibility of raising a daughter for his lover. This indeed is a matter worth celebrating. Zhang Meiyu secretly rejoiced that she had not become the most foolish victim in this scenario. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Otherwise, the blow would have been unbearable and could have driven her to despair. Once I officially divorce Tang Zhongqing, I shall publicly announce that Tang Yi will live with him. Severing all ties with me, Xiaomin, I will return your rightful place to you. Entirely and unequivocally from now on, you shall be the sole legitimate heiress in this household, and no one will dare to look down upon you again. Zhang Meiyu spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that it hardly seemed like a fabrication. Yet, what use is it to address these matters only now? Observing Tang Xiaomin's impassive demeanor, Zhang Meiyu instinctively furrowed her brow. Shouldn't you be pleased by my actions? Upon hearing this, the chill in Tang Xiaomin's cold gaze intensified. There is a saying, and I wonder if you have heard it. What saying? A belated affection is as worthless as weeds. At this juncture, do you truly believe I still covet anything from the Tang family? Then what is it that you desire? I can provide you with anything. Zhang Meiyu spoke with an air of arrogance. Almost boastful. However, Tang Xiaomin suddenly erupted into laughter. I want all of you to regret abandoning me, regret the wrongs you have inflicted upon me. She wished for them all to perish in regret and anguish, just as she had when she died. A deep-seated resentment welled in her eyes. Zhang Meiyu was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her gaze. Her eyes flickered, momentarily lost in thought, and her speech faltered. Xiaomin. Those things are in the past. I promise to treat you well from now on. Do not harbor such deep-seated hatred. One should not live in animosity. Silence. Tang Xiaomin shouted at Zhang Meiyu. The reason one can move beyond past grievances is that such hatred has not yet inflicted sufficient pain. Being insulted is trivial. After being struck, one eventually heals. But what if someone loses their life? Tell me, can you forgive someone who has taken your life? Zhang Meiyu looked at Tang Xiaomin, brimming with hatred, and realized that she had never truly understood her. Yet she too had been deceived. Moreover, Xiaomin, I am sorry for hurting you, but surely we have not reached the point of such life and death enmity you speak of. You have suffered over the years. This was my fault. Yet here you stand before me, so why must you cling to the past? After awakening, Tang Xiaomin contemplated much. The past life is bygone. This life represents a divergence into a different future. The outcome of her previous life, where she was murdered, remains unchanged. What she alters now pertains only to the events unfolding in this alternate timeline. Regardless, she was indeed conspired against and ultimately perished by their hands. Tang Xiaomin nodded, articulating each word distinctly to Zhang Meiyu. There are certain things you have done, yet you remain oblivious to them now. Even if I were to disclose them, you would not believe me. Nonetheless, it matters not, for one day, you shall come to realize the extent of your malice. Upon reaching the underworld, the system will reset one's memories, and the undeniable evidence of one's sins will be laid bare. Zhang Meiyu gazed at Tang Xiaomin in confusion. What have I ever done to you? Chapter 104. Third brother also likes Tang Yi. You killed me. Zhang Meiyu stared at Tang Xiaomin, her eyes filled with astonishment. At this moment, she could only feel that Tang Xiaomin was not in her right mind. Xiaomin, what nonsense are you spouting? You are alive and well. Why utter such words? Tang Xiaomin had inexplicably sent Tang Su to the hospital. And now she was saying such nonsensical and frightening things. Could it be that she had lost her sanity? Tang Xiaomin knew well that Zhang Meiyu would wear such an expression. She had even anticipated Zhang Meiyu's next course of action. She would seek a doctor for her, treating her as though she were a madwoman. That I knew you wouldn't believe me, but you truly did it. One day you will understand, Xiaomin. Tang Xiaomin disregarded Zhang Meiyu and left the hospital. In the ward, Zhang Meiyu's complexion was grim. She recalled the occasion when Tang Zhongqing had taken Tang Xiaomin to see a doctor, who had declared her mad. Her behavior had become increasingly incomprehensible. If she were merely targeting Tang Yi, that could be excused. Previously, during their time at the Tang residence, Tang Su had not uttered a single harsh word to her. He had always been taciturn. Zhang Meiyu pondered for a moment before speaking to Butler Wang. Butler Wang, please find a psychiatrist for Xiaomin. She needs to be evaluated. Butler Wang hesitated. Madam, Miss Xiaomin is quite lucid. There is no need for such measures. If you seek a doctor for her, it would imply you consider her a lunatic. Her temperament may be peculiar, but she has not truly reached the level of insanity. Zhang Meiyu shook her head. Resolute in her decision. It is still necessary to find her a doctor to guide her. Otherwise, if left unchecked, she may one day completely descend into madness, and I do not wish to witness such a day. Butler Wang fell silent and proceeded to arrange this matter. Tang Xiaomin deliberately descended to catch a glimpse of Tang Su, only to find Tang Yi in the ward, accompanying him. The two were sharing laughter, with Tang Yi personally feeding Tang Su fruits, a scene reminiscent of lovers' intimacy. Upon noticing Tang Xiaomin's arrival, Tang Yi instinctively stood up, appearing quite fearful. She timidly positioned herself beside Tang Su, lowering her head, exuding an air of submissiveness, as though Tang Xiaomin were a formidable beast ready to devour her. Tang Su, displeased, commanded, "Leave." Previously, he had never acknowledged Tang Xiaomin. After being beaten, he had finally begun to regard her out of hatred. Tang Xiaomin shot a cold glance at Tang Yi and remarked, "The last time you were on your knees, you swore you would maintain your distance from the brothers. How long has it been? And now you are all lovey-dovey with Tang Su." Tang Yi glared back at Tang Xiaomin, retorting, "It was you who deliberately slandered me with second brother, causing misunderstanding with our parents, you injured third brother. I was merely taking care of him, so stop fabricating lies." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin smiled softly and turned her gaze toward Tang Su. "And what of you, Tang Su? Do you not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Tang Yi?" Tang Su shot Tang Xiaomin a disdainful glance. "Yi has already been driven out of the Tang family by our mother. What happens between Yi and me is none of your concern." "Very well. You speak the truth. Allow me to extend my early blessings for your happiness, and may you be blessed with many children, becoming a true family." However, Tang Xiaomin continued, "Tang Yi is currently fixated on marrying Yi Fengxing. I fear you might be just as deluded as Tang Yi." Tang Yi shook her head in denial. "Third brother, I am not yet 20. I am still in school. How could I possibly think of marriage?" Tang Xiaomin smiled at Tang Yi. "Is that truly the case? Then what do you make of Tang Zhongqing's scheming assistance in framing me at the Yi family's banquet?" "You." Tang Yi was rendered speechless, her complexion darkening. Observing this, Tang Su issued an eviction order. "Leave. You are not welcome here." That if it were not for mother's constant urging, I would truly hold you accountable for your actions. He still had the audacity to demand accountability from her. "Tang Su, I shall return the sentiment that I too will hold you accountable, to the very end." With that, Tang Xiaomin departed, leaving Tang Su bewildered by her nonsensical words. He suspected she might indeed be mentally unhinged. With her head lowered, Tang Yi took but a moment to resolve herself. "Third brother, I do not genuinely wish to marry Yi Fengxing. Ever since she returned, she has been ingratiating herself before our parents. I am merely afraid she will gradually usurp my place. My desire to marry Yi Fengxing is feigned. I am simply frightened of her." Third brother. As she spoke, Tang Yi began to weep uncontrollably. "Every day I live in fear, terrified that our parents will abandon me. Afraid that you will too. That I have nightmares at night, dreaming of being cast out by you all. Woo, that I have already been driven out of the Tang family by mother." Tang Yi's crying was heart-wrenching indeed. Her current plight was dire, having been expelled from her home. Tang Su did not dwell excessively on the fact that Tang Yi had been cast out. Rather, it might be for the best. For this way, she would no longer be tied to the Tang family. He affectionately ruffled Tang Yi's hair. "And no matter what happens, third brother believes in you. You'll not see or why." In a short while, Tang Yi's sobs shook her frame, seemingly unceasing. Third brother, you are truly kind." Tang Su comforted her for quite some time until her tears finally subsided. And the Tang family. Tang Yi received a video of Tang Yi and Tang Su indulging in sweet nothings at the hospital, specifically filmed for his viewing. After sharing it, she smiled at Tang Yi. Tang Yi, skeptical, replied, "What scheme are you concocting now?" Though he remained doubtful, he chose not to watch. "I simply wish for you to understand Tang Su's feelings for Tang Yi. Do you not have affections for her as well? Go in contest with Tang Xiu. It would be most entertaining if they were to engage in mutual destruction over a green tea bitch." Indeed. Thus, Tang Yi resolved to be more cautious. "Tang Xiaomin, are you not merely attempting to play the art of sowing discord? It is inconceivable. I would never lend credence to the words of a madman such as yourself. To think I would not fall for your tricks." At this moment, Tang Xiaomin found herself holding Tang Yi in higher regard than before. "Is that so? What a pity, I even went so far as to record a video for you. If you choose not to watch it, so be it." After entering for a brief moment, she silently counted to 10 in her mind, then gently opened the door to glance downstairs. Indeed, Tang Yi could no longer restrain himself and picked up her phone to watch the video. His face turned a deep shade of anger. Chapter 105. The beastly heart of Dr. Zhou. Tang Yi had harbored feelings for Tang Yi for many years. Despite Tang Yi's repeated disappointments, there exists a common flaw among men. They cannot bear to see the object of their affection with another man, particularly when that man is Tang Su, his own twin, though they were born on the same day, in the same month and the same year, and bore striking resemblance. Tang Yi had always felt inferior to Tang Su in every regard. Often subjected to comparisons by their parents, he could not be with Tang Yi and would never permit Tang Su to be with her either. Tang Yi set down his phone, a shadow of dark emotion flickering in his eyes, and the living room. Zhang Meiyu addressed Tang Xiaomin, saying, "This is Dr. Zhou, who will come to provide you with psychological guidance every 3 days. His main focus will be to teach you how to manage your emotions and to rectify your propensity for physical confrontations." Dr. Zhou, wearing gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, presented a scholarly appearance. "Miss Tang, it is a pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand to Tang Xiaomin. She fixed her gaze upon him, fragments of memories flashing in her mind that in her previous life, the Tang family had deemed her insane. And in a bid to solidify this accusation, they had deliberately assigned her this Dr. Zhou under the guise of psychological counseling, purportedly to help her control her behavior and present herself as a refined young lady. At that time, she had complied with Zhang Meiyu's arrangements, attending sessions 3 times a week for half an hour each. As for Dr. Zhou, he was no benevolent figure. During the counseling, he attempted to violate her, prompting Tang Xiaomin to retaliate fiercely, leaving him bloodied and bruised from that point onward. He adamantly insisted she was quite mad. Later, when the Yi family inquired, she was subsequently released. Reflecting on this, a glint of malevolence flashed in Tang Xiaomin's eyes. "Who do you think you are to shake my hand?" Dr. Zhou's expression soured, taken aback by the disdain with which this young lady regarded him. Suppressing his inner fury, he replied respectfully, "I apologize for my presumptuousness. I hope you will not take offense." Zhang Meiyu, speaking earnestly, urged, "Xiaomin, Dr. Zhou is highly professional. You should earnestly engage with his guidance." Tang Xiaomin nodded in agreement, acknowledging understood. This time she was determined to ensure that this beastly-hearted Dr. Zhou would not escape unscathed. In a quaint tea room, Tang Xiaomin underwent her psychological counseling with Dr. Zhou. He spoke at length about various aspects of psychological guidance. Occasionally, Tang Xiaomin would nod, sipping her tea in solitude. As the evening drew near and the session approached its conclusion, she said, "Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Zhou. My temper tends to be quite volatile, and I often restrain myself from engaging in physical altercations. Thanks to your guidance, I feel an unprecedented clarity in my emotions." Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhou smiled, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. "Of course, it is my privilege to assist Miss Tang." As he spoke, he passed a business card to Tang Xiaomin. "Miss Tang, here is my contact information. Should you ever feel anxious or overwhelmed, do not hesitate to reach out. My phone will be on for you 20 hours a day. Such attentiveness has begun." Dr. Zhou, "May I pose a question?" "Please, Miss Tang. Feel free to ask. Are you acquainted with Tang Su?" "Indeed, perhaps this is fate at play." "Fate? This is clearly a premeditated scheme. Tang Su is a person of few words, possessing an astute depth. All his actions are conducted in secrecy. In her previous life, this Dr. Zhou slandered her, possibly at the behest of Tang Su." With a smile, Tang Xiaomin retrieved her car keys. "Shall we go, Dr. Zhou?" Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses once more, matching Tang Xiaomin's pace. As she drove the car she had borrowed from Yanju, the convertible top down, they cruised through the streets. The evening breeze tousled her hair, while Dr. Zhou occasionally glanced at her from the passenger seat. "Miss Tang, this is not, in fact, the route to my home. However, if Miss Tang desires a joyride, I would be delighted to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomin cast a playful glance at Dr. Zhou. "Very well. I shall take you to my secret hideaway. I hope you will enjoy it." The mention of a secret hideaway, especially with nightfall upon them, piqued Dr. Zhou's interest, filling him with a sense of excitement. If he could win over this heiress, His lifetime of wealth and prosperity would be assured. The destination Tang Xiaomin had in mind was none other than the Xianfu Group, specifically the cremation department. In this world, the population is vast and daily many depart from it. The Xianfu Group has acquired all funeral services in the city, ensuring that the deceased are brought there for cremation and memorial ceremonies. Surprisingly, business has flourished. Recently, they launched a door-to-door corpse collection service, resulting in an unprecedented surge in activity within the cremation department, leading to long queues for cremation services. As Tang Xiaomin's vehicle entered the Xianfu Group, Yanju rushed out to greet her, his expression a mix of urgency and excitement. However, upon noticing Tang Xiaomin accompanied by an unfamiliar man, his demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. After a brief exchange of whispers between Tang Xiaomin and Yanju, he departed. Dr. Zhou, as a physician, you have encountered many deceased individuals. You should not be afraid, correct? In an effort to impress Tang Xiaomin, Dr. Zhou nodded affirmatively. As doctors, we are trained for such encounters. We have seen many corpses and are not easily frightened. At this, Tang Xiaomin remained silent. She led Dr. Zhou through the gates of the Xianfu Group, where Lu Xing personally came to guide her. A small door opened, casting a red glow from within, creating an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, Dr. Zhou felt a twinge of unease, yet to maintain his composure, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Very well. They walked down a path enveloped in crimson light, shrouded in mist, obscuring their vision. Suddenly, Dr. Zhou heard an odd sound, sending chills down his spine. Miss Tang, do you hear any strange noises? Not at all, Dr. Zhou. Perhaps you are mistaken. Dr. Zhou pondered to himself, could it be that he was genuinely timid? Hallucinating? As he continued to walk forward, the fog had noticeably thinned compared to before. Suddenly, a shadow drifted past him, and Dr. Zhou caught sight of 2 feet. This time, he was certain it was not a figment of his imagination. Miss Tang, it seems there is someone ahead. Chapter 106. Dr. Zhou, allow me to demonstrate bare-handed nephrectomy. No, you must be mistaken. Tang Xiaomin continued to feign ignorance. At that moment, Dr. Zhou noticed a ragged figure crawling on the ground beside Tang Xiaomin's feet. Miss Tang, there is someone in front of you. No sooner had he spoken than the figure vanished. Dr. Zhou, feeling a chill run down his spine, removed his glasses to wipe them, then put them back on. Still, nothing was there. A cold sweat broke out on Dr. Zhou. He felt increasingly that this place was sinister. This place is quite eerie, he mused. In all his years, he had never encountered such a locale. Dr. Zhou, have you encountered many madmen? What drives them to insanity? Tang Xiaomin inquired, turning to face him, a sly smile playing on her lips. Dr. Zhou replied, the madmen were not always mad. Some have inherent neurological issues, while most have suffered from trauma. Trauma? What constitutes as trauma? She pressed. It's difficult to define. There are countless ways one can be traumatized, and it largely depends on the circumstances. Dr. Zhou elaborated. Just as he finished speaking, a disheveled, ragged figure with a pallid complexion floated lazily towards them, its feet hovering above the ground. Dr. Zhou was startled, instinctively retreating to Tang Xiaomin's side. Miss Tang, what? How can this person be like this? Where exactly are we? Tang Xiaomin remained silent, abruptly seizing the insolent little ghost. The ghost, terrified, bared its teeth and struggled. Its eyes turned pitch black, fingers sprouting long nails, revealing jagged fangs, rendering its visage grotesque and terrifying. Ah! Dr. Zhou recoiled, watching in horror. However, the real spectacle was yet to unfold. Dr. Zhou, allow me to showcase my extraordinary skill of bare-handed nephrectomy. Others will never have the chance to witness this, Tang Xiaomin stated coldly. Devoid of warmth in her gaze, she raised her right hand and plunged it forcefully into the ghost's waist, with a splatter of blood. Her pale palm pierced through the ghost's body, crimson droplets staining the ground. Swiftly, Tang Xiaomin withdrew her hand, holding a fresh kidney triumphantly. The ghost was unceremoniously discarded. Help! Help! Dr. Zhou's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The color of his trousers visibly darkened. Tang Xiaomin, bloodied hand clutching the kidney, wore a slight smirk on her face as she took a step closer to Dr. Zhou. Look, Dr. Zhou, I extracted the kidney so swiftly. Am I not impressive? Behind her, the ghost, bereft of its kidney, crawled towards Tang Xiaomin, pleading desperately, return my kidney. You can't take my kidney from me. Please give it back. Blood marked the ground in a vivid crimson streak. The ghost? Oh, monstrous apparition. Help me. Dr. Zhou's visage blanched in terror as he stumbled backward in a frantic retreat. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xiaomin's lips curled into a wicked smile. In the next instant, she pursued him, seizing Dr. Zhou and pinning him to the ground. Then, with forceful intent, she thrust a kidney into his collar. Once she released him, Dr. Zhou, in a state of panic, attempted to dislodge the organ that had been so forcibly inserted. However, the specter, now bereft of its kidney, lunged at him, its feet lifted from the ground. "Return my kidney. Return it to me," Dr. Zhou shrieked, his voice filled with dread. "A ghost! A ghost!" He fled in a frenzied panic. Thus the ghastly figure relentlessly pursued him, their cries of terror echoing through the mist. Tang Xiaomin observed the chaos with an expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Yanju appeared beside her, brandishing a packet of prepared disinfectant wipes, diligently wiping the blood from her hands. "You delight in the game of cat and mouse, do you not?" Tang Xiaomin remarked, casting a glance at Yanju. "You take pleasure in playing the role of the cleaner," he replied with a smile. "Whatever you require, I shall become." Yanju possessed a charm that surpassed Yi Fengxing. Lacking any moral restraint, what was most alarming was his unwavering commitment to his words. "A ghost? Oh, it's so expensive." Before long, Dr. Zhou's screams became stilted, indicating he had succumbed to madness. "Your Highness," Lu Xing respectfully announced. "That individual has completely lost his sanity to this." Tang Xiaomin's lips curled slightly upward. How many more years can he possibly live? According to the Book of Life and Death, he has nearly 40 years remaining. Lu Xing informed her. Tang Xiaomin nodded at as long as he remains unharmed, it does not breach the rules that we shall cast him into the cemetery. When the time comes, should anyone inquire, it will be of no concern to me. Lu Xing regarded her mischievous demeanor, uncertain of what to say to not provoke anyone, especially her. She is a force of death. Yanju looked at her with a reluctant gaze. "Minmin, would you consider staying?" His desire for her to remain was palpable. Tang Xiaomin decisively declined. In her heart, there was someone she valued more than herself, a notion that unsettled Yanju. "Where do I stand in your heart?" he inquired. Without hesitation she replied, "Of course, first place." "First place, then you shall not stay." Yanju felt a sense of being dismissed. "Minmin, do not think that because of your pleasing appearance and figure, you can treat me with such capriciousness. I have never regarded someone like you with such importance." Tang Xiaomin responded with a light "oh," contemplating for a moment. "Allow me to guess. You secretly wish to have me in your bed. Do you not?" Upon sensing the teasing glint in her eyes, and realizing she had uncovered his inner thoughts, Yanju felt a momentary loss of composure. "Cough, cough. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, you will inevitably find yourself in my bed." Tang Xiaomin retorted. "Then you must work diligently. I shall not grant opportunities to a man who neglects his duties." "Very well, it's a promise. Once I become the wealthiest, you shall cohabit with me." Tang Xiaomin mused that with Yanju's current capabilities, his aspiration to become affluent seemed a distant dream. Agreed. Zhou Xiaolin unearthed a few garments imbued with exotic charm from the package. "Xiaomin, look. Mother has purchased these clothes for you while abroad. Their prices have surged tenfold upon arrival in the country. You should try them on quickly." Her adoptive father presented Tang Xiaomin with several pairs of flats, all in her size. "Xiaomin, do try them on and see if they fit comfortably." It was the first time her adoptive parents embarked on a journey abroad, reveling in the scenic vistas while still mindful of their beloved child.